Part 1. Chapter 1. That long summer, that annoying person 1. That summer in Cheng Zheng's memory was hot and long, standing at the dim end of her high school career, stealing moments to dream about the colorful university life she had heard about, filled with a restlessness before breaking free from her cocoon. For Yunjin, however, what left a deeper impression was the struggle and confusion just before breaking out of the chrysalis, as she did not know whether the caterpillar that had shed its thick cocoon would transform into a colorful butterfly or face a darker journey ahead. As Yunjin grew up in a suburban county near the provincial capital. Her father was a biology teacher in the county, and her mother was originally an accountant at a local textile factory, but after losing her job during the wave of enterprise reform, she had to become a full-time housewife. Due to her father's poor health and frequent hospital visits, Yunjin's family did not live a wealthy life, but her parents doted on her as their only daughter, so she had not suffered much growing up. After finishing her first year of high school at the county school where her father taught, her parents lamented the backwardness of the local education system. To ensure their only daughter could attend a good university, they used all their savings and connections from their teaching background to transfer her to a key high school in the provincial capital that Yunjin found it difficult to accept her parents' arrangement. On one hand, this transfer meant she was leaving her parents for the first time in her life to pursue her studies. On the other hand, the expensive fees for the transfer weighed heavily on her mind every night before bed. Of course, she ultimately could not go against her parents' wishes and did not want to disappoint their earnest hopes. So she became a transfer student at the key high school at the start of her second year. Yunjin had anticipated feeling uncomfortable in a new environment, but she did not expect the sense of frustration that followed to be so profound. Her grades were not bad. She had consistently ranked in the top 10 of her class at her previous school. However, her first small test after transferring made her painfully aware of the harsh gap, as she ranked 5th from the bottom in her class based on comprehensive scores. That night, she hid under her blanket and cried for a long time, lacking the courage to reveal even a hint of her grades to her parents. Shocked, but more so ashamed, Yunjin felt she could not face her parents and the hard-earned money they had saved up for her education, and she felt even more ashamed of herself. Even when she attended class the next day, she felt the disdainful gazes of her classmates directed at her. The 5th from the bottom transfer student, a heavy label that made her unable to lift her head. In the following days, she naturally felt a sense of shame that drove her to strive harder, but reality often fell short of expectations. No matter how hard she worked, Yunjin never had the chance to redeem herself. Although she never ranked at the bottom in subsequent exams, by the end of her second year, she had never entered the top 30 in a class of over 60 students. Gradually, she began to believe that her parents' wish for her to soar was a complete mistake. Perhaps she was simply not a smart child at that time. The end of the second year also meant that everyone would face the choice between arts and sciences. Yunjin had good grades in Chinese, but terrible ones in history. And while she liked physics, her math and chemistry scores were poor, and her English and politics were average. Thus, she hesitated for a long time when it came to choosing between the two streams. While she was wavering over her subject choices, one day after class, Yunjin walked past a corridor filled with boys and headed towards the restroom at the end of the hallway, when a remark drifted into her ears. "Nonsense, of course. I choose science. Who doesn't know that only girls who study hard and failing students choose arts?" Followed by exaggerated laughter from several boys. Yunjin felt a loud bang in her head, and all the blood rushed to her face. In truth, she knew that the speakers and laughers were not targeting her specifically, but the sensitivity and insecurity of being a teenage girl made her feel like she was exactly the girl who studies hard and the failing student they mocked. She raised her head and glanced back resentfully to her. Those boys all looked alike, and a hurried glance left her unable to identify who had made the remark. She was always most afraid of passing through this wall of boys, and every time she had to walk through it, she felt unsure of where to put her hands. At that moment, she certainly did not want to linger, and although she felt angry inside, she simply quickened her pace towards the restroom. The most direct consequence of this incident was that when it came time to finalize her subject preferences, Yunjin unhesitatingly chose science. She thought perhaps it was the last bit of pride within her that pushed her to make this decision. Thus, in that early May, which was already hot and stifling, Yunjin sat in a classroom of a senior science class, staring at a chemical equation she could never fully write down. throwing her pen forcefully back into her pencil case, leaning back in her chair, and letting out a long sigh of despair. She finally realized how foolish it was to make a decision in a fit of passion. She was simply not cut out for science. Chapter 1. That long summer, that annoying person too. Who says that the season of flowers is splendid, and the rainy season is hazy? Su Yunjin's flower and rainy seasons were both shrouded in clouds. What troubled her was not just her studies. She glanced around the classroom, filled with people, and only saw heads buried in textbooks, with silence surrounding her. Everyone was focused on their studies, and no one was talking to Su Yunjin self-deprecatingly thought. Even if the surroundings were filled with laughter and chatter, she would never be able to blend in. This class, like all science classes, was dominated by boys, with 57 students in total, and only 8 girls. 5 of them were local girls from the provincial capital who basically did not stay in the dormitory. They returned home for dinner after classes every afternoon and then came back for evening study sessions, returning home again after study time. Every morning before class and every evening before self-study was the most active time for these city girls, sharing exciting plots from last night's dramas and discussing their idols' looks in the new MTVs, or exchanging sports news with the boys. Su Yunjin listened quietly every day, unable to insert a word into their lively discussions. Outside of the fascinating world they discussed, she could only return to her dormitory that had nothing but a bed and walls after study sessions. Since there were not many students from outside the province, the school's dormitories were quite simple, housing students like Su Yunjin who came from surrounding suburban counties or towns. They mostly shared similar silent and dull expressions, and even when gathered in the dormitory at night, they rarely engaged in lively discussions. Instead, they often read under the covers with flashlights late at night or early in the morning. 2 other girls from the town shared a dorm with Su Yunjin, one named Mo Yuhua and the other Cheng Zheng. Unlike Su Yunjin, they both entered this school through the high school entrance examination with high scores and performed well in class, studying diligently. The way they looked at Su Yunjin was not without disdain. Su Yunjin thought it was normal as children from the countryside. She did not even have the legitimate basis for being admitted. Mo Yuhua was slightly plump and average-looking. She was the most hard-working student in the class, rarely smiling and solving problems and memorizing vocabulary were as instinctive to her as breathing. Fortunately, she was not too hard to get along with and occasionally willing to share hot water with Su Yunjin. People like us, besides studying hard, is there any other way to escape the countryside? This was the only deep conversation Mo Yuhua had with Su Yunjin. Cheng Zheng was petite and well-proportioned. She was enthusiastic about public welfare, liked to run around in front of her teachers, enjoyed eagerly volunteering to wipe the blackboard, and loved to chime in during discussions among the city girls in the class. However, she often missed the point and instead had a decent rapport with the boys. Her relationship with Su Yunjin was average. Su Yunjin once inadvertently overheard the most attractive girl in class, Meng Shui, shrugging her hands in front of a boy and helplessly saying, "It's not that we don't want to talk to the girls from the countryside, but we really have nothing in common. Are we supposed to discuss how many pigs or acres of land they have at home?" Indeed, there was nothing much to say, Su Yunjin thought. Thus, she became increasingly silent, completely losing the spirited demeanor she had at her hometown school. As for the boys, with a large group, there were naturally some well-formed birds, but at this age, the naive boys had no understanding of gentlemanly conduct. Even when filling their cups with water, they would compete with the girls to be first. Not to mention, the boys in their class had even spontaneously elected the 8 dinosaurs among the 8 girls in the class, with none escaping the selection. Perhaps the romantic young men in teenage novels could only exist in the daydreams of girls, as they were nowhere to be found in reality. Many times, Su Yunjin looked at her washed-out, thin blue school uniform and the bland face in the mirror, and she found the story of Cinderella absurd. What was Cinderella? A girl who had everything except money, who, although unfortunate before meeting the prince, was at least kind, lovely, and beautiful. And what about her, Su Yunjin? Although equally poor, she had a twisted personality, mediocre grades, and nothing captivating about her. Even if the prince happened to walk by her, he would only see her as an ordinary passerby. Su Yunjin chuckled self-deprecatingly a few times and consciously cut off the slightest stirrings of youth. Oh, you think you'll die if you move lightly? Just as Su Yunjin leaned back forcefully against the desk behind her, an extremely impatient voice from a boy behind her rang out. Realizing her unconscious action had disturbed a classmate in the back row, Yunjin quickly straightened her back, did not turn around, and softly muttered, "Sorry," in a barely audible voice. However, the boy sitting behind her seemed determined not to let it go, taking advantage of his height to slightly raise himself, glancing at the chemistry problems on Yunjin's desk and feigning sudden realization as he said, "I thought something had upset you. I thought you were heartbroken. Turns out you just can't solve the problems." He leaned further towards Yunjin's direction. "Let me see. Huh, you can't solve something this simple? You can't be serious?" Yunjin felt both ashamed and angry, but remained silent, merely shifting her body to maintain some distance from his probing head. The person behind her seemed determined to not let her off easily, continuing to speak in a tone loud enough to draw the attention of nearby classmates. "Yunjin, what do you even use your brain for? You're really not just ordinary stupid. With your IQ, why are you even studying science?" This was intolerable. Yunjin felt as if someone had poked her in the most painful spot with a stick. With a sudden movement, she turned around, her face flushed, and glared fiercely at the boy behind her. I could see that moment. He had leisurely returned to his seat, tilting his head back at a 45-degree angle, wearing a smirk that seemed to challenge her silently. "Come on, what are you going to do?" If looks could kill, Yunjin's eyes would have pierced him with countless fatal holes. But there were no ifs. She secretly clenched her fists hanging at her sides, forced herself to take deep breaths, counted to 7, and then slowly turned back, lowering her head to pretend to focus on the problems she couldn't solve earlier. He gets right, she really didn't dare to do anything. She didn't want to attract the attention of those around her by getting into an argument with him. Cheng Zheng, that annoying guy, Yunjin had fantasized countless times in her mind about slapping his smug face in front of everyone and watching the self-righteous expression on his face shatter piece by piece. The seat in front of Cheng Zheng was another mistake Yunjin regretted. After entering the second semester of their senior year, the time needed for teachers to explain in class had decreased, and more time was spent on self-study and solving problems. Therefore, their young homeroom teacher took the liberty of rearranging seats in a free combination, claiming it was people-oriented. Most of the students who were familiar and got along well chose to sit together. Since Yunjin didn't consider herself particularly close to anyone in the class, she allowed others to pick their seats. Once most of the students had settled in, she randomly found an empty seat to sit down. At that time, the available seats were limited, mostly in the back row. Yunjin didn't want to cluster with two rowdy people, so she chose to sit next to Songming. Songming was a short boy with severe myopia and unusually high English proficiency in the science class that he was introverted and spoke little, so having such a desk mate ensured peace and quiet. After sitting down, Yunjin noticed that the person sitting behind her was the one who made girls tune in to sports news on time. She was somewhat surprised, not understanding why none of the girls who usually flocked around him had come over, but it didn't concern her. She only knew that although girls often chattered around Cheng Zheng, he himself was not a noisy person at least. Most people thought he was capable of both action and calmness, excelling in sports while also being quiet during study time, achieving top grades. He had a bit of the superiority that comes with being an excellent student, but he was basically the type who wouldn't bother you if you didn't bother him. Based on this consideration, Yunjin settled into this seat. As she unpacked her things, she secretly observed the reactions of those around her. Songming only glanced at her without saying anything, while the boy behind her didn't even lift his head, essentially ignoring her presence. This was good, she sighed in relief, and confidently pulled out the book she was looking for from a stack of textbooks. Hey, Kati, that moment. A voice suddenly came from not far away. "Hey, Zheng, did you see? There's a girl sitting in front of you. Didn't you say girls aren't allowed to sit in front of you?" Yunjin looked over in confusion. The speaker was Zhou Zi, one of Cheng Zheng's few close friends. Before she could fully process Zhou Zi's words, she heard Cheng Zheng, with his head buried in his work, casually say, "She counts as a girl? Can't tell." She turned to stare blankly at Cheng Zheng, just as he happened to glance at her, confirming that the she he referred to was indeed her. Is this what a good student says? Yunjin felt bewildered, unable to recall when she had offended this boy who had barely exchanged a few words with her. "What do you mean?" She turned to face him. What do you mean? What do you mean?" He feigned innocence. Looking up? "Who are you saying doesn't count as a girl?" "I'm talking about you." "What? Do you need verification?" Hearing Cheng Zheng's words, several boys laughed mischievously as Yunjin was seething with anger, realizing for the first time how much the appearance of a person could differ from their essence. That seemingly perfect face was now incredibly annoying. Most of the classmates who were organizing their new seats turned to look at them, wearing expressions of amusement. The mundane life of senior year desperately needed such a diversion. But Su Yunjin did not want to be the center of this spectacle. She hated the feeling of being watched and mocked. Forget it, just treat it as being bitten by a dog. She coldly turned back, ignoring him. Hey, Su Yunjin. Someone seemed unwilling to let her be, poking her back with a pen in a rude manner. I have a question for you. Why are you called Su Yunjin? Is Yun the same as Yun in pregnancy? Another round of laughter erupted, and Su Yunjin felt like she was going to go crazy. She was used to being invisible in class and was happy to be so. Was it true that the more she tried to avoid something, the more she encountered it? Just like the obvious provocation she was facing now. Su Yunjin's temper finally flared. She stood up and looked down at Cheng Zheng. What do you mean? Did I offend you? As she said this, her eyes were already red, but she struggled to control the tremble in her voice, not wanting to let the tears flow. That's it. Ah Zheng, you've made this Xiaofang cry. Zhou Zi shouted from his side, eager for chaos. Hearing this, Cheng Zheng also stood up, leaning slightly forward as if he was carefully examining her face. Are you really crying? His expression was quite serious, as if whether she had cried was very important to him. Su Yunjin couldn't understand how someone could be so twisted, deliberately treating someone else's tears as entertainment. I'm not going to cry for someone like you. She squeezed out these words through gritted teeth and fled the classroom, pretending not to hear the buzzing voices behind her. From that moment on, Su Yunjin and Cheng Zheng had a conflict. After that incident, she tried to change her unlucky seat, but no one in the class was willing to swap with her. She didn't want to bother the teacher over such a trivial matter, so she had to endure it and wait for the next opportunity to change seats. While considering herself unlucky, Su Yunjin never understood why Cheng Zheng, who usually didn't seem like someone who liked to stir up trouble, was so sharp-tongued with her, always provoking her for no reason. Especially with her was indeed an ambiguous phrase, but Su Yunjin was not naive enough to think that Cheng Zheng had any special feelings for her. She didn't like romance novels and disliked the bad boy trope where boys would torment girls they liked. The aversion Cheng Zheng showed towards her was so obvious that if someone tried to convince her that his behavior was a sign of a boy caring for her, she would think that person was mentally ill. Fortunately, no one around her seemed to think Cheng Zheng's particular treatment of her was a sign of special attention from a boy to a girl. If anything, it was definitely a sign that he particularly disliked her, as Su Yunjin sat uncomfortably in front of Cheng Zheng for 3 months, facing his occasional provocations and bad habits while also being stressed about her studies. She hated it when he came back from playing soccer at school, smelling of sweat and sitting behind her. The more she frowned, the closer he would deliberately get. She hated it when he stretched his long legs across the boundary under her desk during class, swaying them carelessly, making her feel nauseous. She hated how he would poke her back with his pen, emphasizing the yin when he called her name. She hated how he took interfering with her as a given, but if she affected him even a little, like when she leaned back just now, it would provoke a strong backlash from him. She hated how he and his friends called her Xiaofang, as if being born in the city gave them the right to look down on her. Most of all, she hated his condescending attitude when he mocked, Su Yunjin, you can't even solve this problem. His misdeeds were countless. Yet Su Yunjin knew that the best way to deal with someone like Cheng Zheng was to ignore his existence. The more he tried to stir up trouble, the less she would pay him any mind the stranger he became, the more he would defeat himself. She was not weak, she just didn't want to cause trouble. Chapter 2. I just want you to look at me, 1. Just like every time, Su Yunjin angrily faced his provocation and then coldly turned away. Cheng Zheng looked at her stiff back with a momentary disappointment in his eyes. She leaned so forcefully against his desk that the marks she made while drawing auxiliary lines in her geometry notebook transformed into a parabola, but at that moment, he only noticed the ends of her hair hanging over his desk. Not combing her hair, strands draped over her shoulders, gently extending onto the gentleman's knee. Or could one not feel pity? Chinese wasn't Cheng Zheng's strong suit, but these lines popped into his mind and startled him. So he had to say something harsh to break this strange thought. He mocked her for being stupid. She was clearly angry, yet still, like countless times before, she endured it, suppressed it, refusing to explode. Cheng Zheng, you messed up again. You were clearly just hoping she'd say, can you teach me? like the other girls who looked at you expectantly. But she never said it. He knew she wouldn't. This girl, who tightly pursed her lips and remained silent like a shadow, always kept her head down. In fact, Su Yunjin had a pair of beautiful eyes. But if it weren't for that day, Cheng Zheng would never have discovered. That day, Cheng Zheng, in his second year of high school, was hanging out with Zhou Zi and a few others in the corridor in front of the classroom when Zhou Zi asked, Zheng, are you choosing arts or sciences? He casually replied, Nonsense, of course, I'm choosing sciences. Who doesn't know that only girls who read dead books and failing students would choose arts? He really thought that way, not intending to ridicule anyone deliberately, but after he spoke, he saw a girl walking past them with her head down suddenly turn around and stare directly at him from a few steps away. Her expression was unique. Her fair face flushed with an unusual red, clearly looking gentle, yet in her dark, deep eyes, it seemed like two clusters of fire were burning, making her vibrantly alive in an unbelievable way. This was the first time Cheng Zheng seriously looked at a girl. He watched her, completely forgetting what he had just said, but her gaze didn't linger on him, and quickly turned away, maintaining her head-down posture as she walked off. Hey, who was that girl just now? He nudged Zhou Zi. Zhou Zi and the others, slow to react, looked in the direction he pointed. Who? Which one? He looked again in the direction she had walked, only seeing a few boys from the adjacent class fooling around, and then the disappointing sound of the class bell rang. That night, the two clusters of fire in her eyes burned repeatedly in Cheng Zheng's dreams, hot. He tossed and turned, but when the flames faded, he realized he just wanted to hold on to them tighter. Suddenly waking up in the middle of the night, Cheng Zheng found his shorts cold and sticky. At 17, he cursed softly while cleaning up, feeling confused. After that, every time Cheng Zheng stood in the corridor after class, he unconsciously searched for that figure. But until the end of his second year, he never saw her again. He had thought about asking Zhou Zi, who was known as the girl's friend, but he was afraid of being laughed at, so he never mustered the courage. Besides, how could he describe her to Zhou Zi? What was special about her, other than those eyes that shone in an instant? Yet with so many people around, why did everyone else seem oblivious while he felt like he had been electrocuted? What was this strange magnetic field? Clearly, she looked utterly ordinary, but he knew so well that all the countless girls who passed by, known or unknown, were not her. It wasn't until the first day of classes after the third-year division that he discovered he was actually in the same classroom as her. How absurd. It was as if he were searching for a grain of rice in the sea among girls wearing the same uniform, only to find out she was just a classmate from the adjacent class, and before that encounter, he had no impression of her at all. Soon, Cheng Zheng realized that he had never noticed the existence of such a person before. It made sense that he couldn't find her after that day in his second year. This girl always curled herself into a faint gray shadow, habitually pursing her lips, her eyes downcast, mostly silent and reserved, making it easy for others to overlook her presence. And she ignored the existence of others, including him. She had never appeared in the sports field where girls cheered for him. He had intentionally walked past her seat countless times, but she never even flicked her hair in his direction. Sometimes he would rather endure listening to those girls who couldn't even understand offside talk endlessly about football, hoping she would glance at the lively discussion scene. But she never did. Cheng Zheng didn't know why he paid so much attention to Su Yunjin, but his heart always resisted being overly concerned about her. What was she? Just one of those village girls mentioned by Zhou Zi and the others, plain, not particularly beautiful, and with a personality that didn't endear her to others. Someone you couldn't even find on the street with a magnifying glass. Who else would notice her differences? Of course, it would be best if no one ever did. Chapter 2. I just want you to look at me, too. During one occasion, when the boys were having a secret conversation, one of them mentioned the top 8 dinosaurs in the class and casually said, Actually, I think Su Yunjin would look pretty good if she dressed up a bit. Cheng Zheng almost immediately reacted, saying fiercely, Nonsense, even a pig would look good if it dressed up. They all thought he found Su Yunjin extremely unpleasant, but only he understood that he didn't like other boys commenting on her, just like he didn't like others eyeing his treasured possession. So, every day in the classroom, Cheng Zheng forced himself to ignore her while also hoping for her attention. Until the day they rearranged seats, she hesitantly sat in the seat in front of him, and his heart raced so fast that he felt ashamed having to pretend to bury himself in a pile of books. But his mind was blank, and the pen tip scribbled aimlessly on the draft paper, producing a mess of unconscious lines. He didn't like girls sitting near him. They were noisy and troublesome. Even Meng Shui, who had always had a good relationship with him, was driven away when she suggested sitting in front of him. But Su Yunjin was an exception. He was even afraid that if he looked up eagerly, it would scare her away. When Zhou Zi shouted that phrase, he felt extremely embarrassed and blurted out something unpleasant without thinking. When Su Yunjin looked at him in anger, she was full of life, ignited by her fury, which made him feel flustered. He felt a kind of self-destructive pleasure. Only by doing so would she notice his existence. Only then would she look at him attentively. So he began to deliberately provoke her, preferring to be hated by her than to be ignored. Su Yunjin, Cheng Zheng liked this name. It had a lingering taste when it slipped from his lips. But why did she burn his world to the ground while remaining calm? Su Yunjin was certainly unaware of Cheng Zheng's contradictions. Most of her time was spent worrying about her father's illness. Her father's liver disease was worsening day by day, and he could no longer guarantee normal teaching hours in middle school, causing him to lose weight rapidly. In the afternoon, when she spoke to her mother on the phone, her mother was crying on the other end, making Su Yunjin's heart sink little by little into darkness. She suggested going back to see her father, but her mother choked on her words and refused, stating that it was a crucial time for the college entrance examination, and nothing was more important than focusing on preparing for it. Su Yunjin felt an indescribable sadness. At this moment, not only could she not be by her father's side, but she couldn't even achieve good grades to give him some comfort. No one felt more like a failure than her. After ending the call with her mother, Su Yunjin felt weak throughout the entire evening study session. She couldn't tell if it was emotional distress or physical discomfort. Then, she felt a surge of warmth between her thighs, and just when she thought things couldn't get worse, she almost forgot it was that time of the month again. Finally, making it to the break during the evening study, Su Yunjin pulled out a spare sanitary pad from her backpack and rushed to the bathroom. However, she couldn't find a pocket in her clothes to hold the pad. In a moment of desperation, she grabbed a book, slid the pad inside, and hurried towards the classroom door. With her head down and running hurriedly, Su Yunjin collided with someone right near the classroom door. Su Yunjin, are you in such a hurry to reincarnate? Hearing Cheng Zheng's voice made her dizzy. How could this cursed star appear everywhere? Just as she was about to bypass him and continue, he deliberately blocked her path. TSK, look at you. Your face is as pale as a ghost. Are you possessed? Can you move aside? I need to go to the bathroom, Su Yunjin replied. Why are you holding a book on classical Chinese analysis if you're going to the bathroom? Cheng Zheng raised his voice with a strange tone. Su Yunjin's face turned even paler. Could she not even avoid him? She chose not to respond and silently squeezed past him towards the door. Cheng Zheng noticed her strange expression and couldn't help but feel suspicious. He was determined to get to the bottom of it. He snatched the book from her hands and said, "Are you sick? Why are you reading a book while going to the bathroom?" Before he could finish, he was startled by Su Yunjin's frantic attempt to reclaim the book. Using his height advantage, he instinctively dodged. Unfortunately for him, Su Yunjin seemed crazily determined to get back that classical Chinese analysis, and in the tugging and dodging, the book slipped from their hands and fell to the classroom floor, along with a small white object that fell out from its pages. Cheng Zheng stared at that white object on the floor for a good 5 seconds, while Su Yunjin suddenly fell silent, staring at him intently. Shock, shame, anger, long-held grievances, physical discomfort, and worries about her father's illness. All negative emotions erupted within her like a volcano. She slowly bent down to pick up the sanitary pad, gently dusted it off, and then, in front of everyone, forcefully slapped it onto his stunned face while shouting hysterically, "Is this what you want? Here, take it all." The classroom fell into an eerie silence for a few seconds. By the time Cheng Zheng came to his senses, the poor sanitary pad had already slipped off his straight nose and fallen to the floor again, while the instigator had sprinted out of the classroom at breakneck speed. Cheng Zheng reflexively picked up the item and chased after her. Su Yunjin didn't head for the bathroom, but ran towards the girls' dormitory. Cheng Zheng caught up with her midway down the long path between the classroom and the dormitory, grabbing her clothes and forcing her to stumble to a halt. Su Yunjin looked up at him, out of breath, hair disheveled, and her face streaked with tears. Cheng Zheng was taken aback by her tears. He didn't know why he had chased her, but his instinct told him he couldn't let her run away like this. He had to say something. He simply had to. Yet now, she was just 10 centimeters away from him, crying, and he didn't even know what to express. After a long pause, he finally stammered, I heard that girls get stomach aches if they run around too much these days. Su Yunjin shook her head in disbelief, looking at him like he was crazy, her tears flowing even more. Cheng Zheng, what do you want from me? What did I offend you? If I did, just say it, and I'll apologize. At this moment, she no longer had the impulse from before. She just felt exhausted, not knowing where she had gone wrong, but he still wouldn't let her go. Or were you looking back at me for that day in the corridor? Then you acted like you didn't know me. What do you mean by that? Just say it. Cheng Zheng blurted out, not caring about reasoning in his urgency. This had been his question all along. Su Yunjin had no idea what he was talking about. When did I ever look at you? Before we were in the same class, I didn't even know you. Why was it like this? Why could one person remember another so deeply, while the other felt nothing? Cheng Zheng had never encountered such a situation. He had always believed that force was mutual, that chemical equations were reciprocal, that energy should be conserved. He couldn't understand. She had clearly looked back. If that glance wasn't directed at him, then who was it for? He didn't want her looking at anyone else. What should he do? It was evening study time, and this dim path was empty except for the two of them. The pale streetlights cast their shadows into two intertwined figures, and occasionally, a gentle night breeze rustled the leaves by the roadside, masking their rapid breathing. Cheng Zheng thought, Su Yunjin really doesn't remember you. What should you do? What do you really want? He asked himself in confusion then. Before his brain could come up with an answer, his lips unexpectedly landed on her eyes, wiping away her tears, and finally pressed against her lips, clumsily shifting. It was only when a sharp pain shot through his shins that he realized and let go of her. Su Yunjin trembled and took a step back, forcefully wiping her lips with her hand, also erasing the shock and embarrassment from her face, then turned to walk away. This time, Cheng Zheng didn't chase after her. He just stood there staring at her retreating figure and softly said, I didn't mean anything. I just didn't know how to make you look at me. It has always been like this. He didn't know if she heard him, but suddenly his heart felt clear as if a fog had lifted. So that's how it was. That's how it was. Back at the classroom door, Cheng Zheng saw several curious heads peeking out, with Zhou Zi at the forefront. Seeing him return, he hooked his arm around Cheng Zheng's shoulder and whispered, Bro, you didn't beat her up when you chased her, right? Puffed. Cheng Zheng shrugged off his hand, disdainfully answering such a pointless question. Zhou Zi chuckled awkwardly and leaned closer. Don't take it too seriously. Every man would feel humiliated in this kind of situation. Shut up, don't bother me. Cheng Zheng smiled lazily and walked to his seat, his mind still immersed in the sweetness of Su Yunjin's lips, feeling as if his entire heart was not his own, completely unaware of the sympathetic gazes from his classmates around him. Zhou Zi muttered behind him, This guy must be possessed, humiliated by a country girl like that, yet still smiling like a lovesick fool. He must be overstimulated. That evening, until the study session ended, Su Yunjin did not appear in the classroom. When the duty teacher checked attendance, Mo Yuhua submitted a sick leave note on her behalf. Cheng Zheng, still reeling from the shock, stared blankly at the empty seat in front of him throughout the night. To their classmates, after the sanitary pad incident, there seemed to be no difference between Cheng Zheng and Su Yunjin. Cheng Zheng continued to pick on her for no reason, while Su Yunjin remained silent in response. They both refrained from mentioning the incident, and no one dared to bring it up, as if nothing had happened. But Cheng Zheng knew. This was merely an illusion that nothing had happened. In his heart, what was meant to happen had already taken root and sprouted. He couldn't read Su Yunjin's thoughts from her face. The more she kept her feelings hidden, the more unsettled his heart became. Sometimes Cheng Zheng thought, if only she were a little harsher towards him, maybe scold him a few times or call him a rogue, perhaps he would feel a bit more comfortable, because at least that would prove that the kiss from that night really happened and wasn't just a figment of his imagination. Did she hear the last thing he said? Did she know what he was thinking? Either way, she shouldn't be so indifferent. He no longer said those hurtful words, but still liked to deliberately stretch his foot under her stool and shake it. When she frowned and turned back, He would smile innocently. Her back was slender, and sometimes the thin white shoulder straps peeked out from under her washed-out blue school uniform. Cheng Zheng couldn't imagine it. Each glance made his face flush and heart race. Many years later, when Cheng Zheng recalled that summer of their senior year, watching her from behind, he felt a bittersweet sense of longing. In Cheng Zheng's view, Su Yunjin's logical thinking was utterly chaotic. In his impression, she had never passed a math test. What frustrated him the most was that when she encountered problems she didn't understand, she would furrow her brow and get stuck in her own thoughts, completely oblivious to the person behind her who was silently shouting, ask me, but she never sensed it. When really pressed, she would rather ask Songming than him. That guy Songming was good at English, but his math and science were just SOSO. Many times, Cheng Zheng listened from behind as he explained to Su Yunjin, rambling on without getting to the point, while the two of them answered each other slowly, making Cheng Zheng, who was just watching, anxious to the point of smoke coming out his ears. Until one day, Cheng Zheng could no longer endure Su Yunjin discussing a typical algebra problem with Songming for half the class. As he passed by her desk after class, he slammed a draft filled with detailed problem-solving steps on her table with force, then fled in a panic without giving her a chance to refuse. When he returned to his seat, he saw Su Yunjin raising the draft in her hand, seemingly wanting to say something to him. Don't get the wrong idea. I just couldn't stand others being so dumb. Cheng Zheng interrupted her, blushing as he explained. Su Yunjin replied slowly, don't get the wrong idea either. I just wanted to ask what this character is. Cheng Zheng couldn't help but chuckle. Seeing them look over, Songming just made a gesture as if to say, go ahead, and continue to focus on the unfinished test paper on his desk. Cheng Zheng ignored him, took the draft from Su Yunjin's hand, and examined it closely. Which character? You call yourself dumb and won't admit it. It's like this here. In the following period, classmates sitting nearby were surprised to find that the relationship between Su Yunjin and Cheng Zheng had subtly improved. When she encountered problems she truly didn't understand, aside from occasionally asking Songming about English, she would quietly seek help from Cheng Zheng. Although he always wore a disturbed expression, he explained as if fearing he wasn't thorough enough. He had little patience when he saw Su Yunjin still looking confused or getting angry over a disagreement. She often wouldn't argue back, turning her back on him and letting him vent his frustration. However, within half an hour, you could always see Cheng Zheng poking Su Yunjin's back with his pen, taking the initiative to say, hey, I didn't finish explaining just now. Come over and let me continue. Although Cheng Zheng's teaching method was rough, it was undeniable that his problem-solving approach was often clear and practical. Under his overly enthusiastic attitude to help, Su Yunjin gradually figured out some tricks. Of course, it was unrealistic to expect her math scores to soar in a short time, but her test scores were finally inching closer to passing. Chapter 3. No one can escape the turmoil of adolescence. 1. Senior year was a time of floating in a sea of problems. As long as the college entrance examination wasn't over, there was no hope of reaching the shore. Only on Friday afternoons after class was there a rare and permitted time to relax on the sports field. Cheng Zheng and a dozen boys from his grade, who shared similar interests, often played friendly matches on the school football field to vent the excess energy of youth. After their friendship with Su Yunjin normalized, he began to casually invite her to watch the games. We're having a match against the tutoring class this afternoon. Since you have nothing else to do you want to come watch? I have something to do later. I need to go back to the dorm to wash my hair. You can wash your hair anytime. Are you going or not? All the girls in the class are going, Cheng Zheng said patiently. He thought his attitude was sincere enough, but Su Yunjin was completely unappreciative. I know nothing about football. It would be useless for me to go. Cheng Zheng's voice started to rise. If you know nothing, then learn. Can't you have a little interest in sports? You act like an old lady all day. Su Yunjin shot him a glance. Who said I have no interest in sports? I play Go. Cheng Zheng was furious and left with a harsh remark. Su Yunjin, if you're capable, then don't go. Just try it. Once the words were out, he actually had no confidence at all. He wasn't sure how he would handle it if Su Yunjin really didn't go. Every time he got angry with her, it seemed like he was the one who ended up feeling frustrated. At dinner time, Su Yunjin sat on the edge of her dorm bed, dealing with the monotonous food from the school cafeteria. Today, there were particularly few people in the dorm. Just her and Mo Yuhua, who was eating while practicing English listening with headphones. They didn't talk, and, in the quiet space, distant cheers from the football field could be faintly heard. Aren't you going to watch? Su Yunjin looked at Mo Yuhua, who seemed focused on the sounds from her headphones, unsure if she was talking to her. Mo Yuhua, sitting opposite her, took off her headphones and said slowly, "Have you eaten enough? Go take a look." Su Yunjin was surprised. Mo Yuhua, like her, wasn't usually enthusiastic about such activities. "I'm not really interested in this." She lowered her head, unconsciously poking at the leftover rice in her bowl with her spoon. "Come on, just consider it keeping me company." Mo Yuhua snatched the bowl from Su Yunjin's hand, casually placed it on the nearby table, then grabbed Su Yunjin's arm and led her out of the dorm. Su Yunjin followed Mo Yuhua to the bustling football field, feeling helpless. Mo Yuhua squeezed her into a relatively good viewing spot, and she squinted her nearsighted eyes to see the boys in red and white jerseys running on the field, with a crowd of onlookers that included many girls. Unsure whether they were excited about the game or the boys, she spotted him. He was wearing a white jersey. Su Yunjin wondered why she instinctively searched for his figure with her eyes, but it wasn't too hard to recognize him among the running boys. He was tall and slender, his dark skin contrasting with the white jersey, radiating youthful vigor. Su Yunjin was clueless about football, but she had to admit that Cheng Zheng had a good running posture. On this playground, how many girls were actually watching football? It was just an opportunity to openly gaze and cheer for that person, Mo Yuhua said. Just as Su Yunjin was about to respond, she noticed that Mo Yuhua's attention was not on her, but was focused on someone on the field. Curiously, Su Yunjin followed Mo Yuhua's gaze and was taken aback to find that the person she was looking at was Zhou Zi. Nothing could have been more unexpected. Su Yunjin sneakily glanced at Mo Yuhua for confirmation, and her ordinary face bore the same expression as always. As if sensing Su Yunjin's gaze, Mo Yuhua tilted her head and looked at her, a rare smirk on her face. "You realize I'm not watching your beloved darling, right? You can finally relax a bit, can't you?" Su Yunjin's face flushed. "He's not mine. I didn't specify which he I was referring to, but you immediately took it to heart, which shows you don't really hate Cheng Zheng that much, right?" Mo Yuhua said with a smile, but that smile was quickly dampened by her subsequent self-mockery. It seems that the so-called turmoil of adolescence is something no one can avoid. We are all crushed under the weight of review materials like 3 towering mountains. Yet we still cling to our fantasies. She paused for a moment and continued, "Isn't it ridiculous? You're thinking, how could I possibly have anything to do with that person?" Chapter 3. No one can escape the turmoil of adolescence, too. "Actually, I didn't think that much." Su Yunjin hurriedly said, "It's okay if you think that way. I don't want anything possible." Mo Yuhua continued to look at the boy in the white jersey, as if the lively crowd around her had nothing to do with her. In the vast stadium, it was just her and him. At that moment, Su Yunjin noticed for the first time that there was a kind of flowing brilliance on Mo Yuhua's face, which was not particularly beautiful. Su Yunjin was lost in thought while looking at the court. Soon after Mo Yuhua finished speaking, she indicated that she hadn't finished the listening practice she had arranged for herself that day and left Su Yunjin alone on the court. Su Yunjin took a while to recover from the heavy bomb Mo Yuhua had just dropped on her, although she had relatively more contact with Mo Yuhua in class. Neither of them were talkative, and they had no deep friendship, let alone such heartfelt confessions. She didn't understand why Mo Yuhua would reveal such a private matter about a girl to her. Did she want a witness for this unrequited crush that had no hope of possibility? At least for a long time. Su Yunjin had never imagined that a girl like Mo Yuhua, who seemed so rigid and introverted, focused solely on her studies, would have such a secret in her heart. She was completely immersed in her thoughts and didn't notice the intense competition on the court. When she finally came to her senses, she realized that the game had already ended and people were leaving. Naturally, she followed the crowd, but before she reached the court entrance, a sweaty person pushed through to her side from behind. "What are you doing here? Didn't you say you weren't interested in the game? You're being contradictory," Cheng Zheng said deliberately in a teasing tone, but his face wore a big smile. Su Yunjin took half a step back to avoid getting sweat from his hair on her, and just muttered, "It's not your court. Anyone can come." "When did you get here? How come I didn't see you on the field earlier?" He seemed to be in a good mood and had no intention of arguing with her. "How about that goal I scored? Pretty good, right? Cheng Zheng asked cheerfully, ignoring Su Yunjin's silence. What goal? Su Yunjin looked puzzled. Cheng Zheng's good mood suddenly faded, as if a child eagerly waiting for praise had been doused with cold water. It turned out that the person in front of him had completely missed his presence. Just as he was about to get angry, he noticed that even at that moment, her gaze had drifted past him to look behind him. Su Yunjin was looking at Zhou Zi, who was standing not far behind Cheng Zheng. It was hard for her to connect the owner of that beautiful yet cynical face with Mo Yuhua. She thought she could understand the hopelessness Mo Yuhua felt when looking at him. Of course, she was completely unaware that Cheng Zheng's expression had turned from cloudy to stormy the moment he noticed where her gaze was focused. Cheng Zheng was astonished and angry. Unable to believe it, he thought she had finally come to watch him play, and his joy was greater than the moment he scored goal. Yet, the person she had been focused on all along was not him. Hey, let go. Su Yunjin didn't realize what was happening and was already being pulled forward by Cheng Zheng. At that moment, there were still many people around, most of them classmates from the same grade. The few sentences Cheng Zheng had just exchanged with her had already attracted a lot of attention. And now every pair of eyes was on them. Su Yunjin's neck turned red, and she used all her strength to try to pull her arm away from Cheng Zheng. But how could she compete with a boy's strength? She didn't dare to shout loudly, fearing it would draw even more attention. So she could only lower her voice and angrily say, Cheng Zheng, you're crazy. Everyone's watching. Stop messing around and let go. Cheng Zheng, hearing this, let go of her hand. You're not worried about others watching. You're just afraid he'll see. Su Yunjin didn't understand what he was talking about. She and his thoughts seemed to never be on the same wavelength. All she knew was how ambiguous this scene appeared to others. Wishing she could dig a hole and hide, she wanted to scold him, but in her confusion, she couldn't think of the right words and was even less willing to entangle herself with him. She just wanted to leave this place immediately. Su Yunjin's silence and avoidance hurt Cheng Zheng even more. Before she could run away, he blurted out, You see, he's not worth it. Who would like you anyway? Su Yunjin heard this and paused for a moment, then fled the scene even faster. She didn't look back, but Cheng Zheng knew that his words had successfully hit their mark. She had made him feel so bad. How could he let her leave as if nothing had happened? Yet, why did he feel no joy in this tit-for-tat? A voice in his heart kept asking quietly, What makes him better than me? Chapter 3. No one can escape the turmoil of adolescence. 3. Not far away, Zhou Zi caught up, casually placing his hand on Cheng Zheng's shoulder, only to be forcefully shrugged off by Cheng Zheng. He touched his nose in confusion, not knowing how he had become collateral damage. High school is a sensitive stage, especially regarding relationships between students. It's not like the naive innocence of middle school, yet far from the open relationships of college. Among 17 or 18-year-olds, who doesn't have some surging feelings of affection? But once exposed to the sunlight, they inevitably get labeled as early romance, becoming the hottest gossip among classmates. The affair between Cheng Zheng and Su Yunjin from Class 3 of the science stream quickly became the latest topic of conversation during free time among classmates of the same grade. Initially, most people were skeptical. How could the academically top-performing, good-looking Cheng Zheng, who usually avoided contact with girls, possibly be involved with the inconspicuous Su Yunjin? Before the topic of Cheng Zheng arose, many didn't even know who Su Yunjin was. However, so many witnesses had clearly seen the entanglement at the entrance of the court, and everyone began to recall the various awkward details of their past interactions, which at first seemed like simple dislike but now appeared to be just the awkwardness between lovers. No matter how forceful the rumors were, the two parties involved seemed completely indifferent. Cheng Zheng continued to do what he had to do every day, wearing an expression that said he couldn't care less if anyone brought it up. While the typically low-key and silent Su Yunjin ignored the whispers and pointed fingers in the corridor. Neither of them made any explanations, but after that day, they stopped talking altogether. The first to lose patience was Zhou Zi. Seeing that no one was around, he pulled Cheng Zheng aside and cautiously probed. Hey, everyone is saying you have something going on with that Xiao Fong. Please don't tell me it's true. What Xiao Fong? Stop calling her that. TSK. You're defending her now. Ah Zheng, you really like Su Yunjin, don't you? What good would liking her do? She doesn't like me. Cheng Zheng looked gloomy. Zhou Zi carefully observed Cheng Zheng's expression, confirming he wasn't joking or being sarcastic. Hey, Zheng, you can't be dumbfounded by a sanitary napkin from Yunjin, can you? You two are just two. Whatever. Shut up. You're the one who's been dumbfounded by that whatever. What is wrong with me and her? By the way, Cheng Zheng seemed to suddenly remember something, glancing sideways at Z and asking, why was she staring at you so intently at the court entrance? Damn it. How would I know why she's looking at me? God knows. We've been in the same class for so long, and I haven't even said half a word to her. Not everyone's gaze is as unique as yours. But, that being said, maybe she thinks I'm more handsome than you. Cheng Zheng glanced at that narcissistic person and made a lazy expression as if to say he couldn't be bothered before turning to leave. Zhou Zi, who was behind him, maliciously added, poor little Meng Shui. If she knew you actually liked that country girl, she wouldn't know how heartbroken she'd be. Cheng Zheng turned around and said seriously, stop talking nonsense. You can ignore Meng Shui, but you can't ignore Lao Sun, right? Everyone is talking about your business. It would be hard for him not to know. This wasn't a joke. Lao Sun was their homeroom teacher, referred to as Lao by the students, but he wasn't that old. After graduating from a key normal university in another province, he had been teaching for 5 years and was Cheng Zheng's physics teacher and homeroom teacher. Lao Sun was unmarried and often joked around with a group of boys after class, playing sports together. However, as a teacher, especially a homeroom teacher, he had to express disapproval of early romances. You should stop with the crow's mouth. Cheng Zheng's heart sank until that evening self-study session, when Cheng Zheng saw Yunjin being called out of the classroom by Lao Sun for a talk and returning with a somewhat pale face. He realized that Zhou Zi's crow's mouth had indeed hit the mark. In fact, he wasn't afraid of Lao Sun causing trouble for him. He just didn't want her to encounter such a situation. For several days, she had treated him as if he were invisible, and now she would probably dislike him even more. Sure enough, less than a minute after Yunjin returned to her seat, Cheng Zheng was also called out of the classroom by Lao Sun. Lao Sun led him to a rockery not far from the classroom. Once they stopped, Cheng Zheng put his hands in his uniform pants pockets, fully mentally prepared, and waited leisurely for Lao Sun's opening remarks. Lao Sun looked at him in this state, feeling furious and frustrated, thinking how could such a good student, smart and hardworking with stable grades, who had always been self-disciplined, suddenly lose his way just a month before the college entrance examination? Chapter 3. No one can escape the turmoil of adolescence. 4. Lao Sun cleared his throat, searching for his opening line. So, what's going on between you and Yunjin recently? Teacher Sun, is that a question or a rhetorical question? If it's rhetorical, then I don't need to answer. Lao Sun said irritably, don't care about what kind of sentence it is. Just tell me if the rumors about you and Yunjin being in a budding romance are true. If not, it is true. Cheng Zheng interrupted him, his gaze calm. Lao Sun was speechless, pointing a trembling finger at this student who was half a head taller than him. Why is this happening? Don't you know the school prohibits dating? This could affect your grades and future. Do you understand? I don't know why. Do you know, teacher? Seeing Cheng Zheng's serious expression, Lao Sun forced himself to take a deep breath. Do you realize the seriousness of the problem? Cheng Zheng looked innocent. I've always thought this matter was serious. Lao Sun looked up at the sky. Although he hadn't taught for long, he had seen plenty of cases of early romances. Some denying it outright, some feeling guilty. He had never seen a situation like tonight's with these two. Just now, after he called Yunjin out, everything started normally. Before he could say anything, she had already blushed and tightly pursed her lips, looking completely guilty before him. However, gradually he sensed something was off. No matter how he eloquently explained the dangers of early romance and its consequences, she never loosened her lips, remaining silent the whole time, her expression unchanged. It was only when he felt that continuing to talk to himself was a bit abnormal that he let her return to the classroom. As for the one in front of him, at least they were having a back-and-forth conversation, but Lao Sun had completely lost his enthusiasm for lecturing at this moment. I say, Cheng Zheng, with your conditions, what kind of girls do you find in college? Why rush this? Lao Sun sighed. Cheng Zheng remained silent. Lao Sun continued, at your age, it's normal to be confused. But I'm confused, and she seems clear-headed. Does that count as normal? Are you saying Yunjin doesn't have feelings for you? Teacher, you just spoke with her. Did she say anything to you? She didn't say anything. Not even a denial? Cheng Zheng's eyes sparkled. Lao Sun supported his chin with his hand. Denial? Not really. Wait. It seemed he had just reacted. What is going on? I'm here to explain the dangers of early romance, not to be a love advisor. To be honest, teacher's son, what do you think of her? Cheng Zheng asked recklessly. So Yunjin? At first glance, she doesn't seem too impressive, but if you look closely, she's quite pretty. Cheng Zheng, enough. Get back to the classroom immediately. That night, he was indeed driven mad by these two. Cheng Zheng shrugged and obediently walked back to the classroom. As if suddenly remembering something, he stopped and said to the frustrated Lao Sun, "Don't worry, teacher's son. I will give my all for the college entrance examination." Chapter 4. Who Wants to be Cinderella? 1. Gossip works like this. The more you try to clear your name, the more it gets smeared. Conversely, if you're brave enough to admit it, what does it matter if it's true? The rumor about Cheng Zheng and Su Yunjin was no different. After a period of uproar, even the teachers came to have a talk with them, but these two seemed resolute in refusing to respond. After the teacher rearranged their seats, it seemed they had even less contact, and gradually the matter just faded away. June was the thunderstorm season in this city, and the day of the college entrance examination was approaching step by step, like the low pressure before torrential rain, making one feel suffocated. However, in Su Yunjin's world, a sudden thunderbolt shattered the entire sky. The news came from home that her father's illness had been diagnosed by doctors as late-stage liver cancer. Originally, her parents had tacitly decided to keep it from her, but unfortunately, the situation worsened at this critical moment. After her father was sent to the hospital, he showed no signs of improvement and seemed to be nearing his last moments. Seeing that they could no longer hide it, they ultimately couldn't let her beloved father miss seeing her one last time. So, 20 days before the college entrance examination, Su Yunjin was called back home by a phone call from her family. When she returned to school a week later, anyone with eyes could see the black thread wrapped around the button of her school uniform. She didn't show much sadness in front of others. Studying, eating, and sleeping were just like usual, but her eyes were sunken, and her complexion had no trace of color. Somehow, her family was burdened with debt due to her father's illness. Her mother had lost her job, and the news of her mother's declining health due to grief reached the school. Lao Sun stepped in to report the situation to school, which then took the initiative to organize a fundraising campaign among teachers and students for her. Naturally, her class was the most enthusiastic in donating. Students who usually didn't have much pocket money generously contributed. For this, the class even held a small ceremony where Su Yunjin stood at the podium and Meng Shui, the class monitor, personally handed her the envelope with the money and quietly comforted her with a few words. Su Yunjin took the envelope containing the amount with both hands, bowed seriously, and said thank you. The flashing lights in front of her were blinding, making one want to cry. Members of the school's press club captured this moment with a camera. Warm-hearted classmates were showing love and support for a struggling peer. And this was an indispensable news subject for the school publication. Throughout all, Su Yunjin kept her eyes downcast, and no one could see what was hidden behind those long eyelashes. The day of the college entrance examination finally arrived amidst a heavy rain. Those hurried 2.5 days, when recalled later, felt dreamlike. However, the hardships, tension, endurance, and confusion of 3 years of high school came to a conclusion with these 2.5 days. On the evening of the day the exam ended, most graduating classes spontaneously organized a celebration. Cheng Zheng's class booked a large private room at a KTV near the school, which could originally accommodate more than 30 people, but was suddenly packed with over 50. The scene was quite spectacular. The sudden relaxation and sense of loss after the big exam made these high school students, who had been tense for so long, eager to find an outlet for their emotions. As a result, the atmosphere reached a peak of fervor, with beer flowing continuously, and even their homeroom teacher, Mr. Sun, was drunkenly swaying on the sofa. After a few boys finished shouting a song, True Heart Hero, the mournful prelude of Rolling Red Dust began to play. A boy shouted, Cheng Zheng, that's your song. Cheng Zheng stood up from his seat, just as a few boys, sensing the moment, began to yell, Duet time. Where's the female lead? Hurry, bring out the female lead. Sitting in the corner, Su Yunjin hadn't grasped the situation when countless hands pushed her from the shadows. Finally, an overly enthusiastic boy gave her a strong shove from behind, causing her to lose her balance and crash into someone. The person she bumped into quickly caught her, stabilizing her after a little shake, followed by a chorus of whistles and screams. Su Yunjin, ignoring the pain in her forehead from the collision, felt too embarrassed to say sorry or thank you. In a fluster, she tried to pull away from the person, but felt a hand grasp hers in the confusion. Even in that fleeting moment, she could feel the nervous, sweaty grip, slightly trembling, as if trying with all its strength to hold on to her. Su Yunjin felt as if she were under a spell, standing still as he squeezed her hand painfully. In fact, everything happened in just a few seconds, yet she felt time had come to a standstill. Then, that hand quickly released her, and when she looked up, she saw Cheng Zheng's seemingly indifferent expression. He silently extended another microphone in front of Su Yunjin. Her right hand twitched, then clenched into a fist at her side. Subsequently, she avoided his gaze and said apologetically, "Sorry, I can't sing this song." The flickering lights in the room danced across Cheng Zheng's clear and resolute face, changing from light to dark, yet his expression showed no sign of change. Even the hand holding out the microphone remained suspended in the air, showing no intention of retracting it. Some people around had already noticed the awkwardness in the atmosphere, exchanging glances, unsure how to resolve this slightly embarrassing situation. Just then, a slender hand reached out from behind Cheng Zheng and took the microphone from him without hesitation. It was Meng Shui, holding the microphone, slightly tilting her head, smiling as she looked at the big screen, seemingly unaware of what had just happened. Su Yunjin quietly said, "Excuse me, I need to use the restroom." She sidestepped past Cheng Zheng and the coffee table, but he had no intention of moving aside. Her shoulder bumped against his stiff arm, causing a dull ache in one spot. Stepping out of the boisterous room felt like entering another world. At first, it was unintentional. You and I, youthful and inexperienced, the entanglements of love in the mundane world were merely due to life's hurried silence. It seemed like a mistake of the human world or a consequence passed down from a previous life. All of life's pursuits were worth risking the fleeting exchanges of yin and yang. Through the closed door, the singing from the private room faintly drifted out. This was Su Yunjin's favorite song by Luo Daiyou, one she had never dared to sing aloud, only occasionally humming softly. It turned out he knew all along. Taking a deep breath, she decided that since she was out, she might as well go to the restroom. Just as she approached the corner leading to the restroom, she was once again bumped by a reckless figure, causing her to gasp. Rubbing her shoulder, she looked up and saw a familiar face. Zhou Zi, usually sporting a mischievous smile, now wore a look of panic, knowing he had bumped into a classmate but not apologizing, sprinting past Su Yunjin as if fleeing. Confused, Su Yunjin walked around the corner and saw Mo Yuhua's figure partially hidden in the shadows. In her heart, Su Yunjin understood 8 or 9 points of what was happening. She tried to take a few steps closer. "Yua, what are you doing here alone?" Mo Yuhua turned to look at Su Yunjin, her eyes shining with light in the darkness. "You saw him, right? His demeanor. It's as terrifying as a flood or a beast." Su Yunjin sighed inwardly and quietly walked over to her roommate. After a moment of silence, she finally spoke. "Did you tell him?" Mo Yuhua looked elsewhere, seeming to chuckle. "Isn't that just stupid? Would it have been better if I cried?" Su Yunjin felt a pang of discomfort. "No, I don't want to cry," Mo Yuhua slowly said. "I had anticipated this. I never expected anything to come of it, knowing it was impossible. Honestly, I just wanted to go to the restroom and happened to run into him. He had drunk quite a bit. I told myself this might be the last chance heaven gives me to tell him that there's a girl who has been secretly watching him for 3 years. Even if she is not pretty or smart, and maybe he never really looked at her, liking someone is no different from how other girls do it. So, she said it, and he ran away." She paused, trying to smile at Su Yunjin. "I just didn't want to carry this secret forever. After graduation, I don't know when we'll meet again, and there may never be another chance to speak. Now that he knows, my purpose has been achieved. I got what I wanted, so why should I be sad?" Su Yunjin's heart was in turmoil, the intermittent song still haunting her, coming easily yet leaving hard. The heart that should belong to you it still tightly clings to my chest. Meng Shui's singing was beautiful. Listening from afar, it had its moving moments, her voice perfectly complemented by Cheng Zheng's, and she was the same. Mo Yuhua had already gone back, and Su Yunjin hurried into the restroom until she could no longer hear the song. Standing in front of the sink mirror, she splashed cold water on her face and carefully looked at her damp face in the mirror. She did not have Mo Yuhua's courage, so she had to protect herself. Even if she had to curl up inside her shell, it was better than being hurt nakedly. She also didn't have Mo Yuhua's clarity. She was afraid she couldn't force herself to pull away. Once she let go and walked towards him, she would sink, so she had to keep herself away. Chapter 4. Who Wants to Be Cinderella? 3. She never mentioned it, but that didn't mean she forgot. That kiss of his that night, with its unique, domineering heat, kept burning her long after. No one's heart is made of iron, especially not a young girl like her. A boy as excellent as Cheng Zheng showing interest in her. To say she was indifferent would surely be a lie. For a long time, Su Yunjin had repeatedly thought about it. With so many girls, why was he fixated on her? What made her special? Of course, it could be explained that love is unreasonable, and she could naturally accept him, just like Cinderella accepted the prince. But the crux of the matter was that she was unwilling to be Cinderella, who decided that Cinderella must be saved by the prince. The fairy tale only says that Cinderella and the prince lived happily ever after, but no one has delved into how humble that happiness might be. No one has asked Cinderella whether she is willing, nor has anyone asked if she loves the prince. It seems that as long as her foot fits into the glass slipper, she should be grateful and tearfully return to the palace with the prince, and then live in perpetual anxiety within that happiness. Without his rescue, she would still be washing clothes by the cold riverside. However, what if Cinderella met an ordinary fisherman? They fall in love, and she leaves her stepmother's home to be with him. Then there would be no Cinderella in the world, only a beloved princess in the heart of a fisherman. And she, Su Yunjin, may be silent and humble, but she is the princess in her own heart. So she does not want Cheng Zheng's condescending affection, does not want to be the Cinderella others envy, and does not want to hear anyone say, "Look how lucky Su Yunjin is to be loved by Cheng Zheng." Why has no one ever said how lucky Cheng Zheng is to love Su Yunjin? All flower is shall vert, all leaf is shall boti. Cheng Zheng is indeed a favored child of heaven, but even if she is just a weed by the roadside, she is still unique. Later, after her father's death, the family's difficulties made her realize her decision was right. She is grateful to him, just like she is grateful to all the classmates who extended a helping hand. But when Meng Shui handed her that heavy envelope and said in her sweet voice, "Su Yunjin, we all sympathize with your situation. Cheng Zheng and I have donated our entire month's pocket money to you." Su Yunjin knew that there was no possibility between her and Cheng Zheng. She could humbly accept kindness from a stranger, but she could not lower her head in front of the person she loves. She could not. When Meng Shui's figure also appeared behind Su Yunjin in the mirror, Su Yunjin was not particularly surprised. She wiped the droplets from her face and smiled coldly in her heart. Such an evening is truly a suitable time for confessions. As if everyone has something to say and everyone has secrets to express. As if missing this moment would mean it would never come again. What a coincidence, Su Yunjin. You're here too. Su Yunjin smiled, as if she had been prepared for this, quietly waiting for her next words. You also saw it. Cheng Zheng is very unhappy. I have grown up with him since childhood, and I have never seen him like this. Perhaps his experiences have always been too smooth, never having face loss, which is why he cares so much. Meng Shui tidied her long hair in front of the mirror and smiled at Su Yunjin. In fact, she wouldn't say she was particularly beautiful, but her figure was slender and tall, her features delicate, her skin soft, and when she smiled, there was an indescribable charm. Coupled with her graceful demeanor, outgoing personality, and polite treatment of others. Su Yunjin, as a girl, had to admit in her heart that such a girl is more engaging. Surely the boys in the class, when they reluctantly included her in the 8 dinosaurs, were not being sincere. Even if Meng Shui were a dinosaur, she would still be a lovable one. You know, when I have nothing to do, I love reading romance novels. Cheng Zheng always says they are worthless trash. But I think, even if there aren't perfect loves in reality, it's nice to look at them in books. Meng Shui seemed to be speaking endlessly, and Su Yunjin patiently listened. In novels, I dislike seeing the malicious female supporting characters. Clearly, the outstanding male lead loves the fragile female lead, yet she deliberately creates obstacles, stirring discord. But now I really feel like I'm playing that role. She laughed, but that smile didn't reach her somewhat dim eyes. You wouldn't understand that feeling. I have grown up with him, living in the same compound. Cheng's uncle was the director of the engineering technology office, and my dad was the project leader in the department. Now, Cheng's uncle is the director of the design institute, and my dad is the chief engineer in the institute. They often visit each other after work to play chess in the same office building. So although Cheng Zheng has never been very warm towards me, he has never been too far from me. He has a strong personality and is somewhat childlike. Sometimes even Cheng's uncle can't get the better of him. But he and I get along well because I understand him too well and always give in to him. I thought if I stayed by his side, he would eventually like me. After all, he has always said girls are annoying, and I am the one who is closest to him. Even when it came to the division of arts and sciences, I gave up on the arts to be in the same class with him. I thought he treated all girls with indifference, but it turns out he just hadn't met someone he cared about. After you appeared, everything changed. I knew from the moment he pretended to dislike you that you were different to him. Chapter 4. Who Wants to be Cinderella? 4. Meng Shui's eyes were misty. This was the second time Su Yunjin saw a girl's tears on the same night. Emotions are not a good thing. They always make people cry. And Su Yunjin does not like it. Emotions are really a domineering thing, aren't they? They don't ask for reasons or order. 18 years. I have known him for 18 years, and I have liked him since childhood, but these 18 years cannot compare to the 10 months since you appeared. He has determined you, and even 10 horses can't pull him back. I have thus become a complete bystander, with no way out. Su Yunjin demand silent. Her indifference making Meng Shui feel a bit at a loss. Su Yunjin, you might think I'm here to plead with you, but I just want to tell you a fact. Even if you and Cheng Zheng really get together, you want to be happy. His temper is so stubborn, and I can see that even though you don't speak, you're a person with your own ideas. You want to accommodate him, and your personalities are simply not suited to be together. Otherwise, just wait to hurt each other. Moreover, given your family situation, you and Cheng Zheng are completely from two different worlds. Enough, Su Yunjin interrupted Meng Shui. Something she understood in her heart did not mean she wanted to be brought up. Just like she had never planned to accept Cheng Zheng. She did not want Meng Shui to think her words had successfully made her retreat. Su Yunjin went back to the private room to get some of her things and greeted old Sun, planning to leave first. This KTV was not far from the school. It was only a few minutes' walk. As she left, she saw Cheng Zheng sitting on the sofa, listening to Zhou Zi with an exaggerated expression. She could imagine how he would retell the earlier incident. That annoying guy. Su Yunjin felt it was unfair for Mo Yuhua. The continuous heavy rain finally ceased with the end of the college entrance examination. As Su Yunjin walked back to school, it was already past 10 at night, and the street was still bustling and lively. She realized that she had been studying in this key high school in the provincial capital for 2 years and had never noticed how prosperous this street was. Instinctively feeling someone behind her, Su Yunjin turned around to see Cheng Zheng slinging his backpack, standing a few steps away. When he noticed she had seen him, he simply stepped forward to walk alongside her. It's late. A girl shouldn't be walking alone. He kicked a small stone on the road. It's fine. Look how lively it is around here. Did you finish listening to your friend's exciting adventure that quickly? After Su Yunjin spoke, she regretted it. What does that have to do with her? Cheng Zheng indeed showed a bit of surprise. Oh, that, Su Yunjin demand silent. Are you unhappy about this? He looked a bit confused. Su Yunjin thought for a moment and then self-deprecatingly smiled, saying, What right do I have to be unhappy about this? This is just a joke to you all. He can refuse, but why trample on it? She is not usually someone with sharp words and does not easily express her thoughts to others, but on this night, it seemed something was stuck in her heart that she needed to vent. Cheng Zheng was taken aback for a moment, then stepped forward to stand directly in front of her, looking down at her. Zi's heart wasn't bad. He was just too surprised by what happened tonight. But Su Yunjin, it turns out you also stand up for others, which really surprises me. He smiled. You still trample on my feelings the same way. Who will say why for me? He was much taller than her, and Yunjin felt his voice resonate from his chest, with a buzzing echo that reached deep into her heart, making her unable to escape or harden her heart. I will fill in my application for Q University. If nothing unexpected happens, I will go to Beijing after the summer vacation ends. Yunjin, come with me. He stated it as if it were a matter of fact. But within that plainness lay a desperate expectation. After a long while, he lowered his head to search for her reaction. Suddenly, Yunjin raised her head, her face adorned with a radiant smile that Cheng Zheng had never seen before. She didn't answer, but unexpectedly stood on her tiptoes and gently pressed her lips against his. Cheng Zheng's world exploded in fireworks. The brilliantly lit street, the endless flow of vehicles and pedestrians seemed to become a backdrop, just to highlight the faint kiss between the young man and woman. Cheng Zheng, this is my repayment to you. Before Cheng Zheng could react, Yunjin had already stepped back several meters away. Don't follow me anymore, she said. Cheng Zheng watched her figure disappear from his sight, standing still, afraid that this dream would wake too easily. However, someone ultimately woke up before him. After she could no longer see his figure, Yunjin turned around and silently said in his direction, "Goodbye, Cheng Zheng." Chapter 5. Summer insects cannot speak of ice. 1. After the college entrance examination, the process was to estimate scores, then fill in applications, and only then would the actual scores be known. Filling in applications was truly like a gamble. Having good scores was not enough. A bit of luck was needed to successfully get into the desired university. Cheng Zheng was undoubtedly a lucky one. With the highest score in physics in the province and second place among the science students in his school, along with his father's connections at his alma mater, receiving the admission notice from Q University's civil engineering program, the highest engineering school in the country, was expected. However, when Cheng Zheng held that thin admission notice in his hand, basking in the school's accolades, he felt no joy in his heart. He learned from Lao Sun that although Yunjin's admission notice had not yet arrived, with her exam scores, if lucky, she would at most get into an ordinary undergraduate school. Her applications were varied, but they all had one thing in common. The universities she applied to were all far from the great capital. Cheng Zheng knew what this meant. No matter which school she got into, there would definitely be a distance of thousands of miles between them for the next 4 years. Yet she clearly knew everything, including where he was going, and his heart. After watching her leave that night, Cheng Zheng thought he had received a response to his feelings, thought that kiss was her promise, thought she would follow his direction, but it turned out to be such a huge misunderstanding. He thought about contacting her, searched through several classmates' records, but could not find her phone number or address. Even the delivery address for the admission notice was sent to the school. Throughout the summer vacation, Cheng Zheng's home was often filled with people coming to congratulate, seek advice, or take the opportunity to curry favor. Among them were his friends, his parents' colleagues, subordinates, and clients, all praising the boy with bright eyes for remaining calm after getting into a prestigious school. But the feeling of it all was only clear to him when he lay awake at night, staring at the ceiling. Before the start of school, apart from Zhou Zi, the person who frequented Cheng's home the most was Meng Shui. Cheng Zheng had known Meng Shui since childhood. He didn't dislike her and even thought she was one of the easier girls to get along with. Plus, their families were familiar, so whenever she came to his house, he was always polite. Meng Shui got accepted into a third-rate university in Beijing, and with her grades, she could have easily found a better school. Cheng Zheng didn't understand why she was so happy. Meng Shui said she could accompany him for the next 4 years, and Cheng Zheng felt confused. Wasn't he bedridden with polio? Why did she need to accompany him? Every time Meng Shui came over, she would intentionally or unintentionally bring news about Yunjin. She had been admitted to a second-tier university in City G, returned home after the exam, and didn't even hold a teacher appreciation banquet. Once, Meng Shui even managed to get Su's phone number, handing Cheng Zheng a piece of paper with a number written on it, looking as if she already knew everything. But to his surprise, Cheng Zheng not only didn't appreciate it, but also flew into a rage, saying, "What do I need that bumpkin-ass number for?" and kicked Meng Shui out. Meng Shui was angry at the time, but didn't hold a grudge afterward. She came to Cheng's house less often, but still called every few days. After calming down, Cheng Zheng realized he was in the wrong. But ever since he received the admission notice, he had been in a bad mood. After apologizing to Meng Shui, he didn't want to answer her calls. Every time she called, He had his parents or the nanny tell her he wasn't home. As the times he was home increased, even the old nanny felt awkward answering the phone. So Cheng Zheng simply said, "Just tell her I'm dead. Don't bother me anymore." This earned him a scolding from his mother, Zhang Jinin, for speaking thoughtlessly. Cheng Zheng's parents were both busy people, one treating the Design Institute like home, and the other flying around for business. Even so, as parents, they could easily notice that their son's emotions were off. One day, the three of them sat together for dinner, and Zhang Jinin asked her son, "Did you have a fight with Meng Shui?" Cheng Zheng replied irritably, "I hate you tying me together with her." His father, Cheng Yansheng, maintained his usual serious tone. "I still suggest you focus on your studies before considering these issues. At your age, you should put more energy into serious matters. When I was young, I didn't waste time like your generation, lamenting over new words." He paused, then shifted his tone. "With your temper, only Meng Shui can tolerate you. I already said it's not because of her." Cheng Zheng, feeling stubborn, set down his chopsticks. "When you were young, you were so dedicated to the country. Who was it that deceived my mom during college?" Seeing his father's face change, Zhang Jinin hurriedly mediated, Take it easy, take it easy. If it's not Meng Shui, then who is it that has you so troubled? Your dad and I are just concerned about you. My son has been outstanding since kindergarten. Always chased after by girls. Chapter 5. Summer insects cannot speak of ice, too. In short, don't ask me. I'm doing well. Don't treat me like a mental patient. Cheng Zheng was the only child in 3 generations, doted on since he was little, and, at home, he acted like a little tyrant. Zhang Jinin smiled with pursed lips. "I wonder if it's that girl you cut out from your graduation photo. She doesn't look that special. Is she prettier than Meng Shui?" Cheng Zheng's face immediately turned bright red, stammering, "Why are you going through my things? Don't you understand this invades my privacy? What do you mean going through your things? You didn't hide it. You just stuffed it under your pillow. A few days ago, when I was changing your sheets because the aunt was having back pain, I saw it. I was just about to ask who you had such a deep grudge against that you cut their head out of the graduation photo. Upon closer inspection, wasn't one of the headless ones my son? The other one looked like a girl from the clothes, and looking at the name on the back. It seems to be Su something." Cheng Zheng's face changed colors like a palette, alternating between red and white, unable to articulate anything. Zhang Jinin continued to laugh. "If you hate her so much, why do you have to cut your own head off too? I say, son, you're acting a bit strange, hey. Don't leave before we finish." Eating the sound of a heavy door slamming came from Cheng Zheng's room. He was half lying on the bed, taking out something locked in the drawer. On a small card, Su Yunjin and Cheng Zheng were closely cuddled together, their heads touching. His mother was right. He also felt that this was truly perverted. But what could he do? She had no other photos, and even in the graduation picture, her face was calm. Tightly pursed lips. Looking at the photo in his hand, the boy who had sailed smoothly for 18 years felt a sense of despair for the first time. As if a piece of his heart was missing. He realized that the more he wanted something, the less he could hold on to it. Everything was his solo performance. Even the kiss that stirred his heart was merely a farewell filled with her pity. That day she said, "This is what I owe you." Cheng Zheng buried his head in the pillow. "Su Yunjin, what are you using to repay me?" On Su Yunjin's side, it was a completely different situation. Half a month after Cheng Zheng received his admission notice, she also picked up her acceptance letter from school. Speaking of luck, with her grades teetering on the edge of the undergraduate admission line, she accidentally managed to get into a second-tier university in a southern city by the Pearl River, majoring in public relations. Everyone was surprised that this introverted girl chose such a major. In fact, she was competing with herself, treating it as a new beginning, hoping to live out a different version of Su Yunjin. The process of raising tuition fees was not smooth. Her father's illness and passing meant that the family had borrowed money from all the relatives and friends they could. And although the school's donations helped them pay off some of it, who among those who calculated would be willing to lend money to a family that had lost its pillar and had no repayment ability? Fortunately, her high school alma mater stepped in and contacted her future university, allowing her to defer payment due to her family's difficulties, promising that she could make up for it once the student loan was approved. Su Yunjin spent the entire summer vacation stringing beads at a clothing factory in the county town, leaving her no time to worry. With the meager earnings from those 2 months, along with her mother's efforts to gather travel expenses and 2 months of living costs. She set off on her journey to university. The night before her departure, the mother and daughter wept in their bare room. The mother felt heartbroken that her daughter was burdened with loans before even stepping into society, while Yunjin only said that owing money to the bank meant paying interest, which was better than owing a debt of gratitude that couldn't be repaid. The only thing that saddened her was that after going to study in another province, she had to leave her mother alone at home. However, there was one thing Yunjin did not say. Her father was gone, but her mother was still young. Did she have to live alone for the rest of her life? Her departure for study might be another way to fulfill her mother's life. For a moment, Yunjin thought of Cheng Zheng, such a noble and aloof boy, who missed a girl he had a slight fondness for in his world. Perhaps his greatest setback in life. Summer insects cannot talk about ice. He would never understand the world she was in. Everyone feels a bit out of place when they first arrive in a completely new city, and Yunjin was no exception. This metropolis in southern China had a strong Lingnan flavor that was entirely unfamiliar to her. But she quickly adapted to the city, or rather, the city accepted her rapidly with its unique inclusiveness. She gradually became familiar with the humid and rainy subtropical climate here. The half-old arcades faintly visible among the densely packed city corners, and of course, the most representative bustling commercial area. The dark-skinned, thin locals had a kind of straightforward shrewdness, while their housewives were mostly experts in medicinal tonics. People from all over the country communicated effortlessly in Mandarin with different accents, and no one cared where you came from. Chapter 5. Summer insects cannot talk about ice. 3. Her school was a comprehensive university formed by the merger of several schools. While it wasn't a key institution, it still held a certain level of recognition in the city, due to the school's overall emphasis on the humanities. The proportion of female students was slightly higher than that of male students, and it had a long-standing tradition of producing beautiful women, which also became a striking attraction for boys from neighboring universities. Yunjin was one of the few girls in her major with a background in science. From the moment she entered campus as a freshman, she had a clear understanding, while others could enjoy the suddenly relaxed university life. She had to work hard for her livelihood. Fortunately, a few months into the semester, the student loans were approved smoothly. Through her homeroom teacher's introduction, she found a part-time job in the department office. The monthly pay was quite low, not enough for wealthy classmates to buy a single piece of clothing. But Yunjin felt satisfied. There weren't many classes in her freshman year, and compared to the high school third year that had only half a day off each week, she now had an abundance of free time, after feeling that she could manage both her studies and the office work. Yunjin found herself a tutoring job in the 4th month after entering university. This tutoring job was obtained from a foreign language student who had found it outside the school. The student was a 3rd grader living in a nearby community. The parents required the tutor to help the girl with her homework 2 evenings a week, paying 15 yuan per hour. The foreign language student thought the pay was too low and transferred the job by posting it on the school bulletin board. Yunjin took it up with a 35 yuan agency fee. Tutoring might be a necessary option for many college students who work part-time. Yunjin's first teaching experience progressed more smoothly than she had imagined. The student's family was a simple, well-off 3-person household. The girl was a bit spoiled but still well-behaved, needing someone to guide her through her homework since her parents were both office workers and had little time to attend to her studies. Yunjin was cautious and quiet by nature, teaching patiently. Occasionally, when the girl acted spoiled, even her parents couldn't stand it, but Yunjin simply smiled it off, earning the parents' approval. The students' parents were relatively humble and reasonable, without the worries of harassment often reported about female college student tutors in newspapers and online. Yunjin continued with the tutoring job comfortably. The earnings from tutoring, combined with her income from the department office, were enough for her daily needs. Yunjin's freshman life passed in this calm busyness. In class, she was mostly in and out quickly. She rarely stayed in the dormitory unless it was break time, and she had no time to experience the vibrant club life that every college student talked about. Her grades were neither good nor bad, not outstanding enough to attract the teacher's attention, but far from needing to retake exams. Although she didn't have particularly close friends in class or the dorm, she got along reasonably well with others. She felt that her quiet life seemed not much different from high school. The only difference being that now she had her own little happiness in her heart. The obscure and dim insecurities and fears of adolescence seemed to fade away gradually after that farewell on the night of the college entrance examination. Unbeknownst to her, after bidding farewell to her timidity, no longer constantly lowering her head, Su Yunjin slowly began to shine. In fact, Su Yunjin had a fair and delicate face, a high forehead, and clear features. Although she dressed simply, her figure was slender and her demeanor calm. Even walking in a school renowned for producing beautiful women, she was not without attracting attention. Their essay saying that the most captivating beauty is the one who doesn't know she is beautiful. Su Yunjin belonged to this category. Even once when she visited Mo Yuhua's school, there were classmates who inquired about her. But Yuhua was not interested in such matters and did not mention it in front of Su Yunjin. Here, I have to mention Mo Yuhua. It's a coincidence that after the college entrance examination results were released, Su Yunjin contacted her and found out that they were studying in the same city. The difference is that Mo Yuhua's hard work has paid off better. She was admitted to the most prestigious national key university in this city, named after a great figure, and is enrolled in the clinical medicine program, which offers a combined Bachelor-S and Master-S degree. At that time, she was also a key promotional subject of their high school. Among their classmates, Su Yunjin's deskmate, Song Ming, was the top science student in their school that year. But due to a mistake in his application, he ended up at Harbin Institute of Technology. Meng Shui is also in the same city as him. As for Zhou Zi, she heard he is at a university in Shanghai. About this person, Yuhua didn't mention again, and Su Yunjin also refrained from bringing him up. Chapter 5. Summer insects cannot talk about ice. 4. Su Yunjin and Mo Yuhua were high school classmates for 2 years. Although they were relatively close in class, they weren't particularly deep friends. Instead, after graduating from high school, they gradually became closer. Perhaps because of the events that happened during the last few months of their senior year, which deepened their understanding of each other. People are like this. Sharing each other's secrets and pains brings them closer. They both seem quiet, but their personalities are quite different. Su Yunjin appears silent on the outside, but is actually sensitive and stubborn inside, while Mo Yuhua, in comparison, is more open-minded and clear-headed. Su Yunjin regards Mo Yuhua as her only friend, although one is busy with work study and the other spends all day in the lab. They don't get to gather often, but whenever something happens that needs a listening ear, they always think of each other. Part 2, Chapter 6. The End of the World and the Collapse of Heaven. 1. During the summer vacation after the first year of college, Su Yunjin mentioned Zheng to Mo Yuhua for the first time on the train back home. Zheng is a senior in Su Yunjin's department, currently in his 3rd year. Before she met him, she had already heard his name multiple times during dormitory talks. She really got to know him in the department office, where she would go to send and receive documents, type, and run errands when she didn't of classes. Zheng, being the president of the student council in their department, was well liked by the teachers and frequently appeared there, which made them familiar with each other over time. At first, Su Yunjin was quite dismissive of this so-called student leader, but after getting to know Zheng up close, she began to understand that a person's popularity is not without reason. She had never seen such a clean gaze from someone who had moved on from childhood. Yes, if she had to describe Zheng with one word, it would be clean. It is said that his family background is not very good, just like Su Yunjin, coming from a small county, but this does not affect how outstanding he appears to others. The rumors about his excellent grades and frequent awards in various competitions didn't concern Su Yunjin much. She had seen her fair share of top students. What impressed her was the way he looked at people, with clear and candid eyes and a gentle smile. Of course, he was also good-looking, but his attractiveness was entirely different from Cheng Zheng's rugged handsomeness and Zhou Zi's charming yet mischievous appeal. Zheng had a quality akin to the fresh clarity of a clear moon and a gentle breeze, making interactions with him inexplicably comfortable and appropriate. Su Yunjin couldn't remember when she first started paying attention to him. Perhaps it was one summer afternoon when she lifted her head from a pile of disorganized documents and happened to see his com profile. At that moment, she couldn't help but think, life is stable and time is peaceful. Then he seemed to notice her gaze and smiled at her, causing Su Yunjin to blush inexplicably. Thus, somewhat intentionally and unintentionally, the two gradually became familiar. However, the more familiar they became, the more Su Yunjin felt she couldn't understand Cheng Zheng. He treated everyone well, making people feel like they were in spring, but his gentleness was unattainable. He could understand what you were thinking, yet you couldn't decipher his thoughts. He smiled, and although he was right there, it felt impossible to get close to him. Nevertheless, Cheng Zheng took special care of Su Yunjin. Occasionally, they would chat and joke together. When Su Yunjin was busy tutoring or overwhelmed with department office tasks, he would quietly help her finish what needed to be done. "So, can I take it that you like him?" Moyui asked. Su Yunjin thought for a long time before answering. "I don't know. I just feel very comfortable with him. It's easy to think of forever together." "Forever together? What about Cheng Zheng? What do you think when you're with him?" Moyui asked with great interest. Su Yunjin paused for a moment and blurted out, "The collapse of heaven and earth." As soon as the words left her mouth, both of them burst into laughter. That summer vacation after the first year of college, a busybody among their high school classmates organized a reunion. Somehow, they managed to contact Su Yunjin and insisted she attend. Su Yunjin didn't want to go, but she thought to herself, what is there to be afraid of? Haven I always wanted to overcome my shyness and introversion. Why not start now? So on the day of the reunion, she took a bus early in the morning to the provincial capital. The gathering was arranged for a barbecue at a park on the outskirts of the city. By the time Su Yunjin arrived, many people were already there. After a year of college life, her classmates, who had once been dull and taciturn due to the pressure of the college entrance exam, seemed to have become much more lively and spirited. Upon seeing Su Yunjin, a group of boys began shouting, "The evil university has turned dinosaurs into beauties." Su Yunjin smiled, not taking offense, and Moyui didn't come, so she chatted casually with other classmates about their experiences in college. Cheng Zheng was also there. She noticed him as soon as she arrived, but he didn't even glance at her. Out of courtesy, she intended to greet him, if only because without his help, she would have scored the highest in math during the college entrance exam. When their eyes met, Su Yunjin nodded and smiled at him, but he turned his face away with a look of disgust, and they did not exchange any further glances. His hair was shorter, making his features more pronounced, but the lines around his mouth had become a bit more rigid than before. Even in his elite university, a boy like him should stand out, Su Yunjin thought. But perhaps he only needs a single person as gaze now. Meng Shui was sitting very close to him, constantly grilling food for him, and her attitude was quite affectionate. This was quite normal. They had been childhood friends and were now attending the same university, so it was only natural for them to be together. Chapter 6. The End of the World and the Collapse of Heaven. 2. Just as Su Yunjin was about to grab something to eat, a pair of beautiful hands offered her a paper plate filled with grilled meat. She looked up and saw Zhou Zi's extraordinarily radiant face smiling at her. Su Yunjin didn't have a good impression of Zhou Zi, but she still thanked him. "I like to serve beauties," he said, sitting down casually beside her. Su Yunjin chuckled. "Master Zhou, you flatter me. I'm just Xiao Fong, and I'm quite flattered." Zhou Zi laughed heartily and didn't take it to heart, saying, "Not bad. You can joke now. Hey, how did I not notice this pearl among the fish eyes before?" Su Yunjin half-jokingly replied, "You've missed more than one pearl before." "Is that so?" Zhou Zi raised an eyebrow and said playfully, "If you don't mind, give me a chance." Su Yunjin was about to respond when she heard a cold snicker not far away. She turned to see Cheng Zheng looking at Zhou Zi with a smirk, saying, "If you have too many opportunities, aren't you afraid Jia will impose punishments of love on you?" Upon hearing this, Zhou Zi felt instantly bored and rubbed his nose, saying, "Can we not mention that fierce woman when we're out?" It turned out that he had a girlfriend. Su Yunjin suddenly understood and thought of Moyui, feeling a pang of bitterness for her. For more than a year, it seemed Moyui had completely forgotten about Zhou Zi, but Su Yunjin knew that some things, even if they'd scar the heart, were still untouchable. Following that, Zhou Zi made a few offhand jokes, and seeing that Su Yunjin was distracted, he awkwardly walked away. Cheng Zheng, however, suddenly became more interested, chatting and laughing with Meng Shui, and he didn't even glance at Su Yunjin when she said her goodbyes early. After returning to school at the end of summer vacation, Su Yunjin was caught in a dilemma about whether to tell Moyui about this matter. Finally, one night in the dormitory, after talking about some trivial matters on the phone, she brought it up. She mentioned hearing that he had a good girlfriend. She spoke without much context, and the person on the other end didn't ask for details, but was silent for a few seconds before simply saying, "Oh." Mo Yuhua replied lightly, "That's normal. I have the right to choose the people I like, and so does he. But why would the person you chose be him?" That kind of frivolous and wayward boy could actually make the clear-minded Mo Yuhua like him so much. Mo Yuhua said, "Sometimes reason tells us to do some clear and correct things, but emotions go against that." The courses in the second year were arranged more tightly than in the first year. Su Yunjin was like a spinning top, darting between the department office, tutoring, and classrooms. This year, during Qingming Festival, she didn't go home to visit her father's grave. Her mother called and told her that she had gone alone to pay her respects. When her mother spoke of this, she finally could do so without tears. Time had passed, and even the deepest wounds would form a blurry scab, growing together with flesh and blood, making the injured place harder. In the end, her mother also mentioned that she had found a temporary job at the largest clothing factory in the county through an introduction. It was tiring, but the income was decent, so Su Yunjin wouldn't have to work so hard. "It's okay, I'm used to it," Su Yunjin said, compared to not having to work. She was happier that her mother was no longer crying all day. Another thing that lingered in Su Yunjin's mind was that Cheng Zheng was in his fourth year and would be leaving school in a few months. At this time, most fourth-year students had already secured job offers, and there had been news recently that the department head had recommended him to stay at school. But then there was no further information. Su Yunjin wanted to know his whereabouts, so on a day when they both had no classes, she arranged to meet him at the library. When she arrived at the library around 3 in the afternoon, there were few people reading or studying, and only a scattered few were sitting on the long benches in the reading room. From a distance, she saw Cheng Zheng's back and tiptoed over, only to find that he had his eyes closed, resting his head on the table with a book half covering his face. Su Yunjin found it a bit funny. This was the first time she had seen Cheng Zheng asleep. The afternoon breeze in April, filtering through the half-open blinds of the reading room, created a slightly intoxicating atmosphere perfect for a nap. She gently moved the book that was covering his face, revealing his clean and gentle features, which at that moment exuded a peaceful tranquility that was heartwarming. The wind lightly stirred his hair, and Su Yunjin felt a sudden impulse to reach out and brush aside a strand of hair from his forehead, just as her fingers touched his face. One of his hands, which had been resting on the desk, quickly grasped her fingertips, and then he opened his eyes, looking at her with a smile. Su Yunjin was momentarily stunned. Seeing that he had no intention of letting go, she didn't rush to pull away but smiled in response. The two of them remained silent, their intertwined fingers conveying a kind of ambiguous understanding. It was until someone walked by and cleared their throat that Cheng Zheng slowly released her hand. Su Yunjin bit her lip and withdrew her hand under the table. And after a while, she finally asked him, "Didn't I hear you were staying at school recently? Why has it changed to someone else?" Cheng Zheng rested his chin on one hand and casually replied, "I turned it down. I didn't plan to stay at school." Then Su Yunjin hesitated to ask. "I've signed with Yonkai," he said. Yonkai Group? That name was familiar to everyone, even in this southern metropolis of China, filled with foreign enterprises and large state-owned companies. Yonkai's reputation was well known. It was said that its hiring probability was 1 in 1,000, and he had quietly signed with this company. However, in her imagination, she always felt that teaching at a university suited him better. Su Yunjin said with a hint of regret, "I believe that teaching at a university would be more fitting for you." "Trust me, I know better what I'm suited for," Cheng Zheng replied. Perhaps it was because he had just woken up from a pleasant dream. There was a lazy smile on his face that Su Yunjin was not familiar with. Whether it's work or people, he looked at her and added, "Yuhua." He held my hand. "You come tell me I'm not dreaming." That night, Su Yunjin told Mo Yuhua about what happened during the day over the phone, her heart still rippling with emotion. Mo Yuhua's voice on the other end carried a hint of laughter. "I can only say congratulations. But I always have this feeling that it's unreal. What does it matter if it's real or not? As long as it feels happy," she said. Happiness? Su Yunjin pondered this word. Wasn't he the happiness she wanted, just this simple, steady, and peaceful? Right after hanging up with Mo Yuhua and lying on her bed, the dormitory phone rang again. Her roommate answered and then called out, Yunjin, it's for you again. Su Yunjin hurriedly got up, took the receiver, and said hello. But there was no response for a long time. She thought there was a bad connection, fiddled with the phone line, and said hello a couple more times. But the other end remained silent. Instinctively wanting to hang up, something in her mind sparked, and she tightened her grip on the receiver. Is it you? She asked, unable to believe it. There was no answer. Su Yunjin fell silent as well. After a long while, she seemed to hear a barely audible sigh from the other end, followed by the sound of a disconnection beep. The call had no caller ID. So Su Yunjin asked her roommate who had answered the phone. It was a guy with a really nice voice, her roommate replied. Su Yunjin didn't know why she instinctively thought of him. But how could it possibly be him? That day, his expression had been so indifferent. Is it him? No. It couldn't be him. That night, Su Yunjin fell into a deep sleep amidst such chaotic thoughts, and before she slipped into a dream, she didn't even realize that one of her fingers gently brushed against her lips. After that day, in the library, a certain understanding developed between Su Yunjin and Cheng Zheng. Although neither of them had explicitly expressed their feelings, everything was understood without words. They spent more time together, and sometimes while walking through the tree-lined paths of the school, Cheng Zheng would smile and take Su Yunjin's hand, placing it in his warm, dry palm, making her feel like her heart had found a place to rest. Even without deliberately flaunting it, their relationship quickly became known to others. However, most people viewed this pair of beautiful people with admiration and blessings. Su Yunjin's roommates teased her, saying she was the luckiest one in a college romance. When one feels happy, time always seems to pass too quickly. In the blink of an eye, May Day arrived. Originally, Su Yunjin was supposed to spend the long holiday tutoring her students, but as the holiday approached, the students' parents informed her that their family of 3 would be going on a long trip, so the tutoring was naturally canceled. This was fine. Su Yunjin didn't mind taking a break. With 7 days of free time ahead, and since Cheng Zheng was about to graduate, it was better for them to spend more time together during this period. On the day before May Day, Su Yunjin and Cheng Zheng had agreed to go to Liurong Temple together. Early in the morning, just after Su Yunjin finished her grooming, her roommate returned from breakfast and told her, Yunjin, your boyfriend is waiting for you downstairs. Su Yunjin felt a flush on her face. She wasn't used to referring to Cheng Zheng that way. Didn't they agree on 9:30? Su Yunjin looked at the time. It wasn't even 9 yet. It was rare for him to be so eager. She secretly smiled and hurried downstairs, not noticing the puzzled expression on her roommate's face. When she reached the ground floor, Su Yunjin looked around but didn't see Cheng Zheng. Just as she was feeling confused, her gaze inadvertently fell on the sidewalk across from the dormitory building. She was startled and shook her head in disbelief. The dream from last night had been too chaotic, and she hadn't slept well. Could she be hallucinating? But could a hallucination feel so real? The figure in front of her even seemed to be a bit taller than she remembered. He should be in Beijing now, or with his parents. He could be anywhere except standing under her university dormitory at this moment. But who else could it be? He was wearing a simple t-shirt and jeans, with a bag slung over his shoulder that looked like luggage. His eyes were already directed at her, and aside from fatigue, there was a familiar sparkle in his expression. Seeing Su Yunjin's incredulous look, Cheng Zheng didn't rush towards her. The two of them exchanged glances across a not-so-wide campus path for a few seconds. Finally, Su Yunjin had to react first and walked over with a stiff neck. How come you're here? Su Yunjin stood next to him and struggled to get out a conversation starter. Cheng Zheng raised his chin slightly. What? This school is yours? Others can't come? Su Yunjin quickly shook her head. That's not what I meant. My roommate just said my boyfriend is downstairs. It was me who said that, Cheng Zheng said with a hint of a smile. So how about it? I asked several people before I found out which dorm room you were in. And why do all the girls here act like they've never seen a man before? Nothing's happening. Don't talk nonsense. Su Yunjin couldn't help but lower her head. Cheng Zheng crossed his arms and said, Su Yunjin, I've noticed you always look like you've committed a grave sin in front of me. This remark hit Su Yunjin's soft spot perfectly. She was also confused as to why, upon seeing him, all her long-forgotten insecurities, timidity, and panic came rushing back, along with an indescribable sense of guilt. Even though she clearly owed him nothing. Is it that you also understand in your heart that you owe me? He seemed to read her mind. intentionally bending down and bringing his face close to hers, speaking slowly. A trace of annoyance surged in Su Yunjin's heart, and she pushed him away angrily, provoking his mischievous smile. Just as she was about to say something, she noticed Cheng Zheng looking aside, and she turned to follow his gaze. Cheng Zheng was standing not far away in a white shirt and black pants, looking fresh. Su Yunjin instinctively took a few steps back from Cheng Zheng, trying hard to calm her racing heart and appear as usual. "You're here?" she said to Cheng Zheng. Cheng Zheng smiled gently as always, without a hint of turbulence in his eyes. "I guess you would come early, so I arrived early too. Do you have a friend?" Cheng Zheng straightened up slowly, looking at the outstandingly handsome boy across from him with a guarded expression. "Yunjin, aren't you going to introduce us?" he said coldly. "Oh." Su Yunjin came back to her senses and hurriedly introduced them. "This is Cheng Zheng. Zheng, this is my high school classmate Cheng Zheng, studying in Beijing." She affectionately referred to the person, yet hurried to clarify her relationship with him, causing Cheng Zheng's initial joy at seeing her to be gradually replaced by an indescribable panic. "Is he your boyfriend?" he asked, hoping for her denial. "Say he isn't quickly." Su Yunjin didn't answer, but her flushed face as she looked at Cheng Zheng had already given Cheng Zheng the clearest answer. In the past, Cheng Zheng had often heard that heartbreak could shatter a person, and he always scoffed at it. But if a heart were to be torn like this, he would rather it break and lose all sensation. He had finally made up his mind to stop opposing himself, traveling thousands of miles across China to find someone he had been longing for. He had considered the worst outcomes, but in his mind, the worst would only be that she ignored him. He had never realized she could belong to someone else. He should leave immediately, completely forget this foolish journey and this person he loathed. Yet, his inherent stubbornness and pride kept him still. When Cheng Zheng smiled and nodded at him, he even managed to force a smile in return. "Here for a trip?" Cheng Zheng asked. "Sort of, I have relatives here, and I also came to see an old classmate," Cheng Zheng replied. "Oh, I won't be interrupting you, will I?" he said, though there was no hint of apology in his expression. Su Yunjin was a bit surprised by his restraint. In the past, his temper might have flared up by now. She self-deprecatingly thought that perhaps she had overestimated her importance, thinking he was here solely to find her. "No, we're just heading to Liurong Temple. Are you interested?" "Sure. I have nothing else to do," Cheng Zheng readily agreed. Su Yunjin was momentarily stunned. Anyone could tell her invitation was just a polite gesture. Yet he unexpectedly accepted to join them. This outing became the most bizarre experience for Su Yunjin. Walking with two outstanding boys, she felt like she was sitting on needles. Not only did she not know what Cheng Zheng was thinking, but even Cheng Zheng, whom she thought she understood, was also unfathomable to her. Su Yunjin had something on her mind and was afraid that saying too much would lead to mistakes, so she remained sullen. Fortunately, Cheng Zheng handled things well, casually sharing local customs and culture with Cheng Zheng along the way, maintaining a friendly demeanor without being overly familiar. Liurong Temple is located on Liurong Road. Although it was the first day of the long holiday, the temple was not particularly crowded. Upon entering the temple, the ancient structure surrounded by dense trees and solemn statues made one's heart calm down. The three walked and observed. The most bustling area in the temple was, of course, in front of the statue of Guanyin. No matter how times change, the desires that people cannot satisfy remain numerous. Feeling powerless, they can only turn to the void of deities for help. Cheng Zheng, following local customs, bought incense and candles like other worshippers and handed them to Su Yunjin and Cheng Zheng. Cheng Zheng shook his head and said, "I don't believe in this." Cheng Zheng smiled and said, "Everyone has unattainable wishes. If believing makes you happier, why not believe? Since we're here, let us light a stick of incense. It's said that the Guanyin here is very effective. Who knows, it might really grant your wish." Cheng Zheng remained silent for a moment and didn't insist further. He accepted the incense, lit it, and bowed solemnly in front of the statue like the other two, writing his name and wish in the merit book, then dropping the incense money into the donation box. Su Yunjin saw him take out a 100 yuan note from his jeans pocket and throw it into the box without even furrowing his brow. And couldn't he help but say, "Just a token of appreciation is enough." Cheng Zheng replied, "My intentions are worth more than this." After the incense was lit, Cheng Zheng noticed that Su Yunjin was sweating lightly on her forehead due to the high temperature near the incense burner. He suggested going to the temple gate to buy water. Su Yunjin wanted to accompany him, but was worried about leaving Cheng Zheng alone. After Cheng Zheng left, only Cheng Zheng and she were left standing in place. Su Yunjin felt a bit awkward for no reason, unsure of what to say. It felt strange to be polite with him, yet she didn't know how to start a conversation, so she pretended to be focused on the surroundings and wandered around casually. Unintentionally, she turned a corner and arrived in front of the Sixth Patriarch Hall, where there was a different kind of scenery. Seeing the statue of the Sixth Patriarch inside, with its flowing robes and wise expression, so lifelike, Su Yunjin couldn't help but think of the famous story of the Sixth Patriarch's enlightenment. Just as she was lost in thought, she heard footsteps behind her. Without needing to turn around, she could already sense who it was. "What are you doing here?" he asked. "I'm looking at the statue of the Sixth Patriarch." Only someone with a natural wisdom like the Sixth Patriarch could have such an expression that transcends everything. Su Yunjin replied, looking at the statue. "But not everyone is the Sixth Patriarch." Cheng Zheng slowly walked to her side. A feeling of helplessness surged in Su Yunjin's heart. "Cheng Zheng, you should go back." "Why should I go back? I still won't understand it clearly. I thought you just didn't know how to love someone. But it turns out you just don't know how to love me. You can be so disappointed that Z has a girlfriend and quickly find a suitable boyfriend at school. Why can't you give me an explanation?" His face was against the light, making it hard to see his expression. "What explanation do you want?" Su Yunjin suddenly turned around but bumped into his arms. Through the thin t-shirt, she could feel his warmth and his unique scent, so familiar, as if she had returned to that summer, and if she just turned around, she would see him. Cheng Zheng held her tightly and said recklessly, "If you don't like me, that's fine, but why did you kiss me and then push me away? What does that mean? Let go, let go." "The Bodhisattva is watching," Su Yunjin said as she pushed his arms away. "But the Bodhisattva can't see how sad I am." Cheng Zheng let his hands fall, feeling wronged. "Yunjin, I came specifically to find you. At least tell me what I did wrong." This was the first time Su Yunjin saw the usually strong Cheng Zheng show such weakness in front of her, and she couldn't help but feel a bit sad. She always thought he was childlike, that he would forget after a while, but surprisingly, after so long, he still sought her out. "It's not that you aren't good enough. In fact, you're too good. We're just not suitable." "What kind of nonsense is that? Is Cheng Zheng suitable?" he said indignantly. "This is none of your business." Chapter 7. The Bodhisattva doesn't know how sad I am, too. Cheng Zheng was hurt, and his tone returned to its usual arrogance. "I don't care. You can't treat me like this. That night you said, 'This is what I owe you,' but let me tell you, you can't repay it." Su Yunjin silently looked at him. This was the Cheng Zheng she was familiar with, and she hated his domineering attitude, his unreasonable nature, and his belief that he deserved everything. She thought he had changed, but in reality, he hadn't changed at all. She walked past him and left the Sixth Patriarch Hall in silence, just in time to see Cheng Zheng coming over with several bottles of mineral water. Upon seeing Cheng Zheng's clear smile, Su Yunjin felt as if a drowning person had found land, and her heart finally settled. In the following days, Cheng Zheng insisted that Su Yunjin take him around. He made this request as an old classmate, and Su Yunjin couldn't refuse. However, after returning from Lu Rong Temple, she tried to avoid being alone with him. Whenever they went out, she always brought Cheng Zheng along, and her attitude towards Cheng Zheng remained lukewarm. No matter what he said, openly or covertly, she remained indifferent. Cheng Zheng seemed completely unaware of the strange atmosphere between Cheng Zheng and Su Yunjin. Every time Su Yunjin invited him to go out, he gladly accepted. Thanks to his wisdom and good temperament, the inexplicable trio didn't feel too awkward. As days passed, Cheng Zheng's heart seemed to slowly fade. On the fifth day, he suggested to Su Yunjin and Cheng Zheng that he would return to Beijing the next day. Su Yunjin secretly breathed a sigh of relief, so out of politeness, she and Cheng Zheng treated him to a meal at a small restaurant near the school that evening. Throughout the meal, Cheng Zheng appeared unusually silent, and even after drinking a few beers with Cheng Zheng, his mood did not improve. Seeing him like this, Su Yunjin felt a bit of compassion, but didn't know what to say. Since she didn't plan to give him any response, she shouldn't give him any expectations. That would be better for both of them. He was just someone who hadn't tasted the bitterness of unfulfilled desire. After this period, when he figured it out, Su Yunjin would just be a joke to him. The three of them ate in silence for a long time, and as they neared the end, Cheng Zheng took the initiative to raise his beer glass and politely said to them, "Thank you for taking the time to accompany me these past few days. If I disturbed you, I'll apologize with this glass. I won't say anything else, just hope you can drink this with me." Cheng Zheng raised his glass and said, "Not at all. You're Yunjin's old classmate. It's only right for us to be good hosts." He glanced at Su Yunjin, who looked troubled at the full glass of beer. "I can't hold my liquor. Can we just skip it?" Su Yunjin said with a bitter smile. Cheng Zheng looked straight at her. "This is the first toast I'm giving you. Are you really going to refuse even this request?" With that, Su Yunjin was caught in a dilemma, drinking or not drinking. At that moment, Cheng Zheng finished his drink and took the glass from Su Yunjin's hand. "If you don't mind, I'll drink this for Yunjin." Cheng Zheng's lips curled up slightly, but his tone was stiff. "This is between me and her. I'm afraid you can't substitute." The facade of harmony that had been maintained was broken by Cheng Zheng's insistence. Su Yunjin said nothing, snatched the glass back from Cheng Zheng's hand, and tilted her head to drink. She usually hardly touched alcohol, and halfway through the full glass of beer, she felt like she was going to vomit. Even Cheng Zheng felt anxious for her, yet she forced herself to finish it. In the end, she choked and started coughing uncontrollably, her face turning red, and tears appeared in her eyes from the choking. Cheng Zheng hurriedly handed her a tissue. She slammed the empty glass down on the table and coughed while saying to Cheng Zheng, "Are you satisfied now?" Cheng Zheng looked coldly at this scene and suddenly smiled at Cheng Zheng, saying, "You see, she's just this stubborn. You can't provoke her at all." Cheng Zheng patted Su Yunjin's back and, seeing her recover, said nonchalantly, "I actually quite like her temperament." Cheng Zheng picked up on his words, "But sometimes her stubbornness really makes people grind their teeth in frustration." "Not at all. Yunjin's character is soft on the outside, but tough on the inside. As long as you give her enough respect, she is actually easy to get along with." Su Yunjin felt a bit uneasy as the two of them exchanged remarks as if she didn't exist, but she didn't know how to interrupt. "You haven't known her for long, have you? You seem to know her quite well." "Actually, knowing someone requires more than just time." Cheng Zheng smiled again and continued, "Since you know her so well, can you answer a question that has puzzled me for a long time on her behalf?" At this point, Su Yunjin had a feeling she knew what he was going to say next. Cheng Zheng ignored the warning look she shot at him and continued, "I've never understood why. Once, she kissed me in front of so many people on the street and then left me there, never contacting me again. What was that all about?" Chapter 7. The Bodhisattva doesn't know how sad I am. 3. Cheng Zheng. Su Yunjin was so angry that she couldn't catch her breath and started coughing again. Cheng Zheng looked at Cheng Zheng in silence for a while, neither exploding nor asking further, just grabbing Su Yunjin's hand resting on the dining table and saying, "If Yunjin is unwilling to answer your question, it must be because what you mentioned is just a misunderstanding. A kiss can have many meanings, just like when she kisses me, I never need to ask why." Cheng Zheng's smile froze at the corner of his mouth. On this warm and humid night in May, he felt a chill slowly seeping into his bones. He thought, maybe he really lost, even if he refused to admit it all along. With the conversation reaching this point, his opponent casually countered with a light touch, and he was already in disarray. Perhaps the person who cares more is always the loser. After a long time, he finally spoke, his voice hoarse and unfamiliar to himself. "Su Yunjin, you may be foolish, but you have some insight when it comes to picking men." Su Yunjin stared at him in silence. Her face flushed in a peculiar way, but not out of shyness or anger. The alcohol in that beer was enough to make her, who couldn't hold her liquor, feel that everything around her was illusory. Cheng Zheng's fingers lightly tapped the table in a casual rhythm. "Your boyfriend is so outstanding. It's no wonder he was easily hired by Yonkai." "Yonkai? How do you know?" Su Yunjin shook her head, even in this hazy state of mind. She remembered she hadn't mentioned this to Cheng Zheng. "Isn't it a coincidence? Didn't I already tell you? I'm here visiting relatives, so I didn't lie to you. Zhang Yonkai is my grandfather. Yonkai Industry is named after him. After my grandfather passed away, he left everything to his pair of children. The current head of Yonkai, Zhang Jinming, has only one sister named Zhang Jinin, who is my mom. My mom lives in another province from my dad, and I was born there, which is how I met you, Su Yunjin. Oh, by the way, Cheng Zheng, don't you want to know who mentioned you to me? His hand continued to tap the edge of the table, the rhythmic sound making Su Yunjin feel flustered. His words were clear and distinct, yet she seemed to understand none of it, her eyes filled with confusion. All she knew was that the hand holding hers suddenly tightened, and in her drowsiness, she had an ominous premonition that something might change because of this. Cheng Zheng saw the flash of astonishment in Cheng Zhuan's eyes, knowing that his words had some effect. He felt no joy in his heart. This was his desperate counterattack after losing with no way out. Even if he hurt his opponent, his own situation was beyond redemption. He didn't need Su Yunjin to despise him. He felt ashamed of his own baseness. But he couldn't care less. She always said he was unreasonable. So he let her hear his reasoning. After all, he couldn't just watch them deeply in love while he licked his wounds alone. Cheng Zheng quickly regained his composure. He let the half-asleep Su Yunjin lean against his shoulder and said indifferently to Cheng Zheng, I see. Indeed, you let me once again witness the unique confidence in the bloodline of your Zhang family. Unfortunately, what you said cannot change anything. The only thing that can make me give up Yunjin is her own choice. Sorry, Yunjin drank too much. I need to take her back to the dorm. Cheng Zheng watched as Su Yunjin peacefully closed her eyes against Cheng Zhuan's body, knowing her choice wouldn't be him. Just as Cheng Zhuan said, the kiss that night was merely his misunderstanding. He looked despondently at Cheng Zhuan calling for the bill, then half supporting and half holding Su Yunjin, he prepared to leave. Just as Su Yunjin stood up, her body moved slightly in Cheng Zhuan's embrace, seemingly unconsciously mumbling 2 words. Her voice was soft but enough to turn both men beside her into statues. Cheng Zheng. The next morning, Su Yunjin woke up from her bed in the dormitory with a splitting headache and fatigue. She half sat on the bed, the memories of last night returning to her mind in fragments. She remembered drinking too much, and that Cheng Zhuan seemed to have brought her back. As she got out of bed, rubbing her forehead to wash up, her roommate Xiaowen grinned and said, Yunjin, how much did you drink last night? You were so drunk. 1 beer. Xiaowen rolled her eyes. 1 beer made you like this? Hey, but speaking of which, if a handsome guy like that brought me back, I wouldn't need to drink a drop to get drunk. Su Yunjin smiled and continued washing up. Little did she know, Xiaowen excitedly climbed out of her bed, walked over, and elbowed her. Hey, honestly, where's that handsome guy from last night? Chapter 7. Even the Bodhisattva doesn't know how sad I am. 4. Su Yunjin paused in her actions. Cheng Zhuan was clearly someone everyone in their dorm knew. The one who brought me back last night was. Don't pretend anymore. Xiaowen pouted. He is not from our school, is he? I knew our school couldn't produce such a charming guy. What charm? Su Yunjin simply put down the towel in her hand. I can't describe it, but anyway, his body is perfect, and his face looks just like my type. Oh, it seems like he is the one who claimed to be your boyfriend downstairs that day. What exactly is? Xiaowen continued speaking, but Su Yunjin had completely lost track of what she was saying. She hurriedly changed her clothes and rushed to Cheng Zhuan's dorm, her confusion lingering. She clearly remembered that she had fallen on Cheng Zhuan's shoulder. He had no reason to hand her over to Cheng Zheng to take her back to the dorm. Did something happen last night that she didn't know about? Upon arriving at Cheng Zhuan's dorm, his roommate said he had gone out. Without thinking, Su Yunjin ran to the library. She had never been so eager to see Cheng Zhuan. She needed to know what happened last night. Sure enough, Su Yunjin found him at their usual spot in the library. As she walked over, Cheng Zhuan was buried in his book. When he saw her, he wasn't surprised. Just smiling as usual. You're here. Have you sobered up? Are you feeling unwell? Su Yunjin sat down beside him and directly asked, Why was it him who brought me back last night? Cheng Zhuan looked at her and said, Isn't that good? What do you mean? Su Yunjin's eyes widened. Cheng Zhuan didn't speak. After thinking for a moment, he slowly leaned closer to her, kissing her lightly like a dragonfly, touching the water before withdrawing. Yunjin, I realize that since we've been together, I've never kissed you. Su Yunjin somewhat understood. You still care about what he said. I was just... Don't explain. Cheng Zhuan gently interrupted her. I told you I wouldn't give you up because of anyone else's words. And there is no need to bring up things that have already passed. Then why? I don't believe it's just because he is Zhang Jinming's nephew. Cheng Zhuan smiled, but didn't answer that question. You just said, Yunjin, I understand you. There are some things you can hide from Cheng Zheng, hide from yourself. But you can't hide from me. I've never pointed it out because I thought you could let it go. But now I realize that maybe it's not an easy thing. Yes, he did say that. But if I wanted to be with him, I wouldn't have waited until now. Su Yunjin struggled to explain, hating herself for being such a clumsy person, not knowing how to make the other person understand her heart at critical moments. Cheng Zheng was rarely sharp. Do you not want to be with him because you don't love him or because you're afraid? I don't love him, Su Yunjin insisted. Cheng Zheng shook his head. Then do you love me? Do you love the person you long to become? Or the real Cheng Zheng? I don't understand what you're saying, Su Yunjin said sadly, tears already welling in her eyes. You understand, Yunjin. I know you feel good being with me. And I feel the same way. That's because to some extent we are similar. But that's not love. I have my pride. Su Yunjin bit her lip, holding back her tears, stubbornly asking. He must have said something. What exactly did he say to you? Tell me. Cheng Zheng remained silent, as if he had nothing more to say. Fine. If you won't tell me, I'll go ask him. Chapter 8. If I wanted to, would you? 1. Su Yunjin rushed out of the library, heading straight outside the school. On her way, she ran into a classmate but didn't even bother to greet them. Her only thought was to find Cheng Zheng and clarify the situation. She guessed that Cheng Zheng probably hadn't left yet. He lived in a small apartment in the prime area of the city, which he claimed was a relative's in used property. A couple of days ago, he had taken Su Yunjin and Cheng Zheng there to sit for a while, so Su Yunjin remembered how to get there. When she arrived at Cheng Zheng's doorstep, she knocked as if she were pounding with her fist. The door opened quickly, and Cheng Zheng appeared at the entrance with a surprised expression. Before he could say anything, Su Yunjin stepped forward and slapped him hard across the face. She really put some strength into that slap. It was both precise and fierce. Cheng Zheng, shocked and angry, covered half of his face and shouted, What kind of medicine did you take, woman? For some reason, the tears Su Yunjin had been holding back poured out as soon as she saw him. Ignoring Cheng Zheng's anger, she changed from her usual calm and gentle demeanor, grabbing his clothes and punching and kicking him while crying, Bastard, you bastard. What did you say to him? Cheng Zheng retreated into the house while protecting his head and face, shouting, Stop hitting me. My patience has limits. Ouch. Su Yunjin's nails scratched his chin, drawing blood, and he winced in pain. Fearing that resisting would hurt her, he simply grabbed both of her hands, immobilizing them. Is having money at home so impressive? Su Yunjin struggled to break free. Feeling even more frustrated and with nowhere to vent her anger, she kneeled and charged at him. Cheng Zheng yelped in pain as he bent over slightly, and in anger, he forcefully threw her onto the nearest sofa by the door, using both hands and feet to pin her down. He gasped, Damn, you're too ruthless, trying to make me childless. Now completely at his mercy, Su Yunjin wanted to curse but couldn't find any truly vicious words, so she could only cry out, What do you want from me? How long do you want to bully me? Then she broke down in tears, as if all the sadness of losing Cheng Zheng, the resentment from being bullied by Cheng Zheng in high school, and her long-standing struggles all turned into tears to be released. Cheng Zheng helplessly watched her cry like a child beneath him, and then noticed that a neighbor had heard the commotion and peeked in through the open door. Upon seeing the suggestive scene, the neighbor quickly vanished, leaving Cheng Zheng to smile wryly. He didn't know how long it had been, but Cheng Zheng felt his t-shirt completely soaked with her tears. Su Yunjin, exhausted from crying, was now in a daze, forgetting to struggle. She hadn't anticipated that her close relationship with Cheng Zheng had just begun and would end so inexplicably. Her heart felt empty, not knowing what to do. After her crying subsided, they both fell silent, only hearing each other's slightly heavy breaths. It was then that Su Yunjin realized how ambiguous the position was with him pinning her down on the sofa. You get away from me, she said, both angry and embarrassed at the person on top of her. Damn, you still have the face to tell me to get lost? Just now you cried like you were being raped, ruining my reputation. What nonsense are you talking about? You can't say a single good word. Su Yunjin gritted her teeth and kicked him again. This time, Cheng Zheng nimbly avoided the sensitive spot, angrily saying, You dare kick me? I already knew you were all polite in front of others, but actually just a shrew. He bared his teeth, touching the scar on his chin from her scratch. Hit me? My parents never dared to lay a finger on me growing up, And you come in here without asking for the truth and give me a beating, even slapping me. It's infuriating. If it weren't for you, I would have. What would you have done? So Yunjin is knitted. Recalling the scene with Cheng Zheng in the morning, a dull pain spreading her chest. What else can you do? Cheng Zheng, you despicable little man. What good have you done? Cheng Zheng replied, I'm despicable, but your Cheng Zheng isn't exactly holy either. What do you mean? Su Yunjin asked angrily. You asked me what I said to him? Everything I said was the truth, and I said it all in front of you, never scheming behind your back. He took a breath and continued. Besides, even if I said something, as a man, he should be straightforward and confront me, instead of hiding away and easily giving you up. Is that how he shows he likes you? Does he like you as much as I do? Chapter 8. If I wanted to, would you? 2. This was exactly what Su Yunjin was most unwilling to face. She closed her eyes, thinking, no matter what, it's all your fault. Why did you have to disrupt my life? If you hadn't shown up, I would have been doing just fine. Really? Cheng Zheng raised an eyebrow, leaning closer to her ear and asking, Are you doing just fine? Then why did you call my name when you were drunk? Su Yunjin immediately opened her eyes, shocked. You're lying. How is that possible? I'm lying. If you have the guts, ask Cheng Zheng. He's the best witness. He began to show a smug expression. Su Yunjin's mind raced to recall, but she was at a loss. However, Cheng Zheng's expression didn't seem like he was lying. Did I really call his name when I was drunk? What happened? She felt ashamed and then retorted, I was out of my mind then. What I said doesn't count. Besides, I called your name because I hate you. Cheng Zheng smiled at her words. You hate me? Perfect. I hate you too. And I've hated you for a long time. His lips brushed against Su Yunjin's earlobe, his warm breath hitting her face, making her blush and her heart race. She pushed him hard. Get off me. Do you hear me, you rogue? This is being a rogue? There are even worse rogues. Cheng Zheng's pupils were filled with an unfamiliar haze. He pressed her hand that was pushing him against his chest, using his other hand to hold her face, and leaned in to kiss her. The words she wanted to say were swallowed by him, unlike the previous 2 times when their lips merely touched. The moment she opened her mouth to speak, his tongue instinctively slipped in, clumsily and eagerly entangling with hers. Su Yunjin was momentarily dazed, as if all her breath had been taken away, her mind in a semi-conscious state, leaving only one hand weakly pressing against his chest, unable to stop his advances. It was only when she realized that one of his hands had stealthily slipped under her shirt, forcefully touching her most sensitive area, through her bra, that she gasped and pressed down on his hand, saying, Stop. Cheng Zheng's handsome face was completely clouded with passion. Ignoring her weak resistance, he murmured, No. His restless fingers had freed themselves from her hold, directly slipping in her bra and gripping her. Su Yunjin instinctively arched her back in tension, her thighs feeling a hard part of his body, causing him to inhale sharply, and he gripped her even harder. She was terrified by this unfamiliar wave of desire. All the education she had received and the remnants of her rationality told her not to allow this, but she didn't know how to escape, panicking and crying again. Cheng Zheng, driven by the long-suppressed desire within him, wanted more, and only when he felt the wetness on his cheek did he realize her tears. He stopped, burying his head in her chest, and muttered, Here we go again. I'm going to be driven crazy by you eventually. Su Yunjin struggled to get up, but he pushed her back with one hand while the other left her body. Soon after, she vaguely heard the sound of a zipper and then felt some movement below his waist. What the hell are you doing? She asked, confused. Shut up. You asked for it. Cheng Zheng's voice sounded a bit strange. Having lived for 20 years, if Su Yunjin didn't understand what was happening now, it would be too ignorant. She instantly realized, feeling as if her blood vessels were about to burst, and quickly closed her eyes, remaining perfectly still. However, with them so close, the movements from his body inevitably reached her. Fortunately, he soon trembled violently, letting out a low moan, and then relaxed, collapsing onto her. After a few minutes, he lazily propped himself up, reached for the tissue box on the coffee table, and began to tidy himself up. Su Yunjin wanted to wait until he finished before opening her eyes, but unexpectedly, he suddenly patted her foot and exclaimed, Oh no! Su Yunjin was startled and jumped up, just in time to see him looking down to clean himself. In fact, Cheng Zheng felt a bit embarrassed when he saw her sudden movement and was about to turn away from her, but her reaction was even quicker. She screamed and instinctively grabbed a cushion from the sofa, pressing it between Cheng Zheng's legs to cover up, then quickly covered her eyes with both hands. Cheng Zheng was stunned by her actions and after a moment shouted, "Are you sick?" Yunjin, not willing to back down, kept her eyes closed and said, "You're the one who's sick, exhibitionist. What were you moaning about just now?" Cheng Zheng threw the cushion aside and coldly said, "Look at your pants." Yunjin looked down and saw a sticky wet mark on her thigh where it had been close to him, and she couldn't help but be horrified. Chapter 8. If I Were Willing, Would You? 3. When Cheng Zheng came out of the bathroom, feeling refreshed after rinsing off, he found Yunjin still mechanically wiping the marks on her pants with a tissue, her face looking extremely pale. "Stop wiping. You've been at it for over 10 minutes. You'll wear your pants out," he said cheerfully as he sat down beside her. Yunjin ignored him, shifting a bit away while still continuing her actions. It was just too disgusting for her, to the point where she started to feel a bit of self-loathing. "I didn't do it on purpose." He seemed a bit embarrassed too, touching his cheek and muttering, "You hit me so hard. I wish I could hit you to death." Yunjin spat out through clenched teeth. "You don't feel sorry for hitting me at all?" Cheng Zheng grabbed Yunjin's hand to press it against his face. "Feel it. It's really swollen. I'm not lying." Yunjin's face was as cold as frost, showing no intention of joking with him. To be honest, seeing her like this made Cheng Zheng a bit scared, fearing that the hand he was holding would swing back at him again. This woman could do anything when she was angry, and getting slapped again wouldn't feel good. So he awkwardly asked, "Hey, are you really done with Xinjuan? I knew it would turn out this way. It actually has nothing to do with me." "Hey, you're silent. Can you say something? I really dislike it when you don't say a word in any situation." Yunjin threw the used tissue aside, stood up, and said, "I don't need you to like me." "Then who do you want to like you?" "Xinjuan. I'm afraid he's not as devoted as you hope." Cheng Zheng stood up as well. Yunjin sneered, "Without Xinjuan, it won't be you either." This statement struck Cheng Zheng hard. "I really don't understand. What makes me unworthy of you?" "With your temper unchanged, just..." Yunjin started to say, but then changed her mind, shaking her head, "Forget it. You don't need to change. In short, you are you and I am me. Don't come looking for me again." Saying this, she walked towards the door. "What's wrong with my temper? At least I'm not as two-faced as you," Cheng Zheng retorted, standing in place. Yunjin sighed, "Go back." Without waiting for his response, she walked out the door. "Get lost? Get lost? Do you really think you're something special?" His voice came from behind. Cheng Zheng had an evening flight, and Yunjin did not go to see him off. That night, the lights in the dormitory were already off when Yunjin received a call from Cheng Zheng. The background noise on the other end was loud, and his voice seemed to come from far away. "If I say I can change, would you admit that deep down you actually like me? Even a little?" Yunjin tightened her grip on the phone in the dark, ignoring his persistent questioning. "Would you? Would you?" The rapid rise and fall of Yunjin's relationship with Shanju and surprised those around them. But the feelings of graduating students are always uncertain. After seeing so much, and with the parties involved not commenting, it didn't seem strange anymore. Yunjin felt an emptiness inside her, unable to say whether she was sad. After that incident, when she first saw Shanju and in the department office, she felt more embarrassed than anything. However, Shanju greeted her openly. "Yunjin, it's been a few days. How have you been?" Yunjin lowered her head and mumbled, "I thought we were still friends." He smiled at her. In his unreserved smile, Yunjin felt a bit ashamed of her own pettiness and hurriedly returned smile. Yunjin, as a sophomore year, came to an end with Shanju and S graduation. During the summer break, she originally planned to stay at school, like Mou Hua, and look for a few part-time jobs, but unexpectedly, a phone call from her mother urged her to return home. She wanted to ask what was going on, but her mother avoided the topic, insisting that she come back to talk. Thus, Yunjin took a train for more than 10 hours back home, worried that something had happened to her mother. As soon as she dropped off her luggage, she pulled her mother aside to ask what was going on. But her mother, unusually hesitant, had a rare blush appear on her once fuller face. After a long time, Yunjin finally understood that her mother had been working as a temporary worker at the clothing factory she mentioned earlier, and the boss, having heard that she used to work as an accountant, transferred her to do the books. Over time, sparks had flown between them. The boss of the clothing factory was a year younger than her mother, divorced, and had a daughter. Recently, he proposed the idea of marriage to her mother, which was also the reason her mother was so eager to call Su Yunjin back. Chapter 8. If I were willing, would you? For, looking at her mother's hopeful yet nervous expression, Su Yunjin thought, what right do I have to oppose my mother in seeking her own happiness? She's already over 40, and such opportunities won't come often. So, she embraced her flustered mother and simply said, I believe Dad would want you to be happy. Just like I do. She saw tears of joy in her mother's eyes this time. Su Yunjin was genuinely happy for her mother, but later that night, lying alone in bed, a deep sense of loneliness slowly crept in. Her mother would finally have her own belonging. She would have a new home with another man. While she was left all alone, feeling so desolate, she had thought she could rely on Shanju for a simple, steady life, but unfortunately, such a good boy was not meant for her. Later, at her mother's arrangement, Su Yunjin met that man a few times. Unlike her father's gentle elegance, he was ordinary and seemed older than his actual age, as if he hadn't studied much. But it was obvious he cared for her mother, which was enough. Su Yunjin cooperatively called him uncle, and he rubbed his hands together, grinning happily. Since the only imagined obstacle no longer existed, the wedding preparations went smoothly. Originally, her mother only intended to register quietly, but the man insisted on giving her a ceremony, even if it was simple. Su Yunjin agreed to this and accompanied her mother in preparing for the joyous occasion. 2 days before the wedding, Su Yunjin returned to their school dormitory with her mother, carrying large and small bags of groceries. When she heard Aunt Lee from the first floor greet them with a beaming smile, Yunjin, look who has come. Just as she was puzzled, a familiar figure walked out from Aunt Lee's home. Su Yunjin silently groaned. What are you doing at my house? Looking for you, he replied naturally. Yunjin, you should have been home to wait for your boyfriend. Zheng has been waiting for you for quite a while. It's fine, Aunt Lee. Waiting for her is what I should do. Besides, if I don't wait for Yunjin, how can I enjoy such good tea at your house? Aunt Lee was so amused that she could hardly speak. Su Yunjin found the whole situation both amusing and exasperating. This guy really knew how to put on a show. Making the notoriously sharp-tongued Aunt Lee as happy as if she had found treasure, and calling him Zheng made her shiver inwardly. Yunjin, he is. Her mother hesitated for a moment, sizing up Cheng Zheng. Hello, Annie, I'm Yunjin's high school classmate. Cheng Zheng hurriedly introduced himself, and his vague wording could easily mislead. Aunt Lee chimed in. This kid is just shy and easily embarrassed. I said to Su's mother, your Yunjin is truly lucky. Not only is Zheng good-looking and good-tempered, but he's also a top student at Q University. The surprise in her mother's gaze at Cheng Zheng indicated that he had made a good first impression, especially with Aunt Lee's endorsement. No mother would dislike such a potential son-in-law. Su Yunjin wished she could make Cheng Zheng disappear with a thought. She could hardly bear to see him smiling back at her, as if he had 1,000 words to say. But to Su Yunjin, his expression clearly said, Go ahead. Hit me. You have the guts to hit me again. Let us talk at home. Seeing her mother's expression, it was clear that she had taken their eye contact as a romantic exchange. After Cheng Zheng smiled and said goodbye to Aunt Lee, he followed the sulking Su Yunjin upstairs. Once home, while pouring tea for Cheng Zheng, her mother pulled Su Yunjin into the kitchen and whispered, Yunjin, why didn't you tell me you have a boyfriend? Su Yunjin glanced at the ceiling and said, I already said he's a high school classmate. Are you lying to your mother? How could a boy travel so far to find you? Her mother lightly reproached. Then her expression softened. It's good like this. I always felt sorry for you, afraid you would feel lonely. Now that someone is taking care of you, I feel a bit more at ease. Su Yunjin remained silent. Even though she had countless excuses ready, how could she bear to disappoint her mother after such words? She walked back to the living room just as she saw Cheng Zheng looking around the surroundings. Su Yunjin handed him the tea with a hint of annoyance, saying, You must be used to living in luxury. You've never seen such an empty house, right? Chapter 8. If I am willing, will you? 5. Cheng Zheng took the tea, immediately took a sip, and said, Not really, I actually live in a unit compound designed by my dad, not a mansion. Yunjin, your home is quite tidy. I can tell your mom puts in a lot of effort. Not at all, her mother said, both happy and a bit shy. You two sit here and watch TV, I'll go make dinner. As soon as her mother disappeared into the kitchen, Su Yunjin immediately lowered her voice. Just keep pretending. Once you're done, hurry up and leave. But Cheng Zheng whispered back, why did your family post the wedding decorations? Your mom wouldn't have known I was coming and is planning to send us to the bridal chamber right away, would she? If it weren't for the fear of disturbing her mother, Su Yunjin would have loved to pour a cup of hot water all over that annoying face. Gritting her teeth, she said somewhat awkwardly, it's my mom's happy occasion. She's preparing to remarry. Expecting to hear his mockery, she was surprised when Cheng Zheng merely said, oh, with an expression that seemed to say, I see. Dinner came quickly, and it was much more sumptuous than usual, with her mother eagerly serving Cheng Zheng. Su Yunjin picked at her food disinterestedly and told Cheng Zheng, eat faster. There's only one bus back to the provincial capital this afternoon. If you're late, you'll miss it. Cheng Zheng put down his utensils but looked at Su Yunjin's mother and said, Auntie, I came just in time. I wonder if I could also join. Your happy occasion? He pulled his legs in, preventing her from kicking him onto the table. Her mother blushed slightly and quickly said, not at all. It's just a very simple wedding. We don't have many relatives here, so your presence is just right. I'm just afraid it's too simple here for you to get used to. How could that be? Cheng Zheng smiled satisfactorily, and while her mother was unaware, he smugly tilted his chin at the completely speechless Su Yunjin. Chapter 9. Forgive me for being selfish. 1. What would it feel like to attend your mother's wedding? Probably not many people have experienced it. The night before the wedding, after a long day of busyness, her mother fell asleep, and amidst her even breathing, Su Yunjin's mind was disturbingly awake. Since the room had to be given to Cheng Zheng, Su Yunjin had been sleeping with her mother for the past 2 nights. She didn't dare to toss and turn, fearing that her restlessness would disturb her mother, who was smiling even in her dreams. Unable to sleep, she quietly got up from the bed and went to the living room to pour herself a glass of water. It wasn't until the warmth of the hot water seeped through the glass in her palms that she felt she was finally holding onto something tangible again. In the small town, even the lights seemed to have gone to sleep, and the surroundings were enveloped in endless silence. Su Yunjin quietly sat on the old sofa, without turning on the light, and the darkness made her feel as if her father was still sitting beside her. The love between her parents that once flourished was what she longed for the most. It turned out that everything could change. When this world is eternal. A slight sound came from the door of a small room, indicating that someone else was also awake late at night. Su Yunjin's eyes gradually adjusted to the darkness, and she saw Cheng Zheng standing at the door, signaling her. After a moment's thought, she set down the cup and followed him to the small balcony of their home. Watching him in profile against the dark, she quietly waited for him to speak. Cheng Zheng said, Can't sleep either? Why do you use either? She thought, the only family member I have is about to start a new family with someone else, and that person is not you. You have no reason to be sleepless. He suddenly chuckled softly and said, Yunjin, I was sleeping on your pillow, and while turning over, I found a few of your hairs. I thought, this is the place you slept, and even if you're not here, it still carries your scent. That's really nice. Su Yunjin scoffed in the middle of the night. You came to tell me this nonsense? Cheng Zheng leaned against the concrete railing. Let me finish what I was saying. When I was a kid, my mom once played with me and said, Zheng, when you grow up, I can hand over everything to you. I asked, if mom gives everything to me, what does she want for herself? My mom said, when you grow up, your dad and I will be old, and we won't want anything. I continue to ask, what happens when you get old? My mom said, we will leave. I burst into tears right then. I didn't want to grow up. I didn't want them to get old, and I didn't want them to leave. My mom was helpless, but she still said, whether you like it or not, in the end, everyone will leave. Growing up, I thought my mom was right. The only person who will accompany you to the end is yourself. But the traces of those who once accompanied you will never disappear. Can I interpret this as you comforting me? Cheng Zheng smiled. I just can't stand you looking like a little abandoned dog. You won't understand my feelings. After dad is gone, mom is her only family. Yes, no matter if mom marries someone else, blood ties cannot be changed, but she no longer belongs solely to Su Yunjin. She no longer belongs to the home they shared. Su Yunjin, don't be so decisive. How do you know I don't understand since you're not me? Maybe I haven't suffered as much as you. But regardless of one's background, whether rich or poor, There's no difference in the expectation of love and being loved. Don't use that reason to say we're not suitable. Be fair to me. This seems to be the first calm conversation Su Yunjin had with Cheng Zheng in her memory. Perhaps because she was exhausted, she said many things she usually wouldn't. What's fairness, Cheng Zheng? Why must I respond to you just because you like me? I can choose not to mention the past, but you impulsively come to school, even to my home, repeatedly disturbing the life I want to live. You never asked if I wanted or was willing to accept, but imposed your feelings on me. Is that your idea of fairness? No one had ever said such things to Cheng Zheng. From childhood to adulthood, he was used to having things others envied. A good family background, good looks, good grades. These things belonged to him so easily that he rarely encountered anything he didn't want. So, when he desired something, he naturally felt entitled to have it. I thought at least you would like me a little. I'm just an ordinary person. Having a boy like you love me may seem lucky when I look back on it when I'm old. But being with you is too hard. The love I want is reciprocal, yet you can't even show me the most basic respect. Don't be anxious. I know you've tried to be good to me. You don't mean to look down on me. But the ground we stand on isn't at the same level. I have to tiptoe to reach you. I don't want to make myself so tired. So Jian said it right. I don't dare to love you. That day you asked if you would have a chance if you change your temper. My answer is, you don't need to change for me. You're good, just not suitable for me. If you can meet someone who fits you, like Meng Shui or others, you will definitely be happy. Chapter 9. Forgive my selfishness, too. Nonsense. Cheng Zheng laughed sarcastically, but found every inch of his face stiffening. What do you mean you don't dare to love me? It's just because you're afraid of giving, so you don't dare try. You are the selfish one. Su Yunjin calmly nodded. Yes, I am selfish, so I want to try, as long as you understand. Mom's South wedding took place in a simple and joyful atmosphere. On that day, many relatives and friends from both sides came, and amidst the lively and harmonious crowd, no one noticed the inexplicable distance between the young couple. Cheng Zheng, appearing as Su Yunjin's boyfriend, naturally received unanimous praise from the guests, especially from Su Yunjin's grandmother, who, at over 80 years old, sat in a chair holding his hand and wouldn't let go. Cheng Zheng didn't want to interact too much with Su Yunjin, so he happily enjoyed the attention, but the old lady insisted on having Su Yunjin brought to her, grabbing both of their hands and repeatedly saying, "Ah, Jean, this young man is good." Su Yunjin couldn't help but laugh. Her grandmother, suffering from cataracts for years, couldn't even recognize faces, so how could she know he was good? So she half squatted beside the old woman and half jokingly asked Grandma, "What do you think is good about him?" The old lady said happily, "Isn't he called Cheng Zheng? Cheng Zheng is a good person." Helping Huang and Jiao fight, the Japanese Su Yunjin couldn't hold back her laughter, while Cheng Zheng stood there with his mouth half open, completely at a loss for words. Laughing aside, Grandma solemnly held their hands together and said, "I'm old. I don't know how many more years I have left. If you get married, Grandma must be there to hear it personally." Cheng Zheng looked at Su Yunjin in silence, and Su Yunjin gently patted the back of the old woman's hand, comforting her with a promise, "Grandma, don't worry. It will definitely happen." Watching the old lady smile contentedly, Su Yunjin silently thought to herself, "I'm sorry, Grandma. Perhaps that day will never come." The day after Mom's wedding, Cheng Zheng returned to his home in the provincial capital. Soon after, Su Yunjin also went back to school. Mom naturally moved into the groom's house, and Su Yunjin stayed there for a few days. His family's environment was, of course, incomparable to their old house. Uncle treated Su Yunjin with care, albeit with a hint of caution. Su Yunjin felt very much like a guest. Since she was a guest, she shouldn't overstay her welcome. After the third year began, the little girl Su Yunjin tutored entered junior high, and her mission ended. Since Mom and Uncle didn't agree with her applying for student loans again, insisting on paying her tuition and living expenses, Su Yunjin's previous refusals brought her mother to tears. She cried, saying, "Yunjin, just let it make Mom feel better." Su Yunjin wasn't rigid. She understood that accepting at this time was the best decision for everyone. Once the pressure of life eased, she had more time. Working in the department office became a habit, so she continued, but whenever she looked up unconsciously, she no longer saw that person with a clear smile. After graduating, Shunjiu and smoothly entered Yonkai, A person who once made her think of a lifetime gradually lost contact. As for Cheng Zheng, for a whole year, she hadn't seen him again. The only bits of news about him came from Mo Yuhua, who mentioned nothing more than his awards in some design competition. He had always been outstanding. After distancing himself from her, he remained the Cheng Zheng who had everything. Perhaps he would slowly forget the girl he once loved, who also brought him disappointment. In the spring of their senior year, an unexpected outbreak of SARS swept across the country, and several densely populated cities became hard-hit areas. The city where Yunjin was located was no exception. The rising number of patients and the shadow of death made people anxious, and human power seemed incredibly fragile in the face of natural disasters and diseases. Yunjin school was not a safe haven either. Ever since a sophomore girl went to another city to visit her boyfriend and returned to school with a high fever that wouldn't subside, only to be sent to the hospital and confirmed to have contracted SARS, the entire school fell into panic. As several students showing fever symptoms were gradually isolated, the unease reached a peak. The school took a series of emergency measures, strictly limiting students' outings, sending personnel to check dorms daily, spraying disinfectant in dormitories, and checking temperatures. But it still failed to quell the fear among everyone, and rumors circulated on campus. Even Yunjin's roommate, Xiaowen, was sent to the school infirmary for isolation because she had been in close contact with the diagnosed girl. The 6-person dormitory was left with only 5 people. Apart from Yunjin, the other 4 anxiously clutched their phones, the only tool for communicating with the outside world, constantly calling their parents, relatives, lovers, and friends to check in on each other. Chapter 9. Forgive my selfishness. 3. Yunjin was not without anxiety in her heart. She had few friends and rarely contacted relatives. The only person she cared about was her mother. No matter what, Mom should at least give her a call. Yet she hadn't received any calls for so many days. She didn't have a mobile phone, so she wondered if it was because the dorm phone was always busy that Mom couldn't get through. When she finally found a moment when the phone was free, she proactively dialed her home number, but no one answered after several attempts. Yunjin felt both worried and confused. Mom was now a full-time housewife and had no reason to always be out. Even if something happened, she should have informed her. At that moment, she frustratingly realized that she didn't even have Uncle S' phone number. With a heavy heart filled with anxiety and loss, Yunjin called Mo Yuhua again. To her surprise, her roommate told her that Mo Yuhua had been coughing all night a few days ago and had a low fever, so for safety, she was sent to the school's affiliated hospital. Yunjin had never felt so helpless. At night, the dorm phone rang again and again. Each time her roommate answered, she held her breath, hoping that the person being called would be her, but it never was. Had even her mother forgotten about her? Usually living quietly, without any noticeable difference from others, it was only at times like this that she realized how pitiful she was. No one cared about her, and she didn't know whom to care for, like standing on a lonely island, watching the vast ocean gradually encroach, unable to find the direction to the shore. Before going to bed, Yunjin heard one of her roommates sweetly complaining on the phone to her boyfriend about how her parents nagged her every day to drink Banlangen, and her throat ached with suppressed sobs. After her roommate finally hung up, Yunjin, with a burning sensation in her eyes, prepared to go to sleep. But the shrill phone rang again. The person on the lower bunk impatiently answered, shouting, "Yunjin, it's for you." Yunjin jumped out of bed, grabbed the phone, and was about to call out Mom, but instead heard a voice she never dared to dream of. Cheng Zheng complained urgently. "What kind of lousy phone does your dorm have? The battery's down to 1 bar, and I still can't get through." Yunjin pressed the receiver tightly against her face, not realizing her eyes were already wet. Seeing that she was silent, he hesitated for a moment and said, "I just wanted to ask if you're okay. I was worried about you, nothing else." "Yunjin, what's wrong? Are you crying? Why are you crying? Don't cry, talk to me." His voice grew anxious. Yunjin didn't care about anything else. She sobbed, letting her tears wet the receiver, only able to utter one sentence, "Cheng Zheng." Right now, he was her lifeline, her salvation. What happened? "Hello, hello." A burst of static noise came through, and Yunjin vaguely heard Cheng Zheng curse and say something else, but she couldn't catch it. Just as she was about to ask, she heard the busy tone that indicated the line had disconnected. She quickly redialed, surprised at how smoothly she dialed the number he had given her, which she had never called before. The call connected, and a mechanical, standard female voice repeated in both Chinese and English. "Sorry, the number you dialed is temporarily unavailable." The next morning, after getting out of bed, the first thing Yunjin did was dial that number from last night again. She hadn't even thought about what to say if she got through. She just felt an instinctive need to find him. This time, she received a message that the phone was turned off. She attended 2 classes in a restless state, and after 10 a.m., with no classes, she went to the department office to input the corrected grades for the social psychology teacher into the computer. Half an hour later, the social psychology teacher, unable to bear it any longer, picked up a book and tapped it against her, saying, "Yunjin, are you feeling unwell? This evening is 81 points, not 8100. Oh, sorry, I'll fix it right away." After a while, the teacher took another look and said with a strange expression, "Are you sure you don't need to go back and rest? You've changed his score to 18 points. Yunjin's face turned red as she corrected it again. At that moment, the department counselor walked into the office, surprised, and said, "Oh, Yunjin, you're still here? I just heard someone was looking for you at the school gate." Yunjin was taken aback. "Looking for me?" Suddenly remembering something, she jumped up from the computer and threw out a quick, "Thank you, teacher," and dashed outside. The 2 remaining teachers exchanged glances in the office, wondering what was wrong with her. She's usually not this reckless. The distance from the department office to the school gate was not short, and when Yunjin reached the closed iron gate, she was out of breath, bent over with her hands on her knees, peering through the iron bars. Sure enough, she saw Cheng Zheng, looking worn out. He also leaned against the iron gate, frowning, and his first words were, "Why were you crying last night?" Yunjin, trying to catch her breath, managed to say, "You crazy person." Chapter 9. Forgive my selfishness, for the sight of the 2 people looking at each other through the bars made the old guard shake his head. Avoiding the eager eyes of the 2 young people, he waved his hand and said, "Don't ask me. The school has already announced that no one can enter or exit without a pass. During the school's lockdown, each department had 3 special passes held by the department head, and they wouldn't be given to students without an emergency." Yunjin was lucky. Despite exhausting all her persuasive tactics, she finally obtained one from the department head, thanks to her diligent work over nearly 4 years in the department office. The pass was only valid from 7:30 a.m. to 10 o'clock p.m. each day, meaning if she didn't return to school after that time, it would also be considered a serious violation of school rules. When Yunjin stepped out of the school gate, her heart was racing. Now that she faced Cheng Zheng, she seemed at a loss for words on how to start. Both of them were a bit cautious. Yunjin broke the silence first, saying, It seems like you're used to running over without a greeting." Cheng Zheng protested. "Didn't I say on the phone that I was coming over? Since you didn't object, I took it as your agreement." Yunjin recalled that it must have been due to the signal failure that she hadn't heard his last words that night. "You cried so terrifyingly. It really startled me." Cheng Zheng asked, "Why were you crying? Did someone bully you? Did you have a fight with your boyfriend?" Yunjin could tell from his words that he was probing, so she replied, "It seems like no one else would bully me besides you." Seeing Cheng Zheng's awkward expression, she added, "If it really was a fight with my boyfriend, what could you do by coming here?" Cheng Zheng was momentarily speechless, and after a while, he said, "No matter how you think, I really came this time with no other intentions. I just wanted to know if you're okay. That day, after you went back home, I was really angry with you. What you said that night made me feel like everything I did for you was foolish. I had decided to ignore you, to let you be at peace, and I would also be free. But now that everything is so chaotic, I realized I still care about you. When you cry, I get really anxious. I just had to come and see you. I couldn't rest easy otherwise." Yunjin smiled as he continued, "Maybe I'm a bit foolish in this regard. I used to think that since I liked you from the very first sight, you had no reason not to accept me, and how you felt didn't really matter, as long as I could have you. But later I discovered what was truly making me unhappy was your unhappiness. When you smile, I feel like everything is okay. Your emotions are very important to me. In the past 2 months, I've been traveling with my mentor to various places, going to many beautiful spots in Jiangsu, Zhejiang, Shaanxi, and Yunnan. Some places are truly breathtaking, where architecture and nature blend together beautifully. Many times, while admiring those beautiful things, I found myself thinking how wonderful it would be if you were there with me. Yunjin, I don't want you to stand on tiptoe to see me. I want you to stand beside me and share with me. After Cheng Zheng finished speaking, Su Yunjin remained silent. Cheng Zheng tugged at the shoulder strap of his backpack, looking down, and said, I just got back to Beijing from Yunnan yesterday. Suddenly, I really wanted to hear your voice, so I called you. Now that you're okay, I guess I can go. Although he expressed his intention to leave, he still hoped that Su Yunjin would try to keep him for a while. When he saw that she still had no reaction, he couldn't help but feel deeply disappointed and reluctantly turned to leave. After dragging his feet for a few steps, he finally heard Su Yunjin say, the airport and train station are crowded places. You shouldn't have come here during such a dangerous time. Since you are here, why rush into that mess again? If you're not in a hurry to get back to school, why not wait a few days until things settle down? Cheng Zheng smiled, revealing a mouthful of bright white teeth. I said so many emotional things, yet I thought you really wouldn't keep me. Su Yunjin looked at his happy smile and softly said, Thank you, Cheng Zheng. I'm very happy that you came to see me. When they returned to the small apartment where Cheng Zheng had previously lived, he finally admitted that the house wasn't a relative's, but rather one of his family's properties in this area. As Su Yunjin walked in, she inevitably recalled the events that had transpired between them at the same location last time, making her feel somewhat uncomfortable. Cheng Zheng noticed that she deliberately avoided the sofa they had previously used, sitting in another corner instead, and he understood the reason. The scene of their entanglement that day played vividly in his mind like a movie, causing a heat to rise within him, but he dared not act recklessly. He turned on the TV to distract himself and obediently went to the kitchen to boil water. Chapter 9. Forgive my selfishness. 5. The noisy sound of the television immediately dissolved the awkwardness in the house. Su Yunjin changed channels several times, and nearly every news segment focused on the situation regarding SARS in various places, reporting on the infection rates in certain provinces or cities and the panic buying of Banlangen and white vinegar. Even the scrolling information at the bottom of the screen continuously displayed related updates. As Su Yunjin watched, she suddenly straightened her back and stared intently at the screen. A message repeatedly flashed at the bottom, which stated that a male migrant worker with a high fever and in a coma had been sent to the hospital from carriage 16 of train K from Kunming, Yunnan to Beijing. After being diagnosed by experts, he was confirmed to be a SARS patient in the incubation period. Because this man had deliberately concealed his condition and had stayed in the enclosed carriage for over 20 hours. It was highly likely that he had spread the virus to other passengers in the carriage or to those who had come into contact with him. Therefore, the relevant authorities requested that the other passengers from that carriage go to the hospital for examination through the television announcement. Cheng Zheng, Su Yunjin shouted towards the kitchen. He poked his head out and asked, What is it? You said you just returned to Beijing from Yunnan yesterday? Did you fly back? Where would I fly? Our advisor is terrified. How could he sit on a plane? And how could the school approve that much funding? I took the train back. It took almost 40 hours. I nearly suffocated. Were you on the train from Kunming the day before yesterday? K-train? Huh. How do you know? Cheng Zheng laughed and walked over with a cup of water. A chill crept up her back, and her voice began to waver. Which carriage? As Cheng Zheng handed her the water, he turned his head to recall. I think it was carriage 14. Why do you ask? When Su Yunjin took the water from his hand, her fingers accidentally brushed against his hand, and she was taken aback. Why is your hand so hot? Cheng Zheng found it a bit amusing. I just carried a cup of hot water. Of course my hand is hot. Ignoring his words, she put her hand on his forehead to check, and it was equally hot. Cheng Zheng grabbed her cold hand and asked in confusion, What are you doing? Su Yunjin forcefully shook off his hand, her voice anxious. Do you know that a SARS patient was found in carriage 16, the same train as you? A SARS patient? Cheng Zheng was stunned. Then his expression gradually darkened. Are you worried that I might infect you? You. I told you you're a lunatic. Su Yunjin hurriedly paced in the living room. Do you have a thermometer? Have you had a cough, headache, or feel unwell these days? Seeing him only shake his head, she abruptly grabbed his sleeve and dragged him outside. Where are we going? To the hospital. Su Yunjin didn't want to say anything more, just pressed her lips tightly together and pulled him forward. We weren't even in the same carriage. It's not that easy to get infected, he said helplessly. Shut up. Su Yunjin dragged him into a taxi, heading straight for the hospital. Cheng Zheng couldn't resist her, and After arriving at the hospital, he obediently underwent an examination. The doctor determined that he indeed showed symptoms of a low fever and had been on the same train as the infected person, so he required hospitalization for observation. Upon hearing he had to stay for at least 7 days, Cheng Zheng immediately panicked. Does it really need to be that exaggerated? A fever of 37.7 degrees requires hospitalization for observation. Do you have any sense? If something really happens, you could die, you know? Su Yunjin's eyes glimmered with unshed tears. At that moment, Cheng Zheng smiled. You're worried about me. Unreasonable. She ignored him, focusing on asking the doctor what procedures were needed. The doctor also took her temperature, which was normal, but since she had close contact with Cheng Zheng, he advised her to closely monitor her health after returning home and report to the hospital immediately if she felt unwell. Chapter 10. A Love That Captivates the City. 1. Cheng Zheng stayed in the hospital for 7 days, and for those 7 days, the two voices within Su Yunjin fought fiercely. One voice asked her, Su Yunjin, why were you so scared when you felt he was in danger? Is that feeling of helpless fear and despair really due to caring for someone you don't love? Why were your hands shaking on the way to the hospital? Compared to the terror of losing him, is the gap between the two of you really that important? The other voice countered, you're making excuses for your weakness and emotional involvement. You know very well that things might not be that bad. He didn't have direct contact with that SARS patient, and it could just be a slight cold. With his family background and the connections of the Zhang family, he could receive the best care, and there's nothing you can do about it. If you let yourself go and take a wrong step, you won't be able to take it back. Both voices were righteous and reasoned, leaving Su Yunjin exhausted. Cheng Zheng called her every day from the hospital, expressing his grievances and boredom from being confined. Su Yunjin's responses on the phone remained indifferent, and she couldn't figure out what went wrong since she had cared so much for him before he was hospitalized. On the second day of Cheng Zheng's hospitalization, Su Yunjin received a call from her mother. It turned out that her uncle, fearing the spread of SARS, believed it was unsafe in the small county town and took his family back to their rural hometown nearby, where transportation was limited and there were few outsiders, making a good refuge. This was also the reason her mother hadn't been able to contact her earlier. You won't blame me for not notifying you in time, will you? Her mother hesitated to ask. Of course not. As long as you're okay. I was worried when I couldn't reach you earlier. Su Yunjin was sincere. She didn't blame her mother, but felt regret that her mother had temporarily forgotten about her when she needed care the most. On the day Cheng Zheng was discharged from the hospital, Su Yunjin still went to the hospital, but she didn't enter the ward area. She only waited by the rockery at the hospital entrance. As she had expected, she wasn't the only one there to pick him up. Someone had already taken care of all the discharge procedures for him. Among the few people accompanying him out of the hospital, there was a beautiful woman in her 30s, quietly talking with a middle-aged man beside her, while Cheng Zheng walked next to them, his arm linked with a bright young woman. A driver-like person brought the car over, and the few of them didn't rush to get in, nor did they notice Su Yunjin standing in the corner. Su Yunjin hesitative, unsure whether to step forward or quietly leave. Just as she was in a dilemma, someone even more unexpected walked out of the hospital quickly and joined Cheng Zheng and the others. Shenwanen? A person she absolutely didn't expect to see in such an unexpected situation. It was hard to describe Su Yunjin's surprise at this moment with words. In fact, over the past 2 years, Su Yunjin and Shenwanen had occasionally been in contact, but it was limited to light greetings over the phone. So, this was still the first time Su Yunjin saw him after graduation. He hadn't changed much, although he looked more mature and composed than during his student days. He still exuded an indescribable elegance that reminded Su Yunjin of the thoughtful boy she remembered from the library. To her surprise, it was Shenwanen who first noticed Su Yunjin standing aside. He didn't show much surprise, as if this reunion was entirely expected. He first smiled at her from a distance, before turning back to say something to Cheng Zheng. This time, everyone looked toward Su Yunjin. Cheng Zheng almost immediately shook off the young woman's hand and ran a few steps to Su Yunjin's side with a surprised expression. Su Yunjin smiled slightly. He looked great, not at all like a patient just discharged from the hospital. It's the least safe here at the hospital. Why are you here? He said with a deliberately stern face. Su Yunjin smiled and said, You didn't say anything. I didn't expect it. Well then, I'll be leaving. After saying that, she pretended to leave, but Cheng Zheng wouldn't allow it, shifting his body to block her path, saying, if you come, you're not allowed to leave. As they spoke, the others also walked over to them, their gazes inspecting the simply dressed Su Yunjin. The bright young woman leaned closer to Cheng Zheng, affectionately linking her arm with his, tilting her head slightly with a playful expression as she looked at Cheng Zheng and Su Yunjin. Cheng Zheng shook her off as if electrocuted, angrily saying, Zhang Yu, are you looking for death? The girl named Zhang Yu frowned. Oh, little Zheng, how can you treat me like this? Saying this, she leaned in again, this time linking her arm very tightly. Cheng Zheng couldn't use too much force to shake her off, and for the moment, he couldn't escape. So he helplessly said, Zhang Yu, you've watched too many soap operas and are poisoned. This is too fake. Although he said this, he still nervously glanced at Su Yunjin, and when he saw her staring at him with a half-smile, he suddenly lost his confidence and said, you don't believe this, do you? This embarrassing octopus is my cousin. Su Yunjin remained silent, just looking at Zhang Yu, her eyes gradually becoming meaningful. Cheng Zheng became a bit anxious, and even Zhang Yu noticed something was off, sticking out her tongue and secretly loosening her grip. The expressions on the faces of the other few, including Shun Wanan, revealed that they were enjoying the show. Yunjin, are you angry? Really? I'm not lying to you. If you don't believe me, ask her. Zhang Yu, come here. Cheng Zheng recalled her coldness he had sensed over the phone in the past few days, and he couldn't help but panic, fearing that the hard-won breakthrough between them would become a bubble again. He said, pulling Zhang Yu, it's your fault. You've ruined everything. Quickly clarify. Say it. Su Yunjin looked at Cheng Zheng, who was desperately trying to explain, and suddenly smiled, and before he could figure out the meaning of her smile, she leaned forward and ended all his words with an embrace. Cheng Zheng's hands dropped, and for a few seconds, he stood stiffly, not responding at all. It was her warmth that proved the authenticity of it all. He slowly raised his hands. Then, as if he had used all his strength, he responded to her embrace. TSK, Aunt, Dad, did you see that? This is our little tyrant at home, right? And these two treat us like scenery. Don't just say, I'm ruining the morals. Zhang Yu watched with great interest, not forgetting to comment. He hugged her too tightly, and Su Yunjin found it hard to breathe. She pushed him, struggling to escape his embrace. That woman who looked to be under 40 turned out to be his mother. Su Yunjin realized that she had become the focal point of everyone's gaze, and couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed, lowering her head. His mother didn't hide her scrutiny of Su Yunjin. Su Yunjin felt her gaze scanning her from head to toe. She knew very well how her ordinary attire looked in front of this family, but her strong sense of pride forced her to lift her head and meet the other's gaze. She waited for the conclusion after the scrutiny, but unexpectedly, his mother looked for a while and suddenly smiled, saying, so you're Su Yunjin I've been watching for a long time? I don't think you're as cold-blooded as our Zheng said. What did I ever say that? Cheng Zheng interrupted with strong dissatisfaction. You said that during the summer of your senior year and after the May Day of your sophomore year, when you're preparing to enter your junior year. Do you need me to remind you of anything else? Zhang Jinin said leisurely. How strange, when others ask your age, you say you don't remember, but you remember these trivial matters very clearly. Cheng Zheng was exposed and became furious. How can my son's love life be a trivial matter? Zhang Jinin raised an eyebrow. Su Yunjin thought, at first glance, Cheng Zheng didn't seem to look much like his mother. But now it seemed there was nothing that could make people doubt they were mother and son. Their tone and demeanor were strikingly similar. Zhang Yu laughed, fearing that the world wouldn't be chaotic, and didn't forget to turn to the middle-aged man beside her, adding fuel to the fire. Dad, this is the poor girl whose head Cheng Zheng edited out of the photo. So tragic there were so many people in the class. Uncle, take them away. Don't be a hindrance here. Cheng Zheng looked at the silent middle-aged man for help. Zhang Jinming, a well-known entrepreneur whom Su Yunjin had only seen in financial magazines, now helplessly patted his nephew on the shoulder, saying, to be honest, Zheng, you really did say that just now. Even I remember it. As for that edited photo, I haven't seen it, so I can't say. Su Yunjin maintained a smile, slowly putting down her previous guard. It was evident that Cheng Zheng grew up in a loving and forgiving family, And perhaps it was this family environment that added a touch of carefree childishness to his character. Yunjin, hello, long time no see. Shen Wanan, who had been smiling at everything, greeted her at this moment. Cheng Zheng seemed to have just remembered something and quietly leaned over to Su Yunjin's ear, saying, "He is now my cousin's boyfriend." Cheng Zheng, what are you mumbling about? I haven't even spoken yet. Zhang Yu held Shen Wanan's hand and smiled at Su Yunjin. The relationships are a bit complicated, right? So I said, life is dramatic because of so many coincidences. Shen Wanan looked at Zhang Yu in silence, his eyes filled with affection. Indeed, life is like a play, and play is like life. Even the changes in roles are so unpredictable. When she once walked hand in hand with Shen Wanan along the campus path, who would have thought of this scenario? Yes, Wanan, long time no see, Su Yunjin said. Zhang Jinin smiled and nodded at Su Yunjin, formally greeting her. My useless silly son has been mentioning you for a long time. As a mother, I've listened to his complaints until my ears have calluses. This is good. He has been spoiled since he was a child, and someone should teach him a lesson, but it seems that now, at least, the clouds have cleared and the moon is visible. Su Yunjin quickly returned a smile. Zhang Jinin looked at her son and said, You're fine now. I should head back. Look at you. Your hand seems to belong to someone else. I know you're impatient, so tell me, are you going back to your uncle's place or to the little apartment I bought for you last time? Cheng Zheng immediately expressed his desire to return to the apartment. Zhang Jinin didn't insist and had the driver take them back while she got in her brother's car. Shen Juan and Zhang Yu drove their own car, and before leaving, Zhang Yu maliciously reminded Cheng Zheng, take it easy when you get back. If you have any questions in the future, just ask your cousin. Seeing Cheng Zheng feign a warning with his fist, she smiled and left with Shen Juan. Let us not say it was just a misunderstanding. Even if it was, I won't let go this time. After returning to the apartment, Cheng Zheng clung tightly to Su Yunjin as if letting go would make her disappear. The pain from their last goodbye kiss still lingered, and after the ecstasy, he didn't want to feel empty again. It was as if holding her hand tightly would ensure she could never leave. Seeing him like this, Su Yunjin couldn't help but feel moved and sighed. Cheng Zheng, what is so good about me? Why do you treat me this way? This was a question she had long pondered in her heart. Cheng Zheng pouted and said, You really know how to flatter yourself. Well, have I ever said you were good? You're just average in looks. Your personality is especially awkward, and when you get stubborn, it's downright annoying. It's hard to say what's good about you, but I just love you. Su Yunjin couldn't help but smile bitterly. Cheng Zheng pressed her hand against his cheek and murmured, Don't pity me. I don't want your sympathy. After saying that, he regretted it. No. If only sympathy could make you want to stay by my side, then pity me, please. What else could Su Yunjin do, besides snuggling up to him tightly? Between lovers, body language often comforts the heart more than words. Then let us be together, cast aside all worries. Even if we end up torturing each other in the future, let tomorrow's troubles be left for tomorrow to regret, Su Yunjin thought. She never expected to end up like this, just like in Eileen Chang's writing, where the fall of Hong Kong completed the love story of Lu Su and Fan Luyuan. Could it be that the current chaos, where the whole nation talks about illness with fear, is just to fulfill her and Cheng Zheng? Don't blame her for deceiving herself in the hearts of lovers. Their feelings are enough to move the city. And don't ask her why she refused for so many years, why all her defenses crumbled in one day. She just decided to be honest with herself once. While they were snuggling, time lost its meaning. Su Yunjin didn't know how long had passed, only that the night had fallen outside. In the evening, Cheng Zheng called for takeout downstairs. It was simple fast food, and they both enjoyed it. She vaguely sensed that it was getting late, but when she looked at Cheng Zheng's watch, it was only 8 o'clock. After a while, she still felt something was off. So she forcibly took his phone from him. When she saw the time, she couldn't help but get angry. The screen clearly showed 10:05. Su Yunjin stood up in shock and anger from beside him and threw the phone back at him. Explain how this happened. He took the phone and pretended to examine it seriously, exclaiming, Wow, how did it get so late? Don't look at me like that. It's not my fault. I didn't know the watch was slow. Really? Su Yunjin tried to suppress her anger, but the moment she saw his innocent face, she exploded. Do you even realize the gravity of this? If I return to school after 10, I'll be severely punished. Then just go back in the morning. He pretended to be regretful, but his eyes revealed a sense of triumph. Yunjin pointed a warning finger at him, tired of wasting time arguing, and turned to walk towards the door. This time, he didn't stop her, only coldly said after she opened the door, "You'd rather go back and face punishment than stay with me for one night? You think so little of me. Am I some kind of beast?" Chapter 10. A Love That Captivates the City. 4. Yunjin hesitated. Cheng Zheng continued, "The bed is yours. I'll sleep on the sofa. It's late, and it's not safe outside. Believe it or not, it's up to you." Yunjin hesitated at the door for a moment, and, in the end, she closed the door in front of her, sulking back to the living room, and picked up the phone to call her dorm. Her roommate said on the other end, "Yunjin, you're so late coming back. We were worried something happened to you. Someone from the department came to check the rooms just now, and we took down your mosquito net and stuffed your pillow into the quilt, so we barely managed to get by." Yunjin couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, repeatedly thanking them and just telling them she was staying at a relative's place tonight and would rush back in the morning. After a hasty wash, Yunjin walked into the only room in the house, locking Cheng Zheng outside. Just as she lay down, she heard him knocking hard on the door. "What now?" She put her coat back on and opened the door. Cheng Zheng leaned against the door frame, indignantly saying, "I told you, you're too heartless. You just sleep, and you want to even give me a blanket or a pillow." Yunjin thought for a moment and realized he had a point, so she returned to the room, opened the wardrobe, and rummaged for a long time, only to discover that since the house hadn't been lived in much, there were no extra blankets. Just the one on the bed and a thin blanket, but there were indeed 2 pillows. Without hesitation, she grabbed one pillow and that blanket and stuffed them into Cheng Zheng's arms, almost slamming the door shut against his nose. "Hey," Cheng Zheng called out unwillingly, and Yunjin said without room for negotiation, "You're a man. Naturally, you can only take the blanket. I need to keep the quilt. I was going to say, we haven't said good night yet." "Good night," she quickly replied. Seeing him smile at her, she understood a bit and blushed slightly, pointing to her left cheek. Cheng Zheng didn't listen to her and swiftly leaned in to peck her lips. "Good night." This guy. Yunjin returned to bed, feeling a little joy, and soon sleepiness overtook her. In the middle of the night, she heard knocking on the door like a soul-chasing sound. She initially thought to ignore it, but he patiently knocked again and again. "Enough. Are you annoying or what?" She yanked the door open, and Cheng Zheng tumbled in, looking sulky. "It's really cold. I'm not lying, and the sofa is too narrow for me. My feet are numb." Yunjin glanced at the thin blanket he was holding. It was still a bit chilly in the spring evening, and considering he had just been discharged from the hospital and had a cold and fever not long ago, she said succinctly, "You can sleep in the bed. I'll take the sofa." She snatched the blanket from his hands and walked out of the room. Cheng Zheng held her back. "You're going to let a girl sleep on the sofa? If that gets out, I won't be able to live it down." Yunjin turned her head. "Cheng Zheng, I'm asking you one more time. What exactly do you want?" "I don't want anything," he replied unhappily. "Do you have to be so rigid? You're staying at my place. Whether you sleep in the bed or on the sofa, who would know? As long as we know ourselves, it's fine. One side of the bed is for each of us. Even if you beg me, I won't touch you. I've been through so much in the hospital. I'm exhausted." After saying that, he jumped onto the bed, turned off the bedside lamp, and closed his eyes, ignoring her. After a long time, when he had lost his confidence, he felt the mattress beside him sink slightly. He didn't look at her, but he knew that even though they were lying on the same bed, she would be trying to keep her distance as much as possible. Yunjin lay on the bed fully clothed, turning her back to Cheng Zheng, listening to his breathing in the darkness, unable to sleep and too afraid to move. The more she lay there, the more uncomfortable she felt. Just as she hesitated whether to switch to the sofa, she suddenly felt a pair of hands, not behaving themselves, quietly creeping up her bare back from under her clothes. She immediately recoiled as if scalded, forcefully pulling his hand away and sternly saying, "What are you doing? I knew I shouldn't have trusted you." His voice sounded pitiful in the darkness. "Yunjin, I can't sleep. Always thinking, is this a dream? Are you really lying beside me?" He didn't need to continue. Yunjin already knew that there was definitely nothing healthy in that dream. Fortunately, he couldn't see her flushed face. She spat softly and said nothing. "Can I see you? I won't turn on the light. Just let me see you in the dark." I. He also felt a bit embarrassed, whispering the second half of a sentence close to her ear. Yunjin was taken aback, and, after realizing it, was too shy to say anything. But after all, she was young and inexperienced, not knowing that the phrase "I won't go in" is as classic a lie as "I love you," both being well-known deceptions of men. Chapter 10. A captivating love. 5. Can I? Can I? He kept shaking her shoulder like a child wanting candy. She felt at a loss, wanting to refuse him, but couldn't suppress the turmoil of her emotions. He said he had never seen a real girl's body, and wasn't she just as curious? So she decided to believe him, as long as they didn't go all the way. Cheng Zheng saw her silence and wouldn't miss the opportunity, immediately rolling over to pin her down, kissing her wildly while his hand fumbled to unbutton her clothes. Yunjin's face turned so red it felt like it was going to bleed, and she weakly let him take control. When she regained her senses, feeling the coolness on her body and only his scorching skin against her, she realized there was no longer any barrier between them. Cheng Zheng propped himself up on her, using the faint light coming through the curtains to worship her body that seemed to glow softly, a sight that had appeared countless times in his dreams but was now vividly before him, more beautiful than he had imagined. He let out a muffled groan from his throat, allowing himself to fall into a daze. His hands and lips fell heavily on Yunjin, who felt like she was on the peak of a wave, an unfamiliar feeling washing over her. Just as she was lost in ecstasy, a sharp pain shot through her, as if she had been pierced, and she let out a cry, suddenly opening her tightly closed eyes. "Cheng Zheng, you lied to me." Tears streamed down her face, unclear whether from pain or something else. I'm sorry, I really couldn't hold back," he murmured, hurriedly wiping her tears with his hands. "Get off me. It hurts," she cried, pushing him away with all her strength. He kissed her while saying, "I hurt too. Can you bear with it?" Cheng Zheng was just as inexperienced, merely acting on instinct, and her tightness and his nervousness made him flustered. Seeing her pain and tears only confused him further. Their sweat and her tears mingled together. But the youthful desire burned within him, and finally, gritting his teeth, he forced himself in. Yunjin was instantly in so much pain she couldn't even scream, only able to grip him tightly. His movements were awkward and completely unskilled. The raw strength of youth was reckless, each thrust heavily impacting her, tormenting her. Yunjin initially felt unbearable pain, but gradually, amidst his roughness, she began to feel a sense of fulfillment, as if it was reminding her that maybe, from now on, she would no longer be alone. Their excessive sensitivity and impulsiveness led to a hasty conclusion to their first time. Yunjin allowed him to lie on her chest like a child, wanting to scold him fiercely, but silently wrapping her arms around his smooth, strong back. He lay half asleep on her for a while, then returned to his earlier state, exploring and sharing that strange, hidden passion throughout the night. Sweat dried and then dampened again, and just before Yunjin fell into a deep sleep, she heard him repeatedly murmuring her name. "So you were still here." Part 3, Chapter 11. Idiot. Come home with me. 1. She didn't know what other people's love was like, whether it would also be like theirs, riding a roller coaster, sometimes soaring to the clouds, and then suddenly plummeting to the depths. Mo Yuhua said, "At least it's your own choice of heaven collapsing and earth shattering." After Cheng Zheng was discharged from the hospital, he stayed with Yunjin for 2 days before reluctantly returning to school. After he left, Yunjin realized a day later that during their 2 days of closeness, they had not thought about using any contraceptive measures. Thinking of this made her anxious, alone. She didn't know what to do and was too embarrassed to buy medicine at the pharmacy. In her helplessness, she found Mo Yuhua and hesitantly told her the whole story. Mo Yuhua didn't say a word, grabbed her, and ran to the pharmacy. The medicine was taken, but it hadn't been at the most timely moment. And even Mo Yuhua didn't dare to say there was no danger. Yunjin spent a week in worry and fear until her period finally arrived as scheduled, and a huge weight lifted from her heart. She secretly rejoiced that the tragic plot of Spring Breeze once more. Hidden pearls forming rarely occurred in reality, but resolved to never be so naive again. From a day, Cheng Zheng returned to Beijing. Everyone in Yunjin's dormitory knew she had a boyfriend studying far away in Beijing, due to his constant phone calls. As her roommate Xiao put it, she was answering calls until she was almost crippled. Previously, Yunjin, who received the least calls in the dormitory, often held the phone in bed talking late into the night. At first, she was somewhat enchanted by the joy of being in love, but as time went on, Cheng Zheng's clinginess and possessiveness made her secretly groan in distress. Occasionally, when he called her dorm and couldn't reach her, or if they had a disagreement, he would throw a tantrum. Yunjin was used to being independent, and it was hard for her to suddenly adapt to giving all her life unreservedly to another person. Even when she was with Cheng Zheng, facing such an enchanting boy, she still felt they were two completely independent individuals, like parallel lines that could get infinitely close but would never intersect, which made her feel safe and secure. Cheng Zheng was different. He longed to give all his emotions and everything to Yunjin, wishing they could become one, while also demanding that she give him equal attention. He wanted to have her completely, leaving no gaps, and ideally, even her dreams should belong to him. Yunjin, what are you doing now? Yunjin, what are you thinking? Yunjin, where did you go? Yunjin, I miss you so much. Do you miss me? Yunjin, why aren't you talking? Yunjin. Every day, he kept asking, with a domineering stubbornness and childish uncertainty. At first, Yunjin patiently comforted him, but gradually she lost the energy to even comfort him, so she fell into a resigned silence. The more silent she became, the more he questioned her. Yunjin felt Cheng Zheng was like a ball of yarn tangled by a cat, wrapping around her, making her feel warm yet suffocating. Separated by distance, one in the south and the other in the north, Cheng Zheng would run over to Yunjin whenever he had free time. When time was tight, he would come over on Friday and return to Beijing on Sunday. Yunjin felt heartbroken over the money spent on plane tickets. When not on sale, a round trip cost almost as much as her entire living expenses for a school year. If her mother hadn't married her uncle, the two of them wouldn't know how many odd jobs they would have to do to gather that money. Yet, Cheng Zheng remained indifferent. Having grown up in a financially comfortable family, money was just a symbol that could buy him what he wanted. To him, nothing was more desirable than being together with her. Before the end of her senior year first semester, Cheng Zheng forcefully gave Yunjin a phone under the pretext of helping her find a job. Yunjin recalled that he had also given her a phone last time, and she felt it was too expensive, refusing to accept it. As a result, that guy, without saying a word, flipped and threw the phone out of the window of the 18th floor apartment, leaving her no choice but to accept it. This made it more convenient for him to contact her anytime, anywhere. Usually, every time Yunjin heard the ringtone he set specifically for her, it gave her a headache. She couldn't understand why someone who seemed so proud and reserved to others would become so clingy once he fell in love. Before the spring festival of that year, Yunjin attended a college job fair in her university's locality. She had never been in a place with so many people in her life. At the crowded job fair, she was swept along by the throng, feeling dizzy and unable to see the direction, with the better companies being so packed that even flies couldn't get in. In such circumstances, it was impossible to talk about rational choices. Yunjin couldn't even remember how many resumes she submitted, nor did she know her chances of being accepted. It was only when she finally walked out of the job fair's doors, breathing in the suddenly fresh air, that she let out a deep sigh. Chapter 11. Idiot. Come home with me, too. Cheng Zheng naturally did not have to endure Yunjin's struggles. His school was well known, and he had plenty of options. Moreover, his major was quite popular. He performed outstandingly in school, and his family had a good background, making it easy for him to find a good job. However, in terms of employment intentions, he seemed to be more influenced by his father, running towards technical positions with a focus on practical application, showing no interest in his mother's business career. His parents were quite open-minded and did not force him, allowing him to choose what he liked to do, hoping only that he would return to being near them when choosing a job location. After all, he was their only child. Also, his father served as the director of the Provincial Architectural Design Institute and the party committee secretary, making it easy for him to arrange the position he wanted. Cheng Zheng, however, clearly stated that he did not intend to return to his hometown. He told Yunjin, "What's the point of relying on Dad? Besides, I would have to endure his nagging if I went back. It's better to stay in Beijing, Yunjin. Once you graduate and come over, we can be together every day." In fact, Su Yunjin didn't want to return to her hometown either. She preferred to stay in this southern city where she had lived for 4 years. Here, she did not feel like an outsider and naturally integrated into the pulse of the city. She had also expressed this to Cheng Zheng, but he simply said, "You're silly. Of course, you should be with me. Of course, we should be together." He said it as if it were a given. But Su Yunjin couldn't imagine herself going north to reunite with him alone after graduation. It wasn't that she didn't miss Cheng Zheng, but her concerns about the future overwhelmed her impulses. She was unwilling to go to a completely unfamiliar city because there, apart from Cheng Zheng, she had nothing. If she lost him, she would have nowhere to retreat. Su Yunjin felt sad. How could she be so contemplative during a passionate relationship? She realized that she was far more selfish than she had imagined. What surprised Su Yunjin even more was that some of the job applications she had scattered like flowers at the job fair actually received responses, including one from a Sino-foreign joint venture daily chemical company that she admired. With a mindset of just trying, she participated in the company's initial interview, unexpectedly impressing the recruitment supervisor with her reserved and calm demeanor, thus passing the written test and subsequent interviews one by one. After Su Yunjin signed the employment agreement with the company, the teacher responsible for employment in her department and her classmates felt lucky for her. In a society where college students were becoming increasingly undervalued, being able to successfully sign with such a company was indeed a cause for celebration. Su Yunjin was naturally happy, but she felt even more uneasy, hardly daring to imagine how Cheng Zheng would react when he found out, since she couldn't avoid it. When Cheng Zheng called her that evening, Su Yunjin simply told him about the signed agreement. "What did you say you signed? Say it again." Cheng Zheng's tone revealed no emotional fluctuations. Su Yunjin felt a wave of panic and had no choice but to repeat it. He was indeed furious. "Su Yunjin, I find that you never consider other people's feelings when you do things." Su Yunjin wanted to explain, but Cheng Zheng had already hung up the phone decisively. Su Yunjin hurriedly redialed his number, but he refused to answer. After several attempts, he simply turned off his phone. Su Yunjin knew that with his temper, he was currently angry, and whatever she said would only add fuel to the fire. She thought it might be better to let him cool off. Perhaps in a few days, when he had vented his anger, she could say a few kind words, and the matter would pass. However, 2 days, 3 days, until the 5th day, Cheng Zheng had not called her once. Su Yunjin began to realize that this time he was truly angry. She then took the initiative to call him again, but he completely ignored her. Su Yunjin felt some regret in her heart. She asked herself, if she had known he would react so strongly, would she still have stubbornly wanted to stay in this city? In fact, when she signed the employment agreement, she hadn't thought too much about it. Looking back now, it really was too hasty. Just as he said, she had completely failed to consider his feelings. Or perhaps she had deliberately ignored this point, gambling that she didn't care about him that much. As the spring festival approached, the school had already started its winter vacation. The reason so many students remained on campus was merely because they were like her, waiting for job news. Su Yunjin was not someone who habitually clung to others. After several unsuccessful attempts to contact Cheng Zheng, although she felt frustrated, she did not continue to futilely call him. On the other hand, her mother had already called several times, urging her to come home for the new year. She didn't want to return to a home that no longer belonged to her, but she couldn't find a better reason to stay at school. So, 2 days before the Lunar New Year's Eve, she packed her luggage and boarded the train back home. Chapter 11. Idiot. Come home with me. 3. During the spring festival travel period, the train was crowded beyond description. Fortunately, Yunjin managed to buy a seat ticket. Despite being squeezed in by a sea of people and luggage, it was still much better than those who had to stand for hours. In her carriage, apart from students, most were migrant workers returning home after working in the South. They slumped in various corners of the train, sitting or sleeping, although their expressions were tired. Their faces and eyes were full of the anticipation and joy of returning home, no matter how hard it was to work outside. At least there were people waiting for them back home. After a year of toil, all they looked forward to was this day of returning with full hands. As Su Yunjin looked at the scenery rushing by outside the window, she wondered who would be waiting for her. She admitted that her mother still loved her, but now her mother loved another family even more. She recalled how her mother spoke to her with the same cautious tone as her uncle. And she became more aware that her mother no longer belonged solely to her and her father. Her home had become a memory. At that moment on the train, Yunjin suddenly missed Cheng Zheng like crazy. She missed his unreasonable clinginess and the warmth he provided. Compared to losing him, her insistence felt weak. But he was still angry, Yunjin thought. She couldn't worry about that too much. He would surely go home for the new year. And as long as he still had her in his heart, his anger would eventually pass. With him around, perhaps adapting to life in Beijing wouldn't be so difficult. However, what kind of responsibility would she have for breaching the agreement with the company she had signed? Would she end up losing a substantial amount of money because of it? These questions swirled in her mind as she dozed off in her seat. When Yunjin woke up, it was already midnight. The hard-seat carriage didn't turn off the lights at night. Passengers around her were playing cards, chatting, and it was still lively. She glanced at the station sign of a small stop they had just passed. After sitting on the train for more than 10 hours, the journey was finally past halfway. As if sensing her awakening, her phone in her pocket began to vibrate just as she was fixing her somewhat messy hair. Seeing the familiar caller, her heart suddenly raced a bit faster. What the hell are you doing? It's so noisy. Even through the phone, Yunjin could completely imagine Cheng Zheng frowning as he spoke, and she couldn't help but smile. I'm on a train, what about you? Yunjin felt embarrassed to shout into the phone, but was afraid the rumbling of the train would drown out her voice. On the train? Cheng Zheng was silent for a moment, then seemed to hear the distinctive sounds of the train. What are you doing on the train? I'm going home. Yunjin's voice was a bit lacking in confidence. Huh. Cheng Zheng let out an exaggerated laugh on the other end. I don't know what to say to you. I came all the way here, and you just silently went home. I didn't go silently. You didn't answer my call. How could I come at this time? Of course. If you won't go to Beijing, what else can I do? Should I just break up with you? Although his attitude was still annoying, Yunjin felt a warmth transmitted through the phone. She suddenly felt she had many things to tell him, but the only words that came out were, wait for me. Wait for me. More than 2 hours later, the train finally stopped at a big station. Without thinking, Yunjin got off the train. It was 4:30 in the morning, and the sky was still dark. This small city, where she had never set foot before, was shrouded in silence. The train schedule showed that the next train to City G would depart in 7 hours. She couldn't wait, so she asked the train staff for directions and ran alone to the bus station with her luggage. In the unfamiliar city, on the empty streets, Yunjin, with her head down, forgot her fear of walking alone and the morning chill, only wanting to hurry faster and faster to see the person she was thinking of. Until she finally boarded the first sleeper train to City G at 5:30. She covered her hot cheeks and realized her madness. When a messy sleeper train arrived at the City G bus station, it was already the evening before New Year's Eve. Yunjin stumbled out with the crowd and quickly recognized him amidst the chaos. At that moment, she suddenly felt all the tension in her body relax completely, exhausted and unable to move, only breaking into a smile. Cheng Zheng also spotted her but didn't rush over. Instead, he looked at her with a mix of anger and amusement. The two smiled at each other from several meters away, separated by the flowing crowd. In the end, it was Cheng Zheng who stretched out a hand to her from a distance. It was noisy around, but she understood his words. Chapter 11. Silly, come home with me. This was Yunjin's first time spending the new year away from home, with only Cheng Zheng by her side. Her situation was fine, over the phone. She said she would stay at school to continue looking for a job, and her mother didn't say much. On the other hand, Cheng Zheng, being the precious son of his family, surprisingly did not spend the spring festival with his parents, nor went to his uncle's house. Which surprised Yunjin that Cheng's father and mother would allow him to do so. Of course they agreed. Cheng Zheng said, "A week ago, I told my dad and mom that I wasn't staying in Beijing and wasn't going home, that I was coming to work in City G, and to prepare themselves mentally. My mom complained for quite a while, saying I had a girlfriend and forgot about her. Later, I told her I wouldn't be spending the new year with them this year, and my mom wished she could stuff me back in her belly. What about that?" Yunjin laughed, but was also a bit worried. Cheng Zheng said proudly, "I told my mom that if you agree to be with me, she'll have another daughter-in-law. And if you don't agree, she'll lose her son." That is how she had no choice. Yunjin was speechless. As for my uncle, my aunt immigrated a few years ago, and my uncle must be spending the new year with her. Cheng Zheng added, Although it was just the two of them for the new year, they still managed to celebrate it quite well. Besides cuddling in their small apartment, they also wandered around the streets together, buying a bunch of New Year's goods. Cheng Zheng dragged her around the streets, and Yunjin realized that he was much more familiar with this city than she was. It turned out that his initial insistence on her and Cheng Zheng accompanying him around was just an excuse. On New Year's Eve, Cheng Zheng covered the apartment with food characters, and Yunjin personally cooked a New Year's Eve dinner for the two of them, which surprisingly tasted good. Cheng Zheng ate with great enthusiasm. In Chinese tradition, the festival is about being lively and together, and with only each other, but didn't T feel lonely at all. At midnight, as the New Year bells rang, fireworks erupted at designated spots in the city. Cheng Zheng grabbed Yunjin's hand and ran to the balcony to watch. Unfortunately, due to the tall buildings, they could only see the distant flickering lights. He stomped his feet in childlike disappointment. It's over there, over there. Why can't we see it? Yunjin squeezed his hand back, smiling as she looked in the direction he was pointing. She didn't tell him that, in fact, this night didn't need fireworks to embellish it. Having him by her side was already brilliant enough. If only time could stop, how wonderful it would be to freeze at this moment. Many years later, when Yunjin recalled this scene, her heart would still feel sweet. But she knew that one shouldn't be too greedy, so in the days that followed, no matter how difficult it was, whenever she thought of that night without fireworks, she always felt it was too beautiful. Chapter 12. Easy to fall in love, hard to live together. The last semester of university passed like flowing water. Among Yunjin's classmates, those without jobs continued to search, while those who found jobs lived like pigs, eating and sleeping, waking up to play cards in 2s and 3s. While some simply went straight to their contracted companies for internships. Although the school still arranged a semester's worth of courses, every classroom was nearly empty. Even for the final thesis defense, the supervising teachers turned a blind eye to the students who had already found jobs, letting them off as long as their performance wasn't too poor. In contrast, Cheng Zheng was much busier than her during these 6 months. He had always been serious about his studies and wouldn't take his graduation project lightly, finishing all his school matters only by mid-June. During this time, he successfully signed with a building design institute located in City G. This institute, established in the 1950s, is affiliated with a large state-owned construction company and is one of the most powerful architectural design institutes in the Southwest region, as well as one of the 6 most well-known comprehensive architectural design institutes in the country. It was quite difficult for Cheng Zheng to be hired by such a unit without relying on his parents. But Yunjin understood that while he claimed he didn't need family influence, the connection between the institute's director and Cheng Zheng's father from college certainly made things easier for him at work. Thus, the two ended their 4 years of university life and began living together in Cheng Zheng's small apartment. Cheng Zheng's parents initially planned to get him a larger apartment. But on one hand, Yunjin insisted that they only needed enough space, and, on the other hand, the original small apartment was located in the bustling commercial area of the city, not far from their workplaces, so the matter of moving was dropped. Cheng Zheng's uncle, Zhang Jinming, also understood the young people's desire for freedom and did not insist on him moving into his home, allowing him to enjoy his life outside. In the initial days, everything was sweet like a fairy tale. In the mornings, the two would have breakfast together and leave for work while waiting for the bus. In the afternoons, after work, they would meet to buy groceries and head home. Yunjin was an excellent cook, which made Cheng Zheng's palate increasingly picky. After dinner, they would either go to watch a movie nearby or stroll hand in hand, sometimes cuddling at home to watch TV, sharing a lingering evening together. At that time, not only did Cheng Zheng feel incredibly satisfied, but Yunjin also believed that Cinderella could indeed meet her prince and live a happy life. However, although they had been entangled for many years and had been in love for a while, the actual time they spent together was not much. Now that they were living together, the novelty wore off, and many issues that they had either overlooked or deliberately ignored gradually surfaced. First of all, Cheng Zheng was very active. Although he could concentrate on studying and work, he did not like staying at home or being in a quiet environment during his free time. Especially after a day of dealing with various blueprints at the Design Institute, he preferred to go to the gym or play sports with colleagues and friends, or enjoy the famous nightlife of the city. In contrast, Su Yunjin was quiet. After work, she preferred not to go out, doing housework, listening to music, and her greatest hobby was playing Go Online. She rarely called friends over, only occasionally gathering with Mo Yuhua or a few college roommates. And she was not particularly fond of shopping, which most women enjoyed. A few times, under Cheng Zheng's insistence, Su Yunjin accompanied him to various KTVs and bars, but often found it overwhelming and noisy, unable to bear the crowded environment. Not wanting to dampen Cheng Zheng's spirits, she would endure the evening, feeling as if she was suffering. After several such experiences, Cheng Zheng no longer forced her, but he liked to cling to her. At first, he tried to minimize his activities to accompany her at home after work. However, once they were tired of watching TV and talking, Su Yunjin would sit in front of the computer, deep in thought over the Go board, resembling a monk in meditation, while Cheng Zheng sat beside her. She would not allow him to interfere, leaving him feeling like a restless ant on a hot pan, unable to settle down. As a result, both of them gradually focused on their own interests without forcing each other, and they both found it relaxing. Fortunately, although Cheng Zheng loved to have fun, he had a good sense of propriety. He never flaunted his family background at work, but anyone with a discerning eye could tell from his demeanor and conversation that he came from a well-to-do family. Coupled with his outstanding looks and temperament, he was quite popular among colleagues and friends, and many girls noticed him in various social settings. He was clear about his attitude towards relationships. No matter how wild he played, he never crossed boundaries, and he openly stated that he was in a relationship, although others doubted the existence of his mysterious cohabiting girlfriend. They accepted his principles when they saw his insistence. Chapter 12. Love is easy. Living together is hard, too. When Cheng Zheng was out, Su Yunjin rarely called to urge him to come home. Instead, he would return home promptly when he felt it was getting late. However, there were some regrets. Sometimes, seeing friends and colleagues with wives or girlfriends being driven crazy by phone calls from home, he felt a tinge of envy. He secretly hoped that she would show some dependence on him, but no matter how late he returned, she would only leave a night light on for him. Either go to sleep first or do other things, never blaming him. In addition to their completely different personalities, household chores also became an issue. Cheng Zheng was born with a silver spoon in his mouth. His family and friends had always pampered him, so he had never lifted a finger at home. Even during his 4 years at university in Beijing, his parents, worried about him being alone, bought him an apartment near the school, with all the household tasks managed by a cleaner. Even so, every few months, the nanny who had raised him would come to Beijing to check on him. Now that he was living with Su Yunjin, he naturally did not want any outsiders to disturb them, so all the trivial household chores fell on Su Yunjin. He wouldn't even wash a pair of socks or a set of chopsticks, let alone cook or clean. Su Yunjin's family background was naturally not as good as his, but she had been the apple of her parents' eye, especially when her father was alive. She had rarely had to manage everything inside and outside the house. When they first lived together, she couldn't stand Cheng Zheng's incompetence in household chores, and since she was indeed better at it than him, she naturally took on all the responsibilities. Over time, she couldn't help but feel a bit exhausted, especially when she returned home late from work, only to find him lounging in front of the computer playing games or even staying at work later than her. When she arrived home, he would complain about being hungry while she was too tired to straighten her back from mopping the floor. Yet, he would continue playing games beside her, and even lifting her legs felt bothersome. At such times, Su Yunjin would always be filled with pent-up anger. She didn't mind doing a little more, but she was very concerned about his entitled attitude, as if he were a young master. This home belonged to both of them, and they were equal partners. After working 8 hours like him during the day, why should she have to serve him at home? She even tried to protest by doing nothing, neither cooking for him, washing his clothes, nor tidying up the room, to see how he would cope. But he simply ignored the mess in the house, sitting on the sofa amidst a pile of clutter, waiting for his clothes to accumulate until he had nothing clean left to wear, throwing his underwear away after one use. And when it came to meals, it was easy. There were plenty of restaurants downstairs, and a phone call could bring food right to their door. In the end, Su Yunjin often found it unbearable and had to surrender, continuing to act as his unpaid maid, only to be met with a few jabs from him afterward. Sometimes, Cheng Zheng felt sorry for her and mentioned hiring a cleaner, but Su Yunjin always thought it unnecessary. Moreover, she understood his temperament well, although she disliked doing chores. She had high standards for the details of daily life. For example, she had preferences for daily washing supplies, and if a shirt had even a slight wrinkle, she would refuse to go out. How could a cleaner manage all that? Fortunately, her department at work was a customer service unit, where most of her job involved handling customer inquiries and complaint calls, so it was relatively easy. As long as she didn't take Cheng Zheng's bad temper to heart, she could manage both work and home. However, friction between them was inevitable. Su Yunjin often said, "Cheng Zheng, is it really that hard to wash a pair of socks?" Cheng Zheng would always reply nonchalantly, "If it's not difficult, then why don't you just stop making a fuss about it?" In a relationship, especially between young people living together, small quarrels due to differences in personality and habits were quite normal. However, Cheng Zheng had a fiery temper, and his stubbornness and childishness became more apparent in front of those close to him. Su Yunjin, on the other hand, was gentle on the outside but strong on the inside, a person who concealed needles within cotton. Though she rarely spoke up, she was firm about her beliefs and seldom backed down. Even if she sometimes reluctantly tolerated him for a moment, grievances accumulated over time, leading to more extreme outbursts. Both of them refused to give in, and their journey was marked by constant small battles. Due to their young and passionate love, many disputes and differences were usually resolved through passionate entanglements. As the saying goes, enemies become friends. Perhaps that was the case. On the eve of the next year's spring festival, news of Shen Zhuan and Zhang Yu's marriage arrived. Zhang Yu excitedly told Cheng Zheng first, saying they were all family, so there would be no formal invitation. She asked him and Su Yunjin to come to the wedding and help with the arrangements. Compared to Zhang Yu, who had been abroad for many years, Shen Zhuan adhered more to etiquette and personally delivered the invitation to Su Yunjin. Chapter 12. Love is easy. Living together is hard. 3. It was a winter afternoon during a rare sunny break. Su Yunjin and Shen Zhuan met at a small restaurant near her company. As she watched him slowly push an exquisite invitation towards her, Su Yunjin said, "Actually, Zhang Yu has already called, and we both know." Shen Zhuan replied, "Zhang Yu said it's her matter. I'm inviting you in my name. You know, I don't have many close friends." Su Yunjin smiled slightly. "Would it seem hypocritical to say congratulations now?" Shen Zhuan said knowingly, "Should I act more awkward to fit our current relationship?" Su Yunjin laughed again. Receiving a wedding invitation from an ex-boyfriend, one has to lament a bit. Indeed, many things in the world are quite mysterious. His voice was as warm as before. No matter what, she had to say congratulations. "Really, Zhuan, I wish you and Zhang Yu happiness." When Su Yunjin raised her head again, her face bore a calm blessing. "Thank you." Shen Zhuan smiled faintly, gently swirling the glass of ice water in front of him. Su Yunjin flipped through the invitation adorned with wedding photos of Zhang Yu and Shen Zhuan. The pink card was elegantly designed, simple yet tasteful, clearly crafted with care. It must have been designed by Zhang Yu. Her taste has always been excellent. "You're really lucky. Zhang Yu is a rare good girl." Su Yunjin said this sincerely. Although Zhang Yu was a rich girl, her personality was genuine and open, a truly transparent woman, and anyone who had her should feel fortunate. "You're right. She really is great." Shen Zhuan continued to focus on his glass of ice water. In such weather, not many would order a glass of ice water. "Actually, it doesn't matter even if she's not that great." His voice remained calm. A flash of astonishment crossed Su Yunjin's eyes. Shen Zhuan smiled and said, "I'm marrying someone named Zhang Yu. Having such a surname, such a father is enough. The rest doesn't make much difference. Why are you telling me this?" Su Yunjin suddenly found it impossible to smile. Shen Zhuan still looked as handsome and refined as before, a gentle person like a warm spring breeze. Yet the words he spoke were colder than ice water. "I have a good friend who likes to say, to seek benevolence is to attain happiness. I want to comment on your choice, but you shouldn't hurt her. No one should be hurt." He slowly took a sip of water, as if completely unaware of the chill. "Believe me, I've said before. I've always been very clear about what I want, and so has Zhang Yu. I gave her the man she wanted and the relationship she expected. She gave me the achievements I've always longed for. For both of us, isn't this also seeking benevolence to attain benevolence?" Su Yunjin did not argue with him. She looked at him, and suddenly remembered a line from Dream of the Red Chamber. Even the heartless can be moving. Who could refuse such a man's gentle smile? At that moment, she felt that Cheng Zheng's childishness was not so unbearable after all. Why are you telling me this? She sighed inwardly. Don't get me wrong, Yunjin. I don't want to regain anything. I'm telling you this because I find it comfortable to talk to you. In some ways, we are very similar, and that might be why I've always been attracted to you. Su Yunjin gently touched the light and shadow on the glass window beside her, and, after a long while, replied, You're wrong, Juin. We're not alike. Really? He smiled meaningfully. That evening, when Su Yunjin returned home, her gaze towards Cheng Zheng softened considerably. The two were naturally sweeter together, and after their passion, Su Yunjin began to drift into a light sleep in Cheng Zheng's arms. Suddenly, she felt a chill by her ear and instinctively touched it, only to find an earring. She leaned against the headboard, took it off to examine it closely, and realized it was from a recent shopping trip when they passed by a jewelry counter. She had casually noticed this pair of earrings, placed in a not-so-conspicuous spot, with small, pale blue drops. At that time, when Cheng Zheng saw she liked it, he hurriedly asked the counter staff to take it out. The earrings were made of platinum with a small teardrop-shaped aquamarine, looking quite elegant. Aquamarine wasn't particularly valuable, but the two stones set in these earrings had a high purity, a deep blue like mermaid tears, and with exquisite craftsmanship from a renowned maker. So, when Su Yunjin glanced at the price tag, she quickly set it down, but Cheng Zheng insisted on buying it. He had always wanted to gift her jewelry, but she had little interest in such things. Since she liked it, he couldn't miss this chance. Chapter 12. Love is easy. Getting along is difficult. 4. Seeing his stubbornness, Su Yunjin used a delaying tactic and said, You can buy it, but only with your salary, not with family money. Besides, I don't have pierced ears. I can't wear these earrings anyway. At that time, he had to give up. Su Yunjin thought he would forget about it after a while. But who knew this guy actually saved his salary for several months, and even specially ordered a pair of clip-on earrings from the manufacturer. Su Yunjin was touched in her heart as she carefully put the earrings back on. The two small blue drops swayed gently by her ears, perfectly complementing her calm demeanor. You're not allowed to take them off anymore. Cheng Zheng buried his head in her chest and said. Su Yunjin gently stroked his hair, listening as he continued. And you're definitely not allowed to leave me. Chapter 13. Love makes us walk on thin ice. 1. As the spring festival approached, Su Yunjin and Cheng Zheng both had a 7-day holiday. The previous year, neither of them went home for the new year. Cheng Zheng was fine. His parents occasionally took time off or used business trips as an excuse to come see him. But Su Yunjin hadn't seen her mother for over a year. She had a complex feeling towards her mother, worried yet avoidant. This year, her mother called early, insisting that she must come home. More importantly, her mother revealed earlier that her uncle's clothing factory had suffered significant losses due to increasing competition in the industry and poor management over the past couple of years. Reluctantly, this year, they sold the entire factory at a loss, just to settle their debts. Now, their family of 3 relied on some savings from her uncle's earlier years. While they weren't in dire straits, they were certainly living a much worse life. Although Su Yunjin wasn't particularly close to her uncle, she remembered his kindness in supporting her through college, and, with her mother-esque connection, she felt it was her duty to go home and check on them. The day before New Year's Eve, Su Yunjin flew back to her hometown's provincial capital with Cheng Zheng. As soon as they exited the airport, Cheng Zheng's parents and a driver were already waiting outside. His parents urged Su Yunjin to stay with them for a few days, but she was eager to get home. And considering that she and Cheng Zheng weren't married, it wouldn't be appropriate to stay at someone else's home during the new year, so she politely declined. Cheng Zheng's family had no choice but to send her back to the county town, and he personally escorted her home before returning. Although her mother knew Su Yunjin would be home today, upon seeing her daughter, she couldn't help but feel a mix of joy and sorrow. Su Yunjin also sighed inwardly. After more than a year apart, her mother had visibly aged so much. It was evident that many difficulties had been lightly brushed over in their phone conversations, and even her uncle no longer had the spirited look he once had. Her uncle's younger sister was still quite young, not very talkative, but very well behaved. When she saw Su Yunjin, she called her sister, Su Yunjin. who had been lonely since childhood, couldn't help but feel a swell of emotion at being called sister, but she was not good at expressing herself. So she just smiled at this suddenly added little sister. After dinner, Yunjin and her mother tidied up the dishes, and the two of them had a heart-to-heart talk in her mother's room. She handed her mother a savings book that she had brought back, saying it was a small token of filial piety from a daughter. Her mother pushed it away slightly, but still accepted it. In fact, Yunjin had only been working for half a year and didn't have much savings. However, the economy in the city where she lived was more developed than in inland cities, and her income was considered moderate. Since she was living with Cheng Zheng, she could save on the significant expense of rent. Although she insisted on paying for utilities and miscellaneous expenses, having him around made things much better than facing the world alone. She didn't know if the money she gave her mother was just a drop in the bucket, but it was her heartfelt contribution nonetheless. Her mother said that the hardest times for the family were over. Her uncle had been unemployed for a while, but recently, thanks to a friend's recommendation, he had been hired as a supervisor at a clothing factory in the provincial capital and would start after the new year. Although he was working for someone else, this factory was much larger than the small private one he had worked at before, and the pay was quite good. This job was indeed like a timely rain. That was good. Her uncle was indeed capable. Yunjin felt a lot more at ease. He may be capable, but he also relies on luck, her mother sighed. Yunjin didn't mention this matter again, but subtly asked her mother how her uncle treated her. Her mother just blushed and said that at her age, there was nothing much to ask for anymore. Seeing her mother's expression, Yunjin understood that her mother had found someone to rely on for the rest of her life. As a daughter, what else could she do but feel happy? She also had Cheng Zheng by her side. If her father were watching from above, seeing that his beloved wife and daughter had found a home, he would surely rest in peace. With her worries resolved, Yunjin felt much more at ease. During the New Year's Eve dinner, the family of four finally had a joyful meal together. Yunjin even clinked glasses with her uncle and chatted happily with her sister. After dinner, she felt a warmth in her cheeks, but also a rare clarity and peace in her heart. Just as she was about to call Cheng Zheng, he had already called her first. On the other end of the line, Cheng Zheng exclaimed that he missed her, as if he couldn't be apart from her for even a day. He also mentioned that he wanted their parents to meet, to make their relationship more official. Yunjin hesitated, feeling that it was too rushed, but under the influence of alcohol, she couldn't resist Cheng Zheng's persuasion and agreed. Chapter 13. Love makes us tread on thin ice, too. She merely agreed casually, not expecting Cheng Zheng to act so quickly. The next morning, he called her and said that his parents were free and asked where Yunjin wanted to arrange the meeting. Yunjin was speechless. It was the first day of the new year, and there was no reason for their parents to meet at this time. After some back and forth, he reluctantly agreed to postpone it by a day, clarifying that his parents were willing to accommodate Yunjin's family and could meet anywhere in their county. After ending the call, Yunjin had to inform her mother and uncle about the situation. To her surprise, they reacted as if facing a great enemy, insisting that it was inappropriate to inconvenience her future in-laws by making them come to their small place, and that they should come to the provincial capital instead to avoid being rude. Yunjin went along with their wishes and conveyed her mother's and uncle's intentions to Cheng Zheng's side that evening. Cheng Zheng's family respected their wishes, so they settled on a familiar restaurant in the provincial capital. In the end, Cheng Zheng's father even called to formally extend an invitation to Yunjin's family, and the matter was thus settled. Yunjin truly didn't expect that what she had imagined as a simple meeting would turn into such a serious affair. However, now that it had come to this, she could only go with the flow. On the morning of the second day of the new year, her mother and uncle got up early to get ready and urged Yunjin and her sister to hurry up. Yunjin saw that her mother was wearing the most formal clothes from her wardrobe, and her uncle was dressed in the suit he had worn to his wedding. She found it amusing, yet was touched. Regardless of wealth or poverty, the hearts of parents are the same. The family finally made their way out, and just before getting in the car, her sister was scolded by her uncle for not remembering the auspicious words to say upon meeting Cheng Zheng's parents. Yunjin quickly intervened to stop the reprimand. After buying local specialties as gifts for the meeting, they took a bus for over an hour and arrived at the provincial capital just around noon. Yunjin didn't let Cheng Zheng come to pick them up and hailed a taxi near the bus station to rush to the agreed-upon restaurant. The car stopped in front of the restaurant that Cheng Zheng's family had chosen. After getting out, Yunjin took a look at the building. Having worked for some time, she had seen a bit of the world, and this place, while not ostentatious from the entrance, had a grand and elegant lobby. Although it was located in the city center, it was quiet with very few vehicles around, clearly not an ordinary restaurant, but more like a private club. Cheng Zheng was already waiting at the door. When he saw Yunjin's parents, he came forward to greet them respectfully. Her mother and uncle hurriedly returned the greeting. And when Cheng Zheng offered to carry their things, they felt embarrassed to let him help. Yunjin just smiled and said, "Uncle, let the young man carry it. It's only proper." Cheng Zheng quickly took it with a grin and followed a manager-looking person to lead Yunjin's family to a private room on the second floor. As the waiter opened the door, her mother quietly asked Yunjin, "Daughter, is there anything wrong with what I'm wearing?" Yunjin didn't respond but squeezed her mother's hand tightly. Once inside, Cheng Zheng's parents were already standing and waiting for them. After some small talk, everyone took their seats. During the seating process, her uncle insisted that Cheng Zheng sit first before he would sit down. Yunjin was present, and Cheng Zheng didn't dare be rude. So he kept yielding until his father personally invited her uncle to sit down first, which finally settled the matter. Yunjin felt a bit confused, thinking her uncle was being overly modest, but she said nothing about it. As they chatted, the waiter silently brought the dishes one after another. Cheng Zheng's father, Cheng Yinsheng, and mother, Zhang Jinin, were dressed in casual attire, not showing off their wealth, but their demeanor was elegant, with the man being refined and the woman graceful. They acted like any ordinary parents, casually chatting with two potential in-laws of the same age. Cheng Yinsheng was amiable but spoke little, with a scholarly aura, while Zhang Jinin was busy attending to everyone, being polite and attentive, which made Yunjin's mother and uncle seem overly formal. Once all the dishes were served, the couple raised their small wine glasses and said, "The food here may not be the best, but it's rare to find a quiet place. Perfect for gathering with friends and family. Please don't stand on ceremony. Let's raise a glass to celebrate the first formal meeting of our two families during this new year." Everyone raised their glasses, and except for her sister, who was still in school, everyone else drank their wine. After finishing their drinks, Yunjin and Cheng Zheng exchanged a smile. Before they had even sat down, her uncle hurriedly took the wine pot and poured Cheng Yinsheng another glass. Cheng Yinsheng bowed in thanks, and her uncle poured wine for Zhang Jinin as well. Zhang Jinin quickly waved her hand and called over the waiter, saying, "You're too kind." Her uncle raised his glass and said, "Where am I being polite? Dean Cheng, General Manager Zhang, I can't express my gratitude to you both in 1,000 words. And since we are not good with words, I can only thank you with this glass of wine." Chapter 13. Love Makes Us Tread on Thin Ice. 3. Yunjin's chopsticks hovered in midair as she looked at her uncle and Zhang Jinin in confusion. Zhang Jinin lightly coughed and smiled as usual, saying, "We're all family here. No need to be so formal. Cheng Zheng, why don't you serve your uncle and aunt some dishes?" Cheng Zheng glanced at Yunjin and quickly asked the waiter to refill soup for her mother and uncle, then used his own chopsticks to serve Yunjin some dishes. Yunjin vaguely felt that something was off, but Cheng Yinsheng had already changed the topic, and both sides chatted about trivial matters, creating a relatively harmonious atmosphere. During the meal, Zhang Jinin asked about Yunjin's mother's health. Yunjin's mother replied, "It's okay. Thank you for your concern. If it weren't for my health being a bit weak recently, old Zhang could have reported to the factory earlier." Cheng Zheng quickly interjected, "Health is the most important." However, her uncle said to Zhang Jinin, "But don't worry, General Manager Zhang. Right after the new year, I will report to Manager Li. I am familiar with the business in the garment factory, so just leave it to me." "Uncle, try this, it tastes good." Yunjin interrupted him as she served him some food. She understood now where her uncle's and mother's seriousness and humility came from. She had been too foolish. She should have realized that things in this world are rarely so smooth. Her uncle had just lost his job, yet such a good opportunity had come knocking at their door. It all made sense now. As they spoke, Zhang Jinin's coat accidentally slipped off the back of her chair. Before the waiter could react, her uncle had already stepped forward to pick it up, carefully dusting off the invisible dirt and placing it back in its original position. his honest and simple face full of a flattering smile. Su Yunjin lowered her eyelids. This feeling was so familiar. She almost forgot that scene for 5 years ago. The heavy donation envelope in Meng Shui's hand, red and dazzling like Zhang Jinin's coat. So many years had passed. It turned out nothing had changed. Su Yunjin looked up and found Cheng Zheng's worried gaze. They all knew that she was the only one kept in the dark. But what right did she have to be unhappy? Including Cheng Zheng's parents, they all meant well. They helped her family because Cheng Zheng loved her, and in fact, her uncle and mother didn't need this job. She responded to Cheng Zheng with a smile, lowered her head, and took a bite of food. She had never eaten the monkey head mushroom in abalone sauce before. Why did it taste so bitter? She endured, chewed it carefully, and managed to swallow it down. Then smiled as usual. After the meal, the Zhang couple invited Su Yunjin's family to stay a few days in the provincial city. But both Su Yunjin and her mother said they had relatives to visit, and they didn't insist. Cheng Zheng pulled Su Yunjin aside and said, "Let your mom and the others go. You stay here." Su Yunjin smiled and said, "You won't be bored with just the two of us every day." He then mischievously whispered something in her ear, causing her face to flush, and she shot him a fierce glare. The adults nearby watched the young couple with smiles, but said nothing. After taking the night bus back to their home in the county, as soon as they changed their shoes, her younger sister suddenly asked, "Did we go to meet your boyfriend's family today? Or Dad's boss?" Su Yunjin was stunned for a moment, then immediately heard her uncle scolding her sister. "Kids don't understand. Why say so much?" Her sister felt wronged and retorted a few times, and her uncle's hand raised up. Su Yunjin hurriedly intervened. "Uncle, don't be angry. I already said kids don't understand. Why bother to argue? Besides, her words aren't wrong." She pushed her sister into the room and saw her mother looking at her with a complex expression. "Yunjin, your uncle is not capable, and we didn't mean to hide anything from you. But given the current situation at home, your mom's health isn't good." Su Yunjin took off her coat and dusted off the invisible dust on it. "Since we are family, why say these things? Uncle, you all must be tired today. Clean up and rest early." She turned and walked back to her room, her mother gently tugging at the hem of her clothes. "Yunjin." Su Yunjin looked at the only family member she had in this world and smiled. "Mom, what's wrong with you all? This isn't a bad thing. Even if it's for the sake of acquaintances, if your uncle is incapable, Cheng Zheng's family wouldn't help. If it weren't for the family's difficulties, your uncle and I wouldn't want to make things hard for you. You are my daughter. I always hope you live better than I do. It seems that the boy from the Cheng family treats you well, and his parents are good people." Su Yunjin gently patted her mother's hand and said, "As long as Uncle works smoothly and you both are safe, that's all I need." Before bed, Su Yunjin received a text from Cheng Zheng. "I asked my mom to help your uncle just to make you happy." Su Yunjin placed her phone on her chest and took a long time to reply. "I'm not that ungrateful. I understand. Thank you." She had no right to make those who loved her walk on eggshells. Chapter 13. Love Makes Us Walk on Eggs 4. After the Spring Festival holiday, Su Yunjin returned to Ji City with Cheng Zheng. Life was a day-to-day repetition, and Su Yunjin tried to avoid thinking about her uncle's job situation. She didn't want this matter to disrupt her normal life with Cheng Zheng. She only hoped that everything would go smoothly for her uncle, and that he would do his best in the new factory, not letting Cheng Zheng and his parents' goodwill go to waste. The wedding of Shen Juan and Zhang Yu took place on the second weekend after the Spring Festival. Since Zhang Yu had been abroad for many years and was heavily influenced by Western customs, and her mother was a devout Christian, the wedding was primarily in a Western style. The entire ceremony did not turn out to be as extravagant as Su Yunjin had previously imagined. Instead, it was held in a solemn and low-key atmosphere, with only close friends and relatives invited, while reporters and curious onlookers were politely turned away. The wedding took place on the lawn of a hotel owned by the Zhang family, and after the ceremony, there was a relaxed and informal buffet. Su Yunjin took a drink from a server and sat quietly on a bench behind a cluster of low trees, enjoying the sunlight. Cheng Zheng had previously stayed by her side, introducing her to his friends and family. Gradually, she encountered more and more familiar faces, many of whom were childhood friends of Cheng Zheng and Zhang Yu, all from families of similar backgrounds. They hadn't seen each other in years and had endless jokes to share. Su Yunjin felt out of place and didn't want to interrupt, so she excused herself, saying she wanted to walk around for some peace and quiet. She took a sip of her drink, inhaling the unique fragrance of the grass, and looked at the beautifully dressed people around her. Without Cheng Zheng, this was a world she could hardly imagine. She had grown accustomed to him being by her side, and didn't notice anything special about him. Now, from an observer's perspective, standing among a group of young elites of similar age, he still stood out. He and Zhang Yu were chatting and laughing among those people, their expressions animated. That was their world. On the other hand, Shen Zhuan, tightly holding Zhang Yu, spoke little. He maintained a warm smile as he accompanied his newlywed wife, and the finely tailored suit he wore made him look even more refined. Su Yunjin felt that Shen Zhuan was increasingly like a statue made of jade, appearing warm and charming, yet cold and hard. If you knew him, you would find that even his smile was distant, and he was not fully present at that moment. This realization intrigued Su Yunjin. Among the attendees, besides Zhang Yu, she was the one who understood Shen Zhuan the most. He was very self-disciplined, keeping himself hidden, and could control his emotions well. Yet now, despite his best efforts to mask it, the anxiety and unease in his eyes were evident to Su Yunjin. But she wasn't the kind of person to meddle. Shen Zhuan had already left her life, and she had no intention of prying into others' secrets. She watched Shen Zhuan accompany Zhang Yu for a long time, eventually giving Zhang Yu some excuse before politely greeting the others and walking away. He seemed to be strolling casually, but upon closer inspection, he was actually searching for something on the ground, yet it appeared he could never find it. The anxiety in his eyes grew stronger as he unconsciously walked towards Su Yunjin. Did you find it? As Shen Zhuan approached, Su Yunjin felt it inappropriate to hide, so she simply asked, Yunjin? He showed a hint of surprise, then quickly returned to a normal expression. What are you doing here alone? He smiled calmly. Did you lose something important? Su Yunjin cut straight to the point without beating around the bush. Shen Zhuan did not answer, his gaze slowly cooling, sharp as a knife, while Su Yunjin remained composed. After a long pause, he let out a laugh, but his expression was only left with dejection. Yes, it's something very important. I lost my ring. Su Yunjin was taken aback. The ring? Isn't it on your hand? She looked at the dazzling diamond ring on his ring finger. Shen Zhuan raised his hand, looking mockingly at the ring on his finger. The perfectly cut diamond was shining with an unusual brilliance under the sunlight. No, not this one. It's a very ordinary gold ring that I lost. The despair and helplessness in his voice when he said the last sentence was completely unfamiliar to Su Yunjin. That kind of pain from losing a beloved treasure could not be feigned even by the most scheming person. Do you need my help? Su Yunjin asked. Just as Shen Zhuan was about to speak, he heard footsteps approaching from behind. Zhuan, what are you doing here? Hey Yunjin, you're here too? Cheng Zheng was just looking for you everywhere. Zhang Yu stood not far away with a cheerful smile. Hi, Zhang Yu. Su Yunjin quickly greeted her with a smile. What interesting things are you talking about? I couldn't find you anywhere. Zhang Yu looked at her husband with a playful pout on her face. Oh, I lost something. And just as Zhuan walked by, I thought he could help me find it, Su Yunjin said, thinking quickly. What did you lose? Zhang Yu showed an anxious expression. A ring. Su Yunjin followed her words. To her surprise, Zhang Yu displayed a look of why didn't you say it earlier, and bent down to pull out a small, shiny gold ring from her clutch. Is this it? The waiter found it and gave it to me just now. I was about to ask which guest lost it. Su Yunjin quickly glanced at Shen Zhuan. From his expression, she guessed it must be the ring without a doubt. So she hurriedly took it and repeatedly thanked Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu waved her hand. There's no need to thank me, silly. But if it's something important, don't lose it again. You won't always be so lucky. By the way, Yunjin, Zhuan and I are going to the front to greet a few uncles. Are you coming with us? Su Yunjin smiled and shook her head. Just as Zhang Yu and Shen Zhuan left, she noticed that Cheng Zheng had also come over with Zhang Yu. Coincidentally, he ran into a friend not far away and chatted for a bit, and she didn't know if he had heard their conversation. After saying goodbye to his friend, he walked over to her, casually extending a palm towards her. What good thing did you get? Let me see. Su Yunjin irritably waved the ring in front of him. Did you see it? Isn't this the one Zhang Yu had earlier? Why is it in your hands? Zhang Yu just picked it up. Su Yunjin replied lightly. Cheng Zheng showed a dubious expression. The ring is yours? Yunjin smiled and patted his head. Mind your own business Anyway, it's not yours. Cheng Zheng jumped up. Can you just casually pat a man's head? I'm not a puppy. Yunjin was relieved that he didn't continue to ask. She could easily admit the ring was hers and say it was a gift from her mother, which would make more sense, but for some reason, she didn't want to lie to him. A spring passed by uneventfully, and Cheng Zheng's birthday was in early August, more than 10 days before his birthday. He had repeatedly reminded Yunjin not to forget. Yunjin was always thinking about what gift to give him, but he kept insisting he didn't want anything that could be bought with money. Although Cheng Zheng's father, Cheng Yinsheng, had always opposed spoiling his son materially. For his son's 23rd birthday, he still prepared a big gift for him with his wife, Zhang Jinin, and mentioned wanting to give their son a surprise. To ensure he could spend quality time alone with Yunjin on his birthday, Cheng Zheng started the celebrations with colleagues and friends a few days in advance. That night, Yunjin was home alone, halfway through a chess game, when she received a phone call from home, surprisingly from her uncle's mobile phone. Over the years, her uncle rarely spoke to her directly. Usually, her mother relayed messages. This time, Yunjin had a vague premonition that something was about to happen. Perhaps that's how things in the world work. The more you fear something, the more likely it is to happen. Before her uncle had finished speaking, Yunjin's heart had already turned cold. It turned out that her mother had been unwell for a long time, thinking it was just a common gynecological issue. However, 2 months ago, unable to bear it any longer, she went to the hospital for a comprehensive examination, only to find out that it was mid-stage cervical cancer. Her uncle was so frightened that he lost all composure and immediately had her admitted to the hospital. The surgery and treatment required a large sum of money, and her mother did not have health insurance. Her uncle couldn't compare to how he used to be, and in order to resolve the urgent situation, he had to secretly embezzle a sum of public funds from the clothing factory where he had just become a supervisor. This was also a calculated decision. In his mind, he thought he could find a way to make up for it by the end of the year. With the money he embezzled, her mother received timely treatment, and her condition was finally stabilized. But unexpectedly, in August, the entire company began a comprehensive asset verification, and it was apparent that the audit would reach the factory he was in. Where could he find the money to fill this gap? If the embezzlement was discovered during the audit, he would definitely lose this newly acquired job, and his reputation would be ruined. How much is it? Yunjin commanded herself to stay calm, but her voice trembled uncontrollably. 114,000. 100,000. Yunjin's tone sounded like a groan. Yunjin, you need to understand that your mother needs chemotherapy and those medications. Her uncle said anxiously, She's my mother, my own mother. Why didn't you think to tell me, her daughter, right away? Why did you rather use that unmovable money? Yunjin interrupted her uncle in a breakdown, tears streaming down her face. For 2 months, you couldn't keep it from me and then thought to tell me. What do you want me to do? Her uncle seemed startled, becoming even more incoherent. Yunjin, it's not like that. I wanted to say your mother is temporarily okay now. The reason we didn't tell you at first was that your mother was afraid you'd worry, and even if we told you, you just started working and couldn't come up with that much money. I know Cheng Zheng has money, and at first, I wanted you to ask him. I mean to borrow, not to have him give it. But your mother said she was afraid if you borrowed money from him, you wouldn't be able to hold your head up in front of him in the future. I know you're a strong-willed child. I'm no good. And some things might have made you uncomfortable. Your mother didn't tell me. I didn't know. I'm a rough person. But since your mother married me, I don't want her to have any issues. I originally thought we could get through this. But who knew it would turn out so unfortunate? Yunjin, your uncle really had no choice but to call you. Your mother doesn't know. I'm just afraid if this matter gets found out, even if Zhang would be embarrassed. Yunjin dropped the phone as if her soul had left her body. Her tear-stained face felt a numbness of pain. It turned out she was such a failing daughter. Her mother had such a serious illness, and she didn't even know. Her uncle was right. Even if they told her, what could she do? She had no money. Should she ask Cheng Zheng to borrow it? Even her uncle knew she couldn't bring herself to say it. What was more important? Her mother's life or her dignity? Could it be that she was such a cold-hearted person? Yunjin felt her heart was about to break. The thing she feared the most had happened, but there was no one she could blame. Everything felt like a predetermined trap. She tried to avoid it step by step. but she was getting deeper and deeper into it. As if suddenly realizing something, she quickly opened a drawer and searched for all her savings books and bank cards. 15,000 yuan. This was all her savings. She then flipped through the phone book and called Yuhua first. Yuhua hadn't even graduated from medical school yet, but immediately said he was willing to give her all his money, which was only a few thousand yuan. Next, she called several of her familiar roommates and classmates from university. None of them were wealthy, but everyone contributed a little, totaling less than 20,000 yuan. Combined with her own savings, it would amount to a maximum of 40,000 yuan, which was still far from the 114,000 she needed. Yunjin clutched the thin savings book, feeling drained from every pore in her body. Chapter 14. The weight of love is too heavy, too. When her phone rang, she was startled. It was Cheng Zheng. Yunjin, come down. I'm waiting for you downstairs. Hurry up. His voice carried a hint of mystery and excitement, as if it were coming from another dimension. Yunjin mechanically grabbed a damp towel to wipe her face, quickly put away the savings book, and rushed downstairs. As soon as she stepped out of the elevator, she saw Cheng Zheng standing next to a massive vehicle, smiling radiantly at her. Yunjin, look, this is the surprise my parents talked about. It was a limited edition dark blue Hummer H2, specially brought over today. I didn't expect my old scholar of a dad had such good taste, did you? Yunjin stared blankly at the dazzling, extravagant off-road vehicle, momentarily at a loss for words. Cheng Zheng thought she was as stunned as he had been at first, so he pulled her into the passenger seat. Let me take you for a spin. Look, it even has a rain-snow sensing wiper system and dual screens. Cheng Zheng explained enthusiastically. But Yunjin reflexively asked, how much does this car cost? Cheng Zheng frowned and thought for a moment. Maybe 5 or 600,000 yuan. I'm not sure of the exact price, but who cares how much it costs? Only 870 of these were produced worldwide, and even with money, you might not be able to buy one. But without money, it was even less likely. Over 500,000. Yunjin shook her head and smiled wryly. It was just a birthday gift, a big toy. Yet it could represent a life-changing astronomical figure for someone from a poor family. Don't think my dad is so generous. If he were that extravagant, the Anti-Corruption Bureau would come after him. It's definitely my mom's money, Cheng Zheng said, looking at her. Yunjin turned his head back to the front. Since your parents gave you the car, you should drive carefully. What did she originally wanted to say to him? Now, she didn't want to say anything at all. The next day, Cheng Zheng insisted on driving her to work. The flashy car attracted quite a bit of attention. Once inside the company, curious colleagues eagerly asked her about it, enviously saying she had hitched herself to a wealthy branch. Yunjin remained indifferent and silent. Luckily, she wasn't very talkative, so she didn't offend anyone. Before lunch, Yunjin called Shenzhen. By the afternoon, 80,000 yuan was deposited into her account, and she immediately transferred a total of 120,000 to her uncle. Yunjin was grateful that Shenzhen didn't ask too many questions and unhesitatingly lent a helping hand. But she understood even more that borrowing money from him was actually a last resort, not to mention his intricate relationship with Cheng Zheng's family. Just based on the ambiguous feelings they once shared, she felt it shouldn't involve any financial entanglement. Unless she had no other options left, she wouldn't take that step. In fact, it seemed she should ask Cheng Zheng for help because he was now the closest person to her. If her mom had told her about the illness as soon as she discovered it, even if it was embarrassing, she would have confided in Cheng Zheng. After all, nothing was more important than her mom's health. However, her mom and uncle chose this extreme way to consider her feelings, making it even harder for her to face Cheng Zheng. Her uncle's clothing factory was a subsidiary of Cheng Zheng's mom, Zhang Jinin's group company. Although her uncle's trouble wouldn't alarm the higher-ups, because it was introduced personally by President Zhang and with Yunjin's connection, things weren't going to be simple. She didn't want to involve the Cheng family, hoping her uncle could quietly fill in the money, resolving the matter without anyone noticing, as if nothing had happened. As for Juan's money and favor, she would find a way to repay him slowly. He was not her lover, so she could comfortably regard his money and favor as a debt, and as long as it was a debt, there would be a day when it would be repaid. That night, she returned home feeling exhausted. As soon as she opened the door, she saw Cheng Zheng sitting on the sofa. Hearing the noise, he turned his head and looked at her with a slightly unfamiliar gaze. Yunjin sensed that he might have figured it out. Perhaps she couldn't hide it from him after all. What was meant to come could not be avoided. She walked straight up to him and sat down on the sofa opposite him. Earlier, your former roommate Xiao called. She said something came up at home, so she can't lend you money for your mom's treatment for now. Then I called your mom, and your uncle said thank you to me. Not long ago, my mom told me that your uncle asked me not to tell you, that she would handle it. Yunjin, tell me, where'd you get the 111,000? Indeed, there's no wall that doesn't leak information. It seemed that her wall was completely transparent. Seeing the suspicion in his eyes, Yunjin steeled herself and told him everything, including borrowing money from Cheng Zheng. Cheng Zheng listened, and instead of getting angry, he laughed. You went through all this, and the first person you thought of was Cheng Zheng, not me. Don't you think I'm a failure? Chapter 14. The weight of love is too heavy. 3. Yunjin was filled with a sense of powerlessness. I don't even know how to explain it to you. You wouldn't understand. Cheng Zheng suddenly stood up. I wouldn't understand? You can tell me. Why treat me like a fool? Does Cheng Zheng understand? Yes, he would understand, because he knows how terrifying poverty is, and that without money, there is no dignity. Unlike you, who has never known what it feels like to be poor. Cheng Zheng, I didn't treat you like a fool. I care about our relationship. My uncle got this job through your family's introduction, and now there's a problem with the accounts. I don't want to have to ask your family for money to fill this gap. That would only make things more awkward for everyone. What a joke. Borrowing money from Cheng Zheng isn't awkward? Cheng Zheng said angrily. At this point, I would rather owe Cheng Zheng than owe you, because that would make it very difficult for me to be with you. Yunjin stood up as well, looking up at him. Cheng Zheng grabbed a file bag from the sofa and held her wrist with the other hand. If you really care about our relationship, then come with me. He then pulled her out the door without waiting for a response. Yunjin was forcibly taken into the car. She vaguely sensed he was heading toward Zhang Yu and Cheng Zheng's residence, but no matter what she said, he ignored her entirely. Soon, they arrived at the residential area where Cheng Zheng lived, surrounded by mountains and water. Cheng Zheng called him and then drove into the parking lot to wait. About 10 minutes later, Cheng Zheng appeared in the parking lot, dressed neatly. When he saw Yunjin and Cheng Zheng, he seemed to sense that something was wrong. As he approached, before he could say anything, Cheng Zheng had already gotten out of the car, opened the file bag, and forcefully threw several stacks of cash at Cheng Zheng. Cheng Zheng couldn't dodge in time, and several stacks hit him squarely, with one stack scattering in the air. Pink 100 yuan bills fluttering down onto his head and face. Cheng Zheng. Yunjin shouted sharply to stop him, but it was too late. Cheng Zheng, caught off guard by such a sudden turn of events, didn't change his expression much. He stood still, allowing the bills to fall around him, his expression indifferent. Cheng Zheng didn't let up, and as if harboring a long-standing grievance, he said, Look, the money is returned to you in full. I don't know what your intentions are, but if my cousin is willing to marry you, I have nothing to say. But can you stop entangling with Yunjin? Cheng Zheng slowly picked up a banknote that had fallen on his shoulder and said lightly, I think you've misunderstood. Misunderstood? Cheng Zheng sneered. Don't think everyone is as foolish as that woman Zhang Yu. We both know what you're after. Is this money yours? There's no need to use Zhang's money to play the romantic. Shut up. The same phrase was exclaimed by two women simultaneously. Zhang Yu was still wearing her home clothes under her coat, her hair disheveled as she rushed over. Yunjin, on the other hand, was both anxious and angry as she pulled Cheng Zheng. Cheng Zheng acted as if nothing was wrong and bent down to pick up the scattered banknotes one by one, neatly placing them back into the folder Cheng Zheng had brought. Didn't he look at Cheng Zheng, but only softly said to Yunjin, Are you sure you don't need this money? Yunjin felt so ashamed that she couldn't even look up at him. Apart from saying sorry, she couldn't think of anything else to say. Zhang Yu approached Cheng Zheng and scolded him. Are you still a child? Do you think before you act? Cheng Zheng retorted defiantly. The one who acts without thinking is probably you. Jumping into a pit you know is there. Zhang Yu, furious, pointed at Cheng Zheng's nose and yelled, My business is none of your concern. Get lost right now. Cheng Zheng swatted her hand away. Who cares about your affairs? Mind your own husband. Cheng Zheng, come with me. Yunjin forcefully pulled Cheng Zheng toward the car, but he didn't budge an inch. Frustrated, she simply let go. You're simply unreasonable. If you don't leave, I will. After saying that, she turned and walked towards the parking lot exit. Cheng Zheng finally turned around to chase after her, leaving behind a parting shot. Zhang Yu, you're just foolish. You'll regret it later. Zhang Yu glared at Cheng Zheng and Su Yunjin as they left, saying fiercely, damn Cheng Zheng. Whoever cares about you in the future is a turtle bastard. Shun Juan smiled, took her hand, and said, let us go. Don't be angry. What is the point in arguing with him? Let us go home. Meanwhile, Cheng Zheng drove Su Yunjin home, and the two were silent the entire way. It wasn't until they got home that Cheng Zheng's anger slowly dissipated, and he awkwardly tried to strike up a conversation with Su Yunjin, who was silently taking a shower and going to bed, not even glancing at him. Cheng Zheng lay beside her and gently nudged her shoulder that was exposed outside the thin blanket. Hey, say something. Are you still mad? Su Yunjin silently shifted her body away a little. Cheng Zheng, feeling indignant, said, I was clearly in the right at first. How did it end up with you being angry? I didn't even scold you just now. Chapter 14. The weight of love is too heavy for. Su Yunjin felt too exhausted to speak. Annoyed by his nagging, she finally turned over and coldly said, it was indeed your fault. It's all my mistake. Cheng Zheng, I'm really tired of this. Why are we doing this? Cheng Zheng panicked and hugged her tightly through the thin blanket. I don't care about that. I just want you by my side. Yes, I admit I don't like Shun Juan, and today I deliberately made him uncomfortable. But Yunjin, can you please keep me in your heart? Tomorrow is my birthday. You promised to give me a gift? I want a promise. Don't leave me. You promised me the day you wore the aquamarine earrings that you wouldn't abandon me. Su Yunjin closed her eyes and sighed deeply. Su Yunjin recalled how she once firmly told Shen Juan, we're different. Shen Juan was indeed smarter than her. At that time, he merely smiled at her without saying anything. Looking back now, she found it amusing. She hadn't been as noble as she thought. Whether actively or passively, she still depended on Cheng Zheng. She couldn't guard her dignity as resolutely as she imagined in her youth, because she couldn't leave freely. So she chose to not think about it and continued to stay by his side. The only thing she could do was to be a little kinder to him, so she could feel better. Day after day, Su Yunjin took more care of Cheng Zheng's daily life, indulging all his moods. And Cheng Zheng grew increasingly attached to her. If this wasn't happiness, then what was happiness? After nearly 2 years of work, due to her outstanding performance in the customer service center, the sales vice president who had originally recruited her asked the HR department to talk to her about transferring to the marketing department to truly participate in the company's sales planning. Su Yunjin didn't hesitate. While the work in the marketing department was less relaxed than in customer service, the prospects for development were much greater, and she desperately needed this opportunity. After transferring to the marketing department, her workload suddenly increased, with meetings, discussions, planning, writing proposals, conducting research, and overtime becoming routine. Both professionally and personally, there were occasional social events. Su Yunjin had to manage every detail concerning Cheng Zheng while balancing her work. So she was busy on both the company and home fronts, even walking faster than others. Cheng Zheng's career was naturally bright. He was young, smart, professionally skilled, and willing to work hard, quickly becoming one of the project leaders in the design department. Promotions inevitably came with more busyness, besides overtime. Various drawing reviews and specialized training increased his travel opportunities. However, his colleagues couldn't imagine that such a successful young man, seemingly rebellious, was actually so family-oriented. Unless absolutely necessary, he rarely wanted to travel for work. Even when he did, he would return immediately after finishing, avoiding any unnecessary delays. And he declined any welfare-related meetings or training. Additionally, with the heavy workload, overtime was unavoidable, and he gradually reduced socializing and leisure activities, often claiming he wanted to go home to accompany his girlfriend. Everyone was curious about the rarely seen girlfriend who had such a magical hold over Cheng Zheng, making him settle down so early. Su Yunjin felt she should be satisfied, but she felt more pressure. Cheng Zheng was so attached to her that he naturally expected her to reciprocate the same level of affection. Conversely, if she neglected him, even for a reason, he would inevitably become emotional. She tried her best to meet his expectations and stay by his side. His love was too heavy, but she could only bear it. Chapter 15. Let's break up. 1. On a late autumn evening, after finishing a dinner with 2 colleagues from the marketing department and an old client, Yunjin stepped out of the hotel, feeling a bit dizzy despite having improved her drinking capacity. Yunjin, are you okay? Do you need a ride home? A male colleague who had driven there asked, rolling down the car window. Thank you, but no. She smiled and waved goodbye to her colleagues. As Cheng Zheng's possessiveness had made her accustomed to drawing clear boundaries with potential trouble. He had been away on a business trip for 2 days and couldn't pick her up, so she felt at ease staying until the end of the social event. If he saw her in this state, there would definitely be another episode. Thinking of him, Yunjin took out her phone from her bag. Not looking was one thing, but upon seeing the screen, she was taken aback. There were over a dozen missed calls from Cheng Zheng, along with several messages. Where are you? Do you miss me? I miss you. I finished early here. I'll fly back soon. See you then. Why aren't you answering my calls? I'm back home. Didn't bring my key. Where are you? Hurry up and reply. What is going on? Yunjin. Hurry up and show up. You're dead. Don't scare me. I'm really worried. The evening breeze hit her, and Yunjin suddenly felt a chill, the effects of the alcohol completely fading away. She didn't dare look further down the messages, quickly hailed a cab, and asked the driver to return as fast as possible. Panting as she exited the elevator, she saw Cheng Zheng leaning against the security door, holding his jacket, with his luggage tossed aside. Yunjin jogged over. Sorry, I didn't know you were back early. Did you wait long? Cheng Zheng straightened up, as if he hadn't heard her speak. When he caught a whiff of the alcohol on her, his expression turned frosty. As soon as the door opened, he bypassed her and walked in on his own. Yunjin paused at the entrance, feeling a bit awkward. She quickly hid her feelings, grabbed his luggage, and followed him inside. Cheng Zheng didn't turn on the lights, forcefully sat down on the sofa, and fell into silence. Accustomed to his aggressive and arrogant demeanor when he was angry, this situation left Yunjin at a loss. She turned on the light, put his luggage away in the room, and returned to sit opposite him. Have you eaten? Are you hungry? Can I make you something? I'm starving. But it's none of your business, he said hatefully. Yunjin forced a smile, leaning forward to place her hand on his, and said softly, I'm really sorry. I had an old client today, someone I do business with regularly, and I couldn't refuse. Besides, I didn't expect you to come back early today. Of course, you only waited until you knew I was home. You thought I would be back, so you could do whatever you wanted outside. Is this how you treat me? Yunjin? Sometimes I really don't understand you. Cheng Zheng shook her hand off. Yunjin took a deep breath and slowly withdrew her hand. Cheng Zheng, let us be reasonable. I was late because of work. It was too noisy around me. I didn't hear my phone in my bag, and I didn't expect you to forget your keys. I've already apologized. What more do you want? What kind of work is so important? Just drinking with those old perverts. I waited for you at the door for 3 hours. 3 hours. Do you know that? I rushed back after finishing everything overnight, and I didn't even drink a drop of water after getting off the plane. I know you're angry, but you have your career, and I have my work. I've never blamed you for socializing outside. You should at least try to understand me. I want to understand you. I'm not mature, of course, and I'm not like Cheng Zheng, who is so gentle and considerate. Anyway, I don't even know who you're with, and I'm too lazy to care. Yunjin gritted her teeth, then relaxed. His words were infuriating, and she felt like slapping him. But reason reminded her that being angry was pointless. She shouldn't argue with him. It was better to give in a little than to fan the flames. She tried to control her emotions and said, I'll go get you a glass of water. Cheng Zheng watched her walk into the kitchen with cold eyes. She quickly returned with a glass of water and offered it to him, but he waved it away. Yunjin, do you know how much I hate you acting like this? Keeping everything bottled up inside. Not saying anything. Do you get angry? Do you have feelings? It's always like this, as if you're enduring me with reluctance. What I want is a lover with flesh and blood, not a meticulous servant who can share my bed. Chapter 15. Let's break up. 2. Yunjin's hand holding the cup was knocked aside by him, spilling most of the water. Her first reaction was to splash the remaining water in the cup onto Cheng Zheng's face. Then she slammed the empty cup down hard, shattering the glass on the floor with a crisp sound that was shocking, like the shattering of jade. It seemed something in Su Yunjin's voice was also breaking. Is this more to your satisfaction? Water dripped down Cheng Zheng's hair, and he wore an expression of disbelief, but made no move to wipe it away. After a moment, he pointed towards the door. Leave. I don't want to see you. Without saying a word, Su Yunjin stood up from the sofa. Cheng Zheng moved faster than her, forcefully pushing her back onto the sofa. Su Yunjin felt pain and kicked him away with all her might. They both fell off the sofa, with Cheng Zheng landing underneath. Seizing the moment when he was momentarily caught off guard, she struggled to crawl away from him. He quickly flipped over, supporting himself with one hand on the floor, while the other grabbed her hair, pulling her back. Ouch! Su Yunjin was in so much pain, she was on the verge of tears, not caring about anything else. She turned and swiped her hand, her sharp nails leaving several scratches on Cheng Zheng's neck. Like a leopard smelling blood, Cheng Zheng lost his reason even more, forcefully pinning her back down to the floor. Once he subdued her, he began to tear at their clothes. Su Yunjin knew exactly what he wanted. The desire that surged in this situation made her feel like he was no different from an animal. Even knowing she was at a disadvantage, she fought desperately against him. One was forcefully taking, the other was fighting back with all her strength. They wrestled in silence, panting like injured beasts. Cheng Zheng soon gained the upper hand, thrusting forcefully into her without any foreplay or lubrication, leaving a moan stuck in Su Yunjin's throat. She despairingly gave up her struggle, allowing him to move roughly on her until he let out a satisfied sigh. How could two people, in such close physical proximity, feel their souls drifting further apart? At the moment of release, Cheng Zheng felt something slipping away within him, desperately trying to grasp it but having no direction. He pressed his forehead against hers and murmured, "Did I hurt you? Or did you hurt me? Tell me, what should I do?" Forget it, Cheng Zheng. Let's not be together anymore. It'll be better for both of us. Cheng Zheng slowly shook his head. No, I want to let go. Even if it means hurting each other, I want to be with you. Some things, once broken, can never return to their original state, no matter how much one tries to mend them. Cheng Zheng and Su Yunjin, unable to part heartlessly, found their togetherness to be torment. After that night, they never mentioned what happened, and their interactions became precarious. They wanted to be close, but didn't know how, becoming increasingly cautious, afraid that a single word or glance would hurt the other, gradually falling into silence. Each licking their own wounds. The small apartment, once a paradise for the two, now felt like a cramped space with no escape. Cheng Zheng worked more hours, usually returning at midnight, reeking of smoke and alcohol. Su Yunjin became increasingly silent, staring at the chessboard after work like a still pond, her skill level not improving. Whenever she had the time, she still cooked meals for both of them, but whether he came back or not, she no longer asked. One day, Cheng Zheng unexpectedly returned home on time. When he opened the door, she was busy in the kitchen, in a daze while chopping vegetables. She didn't notice him approaching until he lightly coughed. She snapped back to reality, the sharp knife suspended in the air, and he broke into a cold sweat. I'm back. We can get ready for dinner. She smiled and continued her task. Cheng Zheng carefully took the knife from her hand. You don't need to cook tonight. Zhou Ziyi is coming over from Shanghai for a business trip, and we're having dinner with some high school classmates in G-City. It turns out there's still several classmates from our class here. You remember your former desk mate, Song Ming, right? The short guy with glasses? He is now an aircraft maintenance technician, and Meng Shui and Zhou Jing are in Shenzhen, and they're coming over tonight too. It's just a class reunion. He said this and walked back to the living room. Noticing her lack of reaction, he added, You should come along. I heard Mo Yuhua will be there too. In the VIP box of a star-rated nightclub, the dim, swaying lights and the overwhelming sound mixed with the clinking of glasses and laughter pushed the atmosphere to a climax. What started as a small reunion of classmates from afar unexpectedly gathered more than a dozen high school classmates, including several from different classes. It has been 6 or 7 years since high school graduation, and the brilliant boys and girls of that year have grown up. Some people haven't seen each other since graduation, and when they reunite, they no longer resemble their former selves, each with different feelings. Zhou Jing is now married to a businessman, adorned in jewels, making it hard to see the shadow of the rural girl she once was. Meng Shui has become a flight attendant at Shenzhen Airlines, still charming, but now with a touch of professionalism. Song Ming has changed the most. The short boy with thick glasses has turned into a broad-shouldered man. While he can't be called handsome, he exudes a steady temperament and good demeanor. Only Zhou Zi remains the same carefree rascal he was, but fortunately, he is good-looking and seems quite dashing. It is said that after graduating from university, he took over his father's business in real estate, achieving success at a young age, and now has an equally well-bred fiancée, just waiting for her to return from studying abroad to get married. Mo Yuhua has long shed her slightly plump appearance from her teenage years. Her face is still ordinary but carries a scholarly aura. That evening, the most attention was naturally on Cheng Zheng and his partner, with everyone clamoring to toast the couple who had finally achieved their long-awaited happy ending after years of unrequited love. Chapter 15, Let's Break Up 3. Cheng Zheng was unusually high-spirited, accepting every toast without refusal, finishing them all in one go, including the one from Su Yunjin. And after several rounds, even his good alcohol tolerance began to show signs of drunkenness. Su Yunjin hadn't seen Yuhua for a while, and the two were privately chatting in a corner, but Meng Shui couldn't stand it and blocked the toast brigade led by Zhou Zi. Zhou Zi laughed and said, "It's a strange thing. The real girlfriend hasn't said anything yet. So what are you worried about?" Meng Shui placed her glass on the table. "I've known Cheng Zheng since we were kids. What is wrong with that? If you have the guts, drink with me." Zhou Zi was a clever man and didn't want to confront her directly, so he just smiled it off. Mo Yuhua glanced at the situation over there and said to Su Yunjin, "What's wrong? You and her guys seem a bit off." Su Junqin forced his might, saying it's been more than just a day or two. Mo Yuhua replied, "Why bother? Everyone knows how Cheng Zheng feels about you. How many people envy you for having such a devoted man? Why make foolish mistakes over temporary emotions? If you miss him, you will regret it." Su Yunjin said sadly, "Don't I know he is good? I want to be good to him. But why is it so exhausting for two people who want to be good to each other?" "Yuhua, do you believe in fate?" Mo Yuhua replied, "Ido. But I believe fate must also be seized. Look over there." She gestured with her eyes towards Su Yunjin. Su Yunjin looked over. Cheng Zheng had drunk too much and was leaning his head against Meng Shui's shoulder in a confused state. Meng Shui awkwardly pushed him away, but he swayed and leaned back again. The second time, she didn't push him away, and her gaze softened with a hint of pity. Were the two beauties secretly chatting about in the corner? Zhou Zi came over holding a drink. "Yuhua, long time no see. You become more beautiful." He seemed to completely forget the awkward past from their senior year. "No, it's just that your words are getting sweeter," and Mo Yuhua replied with a smile. Su Yunjin stood up. "You all sit. I'm going to check on Cheng Zheng, excuse me." She walked over to Cheng Zheng and smiled at Meng Shui first. However, Meng Shui's smile was provocative. "Did you finally think to check on your boyfriend?" Su Yunjin seemed not to hear her words, squatting in front of Cheng Zheng, gently patting his face. "Cheng Zheng, wake up, let us go home." Cheng Zheng didn't respond. She used some strength to help him up, but he stumbled, and Song Ming rushed over to support the other side of him. "Thank you," Su Yunjin said to Song Ming. "Can you help me get him out?" She turned to Meng Shui. "Thanks for your shoulder. No wonder Cheng Zheng often says you're like his good brother." Meng Shui smiled self-deprecatingly and stood up as well. After Su Yunjin greeted the others present, Meng Shui worriedly followed her and Song Ming outside. Given Cheng Zheng's state, he definitely couldn't drive. So Su Yunjin found a spot by the roadside and was about to wait for a taxi when he slowly regained some consciousness, rubbing his head and asking why he was there. "You drank too much. I'll take you home," Su Yunjin said softly. Cheng Zheng looked at her, Song Ming, and Meng Shui in confusion, then broke free from her hand. "You go back first. I'm not drunk. I can keep going." He pulled away too forcefully and couldn't steady himself, swaying slightly, and Meng Shui quickly supported him, allowing him to lean against her to stand firm. Su Yunjin stepped forward a few paces, grabbed his hand. "Cheng Zheng, stop messing around. Come home with me." Her voice carried a hint of pleading. Cheng Zheng once again shook off her hand, stumbling as he wrapped an arm around Meng Shui's shoulder, saying he didn't need her to worry. And if she wanted to leave, she could go first. The situation became somewhat difficult to manage, and even Song Ming, who was just a bystander, felt a bit awkward. Su Yunjin quietly watched him for a while, then calmly said to Song Ming and Meng Shui, "If that is the case, I'll head back first. Please take care of him. Don't let him drink so much, and don't let him drive." She rummaged through her bag, quickly wrote down a few words. "This is our home address. Please call me after you get him a taxi." Until Yunjin's taxi disappeared around the corner, Cheng Zheng slowly straightened up, the drunkenness fading from his eyes, leaving only disappointment. It was as if he suddenly realized how close he was to Meng Shui, and he quickly pushed her away, simply saying sorry before turning back toward the gathering place. "Cheng Zheng," Meng Shui called out behind him, and he turned back in confusion, only to meet her raised hand. Cheng Zheng reacted quickly, blocking her hand before it could land, astonished. "Have you drunk too much?" Chapter 15, Let's Break Up. 4. He saw the tears in Meng Shui's eyes. Cheng Zheng had grown up with Meng Shui in his heart. She had always been a tomboy. This was the first time she cried in front of him. Meng Shui looked up with tears in her eyes. "This slap is to return all the feelings I've had for you over the years. You cannot love me, but you cannot use me like this. You know I've loved you since childhood, yet you treat me as a prop in your relationship game with her. That is cruel." Cheng Zheng let go of her hand, feeling utterly confused. "Right? You're all right. I'm the only one wrong. If this slap makes you feel better, then go ahead." Meng Shui wiped her tears and coldly laughed. "But now I don't want to hit you anymore, because I realize you're actually more pitiful than I am. You just want to use me to provoke Yunjin, but sadly, she doesn't care at all. After all these years, you've been in love with someone whose feelings you don't even know. You think you've got her, but you really don't." He helplessly covered his face with his hands, as if that could block out her words. After a while, he said to Song Ming, "Sorry, please take care of her." Then he left as if he were escaping. By the time he got home, it was very late. The lights were still on, and Yunjin was there, which gave him some comfort. She had changed out of her clothes from earlier and was calmly watching TV. The changing light on the screen giving her face an inscrutable expression. "I'm back," he said as he casually put down the remote. Just like countless times before when he returned. "I'm back. You're still awake. Do you have something to say to me?" Cheng Zheng uneasily stuffed his hands into his pockets, then took them out again. Yunjin raised her face to scrutinize him. "I just want to say, Cheng Zheng, you're really immature." Cheng Zheng collapsed onto the sofa, burying his face in his knees. "I am immature. I naively thought this would provoke you, that you would get jealous or angry, proving that you actually care about me." Yunjin's face revealed no emotion. Cheng Zheng let out a long breath. "After all these years, you still don't love me, which is why you can be so calm." Something he had always dared not think about or face was now spoken out loud, and it surprisingly brought him a sense of deadened relief. "Let's break up, Yunjin. It turned out you were still here." Part 4. Prologue. He never thought about waiting, just like a stationary island, knowing it could not expect the occasional resting birds. As a man in his 30s, he gradually stopped resisting the various forms of matchmaking arranged by his parents, friends, and enthusiastic colleagues. Among the women sitting across from him were peers, female civil servants, foreign company white-collar workers, lawyers, and journalists, each charming in their own way, some intelligent, some gentle, some sweet. He attended the appointments as scheduled, while his other half of the soul often hovered in midair, watching the remaining half of himself smile, nod, exchange pleasantries, and say goodbye. In the end, he asked himself, who are they? He didn't know when it started, but even the hospital where he worked began to have absurd rumors. Dr. G from the general surgery department must be gay, otherwise, why at nearly 30 does he not have a woman close to him? When others relayed this to him, he only found it amusing. He had never considered being single. It was just that there had been no suitable ones. Really, not a single one. Sometimes he would unknowingly pass by the old faculty dormitory area, slowly wandering to the corner where a small lawn surprisingly remained unchanged. Once, he saw other children sketching there, their thin backs incredibly focused. He lingered there for a long time before heading home. That night, his mother, who taught Chinese language and literature at the university, noticed her son had been alone in the study for a long time. When she went over, she only saw an old book from her bookshelf in front of him. She glanced at it and saw it was just a page from Zhigu Tian. In dreams, there may not be vivid colors. A long separation in the world does not necessarily lead to sadness. Chapter 1. Why are you crying? 1. In the summer of 1989, Ji Ting followed his parents to the south for the first time due to a job transfer. He was just 11 years old then. Ji Ting's mother was from the north, while his father, Ji Pei Wen, grew up in the south. Ji-Pei-Wen went north for studies in his youth, majoring in physics. And after graduating, he stayed on to teach, while his wife also taught in the Chinese department at the same university. After over a decade of teaching, they had their share of students, but Ji-Pei-Wen could never get used to the cold and dry climate of the north. So, in the year Ji-Ting was in 5th grade, he finally persuaded his wife to move back south after contacting Ji University in his hometown. During the job transfer process, Ji-Pei-Wen's childhood friend, Gu Weijin, the deputy director of Ji University's Economics and Trade Department, coordinated various arrangements, providing significant help. Therefore, after the Ji family settled in the university's staff dormitory, they visited the Gu family that very evening. Reunions with old friends are always filled with joy. After the usual pleasantries, Ji-Pei-Wen asked about Gu Weijin's children, wondering why he hadn't seen his precious twin daughters. Gu Weijin and his wife had a pair of twin daughters who had just turned 8. A few years ago, when the girls first started kindergarten, Ji-Pei-Wen had seen them. They were charmingly cute. Gu Weijin then asked his wife, "Yes, where have the 2 children gone?" It was dusk after dinner, and the sky had not completely darkened yet. Gu Weijin's wife, Wang Fan, smiled and said, "The kids probably went out to play after dinner." There were many elementary school students in the dormitory area of the same age as the Gu twins, often gathering at this time to play around the university campus, only returning home to do their homework once it got dark. Gu Weijin didn't think much of his wife's words, because of her husband's friendship with the Ji family. Wang Fan was also an old acquaintance of Ji-Pei-Wen's wife, Su Shuyan. The 2 families naturally had endless topics to discuss. The Gu couple had no sons and couldn't help but praise the polite and well-mannered Ji-Ting, expressing their fondness for him. He smiled at Ji-Pei-Wen, saying, "Old Ji, now that our families live close, we should be like one family. If we could really become one family, that would be a wonderful thing." Ji-Pei-Wen and his wife understood the implications of his words, and they couldn't help but laugh together. Wang Fan playfully scolded her husband, "Your daughters are still so young, and you're already thinking about this? Even if it's a plan, it's a good one. With a son raised by the Ji family, there is nothing to worry about. Just don't know which child will be so fortunate," Gu Weijin replied, while Ji-Pei-Wen and his wife humbly declined. They couldn't help but feel joy looking at their son. Ji-Ting sat to the side, fully understanding the adults' jokes, and his face turned slightly red. He didn't speak. Raised under his parents' strict teaching, he had always been a polite and sensible child, but hearing this made him slowly feel a bit disinterested. Ultimately, it was his mother who understood him. Su Shuyun noticed Ji-Ting was becoming restless, thinking it was just his youthful nature not wanting to be involved in adult conversations, and said to him, "If you're bored, you can wander around nearby. It's your first day here, and you're not very familiar with the area. Just don't go too far." Ji-Ting felt as if he had been granted a pardon, but he couldn't show too much joy. He greeted the Gu couple before leaving their home. At that time, the faculty dormitory still consisted of a dozen old buildings, each only 3 stories high, built over a decade ago and quite worn down. Between the buildings were lush trees and flowers, and there was a small patch of greenery in front and back of each building, with climbing ivy and other vines covering the damp, peeling walls facing the sunlight, creating a unique charm from a distance. Of course, 11-year-old Ji-Ting did not appreciate this. His new home was in the dormitory building adjacent to the Gu family. He curiously wandered along the slightly mossy campus path. Since the faculty dormitory area was a bit distant from the student activity area, he did not feel the vibrancy and energy of the university, only seeing a few small children running around playing. Ji-Ting thought, perhaps the twin girls mentioned by his father were among them. As the sky gradually darkened, the number of playing children decreased significantly. Ji-Ting felt he was walking farther and farther away, and gradually even the elderly strolling around disappeared, leaving the surroundings feeling even more desolate. The lush and lovely foliage that thrived in the sunlight turned into clusters of black shadows. He couldn't help but feel a bit frightened and was about to turn back when he inadvertently walked closer to a thicket by the path and suddenly heard a rustling sound, mixed with some faint whimpering, which startled him. He summoned his courage and walked closer, slightly parting the branches, and to his shock, he found a young couple embracing each other hidden in the bushes. Young Ji-Ting had no idea this was a common sight among college campus couples. He was startled and turned bright red. The couple, however, seemed less embarrassed than him, with the boy gruffly saying, "What are you looking at?" Chapter 1. Why are you crying? 2. Ting hurriedly let go of the branches he had parted and fled in a panic, until he was sure he had left that scene behind. Yet he couldn't shake off his embarrassment. At his age, he could roughly guess what he had stumbled upon. After finally calming his racing heart, Ting realized he no longer knew where he was. The thicket was behind him, and the moonlight gradually broke through the clouds. At that moment, he faintly heard a few low sobs, but when he listened closely, the sound vanished again. At this time, even a boy couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. He intended to leave, but his inherent curiosity drove him a few steps forward. As he rounded a patch of roses, he unexpectedly found a small, open green space. The crying came from a little girl wearing a pink dress. Ting thought he might never forget that scene for the rest of his life. Whether it's adults or children, there's always a soft spot in their hearts, waiting for a moment, a scene, a word, or a person to gently touch it. For Ting, this is exactly the case now. Under such moonlight, the crying girl is as fragile as glass, making him unable to help but want to hold her in his hands. The little girl hears footsteps, stops crying, and silently looks at the unfamiliar boy with her tear-filled eyes. Ting squats down beside her just like her and asks, "Little sister, why are you crying?" She hesitates for a moment, "Because I'm afraid of the dark." Her tears have stopped flowing, and Ting looks in her deep black eyes, feeling a pang of heartache. For the first time, the boy has a desire to protect someone properly. "If I stay with you, you won't have to be afraid of anything." He smiles at her, confidently making a promise, not even thinking about why he said that. "You will stay with me?" the girl asks in her tender voice. "I will, but you have to tell me first. Why are you here?" "I live at the school." "What's your name?" The girl remains silent. Ting remembers that his parents often taught him not to casually tell strangers his name. So he smiles and says, "I also live at the school. I just moved here today. My name is Ting." The girl hesitates for a moment. "I am Guji." Since Gu Weizhen had already completed the transfer procedures for Ting at the affiliated elementary school of Ji University, in order to avoid delaying their son's studies. The next morning after moving, When and his wife packed Ting's school bag and textbooks for him to go to school. Ting is in the 6th grade, while the Gu family's twin sisters are in the 3rd grade. Therefore, When discussed with the Gu family to let the 3 children go to school together, so they could look out for each other. Before they even reached the Gu family's building, Ting saw the little girl from last night from afar. He felt a bit embarrassed. Last night, he had promised in his heart to protect her like a little man. But who would have thought that when they were walking back together, he realized he had lost his way and couldn't find the way back. In short, he was lost. And it was the girl who brought him back to the correct direction, leading to the faculty dormitory. Clearly, she was much more familiar with the terrain in this area. After a few turns, just as he happily saw the faculty building ahead, he could no longer find her. He should have thought of it. There aren't many families with the surname Gu, and it turned out she was one of the twins from Uncle Gu's family. Thinking of this, a light joy surged in the boy's heart. With the close relationship between the two families, he would have plenty of time to play with her in the future. He secretly hid his happiness and followed his father to Uncle Gu, obediently greeting, "Good morning, Uncle Gu." Then he smiled brightly at the little girl who was adjusting her backpack straps and said, "Ji, I saw you again." Upon hearing this, the girl looked up and bathed in the morning sunlight. She seemed to have lost all the fragility and shyness from last night, her big, glossy eyes staring directly at Ting and When without avoidance. Ting felt a bit embarrassed under her gaze. But he wouldn't mistake those eyes and angelic face. The girl just slightly opened her mouth when Gu Weizhen laughed. "Oh, how does Ting know our Ji?" "But you got it wrong. This is Ji and her mother haven't come out yet." "Hey, Wang Fan, we were just talking about you." Ting looked behind Uncle Gu and saw Aunt Wang leading another girl who looked just like in front of him. Gu Weizhen smiled and held his daughter's hand. How did you meet Brother Ting? Did you meet last night?" Chapter 1. Why are you crying? 3. Gently nodded, then smiled. Brother Ting. It was then Ting realized he had mistaken the person. Feeling a bit awkward, Gu Weizhen laughed. "You're not the first one to confuse them, but once you get to know them, you definitely won't mix them up." The two sisters are still very easy to tell apart. Finally adjusting her backpack straps, Jian pouted, Of course, a fool wouldn't recognize them. What kind of talk is that? Ting's brother is your uncle's son. He is your big brother. In the future, you'll go to school and come home together. So listen to your brother. Jian didn't retort again, but her face was full of indifference. It was still Wang Fan who saved the situation, smiling and saying, "Time to go to school, or you'll be late." Ting looked at Ji and Nge, feeling confused. It turned out he really had mistaken the person. People often say that twin sisters or brothers, if they are of the same gender, usually have very different personalities. Gu Ji and Gu Ji are no exception. Even as children, they're the kind of pair that, at first glance, seem like they were carved from the same mold, but once familiar, they could never be mistaken for one another again. Ji is the older sister, Jian is the younger sister, and it is said that their birth times differ by only an hour. After getting to know the two sisters, Ting often feels that mistaking them that morning was quite a ridiculous thing, because Gu Jian would never hide alone in the dark crying. She would only make others cry. In the third grade, Jian, like Ji, looks like a doll, but she is undoubtedly the leader among her peers in the Ji University faculty dormitory area. She is bold, agile, curious, energetic, and has a fierce spirit that even boys can't match. Among children, scuffles are inevitable, but if someone bullies her or she, no matter if the opponent is a boy or girl, or even older than her, as long as they make a move, she has a momentum of not stopping until she has the opponent begging for mercy. What is even more troublesome is that she has a bad habit of liking to snatch things from others, whether it's other children as toys or comic books. The more others like them, the more she wants to take them. However, the things she struggles so hard to snatch from others, she doesn't cherish at all, playing with them for a while before tossing them aside. As a result, disputes constantly arise around her, and sometimes she suffers losses due to age and size differences. But this child never concedes. Even if she is pushed to the ground and gets hurt all over or has a nosebleed, she will scramble back up and rush at the opponent to kick and bite. Among children of her age, even the bravest boys have rarely encountered such relentless aggression, so her battles usually end in her victory. Over time, her reputation gradually spread. Children in the Ji University area look up to her, often after school. She leads dozens of children of various ages exploring every corner of the Ji University campus, having a great time. When Ting first arrived, he often heard people talk about Jian's glorious deeds, and he often felt incredulous, although he knew Jian was not a well-behaved child. How could someone who looked as delicate and fragile as Jian be the notorious little devil everyone spoke of? It was until he saw her riding on a boy more than a head taller than her, scolding and hitting him, that he had to believe the rumors were true. What surprised Ting even more was that the punishment she dealt to that boy was merely because he had stolen a few goldfish that Ji had raised. Then he saw her successfully reclaim the goldfish, which were in a plastic bag filled with water, only to tear open the transparent plastic bag and watch the goldfish flop helplessly in the mud until they died. Because of Gu Jian's mischievousness, the teachers at school and other parents often went to the Gu family to complain. Gu Weijin and his wife were quite troubled by this. Whether they tried to educate her with love or scold her sternly, their little daughter Gu Jian remained unyielding and refused to change her behavior. Initially, they thought her stealing from others was just a momentary whim and often promised her that if she wanted something, she could just tell her parents. And as long as it wasn't something their family couldn't afford, they would buy it for her. However, she completely disregarded these gifts. Sometimes when Gu Weijin saw her doing something wrong and said a few words to her, she would defiantly turn her neck, showing no fear of anyone, which only made him angrier. Several times, he almost broke the couple's agreement to never physically discipline their child, but each time, Wang Fan would hold him back and urge him to calm down. As a couple united in their approach, he understood Wang Fan's unspoken words. So Gu Weijin often ended up sighing and giving up, while their little daughter continued to do as she pleased. At that moment, they couldn't help but think, at least they had Gu Ji. Chapter 1. Why are you crying for? Yes, Ji was their cherished treasure, and no one could help but feel pity for such a child. She didn't talk much and never intentionally said things to please adults. Her charm lay in the fact that she would pour them a glass of water when they were most exhausted or hold their hands when they were angry. Looking into her expressive big eyes, Gu Weijin and his wife felt that all their unhappiness would vanish. Gu Weijin often sighed to Wang Fan about how two girls who grew up together could be so different. However, what worried them was Ji's introversion. Unlike other children her age, she was not lively and active. Most of the time, she preferred to be alone. Her only hobby was raising fish, and she cherished the tank of goldfish she kept, spending most of her time outside of school, caring for them. Sometimes her parents couldn't understand what magic these few fish, which only swam around in water and couldn't speak or amuse anyone, held to attract a little girl so much. They would occasionally ask her, but Ji herself couldn't explain, only saying she liked them. Since she had this hobby, Gu Weijin and Wang Fan were happy to keep buying her fish and simple home fish-keeping books. Over time, Gu Ji had become quite the little expert in fish-keeping, and the numerous fish tanks placed around the house often became the first impression guests had when visiting the Gu family. Being well-behaved was certainly a good thing, but it wasn't ideal for a girl at such a lively age to be so introverted. Gu Weijin and his wife often encouraged Ji to go outside and play with other children, so sometimes she would follow Jian running around the campus. Unfortunately, she was beautiful and had a very kind personality, which made her a target for some mischievous boys who liked to tease her. Some who had suffered at Jian's hands would take their anger out on her, so whenever Jian wasn't around, she easily became a victim of bullying. She usually kept her suffering to herself, and if Jian found out, it would lead to fights. Strangely enough, despite their vastly different personalities, these two children were particularly close. Only when facing Jian did Ji have endless words to say. She was willing to share good things with Jian, and occasionally when Jian made their parents angry, Ji would always protect her sister. Although Jian wouldn't admit it and didn't like to bring Ji along when playing, nor did she care for her sister's goldfish. If she saw anyone bullying Ji, she would definitely not let it go. Others would say that this was natural. What could be closer than twin sisters? Gu Weijin and his wife could only smile wryly. However, the strong bond between the two sisters was the most comforting thing for them. Chapter 2. Just youth. 1. Day after day, going to school and coming home, Ji Ting gradually became familiar with the Gu sisters. Strictly speaking, he was only familiar with Ji, although their parents let the three of them go home together after school for mutual care as soon as the school bell rang. Jian would often run off without a trace. Sometimes when he saw her on the road or at the Gu family, she would pucker her lips and not pay much attention to him. Ji Ting had tried to join Jian's games, but since childhood, his parents had taught him one should stand properly and sit properly, follow the rules, and a well-behaved child is a good child. Therefore, in addition to his regular schoolwork, his extracurricular time was filled with interest classes. His desk was always cluttered with books and magazines his parents subscribed to for him. He had never experienced the wildness of Jian and her friends running around the hills behind the school. At first, he found it novel and fun, joining Jian in frightening couples who were secretly meeting in secluded spots, using slingshots to shoot birds, catching crickets, and playing treasure hunts. Jian was happy to have an older companion. However, Ji Ting was more sensible than Jian and had been raised to be a good child. Sometimes when Jian was being naughty or playing overly outrageous pranks, he would often speak up to stop her. Even so, he came home covered in mud several times and still received a harsh scolding from his father. Jian also found him annoying and in the way, and gradually, she stopped playing with him. On the other hand, Ji had a good rapport with Ji Ting. Strangely, the usually introverted and shy Ji, apart from Jian, enjoyed being with Ji Ting and was happy to share her beloved goldfish and fish-keeping experiences with him. Slowly, Ji Ting began to understand that the goldfish that looked similar actually came in many varieties and had all sorts of strange names. He could basically identify dragon eyes, tiger heads, and luan. Ji was also willing to patiently listen to him talk about the stories and legends he learned from his Chinese teaching mother and from books. The two quiet children often did their homework together in either Ji's or Gu's study, or each engaged in their own activities, reading their own books. Yet they both felt at ease and content in each other's company. Sometimes Ji Ting thought to himself that Ji was truly a girl who evoked sympathy. She was so well-behaved and lovely, yet physically weak, constantly suffering from illnesses, which meant she often had to stay home when sick. Perhaps this was also one reason for her introverted personality. Due to her health issues, her academic performance was affected as well, but fortunately, Uncle Gu and Aunt Wang didn't care about these things. In their eyes, nothing was more important than their daughter's health and happiness. Ji Ting is the only child in his family, so naturally all the attention from the two adults is focused on him, which is to be expected. However, in a family like the Gu family, which has two children of similar ages, there is still a distinction in the adults' hearts regarding who is more important. After all, a person's heart is not centered perfectly. In Ji Ting's eyes, Uncle Gu and Aunt Wang devote far more time and attention to Ji Yi than to Jian. Especially Aunt Wang, who, aside from her work at the school clinic, spends most of her energy taking care of Ji Yi. This is something everyone can understand. Ji Yi is not in good health and indeed needs more care, while the lively Ji is happier and more carefree without constraints. In terms of material things, the Gu family is fair, ensuring that whatever one daughter has, the other must also have. What surprises Ji Ting the most is that his usually stern father, Ji Pei-wen, shows a particular fondness for Jian. Every time he visits the Gu family, he makes it a point to bring a small gift for Jian. Of course, Ji Yi also receives the same gift, but anyone with discerning eyes can see that those well-made little slingshots and birdcages are things only Jian would like. Occasionally, Ji Ting finds himself feeling a bit resentful. His father, who always has a stern face in front of him, often breaks into hearty laughter at Ji Yi's careless words or mischievous actions. Ji Yi always has a nonchalant attitude toward adults' feelings, while Ji Pei-wen's affection for her makes her feel like she has an extra layer of protection. Whenever she gets into trouble and is unwilling to tell her parents, she would ask Uncle Ji to step in for her. Ji Pei-wen would take care of some trivial issues, and when Gu Weijin and his wife found out, they would often jokingly blame their old friend for spoiling Ji Yi and making her even more unruly. Ji Pei-wen would just laugh and say, "I actually like little girls to have a bit of spirit." The time of childhood always passes slowly amidst the eager anticipation of growing up. When one looks back, one realizes that the passage of time is merely a matter of opening and closing one's eyes. After Ji Ting graduated from elementary school, he unavoidably enrolled in the junior high school division of Ji University affiliated school. Boys like him, with delicate features, excellent grades, and good manners, are naturally the favorites of both teachers and the girls in class. However, due to strict family upbringing and his simple nature, Ji Ting is quite late in terms of emotional maturity. So, while the boys and girls in class are lost in the vague feelings of adolescence, he is still just a silly child who only understands the importance of studying hard and striving for improvement. Chapter 2. Just you two at this time. It was the era when Qiong Yao and Jin Yong's novels were all the rage. Secret crushes and being secretly crushed on were the most popular concerns among sensitive young boys and girls. It seemed that every girl had a beautiful sorrow in her heart, and every boy fantasized about wielding a sword in the martial arts world. However, these books were absolutely forbidden in Ji Ting's life. His bookshelf, aside from textbooks, only had 5,000 years of history and 100,000 Ys. Occasionally, there were a few novels, such as How the Steel Was Tempered. One day in the second year of junior high, Ji Ting discovered a piece of scented paper folded into the shape of a heart hidden in his desk. The letter was from a very studious girl in his class who lived in the unit next to his. Ji Ting read the content with only a partial understanding, but he couldn't connect those vague feelings of a young girl with that classmate he encountered every day on his way to and from school. Lu Jilin, who was more mature in this regard, teased him by saying that the girl had a crush on him. Ji Ting, fearing that the girl would be embarrassed, stopped Lu Jilin from being boastful and secretly hid the letter away. He couldn't say he disliked the letter's owner, but that was about it. However, while he could stop Lu Jilin from gossiping, he couldn't stop his own heart from being affected. The lightly scented letter seemed to open a door in his heart, behind which seemed to hide an elusive figure. If he didn't like the girl who wrote the letter, then who did he like? What does it feel like to like someone? A thought flashed through his mind quickly, only to be extinguished immediately, causing him to blush unconsciously. The 15-year-old boy found himself a bit dizzy from this sudden pile of complicated feelings, as it was the first time he had seriously thought about this issue, which seemed to carry a hint of chaos and awakening. Of course, These questions were not something he could find answers to right away. That day after school, he once again reminded Lu Jilin not to mention this to anyone. Then, as usual, he picked up his backpack and waited for Ji on the path that the elementary school students took to go home. A large group of elementary school students in uniforms poured out of the classroom, and the first one he spotted was Jian. Like Ji, Jian was now a sixth grader, and at this point, the two sisters were completely distinguishable. Although Jian was the younger sister, she was taller than Ji by quite a bit. She no longer liked wearing the same clothes as Ji or tying her hair in the same princess style. Even when forced to wear school uniforms, she never settled down. Like now, the loose school uniform hung loosely on her slim figure, and her red scarf was crooked around her neck, matching her delicate features and carefree expression, making it easy to recognize her in a crowd. Jian was still accompanied by several mischievous boys she had grown up with, and as they walked, she was animatedly gesturing and saying something. Ji Ting guessed. She must be planning something mischievous again. As Jian passed by him, he smiled at her, but she seemed to completely ignore him and walked past. Ji Ting felt it was rather pointless and glanced at her back helplessly, only to see Ji coming out of the classroom with her backpack. The two walked side by side on the way home, and along the way, some classmates and friends of theirs exchanged ambiguous smiles and strange laughs at the sight of them together, but they both ignored it. Ji Ting had gotten used to it. He felt at ease in his heart, not surprised by anything. He was someone he had decided to take good care of since childhood, and he meant what he said. They weren't chattering people usually, but seeing Ji Ting lost in thought, Ji couldn't help but ask Brother Ji Ting, "What are you so absorbed in thinking about?" She hadn't asked, but upon doing so, a hint of redness appeared on Ji Ting's fair cheeks. "What am I thinking about? It's just that there were some things in class today that the teacher discussed that I didn't quite understand." Ji Ting quickly changed the subject. "Ji, let us walk faster and see if your blue dragonfish is going to give birth today." Ji knew he wasn't telling the truth, but she didn't press further. She smiled and quickened her pace to head home with him. Ji Ting's junior high school years passed quietly. He thought that if nothing unexpected happened, his life should continue to be smooth and uneventful. After finishing junior high, he would go to high school, and after high school, he would go to university, continue his studies, and after graduation, as his parents hoped, teach at the university, marry a cultured and compatible wife, have a child, pour all his energy into that child, educate him to become an intellectual like himself, and then quietly grow old, with the child repeating his life. Chapter 2. Just Youth 3. Actually, there's nothing wrong with this, but if he has to spend his whole life this way, he thinks, at least while he still has reasons to be willful, why not do something unexpected? A little surprise won't derail him from his life path. What can make him happy? So after the high school entrance examination, Ji Ting filled out his application form for the 5th middle school. The 5th middle school is a key school that is on par with the affiliated school of Ji University, with a college admission rate that ranks among the top 2 in the city every year. However, what attracts Ji Ting even more is that its campus is located on the north and south sides of the city, respectively, from Ji University. If he gets into the 5th middle school, he will definitely have to board at school. By the time he was nearly 16, Ji Ting had never been away from his parents for more than a week. The longest record was during a 5-day summer camp he attended in the summer of his first year of junior high. Although the summer camp was organized by the school, his mother was still very worried about him while he was away from home. In fact, Ji Ting found it quite funny. He was not someone who couldn't take care of himself, nor was he mischievous. Most of the time, he could manage himself well, but his parents were overly anxious. He heard it was because his mother had a rather difficult pregnancy with him. She had lost a child that had formed in her womb before him, and after finally getting pregnant with him, she faced many challenges, including him being a premature baby. Therefore, his parents wished they could tie him to them with a rope forever and were unwilling to make any mistakes in his education. Ji Ting felt he could understand his parents' concerns, but for some reason, he was eager to breathe freely away from them, even if just for a while. Fortunately, until the application form was submitted, his parents had no doubts at all. Perhaps it was because they thought it was only natural for their son to continue attending the affiliated school of Ji University, so there was no need to worry. Although the 5th middle school was difficult to get into, Ji Ting was quite confident in his grades. As long as there were no major accidents, It was expected that he would receive an admission notice from the 5th middle school. He imagined his parents' shocked but helpless expressions at that time and, despite his nervousness, felt an uncontrollable sense of joy. This joy even surpassed the happiness he felt when he received the honor of being one of the 3 outstanding graduates in his entire grade. The graduation ceremony for junior high was held together with that of elementary school, since the Ji sisters were also graduating from elementary school. The Gu Weijin couple and the Ji Pei-Wen couple attended the children's graduation ceremony together. When Ji Ting, as the representative of the graduates, went on stage to give a speech, looking at his elegant and handsome demeanor as he spoke with his unique, gentle tone. Not only were Ji Pei-Wen and his wife proud to the point of tears, but even the Gu Weijin family, as old friends, felt honored. However, the most unexpected thing was that the usually mischievous Ji, and although a headache for the teachers and definitely not in line for honors like outstanding graduate awards, had to be admitted to have some talent in studies. Despite playing all day, her grades were still good. She usually didn't take her homework seriously, and her tests were done carelessly. But the more important the exam, the more outstanding her performance. She often referred to herself as an exam-type student, and this time she surprisingly achieved the highest score in her whole grade in the elementary school graduation exam. The teachers could choose not to give her the Outstanding Graduate Award, but according to tradition, they had to award the Academic Excellence Prize to the student with the highest score in the graduation exam, and it had to fall to her. When the school leaders came on stage to present the awards, all the award-winning students stood in a row. Even though Ji stood on the stage, she still wore a nonchalant smile, while her group of childhood friends cheered loudly from below, whistling and clapping enthusiastically. She also cooperated by posing joyfully to kiss the certificate after receiving the award, causing a burst of laughter from the audience. And even the usually shy and quiet Ji stood up and clapped hard for her sister. Ji Pei-Wen looked at Gu Weijin and said, "Look, your Ji is quite interesting." Gu Weijin shook his head. "If this child had half of your Ji Ting's understanding, I would be happy. Grades are secondary. The most important thing is character." Ji Ting stood next to Jian, and at that moment, he was only half a head taller than her. He watched as Ji held the certificate rolled up in her hand and smiled brightly at the audience, and the blazing June sun seemed to dim in comparison. He couldn't help but smile knowingly, even though Jian was not as close to him as she was in his heart. She was like a sister to him, so he was genuinely happy for her. That evening, the two families had dinner together at Ji's house. Ji Ting's mother, Su Shuyan, had been busy in the kitchen all afternoon, and Wang Fan also went in to help. When everyone sat down, it was naturally a table full of delicious dishes. Gu Weijin even brought some good wine from his home that he usually wouldn't spare, intending to take this opportunity to drink a few cups with his old friend. As soon as they sat down, Gu Weijin patted Ji Ting on the shoulder and praised him. Although Ji Pei-Wen and his wife were modest, their joy was still evident when they looked at their son. When pouring wine, Gu Weijin also filled Ji Ting's glass and said, "Ji Ting, well done. Not only does this bring honor to your parents, but Uncle Gu is also happy to see it. You can have a little drink today." Before Ji Ting could say anything, Su Shuyun smiled and intervened. "He is still a child. What would he know about drinking? You two big men can drink." Chapter 2. Just you four. Ji Pei-Wen smiled at his wife and said, "Boys can handle a little drink. It's not a big deal. Usually, we don't let him drink, but since today is a happy occasion, if he wants a drink, it's fine to let him have a taste." Su Shuyun then stopped speaking. Ji Ting looked at the transparent liquid in the small wine glass in front of him, feeling troubled. To be honest, he had never touched a drop of alcohol in his life. However, seeing so many fine drinkers in novels and television shows, it seemed like this wine was something extraordinary, which made him a bit curious. He lifted the glass to his nose and sniffed it, but the pungent smell made him hesitate. Ji, watching from the side, smiled and said, "Ji Ting Gij, you might as well not drink it. It doesn't look like anything good." Just as Ji Ting was about to put down the glass, Ji leaned over, took his wine, and said, "Let me see how good this wine really is." Gu Weijin frowned and said, "Little girls shouldn't touch alcohol. What kind of example is that?" Jian pouted but still brought the wine glass to her lips and licked the liquid inside, then smacked her lips and said, "It's nothing special, just this taste." As she spoke, she wiped her lips with the back of her hand and returned the wine to Ting, raising her eyebrows and smiling at him, as if silently provoking him. Ting took the wine, silently tilted his head back, and drank it in one gulp. He didn't expect the wine to be so spicy, causing him to cough uncontrollably. Su Shuyun and Wang Fan hurriedly helped him, handing him tissues and patting his back, while Ji quickly got him a cup of soda. Jian snickered and said, "Is it that serious?" Wang Fan, who rarely scolded her, spoke up, "You child, how can you talk like that? If you don't provoke your Ting Gidge, he wouldn't drink it all at once. Who heard me tell him to drink?" Jian retorted. By this time, Ting had mostly calmed down. He didn't know if it was from choking or the alcohol, or perhaps embarrassment, but his fair face had turned completely red. He heard Wang Fan scolding Jian and quickly said, "Aunt Wang, it's not Jian's fault. I can't drink, and I rushed it." Wen also said, "Why blame her? Our Ting just can't drink. If you can't handle this little bit of alcohol, how can you call yourself a boy?" Jian added without letting up. Ting's face turned even redder. Gu Weijin faced Jian and scolded, "What do you know? If you could learn even a little from your Ting Gidge, we would be so much more at ease." Jian lifted her head and said, "What is so great about him? He is just a so-called outstanding graduate. What is so special about that?" Gu Weijin was so angry that the veins on his forehead were throbbing. "You haven't even received this unremarkable thing. How could I have a daughter like you?" As the atmosphere took a nosedive, Su Shuyun hurriedly tried to mediate. "Old Gu, Jian is still a child. Why are you taking it so seriously?" Ji, who had been silent, put down her chopsticks and said softly, "Dad, Jian went on stage to receive an award today too. Why do you all only remember that brother Jiting won an award, and no one mentioned Jian?" As soon as she said this, the adults present exchanged glances, and Gu Weijin was momentarily speechless. At that moment, Jian stood up and said to her sister, "Who cares about their praise? In their eyes, there's only one daughter." After saying this, she pushed her chair back and left the dining table, running out of the Ji family home. "Jian," Ji called out, but seeing that she ignored her, she also stood up, saying, "Mom and Dad, I'll go check on her." With that, she followed her out. Jiting wanted to go too, but he felt a wave of dizziness. The other four adults were stunned for a moment before they silently continued eating. After a while, it was Wen who spoke up. "Old Gu, to be honest, do you think this is fair, Jian?" Gu Weijin hesitated, letting out a sigh. Wang Fan glanced at her husband and then said, "Jian has always performed well academically. We're not unaware of that. However, this child is too impatient. We hope she can be more restrained in other aspects besides studying. Moreover, she didn't do well this time, and we're afraid that praising her younger sister might hurt the older sister's feelings. It's tough for parents everywhere, but we really didn't expect it to be like this." Wen was silent for a moment before speaking again. "Is it really just because of that? Weijin, Wang Fan, you understand some things without me saying them. I'm not meddling in your family affairs, but even though the children are young, they have feelings." Seeing the sorrowful expression on Wang Fan's face, Su Shuyun quickly pulled her husband and said, "Stop talking. Let us eat. Jian is just throwing a little tantrum. It's nothing serious." The four of them continued to eat. Jiting was confused, but knew he shouldn't speak up at that moment. His head felt even more painful. So he stood up and said, "Uncle Gu, Aunt Wang, Dad, Mom, I'm feeling a bit dizzy. I'll go lie down in my room." Chapter 3. The sunset of that day. 1. After Jiting entered his room, Su Shuyun smiled and said, "This child, it seems he really can't handle any alcohol." The other three just forced a smile, and the meal was hastily finished amidst their wax-like chewing. Just as Wang Fan and Su Shuyun finished clearing the bowls, Ji came back, rushing in and saying to Wang Fan, "Mom, I can't find Jian. What should I do?" Wang Fan comforted her, "Silly girl. The school is so big. Where will you find her? Who knows this area better than her? Don't worry. If she gets tired outside, she will come back." After sending off Gu Weijin's family, Su Shuyun was still tidying up in the kitchen when Wen walked into his son's room. Jiting was half reclining against the headboard, eyes closed, wearing headphones, his face still flushed, not knowing if he had fallen asleep or was focused on listening to something. Wen sat at the edge of the bed, carefully took off Jiting's headphones, And Jitting felt the movement, opened his eyes, and quickly sat up. Dad, is there something? When brought the headphones close to his own ears, and as he did, he heard a deafening music sound coming from them. He frowned and pressed stop on the player, took out the tape, and saw it was a concert album by Beyond. At that time, Beyond was extremely popular, and many of Gu Weijin's students were fans of this band, so he had heard some of their music. However, hearing the frenzied percussion and the shouting like singing made his head ache. Of course, he understood that young people's preferences were different from his generation, but he had never imagined that his usually quiet son would also like this. I thought you were listening to the piano concertos your mom bought for you. Wen returned the tape and player to his son and said lightly. Jitting lowered his eyes, subconsciously playing with the headphone wire, and replied, I listened to those too, but after a while, they get annoying. Don't you think this is too noisy? Wen pointed to the tape and the player. Jitting smiled but didn't speak. He definitely wouldn't say that he actually liked this kind of wild music. For some reason, it gave him a kind of ecstatic feeling. Wen looked at his son smile and thought that maybe he didn't understand this son, whom he had always been proud of, as much as he had imagined. Seeing that Jitting didn't speak, he decided to bring up the topic. I heard from Principal Chen at your school that it seems you filled in Wuzhong as your preference. He tried to keep his tone casual, like he usually did when chatting with his son. Jitting immediately widened his eyes, glanced at his father, and then, as if understanding something, a gleam in his eyes quickly faded, but he chose to remain silent. Wen noticed his silence and continued. Wuzhong is also good, but that school has a mixed crowd, and it's far from home. So, your mom and I discussed it and agreed that it would be better for you to attend our school's affiliated school. So we asked Principal Chen to help change your preference back. After saying this, Wen looked at his son seriously, but he couldn't see any reaction on Jitting's face, which suddenly made him feel uncertain inside. So he added, Son, we're doing this for your own good. You have always been a good child. You are the pride of your mom and me, and all our hopes are pinned on you. Dad! Jitting interrupted his father, I understand. I filled in Wuzhong just for fun. It was just a whim. I'm actually regretting it. It's better that you changed it. He took the tape out of the player, then got off the bed. Dad, I'm going out for a walk. Seeing Jitting walk out the door, Wen felt a bit worried. His son was sensible, and he always knew that, but he accepted this matter too calmly, which made him uneasy. So he asked, Where are you going for a walk? It's about to get dark. Don't go too far. Jitting turned back at the door. I'm just going to walk around the school. I'll be back soon. Don't worry, I won't go far. He left home, wandering aimlessly in the twilight of the campus. He couldn't really describe how he felt inside. The remaining alcohol was burning him, but his mind was clear. He just felt a lump in his chest, something like cotton fluff blocking him. It wasn't painful, just stuffy, and he couldn't cry out or say anything. But it was an undeniable discomfort. Don't go too far, they said. He knew he wouldn't go far. He just wanted to find a quiet place without people. And then he would still return home and continue being a good child. Since childhood, he had been accustomed to forcibly suppressing something in his heart, and gradually, doing what everyone thought was right became second nature to him. Sometimes he thought, maybe he was just born to be a good child. Chapter 3. The sunset of that day, too. There were people everywhere, and he couldn't breathe properly anywhere. Jitting kept smiling and greeting classmates, teachers, or familiar adults he encountered on the way, but his feet involuntarily led him to a secluded path. Finally, there were fewer people. This wasn't a path he often took, but it felt oddly familiar until he found himself in an open space, realizing he had been here a long time ago. The setting sun was casting a dim yellow and ambiguous light all around. Jitting leaned against a smooth, large rock in the grass, took out the box of tapes from his pocket, examined it carefully, and then began to tear at it forcefully. He pulled out the tape, tangled it around his hand, and then twisted it violently until it snapped. He had never done anything like this before, but it didn't matter since no one was watching. In front of others, he was still a model student with excellent character and academics. He felt freer than ever before. He was immersed in the destruction of that pitiful cassette tape, completely unaware that there were others nearby, until he heard a clicking sound that startled him. He abruptly stopped what he was doing and looked up to see Jian casually walking around from the other side of the stone, hands behind her back. Jian didn't say anything, just looked at the mess in front of Ji Ting with a look of admiration. Ji Ting was momentarily taken aback, then realized he didn't really care that she saw this scene. So he smiled at her and continued to destroy the Beyond album he once loved. After watching for a while, Jian finally spoke. "What's so fun about this? Come with me." She gestured for him to follow her, and after hesitating for a moment, Jiting abandoned what he was doing and walked towards her back. Jian led him through a dense thicket of weeds and bushes, then up a small dirt slope, finally signaling him to lie down in the grass at the top, just like she did. Jiting complied, but still didn't he understand. Jian pulled out a well-made slingshot from her pocket, which Jiting recognized as a gift from his father to her. Then she took out a bunch of spiky bush fruits she had picked along the way, placed one in the slingshot's pouch, stretched the rubber band tight, and slightly parted the branches in front of her to aim ahead. Jiting looked forward and saw that below the slope was a small path where a few couples were strolling. As he noticed a pair of intertwined boys and girls approaching, Jian closed one eye and got into position to aim. Jiting quickly grabbed her and shook his head, instinctively trying to stop her as he guessed what she was planning. Jian shot him a warning glance, then mouthed for him to let go. The moment Jiting released his grip, she launched the spiky fruit from the slingshot. In reality, the fruit wouldn't injure anyone, but it would still sting if it hit bare skin. Jian's first shot hit the target right on the head, and they heard a startled scream from the girl as the two heads quickly separated. It turned out the spiky fruit had gotten tangled in the girl's hair, and after a long struggle, she couldn't get it out. Her boyfriend came over to help, but only made things worse, leaving her hair in a mess without removing the fruit. Jiting initially wanted to scold Jian, but upon seeing this scene, he couldn't help but suppress his laughter, almost bursting out. Jian also covered her mouth, giggling uncontrollably. The two laughed mischievously at their prank's success, and finally, the couple below managed to remove the little spiky fruit from the girl's hair after her braid had unraveled. They glared fiercely in Jiting and Jian's direction, with the boy taking a few steps forward and asking, "Who did this?" Jian and Jiting immediately flattened themselves in the grass, the lush foliage serving as the best cover. The boy looked around for a while. Although he guessed the pranksters were above the slope, it was impossible to climb up from the path below. They would have to take an enormous detour to reach Jian and Jiting's hiding spot, which was one reason Jian felt so carefree. Jiting didn't know any of this at the time. He only felt his heart racing in his chest, and only relaxed when he heard the couple's footsteps moving away. He half crawled up and felt guilty to discover that his heart was filled with joy from the successful prank, and the earlier frustration began to fade. Jian also sat up, giggling. "Jiting, you silly pig, you almost got seen." Jiting retorted, "You were just as loud. If you hadn't laughed so hard, they wouldn't have looked over. Did you see that girl's bird's nest hair?" Jian laughed, and Jiting couldn't help but laugh too. After they laughed, he casually plucked a dry leaf out of Jian's hair and said, "So this is where you ran off to?" Uncle Gu and the others said they couldn't find you. Chapter 3. The sunset of that day, 3, Jian casually lay back down in the grass. "You can't even lie well. They won't look for me, except for she. They just say, 'Who knows her around here? She'll come back when she's tired of playing.'" She bit a piece of grass, and, in the dimming sunset, beautiful shadows danced across her face. Jiting had no way to refute her, because she was completely right. So he said, "Actually, Uncle Gu and the others care about you a lot. Why do you always make them angry? Can't you just behave a little?" Jian scoffed, throwing the grass away. "Care about me? They will never see me in their eyes. Ever since I was little, they would say, 'Ji likes this, so let us give Jian one too.' So I have everything Ji has, but those were never what I wanted. Your Aunt Wang has never held me or scolded me. She only has eyes for Ji. When I was little, I thought I wasn't good enough. So I had to do better than Ji in everything. I got better grades, was better at sports, hoping my parents would say, 'Jian is great.' But they only said, 'It's okay, bad grades don't matter if you're not feeling well. Take your time to recover. No matter what, you're our treasure.' The little red flower I brought back with excitement, they only glanced at before setting it aside, while they held Ji close, who didn't even have a little red flower. Later I realized, when they don't like someone, it doesn't matter if you're good or bad. If listening to them doesn't make me happy, then why should I try to please them? My dad only looks at me a bit more when he is scolding me. How can that be? You're their daughter too. What parents don't love their own children? Ting comforted her, but he felt those words were very hollow. Jian smiled mysteriously. You wouldn't understand, but I know why for some things. However, she didn't elaborate and instead mockingly asked, you said I should behave more, then why are you the obedient example? Hiding here, quarreling with that broken cassette tape? Ting's expression immediately dimmed. Sometimes I don't even know what I want. Going on a drinking spree? You really embarrassed yourself. Just one drink, and you got like that. Jian looked at him with disdain on her small face. Speaking of this, Ting's face turned red again. I think I really can't drink. Who forced you? You were the one who gulped it down like crazy. Jian propped her head up with one hand and playfully pushed it with the other, asking, tell me, what does alcohol taste like? Ting shyly said, didn't you drink a little too? I just licked it. Stop talking nonsense. Just tell me, what does it taste like? Spicy, very bitter, but a bit sweet too. The two lay in the grass, watching the night slowly swallow the remaining sunlight. The sky was about to darken. Ting suddenly thought of something and said to Jian, were you particularly afraid of the dark when you were little? Jian seemed not to hear him. So he asked again, and only then did she hum and say, I'm not like you, coward. I love the night the most. When it gets dark, you can't see anything, and that is the best time to do anything. Nothing matters. After saying this, she suddenly gasped, her small face scrunching up. Ting was startled by her expression and quickly asked, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Jian gritted her teeth and sat up. I'm seeing ghosts. My stomach is hurting more and more. What should we do? Is it very painful? Let's go home. Ting helped her up with all his strength. But in the last bit of light, he saw a brown stain on the back of Jian's light blue graduation dress that she wore for the ceremony. He didn't think much about it, wiped it with his hand, and it felt a bit wet. He put his fingers under his nose and smelled a strong metallic scent, which startled him. Oh no, Jian, you're bleeding a lot. Jian was also shocked. She pulled her skirt over to check and was momentarily stunned. What is this? Then, as if she suddenly remembered something, she gasped and cried out, no way. What happened? Ting, still confused and very worried, supported her shoulder and asked, where are you bleeding? As soon as he finished speaking, Jian pushed him away forcefully. He was caught off guard and lost his balance, falling onto the grass. In the dim light, he couldn't see Jian's expression clearly, only hearing her angrily say, Ting, you're such a pig, before she ran off quickly. A girl's first menstruation is always accompanied by the awakening of some awareness lurking in her heart, and then both her body and thoughts begin to grow wildly. Chapter 3. The sunset of that day, that night, when Jian returned home, the bloodstains on her skirt didn't escape Wang Fan's eyes. Wang Fan was slightly surprised, but still took a package from her room and placed it on Jian's bedside. She remained silent, and Jian didn't speak either. Perhaps they both understood that such silence shouldn't exist between a mother and daughter, but neither intended to break the deadlock. Wang Fan prepared to leave Jian's room, but thought for a moment, turned back to look at Jian, who seemed to be doing her homework, and said, you started to grow up. You should think clearly about what things you should do and what things you shouldn't do. Don't be as clueless as before. Jian didn't respond. She aggressively erased the words in her homework book until a small hole appeared from the erasing. She thought she was growing up too slowly and couldn't wait any longer. Only by growing up could she do what she wanted to do. That night, Ji, lying on the small bed adjacent to Jian's, curiously asked about Jian's feelings. Jian casually replied, no feeling. At this age, girls are always fearful, curious, and perhaps more expectant about their first menstruation. In class, some precocious girls had already experienced this rite of passage in the 5th grade. From their expressions, one could always find a hint of secret joy. Ji thought. Although she was the older sister, she was not as good as Jian. Even becoming a real girl, she lagged behind her. Of course, she wouldn't hold this against her younger sister. She just felt a slight melancholy in her heart, wondering when she would become a mature girl. But what would becoming a mature girl mean? Then becoming a woman? A woman belonging to another man? Suddenly, she recalled the figure on stage during the day. That delicate face. Stung by her own thoughts, Ji covered her head with the quilt. In the darkness, she felt inexplicable fear. What if that thing never came? Would she never become a real girl? Chapter 4. The wild growth of body and thoughts. 1. The worries Ji hid in her heart lasted for more than a year. Finally, on a day without any warning, she welcomed the first trace of red in her life. Alone in her home bathroom, she felt both shy and relieved. After coming out, she secretly pulled her mother into her room and shared this secret with her. Wang Fan stroked Ji's soft hair and sighed. You all have grown up. Yes, the girls have started to grow up. Ji felt her body changing and growing every day. Although this change was slow, she could feel it. She was like a seed hidden in the soil of a greenhouse for a winter, striving to sprout. She had grown taller. But what embarrassed her even more was that her chest was also beginning to develop, accompanied by a slight pain. Is this the mark of growth? Ji felt at a loss about such changes. Sometimes, when she looked at herself in the mirror, it seemed like she was different from before, but upon closer inspection, it seemed nothing had changed, still with delicate features, hazy like looking through water mist. She begged her mother to buy her a larger school uniform to cover her slowly emerging curves. She began to love those sentimental novels and writings, specifically choosing sorrowful poems to memorize, feeling sad for no reason. Ji Ting's mother, Su Shuyun, was an associate professor in the Chinese department, specializing in classical Chinese language and literature, and their home had walls full of books. Ji liked to go to Ji Ting's study, but for some reason, the older she got, the more awkward she felt around him, not knowing where to put her hands. She clearly looked forward to growing up for him. At this time, Ji Ting was already a senior in high school, a big boy. Although he still cared for Ji like he did when they were younger, they didn't go to school together every day anymore. So even if he noticed the little girl's changes, he didn't delve deeply into the reasons behind them. He only knew that now. Ji sometimes looked like a frightened little rabbit in front of him. When he asked if she had something on her mind, she would say no, and he would just smile and let her be. Every time Ji looked at Ji Ting's back, she secretly blamed herself for being useless. Many times, while watching the goldfish swimming back and forth in the water, she asked them, why couldn't she be like Jian, like a wild little tree, stretching out freely and growing wanly? At 15, Jian had already surpassed 163 centimeters in height. Although she wasn't the tallest girl in the class, both boys and girls seemed to look up to her when they gazed at her. She became less and less like Ji, with long, narrow phoenix eyes, slightly prominent cheekbones, a sharp nose, and thin, attractive lips. Individually, her features might not stand out, but together they created an astonishing radiance. Jian's beauty was vibrant, sharp, exuding an unapproachable chill. At this point, she had already cut off her long hair, sporting a short, slightly messy hairstyle that not only didn't make her look like a tomboy, but instead made her delicate face's features more distinct and three-dimensional. She was tall and slender, lacking the traditional curvy beauty, but wherever she went, she held her back straight and slightly raised her chin, for at this moment, she understood that beauty itself was an inherent capital of a girl, and she undoubtedly possessed such proud capital. When Jian looked at people, she liked to squint her beautiful, narrow eyes, unabashedly sizing up those in front of her, always wearing a lazy, fearless expression. So even though she excelled academically since childhood, she wasn't a child who would win adults' favor, especially among the elderly neighbors in the faculty dormitory. They liked to discuss Professor Gu's little daughter with a tone of disgust and regret during their tea breaks. To them, being so young and so dazzling, with eyes that seemed to steal souls, was itself a sin, not to mention her bold and unruly personality, which was a completely unstable factor. Of course, such talk was just gossip. Those around her had seen Jian's temper. She would not offend others if they did not offend her, but if someone offended her, she would retaliate fiercely. She feared no one. In recent years, Gu Weijin and his wife felt increasingly powerless in managing Jian. She was resistant to both soft and hard measures, ignoring anyone's attempts to control her and only doing what she wanted. Fortunately, most of the time, she was a clear-headed child, knowing what was good for herself. So although she was difficult to discipline, she had grown up without going astray. Excluding her willful nature, Jian had always been an excellent student, a child without worries. Of course, the reason why the women in the neighborhood despise her so much, aside from her looks and temperament, is more because their half-grown sons and grandsons just happen to be enchanted by the little enchantress. The boys who used to play in the mud and water with Jian as children have mostly turned into foolish boys blushing in front of her. Even the chubby boy who had been beaten and cried by her countless times now spends his days thinking about how to get Jian to accept whatever good things he has found. Chapter 4. The rapid growth of body and thoughts. 2. No one knows better than Jian about her allure in the eyes of boys. But she does not see it as something that should be hidden or suppressed. She enjoys seeing the longing light in the boy's eyes, being both stingy and skillful in using her charm. She does not get close to anyone, yet everyone thinks that Jian's distance from them is special. Occasionally, there are boys she is particularly interested in, whether they are proud, silent, or sweet but taken. The harder they are to approach, the more she likes to get close. And she feels she must have them. 15-year-old Gu Jian has become like a poison. Everyone knows they shouldn't touch it. Yet some still choose to drink it to quench their thirst. Ji Ting, look who is here. Is she looking for you? Ji Ting was being nudged hard on the arm by someone next to him and had to lift his head, which was propped up by his hand. It is indeed a kind of fate. Since he transferred in 5th grade, he has been in the same class as Lu Jilin all through middle and high school. Many people, including his parents, find it hard to understand how the gentle and quiet good student Ji Ting has maintained a good relationship with the lively and slightly mischievous Lu Jilin. Lu Jilin's father was originally a farmer from the suburbs near Ji University, who became wealthy by working as a contractor when he was young, and later won the contract for the student cafeteria at Ji University, making the family well off. Lu Jilin is naturally outgoing and lively, a bit of a troublemaker since childhood. With poor grades and a lot to say, often speaking bluntly. During middle school, he visited Ji Ting's home, and at the study and dining table he was the loudest. His casual use of coarse language and unfunny jokes making Ji Peiwen and Su Shuyan frown secretly. They didn't say anything at the time, but seeing Ji Ting and Lu Jilin still in the same class in high school and often hanging out together, their friendship seemed closer than that of ordinary classmates, which made them somewhat worried. For this reason, Ji Peiwen even had a heart-to-heart talk with Ji Ting, subtly bringing up topics like Confucius's 3 friends of benefit and 3 friends of harm. And when he saw his son silent for a long time without arguing, he said, "If I do not get along with you, it can only burden me. These are things your mother taught you to recite since you were young. You are a good child and should know your parents' good intentions. Young man, the direction must be correct, and choosing friends is also key." Ji Ting, however, lowered his head and played with the pen in his hand, a habit since childhood. After Ji Peiwen finished speaking, he finally replied, "Dad, you are right. I understand your meaning." Ji Peiwen, satisfied, patted his son's shoulder and stood up, but then he heard Ji Ting continue. "However, I also remember that Mom taught me. A gentleman respects the worthy and accommodates the multitude, encourages the good, and is lenient to the incapable. Am I not worthy? How can people refuse me? Am I not worthy? Then how can I be rejected? What do you think?" At that moment, Ji Peiwen did not expect his son to turn the tables on him like this. He is from a technical background and is not as immersed in these matters as his wife, leaving him momentarily speechless. Ji Ting looked up at him and added, "Dad, don't you think Confucius is quite sad? He had no friends." Ji Peiwen couldn't help but take another look at his son. Ji Ting had grown taller, now standing at shoulder height with his father, his features resembling his mother, fair and handsome, his tone gentle. Ji Peiwen felt he was increasingly unable to understand his grown son. Or perhaps he had never understood him at all. In any case, Ji Ting rarely acts like a typical adolescent boy desperately trying to assert himself by rebelling against adults. Most of the time, he patiently listens to adult teachings, only insisting on the few things he believes in. So despite his parents' misgivings, his friendship with Lu Jilin has continued. Although they cannot be called confidants, there's certainly people who can talk to each other. In fact, he himself is not sure why he has befriended someone with Lu Jilin's personality, but he feels relaxed around him. In the classroom, Ji Ting often likes to rest his head on one hand while playing with a pen in the other, his eyes on the book. Sometimes he is indeed reading, but other times he is lost in thought. As graduation approaches, unlike many classmates, he is not nervous about the college entrance examination, yet he has no expectations either. Apart from not worrying about his grades, he feels that it wouldn't make a difference what kind of result he gets. The physics department at Ji University is one of the school's strengths, leading in the country, and When is a doctoral supervisor in the department. A top expert in condensed matter physics, heading a national key laboratory on condensed matter microstructure physics. He has long planned for his son to inherit the family business, continuing his academic expertise. So it is quite normal for Ting to enter University's physics department after graduating high school, continue his studies, and then become his father's most capable assistant and successor. When even thought that with Ting's intelligence and his ability to remain undisturbed by external factors, it wouldn't be impossible for him to surpass his father academically. Even Lu Jilin often jokingly says, in front of Ting lies a bright scientific path. Chapter 4. The rapid growth of body and thoughts. 3. As for physics, Ting does not dislike it. His grades prove that. He understands his father's achievements, and becoming a respected scholar like his father is a good thing. If this is the path he is destined to take, why should he still have expectations? Sometimes he thinks to himself, what if on the day of the college entrance exam, he suddenly faints or falls ill? Would his life change? Perhaps not. Even if he takes a year of tutoring, he would still become a proud university student. It is in such thoughts that Lu Jilin rudely interrupts him, and helplessly he looks toward the classroom door, where he is greeted by the morning sunlight. Jian is standing at the doorway, holding something, casually leaning there in the uniform that looks the same as everyone else's, the hem of her skirt wrinkled, suddenly making one think how vibrant this nun-like uniform looks when it is crumpled. Beauty! Lu Jilin lightly whistles like a wolf, and together with the boys and girls in the class, they look up at the girl at the door. Hey, Ting, say something. Is she looking for you? He anxiously nudges Ting again. She came to find him. Ying feels surprised, although their families are close, and everyone thinks he is childhood friends with the two daughters of the Gu family. In fact, only Yi was close to him when they were young. But even Yi has been acting strangely these past couple of years. As for Jian, the last time they had close contact was during their graduation from middle school. He still remembers the moment during twilight when Jian's face was colored by the setting sun and the awkward conclusion that followed. But at that time, he really hadn't thought about girls. He looks at her at the door, but her gaze does not fall on him. Chun Lang, are you not coming out? She calls out boldly to someone in the classroom. The boy named Chun Lang, who she called out, chuckles and swiftly runs from his seat to her side. Lu Jilin curiously watched as Jian handed something in his hand to Chun Lang at the door. Chun Lang smiled as he took it, and the two exchanged a few familiar jokes. Just as he wanted to make use of his proud hearing to eavesdrop on their conversation, an unknown flying object hit his face, startling him into a scream. When he covered his face and picked up the weapon from the ground, he found it was the ballpoint pen that had been in Ting's hand earlier. He angrily slapped the pen in front of Ting, who wore a slightly apologetic smile. When he turned back to look at the door, Chun Lang had already returned to the classroom, and Jian was no longer there. He felt a bit disappointed, unsure if he had missed some exciting scene, and said to Ting, I thought Gu Jian was looking for you, but it turns out she was looking for that guy. They seem pretty familiar. Ting continued to play with his pen, casting shadows with his eyelashes in his eyes. Why would she look for me? Hey, aren't you two childhood sweethearts? Lu Jilin asked curiously. Nonsense. It's just that my dad has a particularly good relationship with her family, Ting replied. Forget it. You and Gu Ji and sister. What is her name? All right, Gu Ji, you two used to be pretty close, didn't you? You often hung out together after school. That was when we were kids. She wasn't well, so I naturally had to take care of her, Ting said. Lu Jilin didn't pursue the topic further, just clicked his tongue and said, to be honest, it's just you who doesn't know how to seize the opportunity. If my dad was that close to Gu Jian's family, I definitely what? Ting laughed. She's just a little girl. What are you thinking? Still a little girl? Ha! By the time she grows up into a big girl, like a flower, she'll have already been picked by someone else. Didn't you see how close she was with Chun Lang just now? Lu Jilin emphasized with a touch of jealousy. Ting still kept his head down. Reading. Who she wants to be with has nothing to do with us. How does it have nothing to do with us? Sigh. I actually like Gu Jian's vibe, Lu Jilin said, resting his chin on his hand, lost in thought. This time Ting looked at him, a bit surprised. You like Jian? Lu Jilin chuckled, pinching his chin. Everyone has a heart for beauty, but to be honest, A girl like Gu Jian is fine from a distance. Just daydreaming about her is enough. But getting too close, looking into her eyes, makes my heart race. I just can't accept it. I can't let that guy Chen Lang take advantage. It's better not to say too much about things that have nothing to do with you. Ji Ting said, his expression and tone consistently gentle and calm. Chapter 4. The Growing Body and Heartfelt Concerns. 4. Lu Jilin had always found Chen Lang unpleasant. Not because of any discord between them, but perhaps just a natural repulsion between the same sex. Like Ji Ting, Chen Lang was also a child of Ji University faculty. His father was the vice president of Ji University, and his mother was the chairperson of the school's union. He possessed all the advantages that boys of his age could hope for. A good family background, tall and handsome, decent grades, and a good basketball player. More importantly, he had been painting since elementary school, with works that won awards at youth art exhibitions in the city multiple times. Therefore, many people could understand his arrogance and aloofness, especially girls who considered it cool. Lu Jilin, however, scoffed at it, often telling Ji Ting, "What is cool about that? Does he even know if he's wearing underwear or outerwear?" Ji Ting would just laugh it off whenever he heard this. If Chen Lang was a valuable oil painting, then Ji Ting was like a piece of Xian paper from Cheng Zheng. Pure white, flexible, clear, made from water that struck ice in the 12th lunar month. Alluring, yet making one reluctant to write on it. Many girls in the class and grade liked to compare Chen Lang and Ji Ting in secret, each having their supporters. Ji Ting had heard about this from Lu Jilin, but only smiled and said nothing. He disliked Chen Lang, because if he had to compare, he liked himself even less. Chapter 5. Who Else Will Love Me? 1. The after-school hours on campus were always the busiest. Ji Ting followed the bustling students out of the affiliated school's teaching area. The further he walked towards home, the fewer people there were around. And Lu Jilin had also returned to his off-campus home. Ji Ting walked alone on the bluestone path leading to his home, occasionally encountering familiar faces. He didn't want to go home so soon. The advantage of living at the university was having vast, luxurious green spaces and open areas to explore as he pleased. He headed towards the faculty dormitory area adjacent to the back mountain and unexpectedly ran into who was also on her way home after school. Ji was carrying a backpack, her head down as she walked. For some reason, her school uniform looked particularly oversized on her, making her seem even smaller. She didn't have the same brilliance as Jian. Instead, she resembled a little daisy, evoking a sense of pity. Ji Ting smiled as he stood there, watching her slowly approach, seemingly unaware, and then called out, He looked up at him. Ji Ting, brother, you just got out of class too? Her face flushed again, and her palm-sized face bore a pitiful expression. Ji Ting couldn't help but chuckle. Were you looking on the ground? Aren't you afraid of bumping into someone? Yes, no. Not. She probably didn't even know what she wanted to say, nearly tripping over her own tongue. Seeing Ji Ting laugh, she felt shy and laughed too. The wind blew, causing a few strands of hair tied behind her head to fall, brushing against her face, tickling her. She reached out to tuck them away, but those few fine strands of hair misbehaved, slipping back and tangling again. Ji Ting lowered his head and gently tucked the stray hair behind her ear. Her ears were small and thin, somewhat translucent and oddly red. His hand was cold, inadvertently touching her warm ear like ice searing hot coal, causing her to shiver slightly and awkwardly tilt her head. Aren't you going home yet? It's still early. I'm just walking around. My eyes hurt a bit from reading for too long, Ji Ting said with a smile. Oh, he nodded. Then I'll go home first. You should head back early too. Ji Ting watched her wave at him. Her small steps hurried as she ran away, and he couldn't help but smile again. He had grown up. She was no longer that little girl who used to cling to him. He didn't understand why she seemed to be drifting further away from him. The heart of a young girl is always hard to decipher. The first time he met her, her tearful figure seemed vivid in his mind. He had promised to always protect her. Perhaps she didn't need his constant protection. One day, a true guardian would appear by her side. He wandered aimlessly, cherishing the rare cool breeze of early summer in the evening, which gradually eased the heaviness in his heart. Then he heard the sound of clothes brushing against leaves in the low bushes ahead. After taking a few steps forward, He saw two close figures. Ji Ting was not surprised. There were many couples like this on the back mountain of the campus. He intended to walk a bit further away when he suddenly remembered a time in his childhood when he often played pranks with Ji in, delighting in ruining others' good moments, which made him chuckle a bit. With a playful spirit, he glanced in that direction and found that the two were actually wearing the affiliated school's uniform. One of their backs looked inexplicably familiar. Later, Ji Ting thought about how long he had actually looked. It might have been just a few seconds, or perhaps longer. The wind blew, brushing the branches against his face, causing a slight sting, more painful than he had imagined. However, this pain made him alert. Among the two people in front of him, one was his sister, and he had the right and obligation to interrupt them. Clearing his throat softly, he saw the two embracing figures separate as he wished. Jian leaned half of her body against Cheng Zheng, her face showing no signs of nervousness or shyness from being caught. She squinted her eyes and looked at Ji Ting with great interest. She was still a child. How could she act like this? How could she? What a coincidence. Ji Ting, you're out here for a walk too. Cheng Zheng had a lingering flush on his face, but still raised his chin to greet Ji Ting. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but could you please take your hand off my sister? Ji Ting showed no expression, thinking that perhaps Lu Jilin was right. Cheng Zheng was indeed a detestable person. If only he could be Lu Jilin at this moment, he would have enough vicious words to use on the person in front of him without hesitation. Sister? Cheng Zheng looked at Jian with a half-smile, half-inquisitive gaze. Jian tilted her head ambiguously, moving away from Cheng Zheng and saying to Ji Ting, what do you think? Brother Ji Ting? Chapter 5. Who else would love me? 2. She had never called him that before. At this moment, she tilted her head slightly to look at him, her smile charming, making Ji Ting momentarily dazed. Was this smile, this address, something he had longed for many times? So, you came here specifically to care for your sister? Cheng Zheng smiled at Ji Ting. Ji Ting's attitude remained gentle, but his voice was cold. I'm afraid Vice Dean Chun might also come here for a walk occasionally, just to check on young Master Chun. Cheng Zheng sneered. Trying to scare me with my dad? However, there was hesitation in his expression. You should head back first. Remember to bring me that paint I wanted. Jian smiled at Cheng Zheng. Since she said so, Cheng Zheng did not insist. All right, I'll come looking for you then. As he walked past Ji Ting, he said, Excuse me. Ji Ting smiled slightly at him, but his body did not budge, and the two boys brushed past each other, their shoulders colliding painfully. After Cheng Zheng walked away, Ji Ting fell silent, standing still and quietly watching Jian, wanting to hear what she had to say. But Jian suddenly grabbed her backpack that she had thrown on the grass earlier and stuffed it into Ji Ting's hands, saying, Let us go. She casually tugged at him and walked ahead. Ji Ting slung her backpack over his shoulder and followed her. After a while, he said, Jian, don't you think you should talk to me about what just happened? She abruptly stopped and turned around, and Ji Ting couldn't avoid it. They bumped into each other. He was afraid she would fall and reached out to support her waist. She was very thin, her waist delicate enough that he felt he could wrap his arms around it completely. Jian looked up at him closely, her eyes making him shiver. He pulled his hand back as if shocked, hiding it behind his back. She stayed close to him, a provocative look on her face. Do you need me to describe the details? He bit his lower lip, one hand tightly behind his back, not allowing himself to avoid her gaze. After a moment of silence, he gave an answer that even Jian found surprising. He said, Yes, I need it. She should know that he had always been a sensitive child, especially when she provoked him. Jian smiled. Many people loved the hint of a smile at the corners of her mouth, but Ji Ting preferred her current smile, like an innocent child. The specific details are, I borrowed a paintbrush from him. Painting is actually quite interesting. How come I never knew before? She said, looking at him. Ji Ting self-deprecatingly replied, Am I a fool? Do I need to hug you to borrow paint? What's wrong with that? She asked, seemingly serious. How old are you? Do you know what those boys are thinking? But I like someone to hold me. I need someone to love me. Many people love you, but that doesn't necessarily mean you need to express it this way, Ji Ting advised earnestly. Who else? She unusually pressed on. What who? Ji Ting was momentarily confused. Jian raised the corners of her mouth. You said many people love me. Who are those many people? Who loves me? Tell me. Ji Ting lowered his head. He could feel her breath. his heart in turmoil. An answer was on the tip of his tongue, and his palm was sweaty from clenching so tightly. He stepped back a bit, creating a few inches of distance between them. At least Ji loves you. Jian began to squint at him again, deeply scrutinizing him. He turned his head away. It's one thing for others to love you, but as a girl, you must also know how to love yourself. Many things you can wait to do later, like with Chun Lang. Yes, not bad, but you're too young. Nonsense. She took a step forward. You may not care if Uncle Gu and them know, but if they really find out, you want to be happier than now. Ji Ting pretended not to notice her closeness. What do you want to tell them? I'll tell them the facts I've seen. I want to embellish. Is that so? Jian's tone rose oddly, and then Ji Ting felt his hand behind his back being swiftly caught, landing on a soft place where there was warmth. Her movement was so quick that his hand was still in a fist, but he could still feel her heartbeat. Or was that frantic heartbeat trying to break free from his body his own? Thump thump. It felt as if the rhythm was the only thing in the universe. So intense that later, when he recalled that electric moment, he could only remember the deafening heartbeat and the clammy sweat in his palm. Chapter 5. Who else would love me? 3. Don't meddle in my affairs, or I'll also tell Uncle Ji about this, and I want to embellish it either. Ji Ting certainly did not reveal the facts he saw to anyone. Jian successfully turned that afternoon into a secret he didn't even dare to revisit. Only in the midnight dreams would his hands weakly open, then empty grasp again, infinitely melancholic, fearing that one day he would forget even that moment's warmth. In this melancholy, Ji Ting finished his high school career, walking into the college entrance examination room with an incredibly calm face. The teachers said he had stable psychological qualities. No one knew that beneath such calmness, his heart was in chaos. He was like a testing machine, instinctively applying the problems and formulas from memory. After completing the exam paper, he quietly sat at his desk, eyes on the paper, but his ears only heard that day as heartbeat, her voice close to him, stubbornly asking, "Who loves me? Who loves me?" After the college entrance examination results came out, although not as excellent as his parents had hoped, he still surpassed the key line by more than 30 points. He listed G University as his first choice, as his parents wished, but he did not apply for the physics department. The head of the admissions office personally approached Ji Peiwen to discuss whether they should correct this through some means. Ji Peiwen hesitated for a long time, but ultimately said, "Forget it, let him go." Then he had difficulty sleeping for several nights, sighing in bed, and even his wife, Su Shuyun, was affected and couldn't sleep. He didn't understand. His son had clearly inherited his talent in physics, excelling in the subject since childhood. He had never heard him mention disliking this major. Yet when the exam scores came out, only physics barely met the standard score, while his aspirations were wildly different, especially not applying for the physics department. Before the admissions office people found him, he had actually talked to Ji Ting face to face. He asked Ji Ting if he had any thoughts in his heart, and if he did, he could openly express them to his parents and not treat his future as a joke. Ji Ting simply said he had no thoughts at all. Ji Peiwen then asked, "What if Dad wants you to study physics?" He replied, "If my application is changed, it doesn't matter. It's just repeating a year, and I'll have to apply again next year anyway." Ji Ting is such a person. He doesn't argue with you, especially with elders. If you insist, he simply refuses to cooperate. There's a softness and resilience in his character. He is not assertive, but when he stands firm, it leaves others helpless. Study medicine? Didn't he say before that he hated such a bloody profession? Has he ever mentioned wanting to pursue medicine in the future? Ji Peiwen asked his wife. Never. Su Shuyan shook her head, sighing. Fortunately, although our school's medical school can't compare to your department, it's not bad. Don't push the child too hard. Given the circumstances, Ji Peiwen had no better choice but to reluctantly agree. Thus, Ji Ting became a freshman at Ji University's medical school. For him, the only difference between high school and university was that he moved from the affiliated school's campus to 2 small buildings in the medical school at the East Campus. During this time, Ji and Jian also graduated smoothly from junior high. Jian did well on her high school entrance exam and applied to No. 5 middle school, where she was successfully admitted. One could predict that living away from home would make her like a wild horse that had broken free. Ji, however, did not perform well. Her score was about 10 points short of the admission cutoff for the high school division of the affiliated school. However, since she was the child of faculty, advancing to high school was not an issue. Before the start of university, Cheng met Cheng Zheng once. By then, he had already heard that Cheng Zheng was admitted to a key university in the East. When they crossed paths, they simply greeted each other. "Congratulations on getting into a good school," Cheng said to him. Cheng Zheng smiled nonchalantly. "Should I congratulate you as well for scoring high enough to stay at G University? That is not bad." Cheng seemed to be oblivious. It was only as Cheng Zheng walked past him that he asked, "What did Jian say about you going there?" He knew that Jian had always been quite close to Cheng Zheng, often walking together with their art supplies. She said she needed someone to love her, of course. She would hope Cheng Zheng would be by her side. "Jian?" Cheng Zheng flashed his signature, slightly sarcastic smile. "I thought you would know better than I do." She wouldn't say anything because she doesn't need anyone. While Cheng was lost in thought, he added, "Maybe you're not that special either, brother Cheng." Cheng Zheng left a long time ago, and Cheng remained where he was, recalling Jian's childhood mischief. She would always snatch others' favorite toys and then forget about them completely. Perhaps as she grew up, she merely changed the toys and nothing else was different. How could he be special? She simply enjoyed playing such games, and he was even a perfect playmate, so she always treated him with indifference. Even when she applied to number 5 middle school, he was the last to know. He asked himself if he was an exceptionally ordinary person. His world was too pale and dull, and he could never keep up with her brilliance. Nevertheless, he still didn't want to be a toy. Chapter 5. Who else will love me? 4. In Jian's world, it seemed that with Cheng Zheng's departure, the existence of that person was completely erased. There was never a shortage of people around her to fill that void. However, Cheng Zheng left, and a preference that began with him continued. Doodling became her favorite pastime. Her parents noticed she spent more time painting, naturally reducing her chances of causing trouble. This was certainly welcome, and When, who had always doted on her, even spent a lot of money to equip her with a complete set of painting supplies. She started living in the school dormitory when she entered high school, only returning home on weekends, and sometimes not even then. If she did return, she would definitely bring her set of equipment. Consequently, When discussed with old friends that letting her paint freely without any guidance wasn't structured, since she liked it. It would be better to hire an art instructor at school to guide her properly. Weijin consulted with Wang Fan and agreed. They found an old professor in the art department who taught modern art, and he would tutor Jian for a day every weekend. This time, Jian had no objections and obediently returned every week. She rarely focused on something for such a long time, and even her parents finally believed she truly enjoyed painting. This tutoring lasted nearly a month, and eventually, the old professor approached Weijin out of frustration. The first thing he said was, "Old Gu, I think there is no need to continue this tutoring. It would be better to find someone more capable." Although Weijin was psychologically prepared, he was still shocked and hurriedly asked for the reason. It turned out that the old professor insisted on teaching from a theoretical standpoint, aiming to lay a solid foundation and cultivate a certain level of aesthetic awareness. However, Jian expressed great disdain for his theoretical approach. During one of their disagreements, the old professor stubbornly held to his views, and in her impatience, she said, "Your theory is just nonsense." The old professor had taught countless students and had never encountered such an arrogant one. So, out of anger, he immediately resigned. With things having come to this point, Weijin felt he had no face to retain him and could only repeatedly apologize. After returning, he angrily reprimanded Jian for her behavior. But she showed no signs of remorse and coldly replied, "I didn't lie when I said his theory was nonsense." He talked so much rubbish, but couldn't produce a single piece of work that convinced me. Weijin was furious, scolding her for being so arrogant at such a young age, completely unaware of the world's realities. She defiantly retorted, "That old guy might not necessarily be proportional in age and skill. Filled with outdated ideas, his age is just a waste." Just as Weijin raised his hand to strike, Ji, who had been silent, ignored her mother's attempt to stop her and forcibly pulled Jian away. Then said to her father, "Dad, we don't understand painting, and what Jian said might not be unreasonable. Painting is one thing, and being a person is another. I just don't want her to be so arrogant as a girl. Ji's intervention calmed Gu Weijin a bit, and he lowered his raised hand. Hearing Ji and snicker again, he pointed at his younger daughter's nose and said, "You go back to school. It's better if I don't see you too often to avoid getting angry." On the way back to school, Ji accompanied Ji into the bus stop. While waiting for the bus, she said to her sister, "Why do you have to confront our elders so hard? Dad is so angry. It's not good for you." Ji gazed in the direction the bus was coming from for a long time before saying, "I want him to be that angry." Chapter 6, Birds and Islands. 1. When we were still in high school, we often fantasized about university life. Even teachers would encourage students like this. As long as you grit your teeth and get through senior year, you'll see the light at the end of the tunnel. What good things aren't there in university? However, Ji Ting felt that his university life was not much easier than high school. Half of it was due to his major. Clinical medical students seldom had free time. The other half was because it had become his habit to study diligently without needing motivation. He understood that most top students were not necessarily smarter than average people. Rather, they spent more time studying than others. Among his classmates, there were also those in love. When in life would there be a time, like university, when there were plenty of reasons to find someone to love? So Lu Jilin would say, "If you're not in love out of loneliness, you'll become twisted in loneliness." He repeatedly emphasized that he belonged to the former, while Ji Ting clearly belonged to the latter. Lu Jilin's college entrance examination scores were dismal, almost setting a record for the lowest scores at the affiliated high school. It's unclear how many connections his all-powerful father leveraged and how many favors he called in. But he finally secured a spot for Lu Jilin in the political science department at Ji University. The reason for choosing this department was simply that political science could allow for last-minute cramming. If all else failed, one could ramble on the essay questions, and the teacher might mistakenly think it made sense. In short, the likelihood of failing was much lower than in the sciences, and it didn't require the literary flair of a Chinese literature student. Lu Jilin had a carefree and open personality with a bit of cleverness, and given his wealthy background, he often gathered a group of idle friends to indulge in lavish meals at outdoor stalls, boasting and enjoying life. After a hearty meal, he would foot the bill, or they would eat recklessly at the school cafeteria he had contracted. As a result, he was quite popular among his classmates, who secretly referred to him as the cafeteria prince. He took it in stride with a smile. For him, university life lacked only money, time, and beautiful women, so he often claimed he was thriving. Even a few girls who could be considered campus beauties fell one after another under his charm. However, after experiencing many romantic encounters, he became indifferent. As he put it, love begins with the soul and ends with the body. Nevertheless, he enjoyed this lifestyle. Ji Ting was one of Lu Jilin's closest friends, yet the most peculiar. To Lu Jilin, Ji Ting's ascetic approach to studying seemed abnormal. After visiting Ji Ting at the medical school a few times, he returned claiming that after seeing the girls there, he almost thought dinosaurs were ruling the world again, which made him understand why Ji Ting studied with such a heart as cold as ashes. Thus, he often tried to persuade Ji Ting to experience normal university life, which basically meant inviting a couple of pretty female classmates to hang out. In fact, Ji Ting didn't intend to live a deliberately ascetic life. He just felt some things were optional and didn't need to be forced. He had nothing he particularly desired, so gradually, life became all about academics. Sometimes he felt he shouldn't live like this and even considered changing, so occasionally he would go out with Lu Jilin and meet those beautiful girls. When they were all together, the girls were usually very interested in the gentle and refined Ji Ting. He wasn't a campus superstar, yet occasionally girls mentioned having seen a rather charismatic guy at the medical school. He had a soft, aloof, scholarly aura that often attracted girls he met for the first time. When chatting in a group, he was usually a perfect listener, joking with everyone while his thoughts drifted elsewhere. Encouraged by Lu Jilin, he had several dinners and movie outings with girls he had a good impression of. His impeccable politeness and smile acted like an invisible net, quietly keeping the eager girls at bay. By the end of the date, when he dropped them off at their dorms and turned away, he often forgot what their faces looked like. After a few of these encounters, Lu Jilin could hardly take it anymore, exclaiming that if this continued, Ji Ting would end up a monk. He couldn't understand how someone who had never been particularly stimulated could be so unambitious. Ting simply said he wouldn't force things if there were no suitable candidates. Sometimes Lu Jilin joked while protecting his chest, saying, "Honestly, you wouldn't be in a man, would you?" Ting always laughed, saying it was hard to say. But someone like Lu Jilin was definitely not his type. He wasn't indifferent to girls. He knew that. He just feared that any deeper feelings might be mere illusions. So he preferred to ignore them. Among the girls, he was closer to one named Ji. Ji was in her senior year of high school, and at 18, she was no longer the awkward girl she had been in childhood. Although they no longer spent every day together like they did when they were younger, the bond formed from growing up together was irreplaceable. Chapter 6, Birds and Islands. 2. Ji had always loved the same thing since childhood, such as her goldfish. Her skills in raising goldfish were well known in the area, and many rare and delicate breeds thrived under her careful care. Sometimes, other fish enthusiasts would visit her to ask for tips. Wang Fan often joked that when she grew up, she should make a living from fish keeping. That would be her true calling. However, she insisted on personally caring for her goldfish, treating them as treasures, only allowing Ting to feed them. With the intense study in her senior year, her parents worried about her grades and sometimes asked Ting to tutor her. Often, while Ting was explaining problems, she would pull him away to talk about her little fish babies, each with its own name. Ting felt that sometimes learning should come naturally. No one said a person had to excel academically to be happy. Even the college entrance examination, which many regarded as the ultimate path, wasn't the only way for a student. Like her grades had never been great, and she might not get into a good university, but that didn't affect her carefree happiness. He enjoyed watching her as she focused on the goldfish, her expression serene and gentle. Although he was there to tutor her, he often couldn't bear to make her strain to listen to the dry problem-solving steps and preferred to immerse himself with her in the silent world of the fish. A few fish food pellets were tossed in, floating on the surface, gradually dispersing. Occasionally, a fish would dart up, quickly open its mouth to swallow, then continue swimming, leaving only ripples in its wake. Ji lowered her head, her long hair cascading down, swaying silently with her breath. Ting's heart mirrored the rippling water stirred by the fish's passage. In the shadow of her hair, her face had a beautifully delicate contour. From his angle, facing the light, he could sometimes see the fine fuzz on her translucent skin. If he stared at her like this, he would think, "Who says she looks nothing like herself?" Since the time she angered Gu Weijin, Jian rarely returned home except during summer vacation. And with the pressures of her senior year studies, she often didn't show up at home for a long time. Ting remembered the longest stretch was 3 months and 11 days without seeing her. In fact, Gu Weijin's anger had long since faded. The day he pointed at her nose and told her not to come back was just a moment of rage. He was simply upset by Jian's stubborn refusal to admit her mistakes. By chance, Jian had recently fallen out with an old professor in the art department. One of her doodles, which the professor intended to throw in the trash, caught the eye of a newly hired young graduate advisor, who found it intriguing. Upon learning that the author was the daughter of the head of the Economics and Trade Department, he became even more interested and sought out Gu Weijin to request to see her other works. This perceptive young graduate advisor was Xian, a leading figure in the emerging oil painting scene in recent years. Ji University had invested heavily to recruit him from Xiamen, hoping to enhance the reputation of its art department. Xie Jingyan was just in his early 30s, full of vigor, with several works having won professional awards both domestically and internationally, making him quite popular among industry insiders. However, like many successful artists, he led a free-spirited life, and Gu Weijin had heard about his decadent private life. Therefore, although such an expert expressed admiration for Jian, he hesitated to introduce his daughter to Xian. Finally, Wang Fan remarked that even if his daughter didn't follow Xian to learn art, she probably wouldn't behave much better elsewhere. Instead of letting her run wild at school, it would be better to see what she thought. Even if he was willing to take her on, her temperament might not allow her to study properly. During the summer vacation of her second year of high school, Gu Weijin officially introduced Ji and to Xian. To everyone's surprise, Xian and Ji hit it off immediately. as if they had known each other for a long time. Two equally unconventional individuals found a kindred spirit in each other, and their conversations became increasingly engaging. From that moment on, Jian officially began to learn painting from Xie. Gu Weijin had considered paying Xie for his teaching, but she was met with rejection. Xie simply said he never lacked money and that he was teaching Jian purely out of personal interest. He and Jian did not refer to each other as teacher and student, addressing each other by their names both in public and private. After Jian began studying under Xie, her skills improved significantly with the guidance of the best teacher. Xie was exceptionally fond of her, not only sharing everything he knew, but also frequently mentioning that the graduate students he currently supervised were not as talented as Jian, even calling her as Camille. Everyone assumed that, given Jian's passion for painting, she would choose to become an art student and take the specialized exams for college entrance. However, unexpectedly, she had no such plans and instead took the regular college entrance exams alongside Ji. Ji had asked her why, if she loved painting. She didn't consider it as a future career. Jian merely replied half-jokingly that most artists only sell their works posthumously, and she couldn't bear the thought of being impoverished during her lifetime. Chapter 6, Birds and Islands 3. On a July evening, Jiting walked back to school from Lu Jilin's house. He remembered promising Ji that he would help her decide on her college applications after the college entrance exams. So before heading home, he stopped by the Gu family residence. At that time, Ji and her parents were usually home, but after knocking on their door for a long time without a response, he was about to turn back when he heard movement inside. When the door opened, Jian stood at the entrance, smelling faintly of turpentine. She leaned against the door, tilting her head slightly to assess him. Jian? Jiting was a bit surprised. Oh, I'm looking for Ji. Is she home? She has gone out, Jian replied. Then, he began, but she interrupted him. You want to ask my parents, right? They went out with Ji not long ago, and they won't be back for a while, so you don't need to wait for them. Oh, I see. Yiking nodded, noticing Ji and was looking at him with an expression that seemed to say if there's something to say it quickly, which made him feel a bit awkward. He initially intended to tell her that he would come back tomorrow, but what came out instead was, Are you painting? Mind if I take a look? Jian lowered her hand from the door and smirked. Of course I mind. Seeing his slightly helpless expression, she laughed and said, Come in, but there's nothing impressive. Jiting followed her into the study. On the easel was a nearly finished oil painting. Jian didn't greet him much and focused on retouching the canvas. Jiting quietly observed her for a while from behind. The painting had a dark tone, depicting a vast sea with a large bird soaring in the air. The sea was calm, but the sky was overcast, creating a sense of impending storm. Is it a seagull? He asked. Jian glanced back at him and shook her head. What other bird would be circling above the sea before storm? He questioned. Jian continued working without pausing. Have you ever heard of a bird that can fly but cannot land? Is it the one mentioned by Leslie Chung in Days of Being Wild? A bird without feet that will only land when it dies? He asked. Jian's movements paused momentarily, close enough. It's the night-flying bird, which lives on the sea and survives by fishing. It's much larger than a seagull, flies higher, and is more ferocious. It usually appears at night or before storm, and its cry is very mournful. If it appears at dusk, it typically signals an approaching storm, so fishermen along the coast regard it as an ominous sign. In fact, it chooses to appear at such times merely to easily catch frightened fish. Jiting was puzzled. Does this bird really have no feet? Or does it really die if it stops? The night-flying bird does have feet, but since it spends most of its time flying, its legs have mostly atrophied. If it lands, its movement becomes quite slow, making it easy prey for fishermen or more ferocious predators. Jiting looked at the bird's eyes, sensing a hint of stubbornness and sorrow within them. He even felt that those eyes were somewhat familiar. If there were a sufficiently safe island. Do you think that when a night-flying bird gets tired, it would want to land? This time, Jian did not answer. She completely stopped what she was doing, turned to look at him, and said, There will never be such an island. What if I say there is? He said, unusually stubborn. Even if there is. Today it's an island. Tomorrow it could be submerged, leaving only the sea. Where could there be a lasting place to rest? Jiting watched her, and when she turned away from him, he said, When surrounded by water, an island is lonely. If it is uncertain whether the bird will come to rest, and waiting is too long, it can only sink. Yes, that's because it knows from the beginning that when it can no longer wait, it can still hide in the water. The island always has a way out, but the bird does not. After saying this, both fell into a long silence. Finally, Jian threw her paintbrush toward the palette, ending the strange stalemate. She took the nearly finished painting down from the easel. Ji Ting was puzzled, and then he saw her hands intertwine, and the paper was torn into 2 pieces, then into 4. Chapter 6. Birds and Islands. 4. What are you doing? He exclaimed, trying to stop her. Why tear it up when it was coming along so well? Ji Ting sidestepped his obstruction, tossing the torn pieces of paper into the wastebasket by her feet, smiling as she said, I can rip up what I've painted. It's none of your business. He ignored her and painfully searched through the wastebasket for the fragments of the painting. She pulled him back. Don't look for it anymore. Let me see what you were holding earlier. Ji Ting's usually gentle expression turned frosty as he shoved the magazines and DVDs Lu Jilin had forced upon him into Jian's hands, silently continuing his collection of fragments. What is all this nonsense? Jian laughed as she flipped through the magazines he had given her. Then she opened the bag filled with many discs and exclaimed, "Huh? The complete works of Stephen Chow. This one suits my taste. Stop picking it up, you fool. It wasn't even a good painting. Come on, let us go watch A Chinese Odyssey." By this time, Ji Ting had basically gathered all the fragments of the painting. He reclaimed a magazine from Ji and placed the pieces between the pages, then was pulled by her to the living room. Chapter 7. The thing I fear most is being provoked by others, especially you. 1. Jian pulled out a few discs from the complete works of Stephen Chow, looked them over, and said, they seem to be pirated copies. I didn't expect you to watch this too. Ji Ting sat on the sofa in her living room and suddenly recalled that many of the magazines he had angrily shoved at her earlier were Lu Jilin's personal collection, containing quite inappropriate content. Lu Jilin insisted on giving him these random things, claiming they were textbooks for normal men, and that he must take them back to study well, suggesting he might find surprises. Ji Ting was too lazy to argue with him and took everything back as they were. Thinking about how Jian had just browsed through the magazines, he couldn't help but feel a bit ashamed, wondering what she would think of him. These are not mine. Lu Jilin insisted on giving them to me. After saying this, he regretted it. There's really no need to explain such things, as it would only make it worse. Fortunately, Jian's attention was not on his words. She turned on the living room TV, inserted one of the discs into the player, and then plopped heavily onto the sofa beside him. She had been feeling quite depressed lately due to the impending college entrance examination, so she was looking for something to lighten her mood. After the brief opening of the disc, the movie officially started. But instead of the character's son, Dashong, played by Zhou Xingqi, a pair of modern-looking men and women appeared in the room, speaking in an incomprehensible Japanese dialect. Jian showed a look of shock. Was this a modern version of a Chinese Odyssey? Ji Ting was also confused. The couple in the movie exchanged a few simple dialogues for a few seconds, then quickly moved to the most prominent large bed in the room, hastily removing each other's clothes. Ji Ting was dumbfounded. He began to realize that this must be Lu Jilin's doing, and this was the surprise the guy had mentioned. He cursed silently in his mind and immediately got up, wanting to turn off the TV to salvage the situation in front of her. However, Jian gleefully said, "Oh, so this is what your good child usually feeds on for spiritual nourishment." She stopped him from turning off the TV, snatched the remote from his hand, and laughed triumphantly, thinking it was more fun to enjoy this alone rather than letting him take it home to watch in secret. "This isn't mine. Lu Jilin gave it to me. I didn't know it was this." He blushed and explained earnestly, which only elicited a more mischievous smile from Jian. "You sit still and let me see what's being played. Otherwise, I'll take you and the evidence to Uncle G." He sat on the sofa awkwardly, feeling helpless. Even if he turned away from the TV screen, he couldn't escape the increasingly frantic moans and gasps coming from it. Jian ignored him and focused intently on the film. At that moment, he was completely at a loss for words. The silent living room was filled only with the images of the film and the incessant sounds of passion. Ji Ting observed without engaging, tried to distance himself from the enticing situation, but the subtle and dense moaning did not spare him. Infiltrating his ears and every pore of his body, making him feel an inexplicable heat the more he tried to calm down. Noticing that Jian had become silent, he unintentionally glanced at the TV screen, and the close-ups of body parts made him feel even more flushed and racing. He thought it was unbelievable that he was watching such filthy content in the Gu family's living room, with Jian, a girl he considered like a younger sister, beside him. What made him despise himself even more was that, in such a situation, he was feeling uncontrollable tremors deep within his body. He could sense her breathing. Every subtle movement of hers was magnified in his mind. He hadn't noticed earlier that it was hot today. She was wearing a sleeveless white t-shirt, exposing her entire arm and skin from her neck to her collarbone. The honey-colored skin smooth and elastic, radiating a youthful and delicate sheen. The lower half was a pair of jeans that wrapped around her long legs. He felt his clothes sticking to his back, uncomfortably clingy. He really couldn't continue watching, so he stood up to turn off the power. Jian quickly pressed him back down, saying, "What's the rush? It's quite interesting." And I haven't finished watching. Her hand pressed down on his thigh, without distinction of strength. Ji Ting inhaled sharply and immediately fell back onto the sofa, brushing her hand away. His somewhat aggressive action attracted Jian's attention. Her gaze shifted from the screen to him, then slowly settled on a certain spot on his body. Her eyes narrowing in surprise as a strange smile appeared on her face. Ji Ting was certainly more aware of his body's changes than she was. Under her gaze, he felt utterly embarrassed, wishing he could just die. This bodily reaction made him feel no different from an animal. He couldn't care less about anything else. Taking a few steps to the TV and forcefully trying to turn it off, he reached out but missed the small power button in the bottom right corner several times. In a fit of anxiety, he simply yanked out the power plug from the back. Chapter 7. I'm most afraid of being provoked by others. Especially you, too. Jian sat on the sofa, watching his actions with calm amusement. Are you anxious? What's wrong with that? I'm not a fool. I know all men will have reactions. Ji Ting dared not approach her, sitting as far away as possible. He casually picked up a newspaper from the coffee table, flipped through it, and then laid it flat on his lap. After taking a few deep breaths, he recalled what she had just said. The implication in her words made him uncomfortable. She said she knew that all men would have reactions. How could an 18-year-old girl know this? Did she see other men react like this before? This realization slithered through his heart like a venomous snake, leaving behind a slimy, poisonous mark. Jian was unaware of his thoughts. She walked in front of him and slowly picked up the newspaper from his lap with 2 fingers. He grabbed her hand. Your newspaper is upside down, she calmly pointed out. He ignored that and asked casually, how do you know? She smiled. I can see it. The title is clearly at the bottom. I asked how you know that men will have reactions. How many men have you seen? His usually gentle voice had a slight change in tone. It's none of your business. Jian paused for a moment, then said defiantly, a good girl shouldn't watch such things without changing her expression in front of a man. He maintained a calm face, but clenched his teeth tightly. Her hand forcefully broke free from his grip, and she intended to slap him, but hesitated just before her hand reached him. Wit finally landed on his face. It was just a light brush. He instinctively bit her finger. Tell me, who else? As he spoke, he held her slender finger lightly against his lips. Jian's hand trembled slightly at his lips, and they say that fingers are connected to the heart. The ambiguous dampness spread from her fingertips into her heart. As if punishing her silence, his teeth bit down hard. Jian winced in pain, inhaling sharply, but she didn't pull her hand back. She just tilted her head, her face displaying innocent allure. Ji Ting, why do you have the right to ask me this? Her seemingly casual words ruthlessly extinguished Ji Ting's instinctive impulse. He gently released his bite, feeling her fingertip withdraw. Everything that had just happened felt like a dream. It's because I care about you. You're just like Ji. You're both my sisters. Jian unconsciously rubbed her finger, still marked by his bite, against her lips, smiling brightly. You know what, Ji Ting? I'll look down on you. No man could endure such words, and Ji Ting was no exception. But he merely lowered his eyes. Jian, I'm a boring person. I can't play your games. Jian sneered, extremely sarcastic. If you can't play, then just stay away. Why do you have to care about who I play with? Don't try to scare me with that brother-sister routine. I'm not your sister, nor am I Ji. I was wrong about what happened just now, but what? I can do whatever I want. At least I won't be as hypocritical as you. She grabbed the newspaper on his lap and crumpled it into a ball in her hand. I can't stand people like you, who clearly think about a lot but still put on a facade of moral integrity. It's exhausting for me just thinking about it. He watched her toss the newspaper aside, looking at him with utter disdain, clenched his teeth, and remained silent. Jian saw that he remained silent, shook his head, half squatting in front of his knees, placing both hands on his knees and looking directly into his eyes with utmost seriousness. Really, Ji-Ting, are you tired or not? You suppress yourself like this, and you can never do what you want to do. What does it feel like? He finally raised his eyes to look at her, his originally fair face calm, as if illuminated by jade-like light. She refused to let him off the hook, placing one hand against his chest. Even if everyone says you're a good kid, that you're a virtuous gentleman, what does it matter? Feel your own heart and ask it what it really wants. You don't even dare to admit your own desires. What kind of man is that? He silently bit his lower lip, his chest rising and falling heavily under her hand. But she laughed. No wonder Lu Jilin insisted on showing you this. Your good friend pities you. Do you not want to, not dare to, or can't? His was like a flexible, transparent thread, stretched infinitely to cover himself and resist the unbearable temptation. But he forgot that when it was stretched to the extreme, it would become thin and fragile, and with a gentle poke, it would shatter into nothingness. Chapter 7. I fear being provoked by others. Especially you. 3. Jian watched the color of his pupils deepen, knowing she had finally succeeded in stimulating him. So she smiled and stood up contentedly. Before she had fully stood up, he forcefully pulled her back, making her fall onto his lap, and then her lips felt a sharp pain. She cupped his face with both hands, tilting her head back with effort, successfully withdrawing herself from his lips for a moment, panting and licking the taste of blood from the corner of her mouth, then bit him back in retaliation. Ji-Ting allowed her to wriggle like a small beast on his lap, one hand tangled in her short hair, the other searching for the warmth and softness he had once experienced, where a secret that had troubled him for years lay hidden. His lips left hers and heavily lingered around her collarbone, biting and sucking without mercy, until he saw her slightly furrow her brow. Then he pressed against her skin and murmured, I told you, I fear being provoked by others, especially you. Jian mimicked his actions, returning all the pain he had given her back to him. The two of them tangled on the small single sofa. Their initial reckless biting gradually softened into a sensual exploration. Jian remained straddling him, but her top had been pushed up to her chest. In that final moment, Ji-Ting thought that he would let go of everything. It was worth it as long as he had her. He only wanted her. He leaned close to her face and said, Jian, you are the star of misfortune in my life. She chuckled, feeling him steady her restless body. And just as he was about to enter her, she pushed hard with both hands, freeing herself from him while pulling down her clothes, looking at him with dazed, helpless eyes, still not having pulled away from desire, and laughed. Did you not say that I am like your sister? So this is how you care for your sister. Ji-Ting gitch. For a long time, Ji-Ting just stared blankly at Jian, as if he were on the edge of a dream, confused and at a loss. Until the mist in his eyes dissipated, he silently stood up, turned his back on her to tidy his clothes, and left without saying a word. After he left, Jian sat in front of the empty easel for a long time, and half an hour later, Gu Weijin and Jiki returned home. As soon as Jiki got home, she ran to the study, moved a stool to sit beside Jian, and asked, Hey, what about the painting I saw when I went out? Jian carelessly played with the paintbrush, dissatisfied, tore it up, and threw it away. Why did you throw it away? Ji Yi's eyes widened. It was so beautiful. I was hoping you would give it to me as a birthday gift this year. I also prepared a gift for you, planning to give it to you tomorrow night. Jian then remembered that tomorrow was their sister's birthday, and every year around this time was during summer vacation, and their parents would celebrate for them. It's okay. That painting isn't suitable for you. I'll paint you a better one another day to make up for it. She told Ji, what were you doing sitting here alone just now? Jian smiled, nothing. By the way, weren't you going to contact about the application? I don't know either. Sigh, it's all my fault for not being competitive. My grades are bad, making mom and dad so worried. I should have worked harder. Zhe poted. You did work hard, just didn't know where to apply it. Didn't they have someone tutoring you? But the more tutoring you got, the worse your grades became. Looks like you found the wrong person. Jian said with a smile. Ji gently punched her sister's shoulder. You're also laughing at me. She rested her chin on her hand and seemed to be lost in thought. Actually, Mom and Dad don't need to worry so much about my future. I don't have any ambitions. I just want to live simply with the person I like, just like a fish living in water. As long as there's water, that's enough. Jian half-jokingly replied, if the water dries up, the fish will die. Looking at the faint sorrow in Ji Yi's innocent eyes because of her words, she laughed. So silly. How could the water dry up? Ji Yi seemed to be lost in thought for a while. Then she said softly, Jian, tomorrow will be 18. I want to tell you a secret. Seeing that Jian didn't seem very interested, she felt a bit wronged. What's wrong? Don't you want to hear my secret? Jian put away her painting tools and said, You only have one secret, and it's never been a secret. Ji's face turned red. You mean? How about him? How would I know how he is? You know best the answer to that question. Jian chuckled. Chapter 7. I fear being provoked by others. Especially you, for Ji bit her lip lightly, a small action that Jian found very familiar. Then she heard Ji say, I think he's great, smart, sensible, gentle, rational. There's no one better than him. Jian smiled, gently licking the small wound on her lip, feeling the pain. Yes, he really is a gentle person. Jian, for my birthday tomorrow, I want to invite him. She was too shy to say the rest, but didn't T want to keep it to herself. So she leaned close to Jian's ear and secretly shared her thoughts. Jian listened expressionlessly until she finished, then smiled brightly. That's fine too. Chapter 8. The Secret of the Birthday 1. The next day was the birthday of the two sisters, coincidentally a weekend. Originally, Wang Fan was supposed to be on duty at the medical office, but she switched shifts with someone else and spent the whole day busy in the kitchen, preparing a table of dishes that her daughters liked. Gu Weijin also canceled his social engagements, saying, Our daughter has just grown up. Nothing is more important than her 18th birthday. They originally planned to have a nice family dinner, but Ji insisted on inviting Uncle Ji's family over. When they heard it was Ji and Jian's birthday, Ji Peiwen's family naturally came to the Gu family with gifts, all happy. By the time dinner was ready, everyone was already sitting at the table, but they waited for nearly 20 minutes without seeing Jian's figure. According to Ji, she had gone out early in the morning, probably to Professor Xie's place. The few people chatted and waited for nearly 20 minutes, and still, Jian had not returned. Gu Weijin was slightly dissatisfied. This child has really become wild. She doesn't even know to come home. Wang Fan looked apologetically at Ji Peiwen's family and quietly asked her husband, Shall we eat first and wait while we eat? Otherwise, the food will get cold. Gu Weijin hesitated, and Ji shook her head. No. Today is also Jian's birthday. The birthday star hasn't arrived yet. How can we eat first? Seeing the adults silent, she stood up and said, How about this? Mom and Dad, you sit with Uncle Ji and Aunt Su for a moment. I know where Professor Xie's house is. I'll go get Ji and sit down. There's no need for this. She'll come back when she wants to, Gu Weijin replied. Wang Fan smiled and said, Let Ji go. Ji walked to the door and then came back. Brother Ji Ting, you come with me. Me? Ji Ting seemed a bit surprised and didn't speak. Ji looked at him shyly from the side. Ji Ting? Ji Pei-Wen called out to his son, noticing something strange about him. Ji is still waiting for you. Okay. He smiled and stood up. Let's go. Xie residence was in the East Campus, where several faculty dormitories were relatively secluded. The school had specially assigned him a bungalow with front and backyards according to his request. It would take about 15 minutes to walk from the Gu family and Ji family in the West Campus to the East Campus. And Ji and Ji Ting chose the nearest small path. They walked hurriedly, Ji with her head down, lost in her thoughts, not noticing that Ji Ting was particularly silent today. As they were about to turn off the small path they were on, they would soon reach a gate leading to the East Campus. Ji suddenly called out to Ji Ting, Brother Ji Ting. Ji Ting stopped. She was nervously twisting the straps of her dress, looked up at him, and hesitated to speak. She was wearing a light green floral cotton dress today, standing there like a new lotus in a summer pond, exuding a faint, cool fragrance. He smiled at her. What's wrong, Ji? She lowered her head, looking at her toes, and said in a barely audible voice, Today is my birthday. Her words were too soft for Ji Ting to hear clearly. So he stepped closer. Ji, what did you just say? He didn't answer, but suddenly looked up, stood on her tiptoes, and quickly pecked his lips. The action was so swift that it completely caught Ting off guard. He was stunned, unconsciously turning his face slightly, and her soft, moist lips brushed against his cheek. After the kiss, she stepped back, her face flushed, but her eyes sparkled. Ting slowly touched the spot where she had just been. His usually pale face now looked unusually white, and he said, he covered her ears with her hands, closed her eyes, and said, "Don't say anything, please. Just don't." Ting also briefly closed his eyes, as if he heard a sympathetic sigh from the void. When he opened his eyes again, Yi's sparkling gaze was fixed on his face. She gently tugged at his sleeve. "Let us go. Once we find and we can go back." She didn't speak to him anymore, occasionally meeting his gaze and giving him a gentle smile. As they just passed through the gate of the East Campus and entered the faculty dormitory area, they saw from a distance that the small door in Yin's overgrown yard had been opened, and the tall, graceful figure stepping out was none other than Jian. She was carrying her painting supplies, and a tall man followed her out. The two stood on the grass, looking at each other and talking. Although they couldn't hear what they were saying, it looked like a harmonious picture. Chapter 8. The Secret of the Birthday, 2. For some reason, Ting slowed down. The two people facing them seemed to have finished their conversation. Jian was unusually looking down, and the man opened his arms and pulled her tightly into his embrace, then lifted her face and kissed her forehead. Ji was also taken aback. She recognized the man's back. It was Xin, who was making waves in the art department. She found it hard to believe her eyes and looked at Ting for confirmation, only to find that Ting had stopped walking at some point. Standing like a statue, his expression cold as he stared ahead. Jian and Xin ended their embrace, looked up, and casually noticed the two waiting for her. She whispered a few words to Xin, who then glanced in Ting and Yi's direction. Ting could clearly see that the man had a well-defined face. Not at all like the disheveled artists people often imagined, but rather handsome and stern, with an arrogance that resembled Jian's indifference. Ting could not hear what Xin said next as he leaned down to Jian, and then he only saw Xin walk back to the small house and close the door in front of him, and Jian walked towards them with her easel. She glanced at them and noticed Ji's slightly flushed face and Ting's dazed look. She smiled and said, "Let us go back." She walked quickly ahead, and Ji, feeling shy, jogged to catch up with her, linking arms and smiling sweetly at her. Jian pursed her lips, her eyes full of understanding. Ting walked behind them, facing the direction of the setting sun, waiting for the red orb to sink below the horizon, signaling the arrival of night. Upon returning to the Gu family, Jian smiled at Wen and his wife, put her painting supplies back in her room, washed her hands carefully, and then sat at the table. By this time, everyone was already seated. Wang Fan smiled and said, "Let us drink the soup first. I've been simmering old duck with thunder root all day. It's good for clearing heat." Saying this, she served everyone soup. Gu Weijing glanced at Jian, who appeared casual, frowned, and couldn't hold back, saying to Jian, "Do you even know how long we and your Uncle Ji's family waited for you? Did you really need someone to fetch you?" Jian took a sip of soup and said nonchalantly, "You could have eaten first. Why wait for me? What kind of talk is that? What day is today? Don't you know where you've been wandering?" Her attitude infuriated her father. Gu Weijing slammed his chopsticks on the table, causing Ji to flinch. But Jian continued to drink her soup as if she hadn't heard anything. "Dad, don't say that." Jian just went to Professor Xie's house to learn painting and lost track of time. Ji hurriedly defended her sister once she regained her composure. Gu Weijing waved his hand at Ji. "Hey, don't speak for her." He then turned to Ji and asked, "I want to know, were you really studying so hard at Xie's house?" Jian raised her head. "What do you want to say?" "What I want to say?" Gu Weijing sighed. "It's fine if you want to learn painting, but have you heard what others at school are saying? Xie's reputation is already in shambles, and you a girl. Always being with him, what does that look like?" Jian scoffed, "I don't care what others say. It's only those with filthy minds who think everyone else is filthy. You may not care what others say, but we still have our dignity. If this gets out, people will only say the Gu family has no upbringing," Gu Weijing retorted angrily. Ji Peiwen hurriedly interjected, Weijin, don't talk to the kids like this. I believe Ji and is wholeheartedly focused on learning painting. Unexpectedly, Jian put down her spoon, laughed coldly, and said, I've had no upbringing for a long time. What can you do about it? After all, you gave birth but didn't raise me properly. What did you say? Gu Weijin slammed the table. Weijin, forget it. Today is the child's birthday. Wang Fan pulled him back. Jian stood up abruptly. What do you mean, forget it? Whose birthday is it today? How can you say that without changing your expression? Wang Fan's usually composed face suddenly changed dramatically. What nonsense are you talking? Jian leaned back against the high-backed dining chair. You know exactly what I'm talking about. You. Wang Fan's delicate face was devoid of color. You simply. Look at you, neither human nor ghost, and still have the face to argue back. What do you see on your own neck? As soon as the words were spoken, almost everyone's gaze focused on Jian's neck, exposed to the air, where a few purple-red marks were clearly visible on her healthy, smooth skin. Chapter 8. The Secret of the Birthday 3. Jian also glanced at her own neck in confusion. It had been faintly red yesterday, but today it had turned a color resembling bruises. Ji Ting's face instantly turned pale. Jian didn't look at him. She touched her neck and said, Who knows what this is? Wang Fan sneered, got up, and walked back to her room. When she came out again, she was holding a small round object, one side shining with a silver light. She gently placed it on the dining table and said to Gu Weijin, I found this in the DVD player in my living room last night. Do you want to watch it and see what your daughter studies at home? Gu Weijin looked confused. Then his expression slowly stiffened. No one spoke anymore. Even Ji Peiwen and his wife sensed something and awkwardly fell silent. From a moment Ji Ting placed that disc on the table, he knew things had gone terribly wrong. He had lost his mind yesterday and had completely forgotten that this disc was still in the player. Now that it had come to this, he was no longer afraid. He stood up, picked up the disc, and said, Uncle Gu, this is. Ji and snatched the item from his hand, forcefully broke it in half, and sternly said, If it has nothing to do with you, don't speak out. I don't need you to plead for me. She casually threw the broken disc away and smiled at Gu Weijin. So what? Your daughter is like this. Who told me I was born a cursed child? As soon as she finished speaking, Gu Weijin's slap landed harshly on her face, and he pointed at her, trembling, unable to say a word. Wang Fan was already in tears, supporting her husband, only shaking her head without any words. Jian was struck by Gu Weijin, her face turning to the side. She didn't cover it, took a breath, and turned her head, smiling. Go ahead, you should regret not suffocating me when I was born, so I wouldn't have to live in this world, reminding you of the ugly things you've done for 18 years, causing you to have a thorn in your heart, never to find peace. After saying that, she swept the dishes in front of her to the ground, and with the sound of shattering, she rushed out of the house without looking back. Jian, Ji shouted after her sister's back, but it was too late to call her back. Ji was anxious and pained. Dad, Mom, even if Jian is at fault, she is still your daughter. She had never spoken so loudly to her parents before. But at this moment, she couldn't care less. Seeing that everyone present was silent, she shook her head, stood up, and chased after her. She didn't expect Ji Ting to move faster than her. The two ran down the stairs. In the night, Ji An's whereabouts were already invisible. Just as she was about to cry without tears, Ji Ting grabbed her hand and ran forward. After a while, they reached a fork in the main road of the campus. Feeling Ji Yi's labored breathing, Ji Ting slowed down. Ji Yi looked gratefully at Ji Ting. Without him by her side, she would have been helpless. She didn't know if it was because of the running just now, but his fair and gentle face appeared unusually red under the streetlights, and the hand holding her arm was covered in sweat. I see her. Ji Yi looked to the left and could vaguely see Ji An's thin figure. Ji Ting's face lit up with joy, and he pulled Ji Yi to chase after her again. It seemed that Ji Yan sensed them catching up, and her footsteps quickened. Ji Yi's breathing became more rapid. She could see the school gate just around the corner ahead. She felt that if she kept running like this, she wouldn't be able to breathe at all. Ji Ting let go of her hand. You stay here. I'll go chase her. Ji Yi bent down, one hand on her knee, the other on her abdomen, and cried out in the direction of Ji Yan. Jian, are you ignoring me too? Not knowing if she heard her words, Ji Yan's steps gradually slowed down. She turned back at the corner, In the night, Ji-Ting couldn't see her expression clearly, only feeling that her shadow was particularly lonely under the streetlight. Ji forced herself to straighten up and ran a few steps to catch up, grabbing Ji-In's hand tightly. At this moment, Ji-Ting didn't move too close. He silently stood 2 meters away, watching the two sisters. "Where are you going?" Ji hadn't even spoken yet, and tears were already flowing down her face. "Let go first." Ji-In, however, had no tears. Her face was expressionless. Ji shook her head. "I won't let go. You come home with me." She had a strange premonition that if she let go, Ji-In would leave and never come back. This feeling terrified her. Ji-In sneered, "That is your home. It has never been mine." Ji's face was streaked with tears. "I don't know what you all are talking about. I only know you are my sister. You can't leave. It's so late, where can you go?" Chapter 8. The secret of the birthday. 4. Anywhere is better than going back to that place. I admit that mom and dad might be biased, but Ji-In, they are after all your parents, who gave you life and raised you. What can a family discuss properly? Ji pleaded with her face raised. Ji-In's tone began to slowly freeze. "Parents? They only have one daughter in their eyes, and that person has never been me. But besides them, there are still people who love you." Ji lowered her head and wept. "Who loves me, Ji? Only you. Only you love me, but that's not enough." She enunciated each word, and then slowly began to pry Ji's hand open. "If that's not enough, what else do you want? I can give you everything I have." "Ji-In, don't go. I'm begging you." "Ji-Ting, you hold her." Feeling her hand slowly withdrawing from Ji-An's arm, Ji cried out in despair. Ji-Ting stood like a statue, looking at Ji-In, silent and unmoving. He just watched her, biting his lip. The distant car lights flickered, reflecting a strange calmness on his face. "Ji, I'm sorry. What I want you can't give me." "Let go." I said let go. Ji forcefully pulled her hand away. Ji lost her balance due to the reaction force. Coupled with having run fast just now, her legs were weak, and she stumbled and fell to the ground. Ji looked at Ji, who was crying on the ground, gritted her teeth, turned around, and walked away. She had just taken 2 steps forward when 2 bright headlights shone towards them, so strong that it was blinding. Ji covered her eyes and turned her face away. Before she could react, she saw a van careening uncontrollably around the corner, rushing towards her. In that split second, Ji turned back. She only knew one thing. Ji was still on the ground. She saw Ji's eyes widen in terror due to the sudden change, and she lunged forward. She had to pull her back. She must pull her back. If she couldn't escape, she would go with her. Ji's hand was right in front of her. In an instant, Ji even felt the warmth of her fingertips. The vehicle, dazzling with light, was rushing towards her. Ji closed her eyes, and a tremendous force pulled her to the side. She crashed into a place that had a bit of warmth, and everything that followed went blank in her mind. A blank she couldn't recall or bear to recall. Chapter 9. Born as a mistake. 1. When Ji came to her senses amidst a violent pushing, she was startled to find herself in a hospital. The unique smell of disinfectant filling the air. Through Wang Fan's tear-streaked face and her shaking hands, she saw the bright light of the operating room. In a daze, she couldn't hear Wang Fan's cries. She only felt her consciousness drifting away, observing everything from a great distance. Then came the unbearable pain in her cheek. She shakily sat back in the chair behind her, tilting her head. "It's great. Today, 1 slap each, and we can call it even." She smiled through the fiery pain. "Gu Jian, I regret why I let you in so easily back then. Give me back my Ji." Wang Fan was completely disregarding her appearance, her hair a mess. Makeup faded like a madwoman. Su Shuyun, who had been standing by, supported Wang Fan, saying, "The operation isn't over yet. Why say such things? Ji is such a good child. Surely a blessed person has their fate. Besides, we weren't there at the time. How could we know it was Ji-In's fault? I just want my Ji to be okay. If anything happens to her, I can't go on living." Wang Fan leaned on Su Shuyun, crying, then turned to Ji-In and said sharply, "If anything happens to Ji, I want you to never have peace in your life." Ji-In smiled, as if in a dream. "I've never had peace. I knew it was you. You harmed me. You hate us, I know. Whatever you want to do, come at me. Ji is innocent how she treats you. Just say it." The heartache and worry for her daughter's injuries drove Wang Fan to the brink until a nurse came over, signaling them to lower their voices. She then began to cry softly, her eyes glaring fiercely at Ji and did not avoid her gaze. She stood up using the chair's armrest. "So you also know I hate you." Wang Fan lifted her chin, tears winding down her face. "You can hate me. I admit I never liked you. I hate your eyes, exactly like hers, like a demonic charm. I could tolerate you being a discarded child picked up from the roadside. Then I would treat you well. But I cannot tolerate that half of your blood comes from my husband and the other half from my cousin. For 18 years, I've swallowed this bitter truth. What do you want from me? If it were you, what could you do?" Jian listened in a daze, forgetting everything. It was the first time she heard everything about herself from Wang Fan. If there was a mistake back then, it was your birth mother's fault. She shamelessly didn't spare even her own brother-in-law. "I was so good to her when I was little, yet she did such a thing when I was 3 months pregnant. You were born a mistake, but why should such a mistake befall Ji? That is too unfair." Wang Fan could no longer care about so much. The thorn that had been suppressed in her heart for years, she endured it, wrapping it tightly with her prideful reason and helpless tolerance, like an oyster turning embedded sand into a pearl. Yet today, she was pried open by a knife, and the thorn remained the same. 18 years later, it could still make her bleed profusely. "You say, is it you? Did you make her this way?" Wang Fan grabbed Jian's clothes again, questioning sharply. "Wang Fan, calm down. Ji and is Ji's sister. How could she possibly harm Ji?" Ji Peiwen finally spoke up, pale. "Or we could ask Ji Ting. He was there too." "Ji Ting, tell us what happened at that time." Throughout, Ji Ting watched coldly, his face showing no joy or sorrow, as if he were lost in his thoughts, indifferent to anyone's questions. "Ji Ting, speak up." Ji Peiwen and Su Shuyan were also anxious. After the accident, it was Ji Ting who called the emergency center, and he was the one who informed everyone. But since Ji was taken into the operating room, he maintained the same dreamy expression as Jian. "Which of you is a family member of Gu Ji?" A nurse approached. The others turned back in surprise, realizing that amidst the earlier struggle, the operating room lights had been turned off. "I am." Wang Fan didn't care about anyone else and immediately walked over. Ji Peiwen and Su Shuyun, feeling uneasy, followed her. Ji Ting and Jian sat side by side on the hospital bench. Neither spoke nor looked at each other, yet they were both afraid of something so clearly. Ji Ting lowered his head, seeing Jian's hand tightly gripping the armrest of the chair, slender and bony, now turning pale from the effort. He raised his hand, wanting to cover hers with his palm, but met her terrified eyes and slowly withdrew his hand. Chapter 9. Born a Mistake. 2. She longed for redemption in despair, but he was powerless to save her. In that last moment before the car rushed over, it was incredibly clear in his mind. Jian could have dodged. Yet she lunged towards Ji, and at that moment, Ji reached out her hand, eyes looking at him. Everything happened too fast, leaving no room for thought. Under Ji's gaze, he leaped to grab Jian's hand. Using all his strength to pull her back, she fell heavily into his embrace. His only action was to hold her tightly. Again and again, he couldn't lose her. Until the ambulance arrived, he held her hand tightly. She didn't struggle because all her consciousness seemed to flow away with Ji's blood. They didn't dare look at each other. Ji's eyes were harshly whipping at both of them. Those pure and clear eyes, from hope to despair. Those eyes once relied on him with utmost trust. He still remembered the kiss she left on the corner of his mouth, seeing Ji's shy and innocent look. He told himself, any man who could be with a girl like Ji was lucky. But at the critical moment of life and death, he chose the one who had always ignored and mocked him, without any hesitation. He actually loved her, knowing he might never catch up to her pace, never wait for her to rest. He still loved her. How can love be so indiscriminate? You also think it's my fault that I am ominous? Ji Ting took a long time to react. It was Jian talking to him, her voice so hoarse he could hardly recognize it. I never intended to hurt anyone, she said. No one is at fault, yet someone was still hurt. Ji Ting buried his face in his hands, struggling. Ji Ting, if... Her voice was hesitant for the first time. If what? He looked up at her. She stared at him for a long time. There was no if. Jian heard footsteps as she looked down, then felt someone heavily sit down on the chair beside her. She slightly raised her head and saw Gu Weijun, who seemed to have aged instantly. The doctor said Ji is still not out of danger. Apart from her external injuries, the most serious damage is to her head. Even if she recovers, there may be sequelae she might never see again. He seemed to state it calmly, while Jian and Ji Ting listened in a daze. Jian, are you satisfied now? If you hate me, there is no revenge that can make me suffer more than this. Huh. Jian chuckled a couple of times, yet her face showed no smile. Gu Weijun sighed. At this moment, he seemed calmer. Can you tell me, when did you know? How did you know? Jian leaned back in her chair. When did I know? Do you really want to hide this from me? I'm not a fool. I can sense things. I never understood why I did everything better than Ji, yet you all held her and not me. Until that summer when I was 8. I woke up from a nap and heard my parents arguing in the room. One said, I only have one daughter, and that Ji. The other lowered their voice to argue. But Jian is still my flesh and blood. I have the obligation to raise her. Actually, I should be grateful. After all, you raised me. I may not be a qualified father, but I believe I have never wronged you. Gu Weijun slumped. You gave me everything Ji has, except for love. Jian looked at the man who had given her life and asked, my biological mother, did you love her? At least at some point, did you two love each other? Gu Weijun shook his head. Everything back then was a mistake. Wang Ming, your biological mother, was beautiful and proud, just like you. Although she and Wang Fan were only cousins, they were the closest of friends since childhood. So even after I married Wang Fan, their relationship remained very close. Wang Ming was unmarried at the time, and there was never a shortage of fervent suitors around her. That night, she came to find Wang Fan in a drunken state. Wang Fan stayed at her family home that night because the fetus had some minor issues. I opened the door for her, and she came in, crying and drunk, insisting that I drink with her. I had never seen her like that, so I had a drink. The next day, we both regretted it. We had agreed that no one could say anything, but unexpectedly, you came along. She was too careless. By the time she found out, it was already nearly 3 months later. She gave birth to you at a relative's place in the countryside. You were a premature baby, born just over a month after Ji. Less than a week after giving birth to you, she disappeared. In the end, I persuaded Wang Fan to bring you back from the countryside, and we only told others that you were twin sisters. I don't believe you never loved her, even just a little bit. Jian refused to accept this fact. She stood up and looked at Gu Weijun, who helplessly gazed back at her. He slowly shook his head, but his tone was incredibly firm. I'm sorry, Jian, I only loved one person, and that is your adoptive mother, Wang Fan. Wang Ming was indeed wonderful, but I never loved her, and she never loved me either. You never loved each other. Jian looked up, tears flowing from the corners of her eyes, sliding down her beautifully curved cheeks and jawline. The sound of the drops hitting the floor echoed in Ji Ting's heart, and it was the first time he saw Ji In's tears. You were both right. I was born a mistake. Late at night, well past the visiting hours of the hospital, Wang Fan, who was exhausted and sorrowful, fell asleep beside Ji Yi's bed. The darkness was silent, only interrupted by the monotonous beeping of the medical equipment by Ji Yi's bedside. The door to the hospital room was slowly pushed open, and a figure stood quietly at the doorway for a moment before stepping lightly inside. She walked around the sleeping Wang Fan and couldn't help but glance back. The face that was usually reserved and dignified now had its eyes tightly closed, brows slightly furrowed, and tear stains at the corners. How many years has it been? She once thought she hated this woman, yet looking back at the years of her growth, despite her unwillingness to admit it, she still vaguely yearned for this person she called Mom to give her a hug or a genuinely affirming smile. If those were hard to come by, then even scolding and punishment would be acceptable. Unfortunately, that never happened. From beginning to end, Wang Fan only ignored her, as if she were an object that should not exist. Jian suddenly realized that Wang Fan had aged too. The lines at the corners of her eyes were so obvious in the tear stains. For the first time, she felt pity for this woman, who had silently endured the pain of a thorn embedded in her flesh for the sake of a so-called complete family, biting her teeth and remaining silent for 18 years. If it were Jian herself, she questioned whether she could do it. She was essentially an absolute person, either completely possessing or completely giving up. unable to tolerate any flaws or ambiguity. At this moment, she quietly turned to gaze at the sleeping face of this woman, and she finally felt neither hate nor expectation for her. Besides raising her, they were just strangers. She withdrew her gaze from Wang Fan's face, confirming that she hadn't woken anyone, and then gently sat on the edge of Ji's bed. At that moment, Ji had not yet awakened from her coma, her body wrapped in bandages and various medical tubes, but her face remained intact, showing an almost eerie tranquility, making Ji almost believe that Ji was merely asleep and would wake up in a moment, looking at her with those fawn-like eyes and blushing as she asked, "Jian, do you think you will like me?" Jian thought she had cried, but she hadn't. Her eyes were dry. She just sat there like a statue, staring at the comatose Ji for a long time. Ji, her sister, the deepest connection to this family, the only person who loved her unconditionally and without cost. She watched the person on the hospital bed in silence, not knowing how long she had sat there. The ticking of the nearby machine never ceased. After a long while, she heard Wang Fan behind her making a slight movement. Perhaps dawn was about to break. In a world of perpetual darkness, how could one distinguish between day and night? Finally, Jian leaned down and whispered inaudibly in Ji's ear, then stood up and left as quietly as she had come. As she walked out of the hospital door, a night breeze hit her, and she shivered, instinctively hugging her backpack tighter. After walking a few steps, she rummaged through the bag and found a standard envelope that Xie Xinyan had given her, containing a stack of cash that was neither thick nor thin, along with a note written with a few lines. She took one last look at the name written on the first line, Wang Ming. Below the name was a detailed address and contact information. She smiled, then slowly tore the note into shreds until it was completely destroyed, and then opened her palm, letting the white paper fragments scatter like ashes in the night wind. Ji woke up 5 days later on a morning when, as the doctor had said, her life was no longer in danger, and her injuries would slowly heal over time. However, she might never see the light again. The doctor and her parents couldn't hide this bad news from her for too long. Soon after she was able to sit up, she learned the truth from a nurse's whispers and her family's hesitations. Her prolonged silence in the face of this fact made both Gu Weizhen and Wang Fan uneasy. She neither cried nor made a fuss, nor was she willing to speak, remaining quiet to the point of fear. Until Ji Ting came to see her for the first time after she woke up. He sat beside her and said, "I'm here." "Ji Ting, is it daytime or nighttime now?" This was the first thing she said after she became aware of her situation. Ji Ting, in the surprised eyes of Gu Weizhen and his wife, gently stroked her hair. "It's still morning. The weather outside is nice, with a slight breeze and bright sunshine. I want to go out and take a look. Will you come with me?" Given Ji's physical condition, she shouldn't have gotten out of bed yet, but the doctors and her parents couldn't refuse her. They carefully moved her to a wheelchair, and Ji Ting slowly pushed her to the small garden downstairs in the hospital. Ji Ting stopped the wheelchair in the shade of a tree, squatting down and looking at Ji with concern. "Are you looking at me?" Ji spoke first, unexpectedly. Ji Ting nodded, then sadly realized she couldn't see his action. "Yes, I'm very worried about you, just like your mom and dad." "Ji, how are you?" "If you cry, will it feel better?" "If I cry, will you be able to see me?" Ji's unfocused gaze fell on an unknown place. "If you ask me how I am, I'm not well at all right now, but so what? I can never see again. I know that's a fact. No matter how much I suffer, I can only accept it." Ji Ting couldn't tell whether it was guilt or pity he felt. Knowing she couldn't see, he still lowered his head in front of her. "Oh, Miss Sorry, Zi, I didn't take good care of you." Ji turned her head in surprise towards the direction of the speaker and asked, "Why do you say that? We all know it was an accident. I told my mom and dad the same thing. No one wanted this to happen. It's nobody's fault. But why do you all feel guilty? What has happened cannot be undone just because someone takes on the responsibility. Similarly, blaming anyone one tea make my eyes better. You think. I'm grateful that you saved Ji in her last moments." When Ji Ting heard the last sentence, he suddenly looked up at Ji, trying to find something in her expression, but he only met her slightly vacant yet still clear eyes. Ji seemed unaware of his reaction, forcing a smile. "When we were little, Ji and I would joke around. She always said she liked the night, It was so much fun in the darkness, hiding everything away. I said I was most afraid of the dark. If only my world had no night, just morning, how wonderful that would be. Just like now, I feel like I can smell the dew on the leaves. Look, heaven played such a big joke on me. It left only darkness in my world. Ji Ting felt a deep sorrow in her smile and slightly trembling voice. Yes, heaven is never fair. Otherwise, it wouldn't let such a girl suffer any harm. He squatted beside Ji Yi and said, "But you should remember what I said when I first met you." Ji Yi hesitated to look at him. He forced out a smile, just like hers. "I told you, sister, with me by your side, you have nothing to fear." Ji was stunned for a long time, and then smiled. This was the first genuine smile she had shown since her injury, but soon, it was replaced by an inexplicable sadness. "Thank you, Ji Ting brother. With you, and with my parents treating me like this, I'm still lucky. If only Jian were here now, how wonderful it would be." "Jian, I ultimately couldn't keep her?" "Jian?" Ji Ting repeated, stunned, not knowing why. Just the name alone was enough to make him sensitive. It was only then that he remembered he hadn't seen Jian since that night when Ji had the accident. He could understand what Jian must have been feeling at that time, because he had felt just as helpless and anxious as she did. This made him feel heartbroken when she cried, yet he couldn't offer her any comfort. He thought, everything is too chaotic. They all need to calm down separately. During Ji's coma, he thought a lot, including every detail from their childhood. When did he start secretly peeking in her wild and colorful world from his ordinary and rigid life? Maybe it was the first time they met in front of her house, when he mistook her, and she called him an idiot. Maybe it was when he excitedly took the risk of being scolded by adults to join her in cleaning up the campus. Maybe it was when she unreasonably grabbed his hand, threatening him by placing it on her chest. She had never cared about him, and he had secretly hidden his unruly feelings, but in the end, he was still trapped. Jian was his karma, like a wound left at the corner of his lips, painful, secretive, and lingering. He fell in love with his karma. Chapter 9. Born to be Wrong, 5. He had already thought that once Ji's matter calmed down, he would have to ask her for a conclusion. He and Jian, as Lu Jilin said, were maddening to think about, but he had been compliant for 21 years and just wanted this one moment of madness. Ji said she ultimately couldn't keep her. What did her words mean? Ji Ting's heart felt as if it were tightly gripped by an invisible hand. "You said, Jian, I don't know what happened while I was in a coma, but I can guess a little from what my parents said. Jian is missing. My dad has searched everywhere he could and even reported it to the police. She didn't leave home in a rush. She didn't leave any documents or even a little money she had saved. Even without what happened that night, she had made up her mind to leave. Once she decides something, not even 9 horses can bring her back." The sorrow made Ji's sickly pale face even whiter. Ji Ting felt a bit confused. His head was hot, yet somewhere in his chest there was a bone-chilling cold. Then he seemed to hear Ji sigh. "She won't come back." "Impossible," he instinctively retorted, but he also felt how powerless this rebuttal was. He should have thought that after this upheaval, with her character, how could she possibly stay? But she had always had plans to leave, yet she never mentioned to him why she wanted to tell him. Who was he to her? He was just someone who didn't even dare to say he loved her. So she left, and he was the last to know. Ji's eyes passed over him, her eyes glistening with tears. "She came to say goodbye to me. She must have. I can feel it." She weakly extended her uninjured left hand, as if trying to grasp something in the air, only feeling the wind passing through her fingers in the morning. "Jian, how can I keep her? She is like the bird she painted, destined to fly far away. Leaving is just a matter of time. Her world is much broader than mine. I'm just afraid she has to face everything alone out there and will have to endure so much hardship. But I still envy her. She is freer than any of us. Compared to her, I feel like a fish lurking in the deep sea, seeing nothing but darkness." Ji Ting said nothing more. Just before Ji's outstretched hand fell weakly, cold droplets fell on her fingertips. "Is it raining?" "Ji Ting brother, let us go back." Chapter 10. I hate my rationality. 1. After Jian left home, she was like a kite with a broken string, and there was no news thereafter. Gu Weizhan was also anxious and searched for her, but there were too many similar missing person cases. Reporting it to the police was like throwing a stone into the sea. A missing person notice was published in the newspaper for a while, but ultimately, there was no news. Most people who knew the Gu family were unaware of the details. They only knew that overnight, the flower-like twin girls had one blind, and the other had vanished without a trace, prompting everyone to sigh. In People's impressions, Jian was a wild and reckless girl, daring to do anything and go anywhere. Such a girl had any restless behavior, which surprised people, yet upon reflection, it was also expected. So, everyone felt more pity for Jian, such a gentle and lovely young girl. Ending up unable to see the light again due to such a sudden accident was indeed a cruel thing. The driver of the van that caused the accident was found without much difficulty. He was a temporary worker hired by a food wholesaler, regularly transporting goods to the school cafeteria twice a day. He was an honest, middle-aged man, usually diligent at work, but had a habit of drinking a little during meals, for which he had been scolded by his boss more than once. However, that night he drank a bit too much and lost control of his speed around a corner in the campus, unexpectedly seeing Ji sitting on the road. In shock, he lost control of his limbs and accidentally stepped on the gas, resulting in a major accident. After the incident, he was as frightened as anyone else and did not flee the scene. He just stood there waiting with Ji Ting and Ji in for the ambulance and traffic police to arrive and was subsequently detained. The Gu family naturally hated him to the core. His moment of negligence and carelessness left the innocent Ji disabled for life and led their entire family to undergo a dramatic change. Shortly after Ji woke up, the relevant authorities also reached a verdict on the traffic accident. The driver was found to be primarily responsible for causing severe injury to another person while driving under the influence of alcohol, and he was sentenced to pay 150,000 RMB in compensation to the victim. If unable to pay, he would face 3 years of imprisonment. The driver had elderly parents in the countryside and a pair of young children, while his wife was unemployed. He was the pillar of the family, and if he were to be imprisoned, the entire family would lose its support. However, the sum of 150,000 was an astronomical figure for this family. It could be said that this accident meant a disaster for them. His wife sold their only property in the city and all valuable possessions at home. His elderly parents in the countryside also sold their farmland at a low price and borrowed from all the relatives they could, managing to gather just over 100,000. But they could no longer raise a single cent. After the accident, he was immediately fired by the food wholesaler. In utter despair, his wife took their 2 young sons to the hospital where Ji was. At that time, Ji had just been discharged from the intensive care unit. Gu Weijin and Wang Fan stopped the woman outside the ward as she cried and begged for their forgiveness, describing their family's plight and repeatedly pleading for a temporary extension on the remaining 50,000, promising that as long as her husband could avoid prison, their family would endure any hardship to repay the remaining money. Gu Weijin and Wang Fan were not cold-hearted people, but their beloved daughter was still weak. Lying on a bed just a door away, facing what might be a lifetime of darkness, all stemming from the driver's drunken negligence. How could they calm the hatred in their hearts? So at that moment, as the woman cried, Wang Fan also shed tears. In the end, she could only say to the woman, "I don't care whether you can repay the remaining money because no amount can bring back my daughter's sight. She has just turned 18, and your husband's moment of carelessness has ruined her life. You ask us for mercy, but who shows us mercy? 3 years in prison is not enough. To be honest, I wish he could be in prison for life." Her words left the woman utterly hopeless. In despair, she cried for a while and then resignedly left. When Gu Weijin and Wang Fan returned to the ward, they saw Ji with her eyes closed, seemingly in a deep sleep, but the pillow was wet with tears. That evening, Gu Weijin and Wang Fan kept vigil by Ji's bedside. Suddenly, Zi, who had been silent, spoke up, "Forget it, Mom." Wang Fan was momentarily confused by her disjointed words and then realized, "You heard what happened during the day?" Ji did not answer her mother, but simply said, "So what if that person spends a lifetime in prison? Can Jian come back? Can my eyes see the light again?" "Mom, hating him won't make it any better for us." Despite still being injured, her voice was weak but clear. Chapter 10. I hate my rationality. 2. Gu Weijin and Wang Fan were speechless. Ji seemed too exhausted to speak, but her face showed a plea. Seeing her expression, Gu Weijin and Wang Fan felt both heartbroken and sad. Ji, my child, you always think of others, but who thinks of you? Wang Fan shook her head while holding Ji's hand. Ji, however, reached back to grasp her mother's hand. I have you, Mom. Hating them is pointless. Just consider it a blessing for me. At this point, Wang Fan's eyes turned red, and she didn't know what else to say. It was Gu Weijin, who had been silent, who finally spoke. Since that's the case, let's support the child. That driver is not having an easy time either. Let's not dwell on what cannot be changed. Ji is still young, and there is a long road ahead. We should plan more for her future. After coming to this agreement, that night, Gu Weijin called the driver's family. On the other end of the line, they were overjoyed and extremely grateful. It wasn't until more than 4 years later that the family managed to pay off the remaining compensation, but they were thankful for the Gu family's forgiveness. Every holiday, they would call or visit to express their gratitude. Gu Weijin and Wang Fan were indifferent to their thanks, always maintaining a calm demeanor. Ji, however, never agreed to meet the family. For her, forgetting the past and reorganizing her future life was the most important thing. After returning home from the hospital, Ji's eyesight was irretrievable. Due to injuries to her hands and feet, she faced a long process of rehabilitation and adapting to her blindness. Wang Fan, who was the school nurse, took care of her, and despite Ji's poor condition, she slowly began to recover. Ji Ting also made time to accompany Ji as much as possible. For someone who became blind as an adult, the pain was far greater than for someone who had never seen. They had experienced the vibrant world, and facing darkness was crueler for them. Sometimes Wang Fan didn't know what Ji was thinking, as she never complained. After that long silence, it seemed she had silently accepted this reality. The sudden change and injury made her grow up a lot overnight. No one expected the once fragile Ji to be so strong. Even Wang Fan felt she could not compare. The initial days were difficult. Although she graduated from high school, she had to give up on college. Watching her childhood friends go off to their respective universities, Gu Weijin and Wang Fan always tried to avoid mentioning it in front of Ji. Naturally, Ji sensed her parents' caution. She smiled gently and told them that she was never particularly gifted academically and did not have the hopes they imagined for further education. What she was more concerned about was adapting to a world of complete darkness, rehabilitating, learning to walk again, discerning directions in confusion, and using her ears and hands to replace her eyes. At first, she kept falling down, even in her own home, a place she had lived for 18 years, which she thought she could navigate with her eyes closed. When she truly could not see, it became like a primitive jungle, and being alone made her steps difficult. After falling several times and getting bruised, fearing her parents' worry, she always gritted her teeth and endured the pain without making a sound. But Wang Fan often found out what happened from a mess in the house. When she lifted Ji's clothes and saw the bruises, her heart ached unbearably. Yet, Ji turned around to comfort her mother, saying it was nothing and not to be sad. From then on, Wang Fan followed Ji Ting's advice and got rid of all unnecessary furniture in the house. The remaining essential furniture was made of soft materials, and any unavoidable sharp edges were wrapped in sponge and cloth, making it easier for Ji to move around her home. Even if she fell, she wouldn't get hurt too badly. As Ji said, even if she was a bit clumsy, she would eventually adapt to everything after enduring some hardships. Half a year after her discharge, she began to be able to walk around the house independently and could basically take care of herself. Gu Weijin hired a Braille teacher for her, a kind middle-aged woman with rich experience. She came home every afternoon to tutor Ji, who began learning to touch letters with her hands instead of her eyes. At this time, she insisted that she no longer needed her mother to frequently take leave to care for her. After repeated insistence and assurance from Ji, Wang Fan reluctantly resumed her regular work. Fortunately, as Ji said, she had learned to take care of herself, and she was fine alone at home. At this time, the person who accompanied Ji the most was Ji Ting. Their families lived close to each other and had always been intimate. Ji Ting was a medical student, and aside from his regular study and life schedule, he spent most of his free time accompanying and taking care of Ji. At first, Gu Weijin felt a bit guilty for troubling Ji Ting, until one day, Wang Fan pulled him at the study door and quietly gestured for him to look at the two people inside, studying Braille together. Sitting next to Ji Ting. Ji's smile was so warm, peaceful, and sweet. Her long, ill face seemed to be filled with vitality again. This kind of happiness had never been experienced even in the presence of her parents. The secrets of a young girl were laid bare. Chapter 10. I Hate My Rationality. 3. Gu Weijun suddenly understood. In the dusk, Ji Ting was walking with Ji Yi along the campus path they had walked countless times in their childhood. 20-year-old Gu Ji Yi could already walk on familiar paths independently with her white cane. They didn't talk much. Sometimes when they reached a part of the path that wasn't very good, Ji Ting would naturally take Ji Yi's hand, and she would follow his lead with confidence. After they passed that section, he would let go of her hand, and they would resume walking side by side, their understanding seeming as if it had been innate. Sometimes Ji Ting felt as if he must have known Ji Yi in a past life, which made being with her feel incredibly natural and intimate. This also explained why he felt immense heartache when he first saw her cry as a child. He believed it was only natural for him to take care of this girl. She was his closest companion since childhood, his sister, the one he had always vowed to protect. Reflecting on their first conversation, he realized it had been prophetic. He didn't want to delve into whether his dedication held other reasons. He hadn't done anything wrong that night and had never regretted it. Yet guilt and remorse still lingered within him. He had something on his mind, so much so that he didn't even notice a small puddle of rainwater on the low ground ahead and instinctively avoided it. Suddenly, he remembered that Ji Yi couldn't see, and by the time he wanted to remind her, she had already stepped into it. The puddle soaked her shoes and splashed onto her light-colored skirt. She reacted, gasping softly, and Ji Ting hurriedly pulled her away from the puddle, feeling both apologetic and regretful upon seeing her soiled skirt. Ji Yi shook her head, saying it was fine. Not being able to see had its advantages, allowing her to go anywhere without fear. She said with a smile, as Ji Ting crouched down to wipe the mud off her skirt with a tissue. Hearing her words made him smile back at her. He knew she couldn't see his smile, but he always believed she could feel it. She had always been an understanding child. Passers-by saw them squatting and standing, smiling at each other, and couldn't help but tease, "Look at this young couple." Ji Yi blushed. "Is that Aunt Zhou?" She could now generally recognize people by their voices and could identify familiar ones by their footsteps. Ji Yi, Ji Ting is a good kid, isn't he? I've thought you two were a good match since childhood, Aunt Zhou said kindly, looking at the young couple before her, genuinely feeling sorry for Ji Yi. Ji Ting recognized Aunt Zhou, who lived nearby and was Chun Lang's mother, also the vice chair of the school's labor union, responsible for women's work at the school. He stood up from Ji Yi's side, knowing Aunt Zhou was just joking. "Ji Yi, your shoes are dirty. Let's go back." "Goodbye, Aunt Zhou," Ji Yi said obediently as she left with Ji Ting. "Goodbye." Aunt Zhou smiled, as if suddenly remembering something. She called out to Ji Ting's back, by the way. "Ji Ting, our Chun Lang came back home for a break a few days ago. You were high school classmates, right? Come over to play when you have time." Ji Ting took a couple of steps forward before turning back to smile at Aunt Zhou. "Okay, Aunt Zhou, I will definitely visit when I have time." Cheng Zheng. If she hadn't mentioned it, it would have been a name from a distant past. Ji Ting was not a sociable person, and many old classmates had gradually faded from contact. Occasionally, he would hear about others from Lu Jilin, who called himself the Prince of Information. Most of his classmates had graduated with their bachelor's degrees, except for a few who, like him, were still in medical school. He remembered Lu Jilin mentioning that Chun Lang had returned to the south after graduating and was working in Ji City, not far from them. Lu Jilin had always had a poor rapport with Chun Lang, so when he mentioned him, he mumbled, "That guy Chun Lang." I didn't expect him to be doing so well after graduation. Seeing Ji Ting's expressionless face, he added, "Oh, you don't remember? He was good at drawing and playing basketball in high school, thought of himself as a handsome guy, and deceived many girls." Ji Ting didn't say it out loud, but he actually remembered this person he would never forget. It was one dusk when he, at 18, stood in a shadowy corner, watching Chun Lang embrace someone else, and a feeling he had never experienced surged within him. A mix of bitterness, regret, self-abandonment, anger, and disappointment. This feeling spread in his heart, but could not be spoken aloud. It was long after that he realized it was called jealousy. After taking Ji back, Ji Ting returned home. Ji Pei-Wen and Su Shuyun were both at home. When they saw their son return, Su Shuyun asked, "Did you go out with Ji?" Chapter 10. I hate my rationality. 4. Ji Ting nodded and walked toward his room. Su Shuyun exchanged a glance with her husband. In the past year or two, they had increasingly been unable to understand their own son. To be honest, Ji Ting was still the same as he had been in childhood, outstanding in both character and academics, polite and impeccable in every aspect. Outsiders envied them for having such an excellent and understanding son, but only parents knew that behind his smile lay an unfathomable silence. The more flawless he was, the less they could see what he was thinking. If his previous years were characterized by a little rebellion behind his restraint, now he was earnestly doing everything right, walking in the correct direction, yet it felt as if his heart had turned to ashes. Ji Pei-Wen and his wife had no idea what had happened, but they sensed it should be related to the Goose sisters. After all, that night, Ji Ting had witnessed the accident, and afterward, Jian was gone and Ji was blind. He hadn't truly smiled since. Ji Ting, wait a moment. Dad wants to talk to you. Ji Pei-Wen called out to his son. When Ji Ting turned back, he patted the spot next to him on the sofa. Ji Ting sat down beside him, casually warming the purple clay teapot on the coffee table with hot water and then refilling cups for his parents and himself. Dad, what is it? He lifted his cup. Nothing much, just felt like we haven't had a heart-to-heart in a long time. How's school been lately? Pretty good. Professor Qian said we should prepare for our first hospital internship soon. Is that so? That's good. I saw Professor Qian a while back, and he praised you in front of me, saying you were doing very well and would have a bright future. Maybe your choice was right after all. You're doing great. Living up to being my son, Ji Pei-Wen. Hearing this, Ji Ting smiled, though his eyes showed no joy. Having finished his opening remarks, Ji Pei-Wen didn't know how to continue the conversation, and the atmosphere suddenly fell silent. Only the sound of the water boiling in the teapot on the coffee table could be heard. By the way, I remembered I made some dessert in the kitchen. I'll go serve it for you too, Su Shuyun said as she stood up and quickly walked into the kitchen. Ji Pei-Wen looked at his son Ji Ting, who was playing with his teacup, and thought how quickly time had passed. His son was already 23 years old. He resembled his mother more, with handsome and gentle features, and a scholarly demeanor unique to his maternal grandfather's family, steeped in traditional Chinese culture. Only his pair of eyes were like his father's, deep and dark, revealing no joy or sorrow. The day before yesterday, I ran into your Uncle Gu at a dinner party, and during our conversation, he praised you, saying his whole family really likes you, Ji Pei-Wen said casually. Ji Ting glanced at his father, a knowing smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Uncle Gu and Aunt Wang have always treated me well. Yes, my relationship with your Uncle Gu's family has always been good. He takes great care of our family. And now he is even more grateful for the way you look after Ji. He said that having you by Ji's side gives him and Aunt Wang much comfort. I take care of Ji because she is a girl worth cherishing. And besides, we grew up together, closer than siblings. It's only natural. Uncle Gu is being too polite. Ji Ting poured the cool tea from his cup into the tea tray and refilled it. Ji Pei-Wen nodded thoughtfully. Ji is indeed a good girl. Ji Ting smiled, tightly holding the warm teacup in his hands. Dad, if you want to say something to me, just say it directly. What I want to say is that it's indeed a pity that Ji can't see, but no one wishes for these things to happen. Ji Pei-Wen pondered for a moment before continuing. Our family is not one that holds prejudices. If you truly think she is good, Dad, you all think too much. Ji Ting rarely interrupted the elders, and his voice was low but carried a hint of coolness. Over the years, many people around him have taken for granted that he and Ji are a couple, and after she lost her sight, everyone believed it even more so. He had always remained silent about it, because he knew Ji's feelings for him. He didn't want to defend himself in front of others, on one hand. He didn't want to hurt Ji's pride, and, on the other, he believed there was no need to clarify further. More importantly, he knew that some things, even if left unsaid, Ji would understand. Hearing Ji Ting's words, Ji Pei-Wen was slightly surprised. You and Ji is like family to me. I really like her, and I regret not taking good care of her that night. For that, I would be willing to give everything to make her happier. But there are some things I cannot give her, even if I don't have them myself. Moreover, I don't think that providing her with a marriage to take care of her for a lifetime is a good way to show my care for her. On the contrary, it wouldn't be fair to her. Ting took a sip of tea. The fragrant yet bitter taste of Thai guanyin was strangely familiar, reminding him of an afternoon when he held that person tightly, her warm breath brushing against his neck, sweet yet desperate. Chapter 10. I hate my rationality. 5. When did not expect it to be like this. He hesitated. Is a wonderful girl, and besides, aren't you two happy together? She is not unsuitable for you. She's a really great girl, but Ting suddenly changed the subject. Dad, have you ever been in love? When was taken aback for a moment. He silently sipped his tea, which was still hot. Then he looked towards the kitchen. Of course. How many people haven't loved when they were young? But my love was for the wrong person at the wrong time. Ting. Sometimes people have many desires. These desires are like poison. They seem sweet, but drinking them can cost you your life. At such times, we need our rationality to restrain us. I am grateful that I have my rationality. You are my son, and you should. Ting put down his teacup. Yes, I am your son, but I hate my rationality. Chapter 11. He will find her one day. 1. Ting was born in September, during the blazing season in the south. His birthday was exactly 2 months apart from Ji's, which must be very close to the day that person was born. For some reason, Ting was unwilling to think of her. All his memories of her were like a dim, ambiguous painting. Yet he could not erase them from his mind, just as she had never made any promises to him. But he could not let go of the resentment he felt over her departure. He did not like birthdays. He was a premature baby, and the day he was born was also his mother's day of suffering. Likewise, he would never forget the birthday party 2 years ago, which became a huge turning point in his life. In the past, his parents always insisted on celebrating his birthday, usually just a nice family dinner. However, this time, the day before his 23rd birthday, he took the initiative to tell his parents, "Today, I called Uncle Gu's family and invited them over for dinner tomorrow." When was somewhat surprised, but did not say much, just discussed with his wife how to prepare for the next day's dinner. The atmosphere at dinner the next day was quite pleasant, with everyone enjoying themselves. When and Gu Weijin still shared a few drinks, and the topics gradually became broad and carefree. Wang Fan and Su Shuyun naturally had endless topics to discuss about women. Ting did not drink. He had known for a long time that he could not hold his liquor, so he abstained altogether. But that evening, a faint blush appeared on his face. And although he did not say much, his eyes shone unusually bright. He had always been someone whose emotional fluctuations were not very noticeable. Most of the time, he wore a calm and indifferent expression. Even who could not see, seemed to be able to sense his unusual emotions from his few words. Eat some fish. Su Shuyan gently placed food into Ji's bowl. Don't worry, Aunt Su has already removed the fish bones for you. Oh, thank you, Aunt Su. Ji, who had been focused on her meal, looked up and smiled in the direction of Su Shuyan. Ting, however, took the fish out of Ji's bowl again. Mom, Ji doesn't tea like this. Su Shuyan laughed. You see, I really didn't know. Ji is just too honest. If she doesn't tea like it, she should tell Aunt Su. What's the big deal? It's still you, Ting, who is thoughtful. Wang Fan also laughed, saying, if you hadn't said anything, I, as her mother, would have almost forgotten. She turned to Gu Weijin and smiled, saying, imagine if we had a son like this, how wonderful it would be. Gu Weijin nodded with a smile. We're like one family. Treating him as your son wouldn't be a problem at all, Su Shuyan said. Wang Fan nodded repeatedly, saying, that's right. Who knows? We might really become one family in the future. Her words made everyone laugh, and even Ji's face flushed with 2 red clouds. However, there was a hint of imperceptible awkwardness in Wen's smile. He looked at Ting and saw that he was just smiling non-committally, neither agreeing nor opposing. So he didn't know what else to say. As the meal was about to conclude, Ting put down his chopsticks and seemingly casually said, by the way, Dad, Mom, there is something I almost forgot to tell you. A few days ago, Professor Qian talked to me. Our college has an opportunity for a 1.5-year internship at G University's affiliated hospital. They plan to offer the spot to me. Professor Qian also said it's a rare opportunity. That place has advantages in both academics and equipment. If my performance during the internship is good, there may even be a chance to stay after graduation. I think I shouldn't give it up. What do you think? Once he said that, silence fell. Although G City and their city were both in the southern region, they were nearly 10 hours apart by car. Moreover, medical students' internship schedules were usually tight. If he went there, it meant he would be away from home for a considerable amount of time, and if he stayed there after graduation, it would be even further away. He rarely left his parents' side to live independently since childhood. They never thought he would leave this city. Of course, his parents felt reluctant, especially Su Shuyun, as her son was her heart and soul, and she couldn't bear to let him be on his own outside. However, her son was already so grown up, and he was a steady and sensible person who wouldn't easily make mistakes. Moreover, as he said, opportunities like this are rare and related to his future, so there really wasn't a good reason to give it up. More importantly, over the years, she and her husband gradually realized that although their son's personality seemed gentle and non-confrontational, once he made up his mind about something, it was hard to change it easily. Just like now, when he politely and respectfully sought their opinions, but they were well aware that he had already made up his mind about this matter. Chapter 11. He will find her one day, too. Su Shuyun didn't know what to say, feeling somewhat hard to accept and inexplicably sad in her heart. She could only look to her husband for help, but Ji Peiwen's face was silent and thoughtful. Meanwhile, Gu Weijin and Wang Fan's smiles had also stiffened a bit. Ji's head was down, making it hard to see her expression, but a mother knows her daughter best. Wang Fan understood her thoughts at this moment. She wanted to say something, but in the end, she held back. For some reason, the atmosphere that had been filled with laughter and chatter had vanished. Have you thought it through? At this moment, Ji Peiwen, who had been silent, finally spoke up. Ji Ting looked calmly at his father. Yes, if you don't oppose it. After I leave, it will just be you and Mom at home. Since that's the case, it's fine. If you go there, you need to make something of yourself. Surprisingly, Ji Peiwen accepted this matter much more easily than Ji Ting had imagined. You. Su Shuyun anxiously opened her mouth to her husband, but ultimately felt helpless. She looked at her son, her eyes slightly red. Even if you go, you don't have to leave right away, right? If all goes well, it should just be next month. So soon? Su Shuyun found it even harder to accept. Mom, don't be like this. Seeing his mother's expression, Ji Ting smiled gently, feeling a bit apologetic. I'm not going to the ends of the earth. G City isn't far. If anything happens, I can come back at any time. You're often on business at the school there anyway. It would be easy for you to come see me. Ji Ting, are you really going? Wang Fan asked. Ji Ting seemed not surprised by her question. Yes, Aunt Wang, but I won't be able to take care of Ji as often as I do now. Wang Fan hesitated, but finally said, we can take care of E, but if you go. Ji Ting looked at Ji with the same affectionate smile as usual. Ji, when I go, if you have a boyfriend when I come back, you must introduce him to your brother Ji Ting. You mean? Mom. Ji interrupted her mother, looking up and smiling at Ji Ting. Brother Ji Ting, if you go over there, you must take care of yourself when you're alone. She smiled brightly, but the tears she was holding back were evident to everyone. After dinner, Wang Fan and Su Shuyun were talking about something in the kitchen, while Gu Weijin and Ji Peiwen continued their chess game, but both seemed somewhat distracted. After Gu Weijin captured one of Ji Peiwen's pieces, he cleared his throat and said, Peiwen, Wang Fan is straightforward, and her words can be blunt, so don't take it to heart. Ji Peiwen smiled bitterly. What are you talking about? We shouldn't even be discussing this. I actually understand what you mean. I originally thought I might become your children's in-laws, which would have been great for both our families. But the children have grown up and they have their own thoughts. As parents, we shouldn't interfere too much. That's true. Gu Weijin sighed. Ji Ting is a good kid, especially towards you. He takes good care of her. That silly girl, you can see her feelings, right? I thought it would naturally lead to a good thing. But it turns out, Ji Ting, children will have their own blessings. At this point, we can only let things take their course. Ji Ting sat at his desk in his room, knowing that what he said at the dinner table would inevitably cause ripples, which was expected. He unconsciously stroked his most cherished item in his hand, recalling a chance encounter with Chun Lang half a month ago. They exchanged casual pleasantries, polite words that were neither warm nor cold, and then Ji Ting, with a hint of apology, said he had to go, thus taking his leave. After he said goodbye, Cheng Zheng looked at him with a smile that was not quite a smile. Ting, you're still the same. Don't you want to ask who I met over there? He didn't ask. He just smiled and walked away, knowing only too well that after that seemingly casual remark, his heart felt like it had dropped into boiling water. He hadn't expected Cheng Zheng to provoke him in this way. He had always thought he was hiding it well, but it turned out not to be the case. He had his back to the door when he heard slow and soft footsteps. Z. He turned around, got up to help her sit in the chair he had just occupied, and sat on the edge of the bed. Is there something you need, Ji? Nothing. I thought you would be leaving soon, so I want to take this opportunity to talk to you, she said playfully with a smile. Chapter 11. He will find her one day. 3. Ting ruffled her hair. Take good care of yourself when I'm not around. Since childhood, it seems I've always been in a role that needed taking care of. I really want to see what the outside world is like. Brother Ting, do you know? I envy Yunjin and I envy you. Her hand unconsciously touched something on the table, like a slightly thick piece of paper with a slightly uneven texture and traces that looked like they had been repaired. A painting? She asked casually. Yes, a painting. The moment Ting stepped out of the G-City airport, he paused, as if feeling the atmosphere of the southern metropolis coming towards him. The feeling of a person is indeed an extremely subtle thing. A completely unfamiliar place can become filled with a certain familiar and ambiguous aura because of a person or a past. He briefly closed his eyes, breathing in the unique, humid air of this coastal city. A smile that was hard to detect crept onto his face, and then he waved for a taxi. He couldn't help but recall his mother's reluctance during the farewell at the airport, his father's earnest words, and of course, Ji's smile mixed with tears. Just like the moment he waved goodbye, not daring to look back, unable to look back. The process of checking in at the affiliated hospital of G-City Medical University went quite smoothly. After the paperwork was completed, the hospital temporarily assigned him to the general surgery department and arranged a single room for him in a nearby graduate student dormitory. Although the place was small, it was equipped with all the basic facilities. Ting was a person who adapted well to his surroundings, so he felt that everything was just fine. In the general surgery department, there are 2 interns including Ting. The other is a girl named Mo, who is said to be a student from G-City Medical University. She arrived a week earlier than Ting, and her supervising teacher is Wu Jiang, who is somewhat famous in the field of general surgery in China. Wu Jiang graduated from G-City Medical University as well, later obtaining a PhD in the United States and returning to become a core member of the hospital's younger generation of doctors. He is technically proficient and quite humorous and approachable, making it fortunate for his disciples to have him as a mentor. Naturally, as a talented student highly recommended by Ting's alma mater, the hospital treats Ting well. His supervising teacher is Professor Yuan, the current head of the general surgery department. Professor Yuan has always had a good relationship with Ting's mentor, Professor Qian, and naturally takes good care of Ting. However, he is highly respected and holds multiple positions, needing to attend outpatient consultations every Tuesday and Saturday, teach at the school, manage departmental administrative affairs, and participate in countless academic exchange meetings and important consultations. With so many commitments, it is difficult for him to pay much attention to Ting. So Ting has to spend more energy exploring on his own and seeking advice from other doctors. Fortunately, Dr. Wu, while mentoring his own disciples, also takes care of Ting. So strictly speaking, Ting is also learning under Wu Jiang like the girl. When Ting first interacted with a girl named Mo Yuhua, he thought she was a taciturn and introverted girl, not pretty, but not ugly either. It was clear she worked hard, doing more than she said, and she didn't like socializing. Even though they were in the same department and lived in the same dormitory building, they only exchanged hurried smiles when they met, without saying much beyond necessary work-related communication. Ting didn't mind this. Although he usually handled interpersonal relationships well, he had a laid-back attitude towards most people and things, feeling that they were optional and never forcing anything. Moreover, he understood that given the hospital's facilities and conditions, basically every intern hoped to be officially signed on after their internship, but the number of available positions was extremely limited. Therefore, to some extent, it could be said that Mo Yuhua and he were in a competitive position, and it was quite normal for their relationship to be indifferent. For the sake of their future after graduation, Professor Yuan had specifically sought Zheng out. He said, "Sometimes we old guys in the hospital discuss and agree that among this year's batch of interns, the two most outstanding ones happen to be in our general surgery department. Zheng, you and Mo are indeed both very excellent, but you know that not all the best students are signed on each year. I shouldn't need to elaborate on this, so it's quite possible that you and Mo Yuhua won't be able to stay at the same time. I feel quite regretful about this, but it's also helpless. Mo Yuhua is our School S student, while you are highly recommended by old Qian. I'm absolutely impartial towards you both emotionally. To be honest, in terms of qualifications, she is not as good as you, but in terms of dedication, you are not as good as her." Professor Yuan's words were earnest, and Zheng pondered for a moment before asking, "Professor, am I not working hard enough?" "No. You are very diligent and sufficiently rigorous, but you have not truly invested your heart into it, which is your biggest problem." Professor Yuan, being wise, made Zheng think that perhaps the professor was right. For many things, he was only habitually doing his best, but he didn't necessarily enjoy them. Thus, when his mind was calmly and perfectly executing a task, his heart was detached. Conversely, the things he liked the most were often the things he did poorly, and the people he loved were the ones he didn't know how to face. For him, it was certainly good if he could eventually be signed on, but not being signed on was also acceptable. He didn't want to fight tooth and nail for a position. There would always be another hospital where he could find a place. In this city, there were things far more important than staying at this nationally renowned, large hospital. He felt that he was actually a very foolish person. No matter how grand and justified his reasons for coming to this city were, in fact, only he understood that he had made such a hurried decision, recklessly coming here, just because of a vague, suggestive remark from Cheng Zheng, as well as a stubbornly held belief. This city was so vast, with its dazzling lights and prosperity. It was so easy to drown a person. Where is she? How could he find her? He had no answers and no clues at all. Cheng Zheng might know, but Zheng knew he wouldn't tell him, and he wouldn't be foolish enough to ask him. He had his own hidden pride. That evening, he remembered Cheng Zheng's provocative smile. Perhaps he hated that self-righteous person even more than Lu Jilin did. Aside from duty and rest, he spent most of his time wandering through various corners of the city. Such a futile search was laughably foolish. He was not even sure if she really lived here. But he had to do this, because he was too afraid to wait in place. Over the past 2 years, he felt like a lonely island in a vast ocean, desperately standing there, watching something he might never wait for. The sea was cold and calm, slowly drowning him, consuming him inch by inch. He was about to suffocate in it. Yet he couldn't even catch a glimpse of the most distant shadow on the horizon. He had to find her. As long as she was here, he would find her one day, if not in a month, then in a year, if not in a year, then in a lifetime. If he was destined not to find her, then being under the same sky in the same city, breathing the same air, was still good. In his dreams, he often encountered her in some unfamiliar place, with only one question to ask her. What magic had she cast that made him love her so much? Chapter 12. The doctor cannot heal heartbreak. 1. Medical students fear distractions the most, because every mistake can be fatal, and Zheng was very clear about this. So he strived to be careful and cautious repeatedly. However, nearly a year after arriving in G City, he still had no news of her. During this time, he went home twice and talked to his family and Ji over the phone. They chatted about the weather in their respective locations, the happenings around them, interesting news from television and books, yet no one mentioned her, as if she had completely disappeared from this world. Sometimes he even felt lost in despair, wondering whether that person had ever existed in this world, or whether everything was just a dream he fought alone. He could wait, but he could not suppress his anxiety. Finally, this anxiety brought him trouble. It was a weekend, and there were particularly many patients. Not long after starting the afternoon shift, Dr. Wu called him aside and showed him a prescription he had written. It was a prescription for a female patient with pancreatitis. Zheng looked at it carefully for a moment and couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. None of the medications were correct, as they were all for acute gastroenteritis. Dr. Wu, who was usually lenient with people, had a serious expression. Zheng, you have always performed well. But don't forget that a good doctor requires not only skills, but also focus, because it concerns the health of patients and cannot afford any mistakes. I have always trusted you, but this time you truly disappointed me. This error was not due to a lack of professional knowledge, but clearly a low-level mistake made because of distraction. Fortunately, you do not yet have independent prescription rights. Otherwise, if such a prescription had gone out, it would have caused a big problem. I will report this to Director Yuan, and we will reassess your internship performance. Zheng knew it was his fault and did not argue, lowering his eyes and calmly listening to Dr. Wu's words. What was meant to come could not be avoided. No matter what, it was a mess he had created, and he had to bear it himself. In the afternoon, the department held a meeting. While Professor Yuan was away at a conference, Dr. Wu presided over the meeting. Dr. Wu did not show favoritism and brought up the issue in front of everyone. He first analyzed the seriousness of the matter and the lessons learned, then admitted that as Zheng's acting mentor, he had neglected his responsibilities. Finally, he sought everyone's opinions on how to handle the issue. Zheng was usually humble and gentle, and he had a good appearance, so everyone in the department, regardless of age or gender, had a favorable impression of him. Moreover, everyone had witnessed his usual performance. So after Dr. Wu finished speaking, there was a moment of silence. If anyone has any thoughts, feel free to share, Dr. Wu said lightly. I'd like to say a few words. Everyone turned to look at the speaker, and no one expected it to be the usually reticent Mo Yuhua. People exchanged glances, given her competitive relationship with Zheng. She was the last person who should voice an opinion at this moment. However, she was the most direct witness to the morning's incident. And who wouldn't seize the opportunity to strike a blow against a rival? Xiao Mo, if you have something to say, go ahead. Dr. Wu was somewhat surprised, but waited for her to speak. Zheng sat there expressionless, seemingly detached from the situation. Even when Mo Yuhua spoke, he wasn't surprised. It was human nature to kick someone when they were down, which he could understand. He was just saddened by the incident. If his internship were interrupted because of this, it would not only tarnish Professor Qian's reputation, but would also force him to leave this city and return to his alma mater to continue his studies. Even though he had resolved to stay in City G after graduation, that would only happen a year later at the earliest. During that year, he might miss many opportunities to reunite with her. He waited for Mo Yuhua's words as if awaiting his sentence. Today, I was on duty with Zheng. According to the rules, one of us must check the prescription written by the other. In other words, I reviewed this prescription, but due to my careless attitude, I didn't verify it carefully at the time. Therefore, I bear half the responsibility for this incident. If there are consequences, I cannot escape blame. Her words surprised everyone, and the small meeting room erupted into whispers. Some praised her for her bravery, while others accused her of being pretentious and overly dramatic. Dr. Wu looked at her for a long time, his expression inscrutable. Ultimately, he sighed and said, since that's the case, we need to reach a conclusion. After some discussion, the other doctors in the department agreed to downplay the incident. After all, the prescription had not gone beyond the department, nor had it caused any serious consequences. There was no need to jeopardize the futures of two young people over this. Therefore, they decided to issue a serious warning to both individuals within the department, to observe them for a while, and if nothing else went wrong, it would be fine. Should there be another mishap, it would be reported to the hospital immediately. Chapter 12. A Doctor Can't Heal Heartbreak. 2. As the meeting adjourned, Zheng left with everyone else. Occasionally, familiar doctors in the department would pat him on the shoulder and offer a word of comfort, to which he only smiled. Dr. Wu was the last to leave, and when Zheng reached the door, he heard him say to Mo Yuhua, Xiao, Mo, please stay a moment. That evening, Zheng ran into Mo Yuhua at the stairwell of the dormitory. She smiled and nodded as usual, then brushed past him. Zheng did the same. But after she had walked by, he turned and said, thank you, Xiao Mo. No matter her reasons, he knew he owed her this, and he was grateful. And Mo Yuhua turned back to look at him. In the dim stairwell, it was hard to see her expression, and her voice was faint. Thank me? I think you're mistaken. I had no intention of helping you. I merely stated the facts. Moreover, I must tell you that I detest people who are not focused on their work, although I made that mistake this time too. I'm just stating the facts. Whether intentionally or unintentionally, the outcome is that you helped me, so I should thank you. As for whether you accept it or not, it doesn't matter to me, Zheng replied. Mo Yuhua looked at him. If you insist on stating facts, let me tell you another one. I desire to stay here much more than you think. I just disdain losing to you in this manner. Next time, you won't be so lucky. Her tone was still blunt and stiff, but Zheng began to smile after she finished speaking, and he believed she felt the same. Zheng had to admit he admired Mo Yuhua, a woman with a generous spirit hidden beneath her uninteresting exterior. In a similar situation, he questioned whether he could handle it as she did. From then on, although they remained competitors openly and secretly, each striving to excel, this did not hinder the gradual improvement of their relationship. They began to discuss medical cases with each other, exchanging insights and opinions, and occasionally shared meals at the hospital cafeteria. As Professor Yuan said, Mo Yuhua might not be particularly talented, but her hard work and diligence could completely compensate for that. Professionally, she had an unyielding determination to solve problems, often investing all the time other girls might spend shopping, dressing up, or socializing into her work. Just this quality was enough to convince people that she could become a good doctor. Even Zheng acknowledged in his heart that if Mo Yuhua were the one to stay in the end, he would fully accept it. Meanwhile, Mo Yuhua gradually changed her negative impression of Zheng, who came from a good background and entered the hospital through connections, having everything handed to him without needing to be upright. In the hospital, especially within the department, many colleagues were surprised by their increasingly harmonious relationship and occasionally teased them. Both were not the type to care about such things. Upon hearing the jokes, they simply smiled. The relationships between people can be very subtle. You can completely appreciate someone but never fall in love with them. One day, after Zheng finished his rounds and was about to return to the lounge, he heard soft crying coming from room 302, where the door was ajar. He remembered that the patient in room 302 was a young girl who had undergone an appendectomy. She seemed to come from a good family, living alone in a single room, and had just had surgery that morning. If he remembered correctly, the surgery had gone quite smoothly, and since it was a minimally invasive procedure, she shouldn't be in much pain. Normally, she would be able to be discharged in a few days, so why the heartbreaking crying? His instincts as a doctor prompted him to gently push the door open and take a look. Indeed, it was the girl, still in her surgical gown, crying on the hospital bed, and her sobbing seemed to be getting worse. Mo Yuhua, dressed in her white coat, stood by the bed, seemingly trying to comfort her. He heard her say, "I really can't discuss your personal matters. I can only tell you that continuing like this is very detrimental to your wound recovery. I advise you to prioritize your health and leave the rest for after you're discharged." Seeing Zheng enter, Mo Yuhua seemed relieved and continued to speak to the girl. "You might not listen to what I say, but you should believe Dr. G." After saying this, she walked a few steps to Zheng's side, turned her back to the girl, and silently mouthed to him, "Help me calm her down." In their department, Zheng's image and status in the eyes of female patients were unshakable. Regardless of age or gender, no one would dislike a young male doctor with a good appearance, gentle personality, and patience. Whenever they encountered difficult female patients, colleagues would urge him to step in. As long as he stood there and patiently spoke in his unique, gentle tone, most issues could be resolved, and those that couldn't be solved could at least be temporarily soothed. Understanding Mo Yuhua's hint, Zheng raised an eyebrow, expressing a questioning look. Mo Yuhua continued in a barely audible voice. She broke up with her boyfriend. He understood immediately, his expression slightly troubled, but he ultimately put on a smile and walked toward the bed. Chapter 12. A Doctor Can't Heal Heartbreak. 3. About 10 minutes later, he returned to the break room, rubbing his forehead. Mo Yuhua was already waiting there. As soon as she saw him come back, she asked, "How did it go? Were you able to convince her?" Zheng shook his head, saying he didn't know. From her tone, it seemed that it wasn't something that could be easily resolved. However, at least she had stopped crying and was willing to rest properly. As doctors, they had done their duty. "That's true. Thank you," Mo Yuhua said, handing him a cup of water. Zheng took the water and sat down in a chair. It was quite pitiful. She had just undergone surgery, and her boyfriend, who was preparing for their wedding, had broken up with her. Yes, she was crying earlier, asking me if there was something wrong with her. I really couldn't tell her. He continued, "Some things are too cruel to say, The truth is, if you don't love someone, you just don't. No matter how good you are, it doesn't matter. Mo Yuhua followed his words, her expression inexplicably dimming. I think she understands this principle too. It's just that feelings can't be chosen. That's why there's so many heartbroken people. Ji Ting gently sipped the water, lamenting that doctors couldn't heal heartbreak. After chatting for a bit, they each filled out their duty logs. Soon, a young nurse burst in, panicking. "Oh no, Dr. Mo, your patient in room 302 just climbed up to the rooftop, saying she wants to jump. You need to go check it out quickly. The director and the president are already there." Mo Yuhua and Ji Ting exchanged shocked glances and hurried to the rooftop. The elevator buttons were being pressed repeatedly, and after a strenuous climb from the 3rd to the 11th floor, they found the rooftop already cordoned off by the police, with the edge crowded with onlookers, including patients, family members, and medical staff, making it impossible to see what was happening inside. Struggling to squeeze into the perimeter of the cordon, they were stopped by the police maintaining order. "Excuse me, I am the attending physician for this patient. She just had surgery this morning, and I think it's necessary for me to check on her," Mo Yuhua said to the officer on duty. She saw the officer in charge speak briefly with the hospital leaders who had arrived, and then nod, indicating that they could go inside. Mo Yuhua and Ji Ting walked to the center of the rooftop and quickly spotted the girl. At that moment, she had already climbed over the guardrail and was standing at the very edge, the wind at the top floor whipping her black hair around. Her white surgical gown billowing in the wind, her whole body swaying dangerously, making onlookers feel terrified. "Miss Lee, let's talk about this calmly. Don't do anything foolish," Mo Yuhua called out from a distance, too afraid to approach her. Upon seeing them, the girl immediately started crying again. "Duri, you said that as long as I'm willing to wait, I will definitely find the happiness I want, but what have I waited for? He said he doesn't love me. He won't come back. You've all lied to me." As she spoke, her body leaned further out. Ji Ting couldn't help but feel anxious for her and said, "Your happiness doesn't have to come from that person alone. Is it worth it to risk everything for someone who doesn't love you? Worth it? What does it matter if it's worth it or not?" The girl cried and laughed at the same time. "Can your love come and go as you please? If you say you don't love me, then you don't." Indeed, it couldn't. Ji Ting suddenly felt his attempts at persuasion were powerless as he looked at the girl who was willing to throw everything away. "Tell them to let him come. There are some things I want him to say to my face. And her. Even if I lose, I want to lose clearly." Mo Yuhua and Ji Ting understood her meaning and returned to the entrance of the rooftop, conveying her message to the police, then pushed through the crowd to leave. They were not negotiation experts, as long as they saw that her condition was not immediately dangerous. There was nothing more they could do. They both returned to the consultation room. As there were too many spectators, they weren't needed there. After a flurry of activity, the police car finally drove away in the late afternoon, and the crowd slowly dispersed, indicating that the situation had been resolved. Ji Ting changed out of his white coat, washed his hands, and followed the departing crowd out of the hospital. Along the way, he could still hear people discussing the exciting details of what had just happened. A woman not far ahead told another woman, "The world is truly full of surprises. Doctors, family, police, and the unfaithful boyfriend couldn't dissuade her. How did she suddenly not want to die anymore?" Another woman scoffed, "I heard that the man's new girlfriend showed up too. They say she's just as one-sided love." Someone said that when she arrived, she said, "If someone has said they want to die more than 3 times and still hasn't jumped, they're usually just looking for attention." Strangely enough, after she said that, the girl who wanted to jump came down. Chapter 12. Doctors Can't Heal Heartbreak. 4. Ji Ting shook his head slightly at their laughter. Love has always been a painful thing, and only heartless people can walk away unscathed. He looked towards the setting sun. When it got dark and then brightened again, another day would have passed. He had told the girl who tried to jump that as long as she was willing to wait, she would definitely find the happiness she wanted. But could it really be so? Even he didn't believe it. The crowd around him began to thin as people left the scene, and through the golden light of the sunset, he spotted a figure in the distance, tall and thin, otherwise unremarkable. Ji Ting stood there dazed for a few seconds before quickly running, desperately chasing that figure, not caring how many people he brushed past or bumped into. In the end, he found himself looking around in confusion among the crowd, everywhere filled with people, but she was nowhere to be seen. He couldn't believe this was an illusion. That figure had lingered in his dreams countless times. Yet, he had missed her once again. The small square at the entrance of the hospital was not wide. Ji-Ting stood there as darkness descended. Not far ahead was the city's famous intersection. He didn't know which direction she would take to leave. He had never hated the surging crowd so much. In an instant, it completely swallowed someone up. He lingered in place, fully aware that he had lost her, yet still unwilling to leave, hoping she would feel his searching and waiting in return. But he knew it was impossible. There had never been a connection between them. Otherwise, why had she flown away that night while he had not dreamed a single dream, not even feeling pain? He felt cold and hot in turns. Without needing to wipe it away, he knew there was a thin layer of sweat on his forehead, slowly cooling on his skin after his reckless running. Familiar faces from the hospital passed by. Some asked, "Xiao Ji, why are you still here?" Some teased, "Ji-Ting, waiting for your girlfriend?" Others simply stood beside him in surprise. Dr. Ji. He suppressed his anxiety, smiling perfectly at them, then watched them leave. He really was a good kid. He had always been like this since he was young, and everyone liked to praise him. Only one person had once half-squatted by his knee, asking him word by word, "Ji-Ting, are you tired like this?" The streetlights slowly lit up one by one, and people gradually thinned out. He slowly walked to a corner where the light couldn't reach, wrapped his arms around himself, and then squatted down. Indeed, darkness has its advantages. Everything can be concealed. Just like no one would notice that in this shadowed corner, the once praised Dr. G, who was young and successful, was curled up like a bewildered little beast separated from the pack. Suddenly, a sharp female voice sang, "In this lifetime, when narrow paths cross, one cannot escape. The heart suddenly grows tangled curves. Understanding before emotions awaken lasts no more than a day." Which year changed a lifetime. He was startled and realized it was his phone ringing, a song he had heard from a young nurse in the injection room during a lunch break. He had inexplicably liked it and let that lively and attentive girl set it as his ringtone. The song persisted until the end before he pressed the answer button. A gentle and pleasant female voice came from the other end of the phone. It was Ji. She said, "Brother Ji-Ting, how are you? How's the weather over there? It's getting a bit cool here. If it's the same for you, don't forget to wear an extra layer when you go out." He perked up and tried to speak in a more cheerful tone as they talked, listening to her recount how she was getting better at Braille. How, well, she was taking care of her goldfish, and how she almost got hit by Lu Jilin's car once, causing her fish tank to shatter. Although he later compensated her with many fish, she still felt heartbroken. Ji-Ting listened patiently. "Really? That's interesting." Ji, being perceptive, noticed a hint of unease in his voice. "Are you busy? Am I interrupting you?" "No, I just have a small emergency surgery coming up." "Z, I have to hang up now. I'll call you when I have time. Take care of yourself, and say hi to your parents for me. Also, it's good to make more friends if you get the chance." He hung up the phone and rested his hands on his forehead. "You're right, I'm really tired." Ji-In, only you know. "But where are you?" Suddenly remembering something, he frantically searched through his phone's contacts but found nothing. He hurriedly returned to where he lived. Like a person drifting in the ocean, finding the last piece of driftwood, he couldn't care less about anything else. Chapter 13. If I have something to do, how do I continue to find you? It wasn't until 5 days later that Ji-Ting waited at a small tea house on a street near the hospital for Cheng Zheng, who had promised to meet him. The two greeted each other with smiles, and after sitting down, Ji-Ting politely dismissed the tea lady, washed the teapot himself, and poured a cup for Cheng Zheng, gesturing for him to drink. Cheng Zheng laughed as he took the cup. "You're just like my old man, always liking this routine. No wonder he praises you in front of me. I'm not a fan of it." Ji-Ting replied, "Let us get straight to the point. I believe you asked me to meet 3 times within a few days, which should be more than just for tea and small talk." Ji-Ting lowered his head to refill the water. "You're busy. It's not easy to get you here. I think you Haven Tea sought me out in the past year, because you know you can't get what you want to know from me. After all, you're a smart person." Ji-Ting replied, "I'm not smart. Otherwise, I would have come here for your one sentence." "Are you blaming me?" "No. I'm grateful to you. So please tell me the answer I want." Ji-Ting looked up at him, his expression calm. Cheng Zheng looked at Ji-Ting with a scrutinizing gaze, his tone filled with the familiar sarcasm. "Tell me. Why? Give me a reason that can convince me." She has been away from home for 2 whole years. Have you thought about how worried her family is? A girl living alone outside. I need to know if she is doing well. There was a restrained emotion in Ji Ting's voice. You're lying. If someone really cared about her, she would be out there alone. Chen Lang put down his cup and bluntly opened up the conversation. He knew. He really knew where she was. Ji Ting couldn't tell if he was happy or sad. Moreover, her family hasn't even spoken up. What right do you have to inquire about her whereabouts? Her neighbors? Huh. Chen Lang continued to sneer. Ji Ting took a breath. What identity do I have to inquire seems irrelevant to you. Of course it is relevant. Chen Lang raised an eyebrow, the implication and provocation in his expression unmistakable. Ji Ting finally couldn't hold back anymore, pushing aside the tea tray and standing up, his expression unusually cold and impatient. What do you want? Chen Lang sat back in his seat, leisurely looking up at him. This question should be asked by me. Ji Ting, you're still like this. You really disappoint me. He understood the meaning behind Chen Lang's words. His face remained indifferent, but the calmness and leisure in his eyes had disappeared. He could only hear his own rapid breathing. Just when Chen Lang thought he would turn and leave, Ji Ting slowly sat back down, unconsciously biting his lower lip. I beg you, tell me where she is? Really, I beg you, not for anything else. Just because I love her. Chen Lang didn't say anything, even after Ji Ting had set aside his dignity to plead. He simply smiled and took his leave. Once the person left, the tea naturally cooled. The next day at work, Ji Ting showed up with a pale face. Even Mo Yuhua couldn't help but ask, are you sick? You look like this. Even the cleaning lady would feel sorry for you. Ji Ting looked down, organizing his things, and just smiled. Oh, I didn't sleep well last night. Mo Yuhua recalled seeing him lost in thought at the small square a few days ago and guessed something was up, but she didn't ask further. And they both got busy. Just as Ji Ting had finally seen off a middle-aged lady who intended to treat her chronic gastritis and emotional trauma. He took out his phone from the pocket of his lab coat after it vibrated a moment ago. Seeing the name, his heart skipped a beat. It was Chen Lang. His text was just 2 extremely simple words. Left bank. He finally let out a sigh of relief. Ji Ting tightly gripped the phone in his hand, as if trying to find more clues behind those 2 words, but ultimately it was still a mystery. He only knew about the charm of the left bank along the Seine River in France, but this shouldn't be what Chen Lang meant. He thought for a long time and still asked his companion across the table, Yuan, do you know if there is a place in G City called Left Bank or something related to it? And Mo Yuhua, while writing, casually replied, Left Bank? Oh, I know that. It's a well-known entertainment place here. After she answered, she noticed Ji Ting hadn't reacted for a while and looked up to see him in a daze. So, she added, oh, you might not know this place since you haven't been here long. The environment is pretty good. You can go there at night with friends. Thank you. Ji Ting smiled at her and continued with his work. Chapter 13. If I have something to do, how do I continue to find you? That afternoon, there was a major surgery in the department, with Wu Jiang as the lead surgeon and Ji Ting as his assistant. The surgery lasted 3.5 hours, and by the time all the follow-up work was done, night had already fallen. Ji Ting changed his clothes and directly called a cab at the hospital entrance. It should be a well-known place. Perhaps only a fool like him would have never heard of it, Ji Ting thought to himself. After getting into the car, he simply told the driver, to the left bank, and the driver immediately started the engine, taking him through the city's bustling streets. He vaguely remembered that after the car entered the city's famous central business district and made a few turns, it stopped in a relatively secluded area. Here we are, the driver said. Is this the left bank? Ji Ting felt a bit confused as he got out of the car. The entertainment place didn't seem as lively and bustling as he had imagined. At least from the outside, it appeared quite quiet. The 7-story building looked old and not particularly luxurious, with only the vehicles constantly coming in and out from the side underground parking lot hinting at the presence of a public entertainment venue. However, he understood that in such a prime location, maintaining such a quiet corner would be impossible without substantial financial resources and backing. He had heard Mo Yuhua mention that the 2nd floor of the left bank was a restaurant, the 3rd floor was KTV, and the 4th floor was a pub. He didn't know where she would appear, and when he stepped into the tastefully decorated yet understatedly luxurious lobby. A well-trained concierge approached and asked him which floor he wanted to go to. Trusting his instincts, he replied, "Fourth floor, thank you." As the elevator doors opened on the fourth floor, a deafening wave of sound hit him. He struggled to understand the server who bent down to ask, "Hello, sir? How many people? Do you have a reservation?" He tried hard not to frown and gestured to indicate that he was alone. After the waiter led him to a booth in the corner, he quickly bowed and left. At first, he found it difficult to adapt to the music that shook his heart rate irregularly in the dim, swaying lights that felt like a magical realm, along with the ghostly figures around him. But soon, his attention shifted to continuously searching for that familiar shadow. Cheng Zheng said she was on the left bank. Would she be a player or a staff member here? Clearly, looking for someone in such an environment was rather unwise. Under that lighting, everyone appeared blurred. Was she among them? Perhaps she was nearby. His heartbeat gradually became chaotic, stirred by the music. Soon, a waiter in a uniform approached him, carrying a tray with a glass of oddly colored liquid. Without waiting for his response, the waiter placed a glass on his table and said, "Sir, your drink has arrived." Ting was slightly taken aback and shook his head, saying, "Sorry. I think you made a mistake. I didn't order any drinks." His voice was not loud, and he worried whether the waiter understood him, but she beamed a big smile. She looked like she was under 20, not particularly beautiful but charming, with a deep dimple on her right cheek when she smiled. She leaned closer, not minding his subtle retreat, and said in a clear voice, "Sir, every guest who comes here orders a drink. It's the custom." "Oh, I see." Ting didn't argue with her, allowing her to leave the drink there. If that was the case, he could just not drink and settle the bill at the end. However, after placing the drink down, the waiter stood up straight, but didn't he leave, just smiling at him. Feeling a bit odd, he asked, "Do I need to pay right away?" Seeing her nod vigorously, he understood and took out his wallet, asking, "How much?" The young waiter held up 2 fingers, 200. Ting was stunned for a moment, but resignedly took out the money. He didn't expect her to continue, bending down and adding, "For ladies, it's 200. For gentlemen, it's 250. Middle-aged uncles, 300. Bald heads, add 50. Beer bellies, add 50. Lewd gazes, add 100. Ting realized she might not just be there to sell drinks, so he calmly waited for her to finish. If it's a handsome guy, deduct 50. Under 25, deduct another 50. Good temperament, deduct 100. For someone like you, no charge. He wasn't quite sure of her intentions, so he just smiled, remaining unresponsive, while his gaze began to drift away. "Sorry, I don't drink, but thank you. It was rare to see someone here who didn't drink. So you must be here to find someone?" The girl looked at him with interest. "Yes, how did you know?" Ting was surprised. Chapter 13, If I Have Something, How Do I Continue to Find You? She laughed. "You must be here for her too. Don't be shy, there are many like that." As she spoke, her hand pointed vaguely in one direction. Ting followed her gesture and saw the bar in another corner. Behind the bar stood a short-haired, slender bartender whose face he knew all too well. When she smiled, she looked as bright as an angel, and when her gaze shifted, she appeared as seductive as a devil. At that moment, she leaned on the bar with one hand while casually shaking a cocktail shaker in the other. Her expression was neutral and her gaze indifferent, as if she ignored the lingering glances from most single male customers. Occasionally, a few familiar faces would greet her at the bar, and she would lazily curl her lips in response. The simple white, oversized shirt she wore seemed to hold an irresistible allure on her. From a moment he turned his head, Ting couldn't take his eyes off her. He heard the girl say, "I knew you were here for RG," and Ting stared in that direction, his voice carrying a suppressed emotion. "You're right." She didn't seem to notice him. For some reason, despite his longing, at that moment, he didn't approach her. He just wanted to watch her from his corner, keeping his gaze fixed on her, feeling empty inside, unable to think of anything. Occasionally, familiar male customers would offer her cigarettes, which she casually accepted with her mouth. Immediately, someone would eagerly light it for her, and the lit cigarette would hang loosely at the corner of her mouth, her smile captivating amidst the smoke. Yikink detested smokers, especially women. To him, it was a kind of self-destruction. At this moment, he could only envy the faint red glow, lingering ambiguously at her lips. "All right, I won't disturb your view. However, handsome guy, since you look good and have a nice temperament, and you're a newcomer, I remind you it's fine to look, but don't get too close or you'll regret it. The waiter dropped that line next to him, throwing a flirtatious glance before walking away. Ting called over another waiter to get himself a glass of water. Suddenly, the lights went out completely, and when they flickered back on, the music had changed rhythm. Many of the people who had been seated stood up and began to dance wildly. Jian remained at the bar, observing coldly with a subtle smile, occasionally swaying her body to the rhythm. In fact, Jian's appearance leaned towards the cold and unadorned. Yet, there was an alluring charm that emanated from her bones, requiring no exaggerated gestures, just in the casual movements of her hands and feet. Standing there, in the chaotic darkness, she smiled faintly, like a spirit emerging from the night. Amidst the frenzied dance, Ting, who sat quietly in a corner, appeared somewhat out of place. He felt Jian's gaze seemingly sweep past his direction, pausing briefly for a few seconds before drifting away as if nothing happened. He guessed she had seen him, or perhaps not. Regardless, he couldn't stay seated any longer. He stood up, walked through the dancing crowd, and approached her. There was a bar separating them, and he thought he should at least say something. How long had he waited for this moment of reunion? How long had he searched? But he said nothing, just stood at the bar, watching her quietly, as he had done throughout his life. He thought she probably knew everything. How many times had he surrendered so easily in front of her? His restraint and self-control had been easily provoked by her, all for one reason. She kept one hand propped on the bar, her gaze wandering, soon turning indifferent again, still tilting her head to assess him, a half-smile on her lips with a cigarette loosely held between them. Ting reached out to take the cigarette from her and said, "It's not good for you to smoke too much." She didn't mind, turning to signal the male DJ beside her, who knowingly tossed her a cigarette. She caught it with one hand, but didn't hurry to light it. "Do you want a drink?" He had just opened his mouth when she interrupted him, leaving him to shake his head. "If you don't want a drink, then sit over there." She pointed to his original seat. "No," he said again. "It's not that I don't want it. I do want it. What should I drink? You just need to say what you want to drink." She intentionally didn't give him a chance to speak, and he didn't get angry, patiently allowing her to take the lead. The two of them remained in a silent stalemate until the young female waiter walked back to Ting and said, "Handsome guy, a beautiful lady over there wants to buy you a drink." "Sorry, I really don't drink." He declined lightly. "You should at least go over and say hello. After all, she is a lady, and our boss rarely buys drinks for others, right, Jian?" The girl insisted. Jian shrugged, non-committal. "Come on, say hello." Ting glanced at Jian, helpless, and could only follow the strong-willed server who half-invited, half-pulled him to a small table not far away. At this moment, the music had momentarily quieted down, and at the small table sat a young couple, the girl in a red dress with bright features, and the boy with sharp, handsome eyebrows. Seeing Ting being brought over with a hint of helplessness, the boy glanced at the girl and scoffed, desperate. How embarrassing. He shoved his hands into his pants pockets and walked away. The young woman, referred to as the boss lady, smiled and raised her glass. "I'd like to toast all the handsome guys who are here for the first time." Ting, feeling apologetic, responded, "I'm really honored, but I'm sorry. I have a very low tolerance for alcohol, so I don't drink at all. Nice to meet you, but I have something to attend to, so I won't stay." He nodded and left. He vaguely heard someone behind him say, "It is a bit like." He didn't have time to think about what they meant, as he noticed the bartender at the bar was still there, but had been replaced by a tall, slender boy, and Jian was nowhere to be found. He had only been gone for 3 to 5 minutes. She couldn't have gone far. Without thinking, he chased after her. Downstairs at the left bank, it was quiet and secluded, the earlier clamor feeling like a distant memory. He wandered and looked around, but didn't see her anywhere. There was no one moving at the intersection either. Ting approached a server returning for valet parking. "Where's the back door?" Following the direction pointed out by the server, he continued to chase after her. The back door of the left bank led to a darker, narrower alley, devoid of any vehicle traffic. He walked for a while, but couldn't find her, and frustration and anxiety clogged his chest, leaving him without an outlet to vent or anyone to talk to. He didn't know what to do. In the distance, the glaring headlights of a vehicle lit up, and he heard the deafening sound of an engine starting. Motorcycles were a distinctive mode of transportation in this city. By the time he realized, he was shocked to see that the vehicle was barreling straight toward him, approaching rapidly. He instinctively took a step back, but as he did, the motorcycle roared closer, until he felt his back pressed against the cold, slightly damp wall, and the wheels came to a stop just inches away from him. The night security in City G had always been poor. He had heard his colleagues from the hospital mention it. He expected something to happen to him. With nowhere to retreat, he briefly closed his eyes. "Why are you following me?" He opened his eyes abruptly and saw her turning her head to take off her helmet, letting out a long breath, half annoyed and half indulgent, as he looked at the person on the old motorcycle. "Why did you leave without saying a word?" She scoffed. "I got off work. Why should I tell you?" "What, scared? If you really encounter a robbery, would you just let yourself be slaughtered? If it's about money, just let go. Why take the risk for something material?" TSK. "I forgot. Your courage will never match your worries." His back was pressed tightly against the wall. "You're right, but I can't let anything happen to me. If I get into trouble, how will I continue to find you?" Ting returned to the hospital, and he used up his half-day off. The more chaotic things became, the more he demanded of himself to do everything well. In the afternoon, during a surgical procedure, he was responsible for suturing a wound, and Professor Yuan nodded in approval. After the surgery, he stood by the sink, sleeves rolled up, the water from the faucet flowing loudly, but he seemed oblivious. A cleaning lady passed by, feeling a bit odd, and asked, "Dr. G, are you okay?" Only then did he react and put his hands in the water. "I'm fine," he said. Chapter 14. Take me there, one. In the evening, when Ting stepped into that dazzling place again, he felt almost pathetic. She was not behind the bar, and he thought he had struck out again, but turning around, he saw, amidst the shifting lights, the body dancing freely, enchanting and ethereal like a ghost, clearly the center of attention. Whistles erupted from around, and young, bold boys gradually approached to dance with her, getting closer and the movements becoming more passionate. The boy danced ecstatically, his hands eagerly wrapping around her waist, exploring. Closed her eyes, laughing recklessly. Her beautiful face was captivating, making it hard for anyone not to fall under her spell. Just as she opened her eyes, the hand around her waist suddenly released her. Confused, she saw the boy across from her stumble back a step, his face filled with anger as he looked behind her. She turned to see Ting and couldn't help but chuckle. He didn't speak to her, just pulled her away. She didn't struggle, laughing lightly as she followed him. The boy refused to give up, stepping in front of them and looking at Ting. "This isn't right, is it?" Ting ignored him, dragging Jian around him. The boy grew angry. "What does this mean, Jian? Who is he?" Jian tilted her head slightly to look at Ting, the corners of her mouth curling up. "Yeah, who are you?" Her cheeks were slightly flushed, and fine beads of sweat on her nose made her look even more youthful and alluring. Ting looked at her. "Jian, you've had too much to drink. Come back with me." "Back? Where to?" She laughed again. "Anywhere is fine. I'll stay with you." Jian squinted slightly, and before she could say anything, the boy beside her pulled her aside. "Jian, even if you want to leave, at least give me a reason that can convince me." Jian sneered and remained silent. A familiar server rushed over to mediate. "Everyone, don't get worked up. How about this, Xiao Yuan, since we're familiar now? Let Jian go tonight. This guy is from her family. If Jian drinks a glass with you, we'll consider this matter settled. How about it?" The boy, referred to as Xiao Yuan, huffed, pondering for a moment before finally saying, "I don't mind. Jian, if he asks your family, I'll let it go." Jian didn't respond, and the server quickly brought a glass of alcohol from the bar. It wasn't much, less than half a small beer glass. Clearly intended to protect, and casually took the glass and raised it to her lips without even looking. Just as the alcohol touched her lips, a hand snatched it away. Ting held the glass, calmly telling the boy, "Sorry, I'll drink this on her behalf." Before Jian could say anything, he raised the glass and downed it in one go. He coughed slightly but swallowed it down, then handed the glass back to the server and once again dragged Jian toward the door. "Wait." Jian stopped, turning back to grab the server, lowly asking, "Lulu, what kind of alcohol is this?" The server, called Lulu, looked innocent, 63 degree, Hung Shui Lao Bai gone. Ting walked ahead, pulling Yunjin along, his pace quickening. In the elevator, Yunjin noticed the alcohol had already begun to rise within him, his fair face completely flushed. 63-degree Hung Shui Lao Bai gone. She found it amusing. Only Lulu could pull off something so extreme, such a small glass, and downing it in one go would make even Yunjin a bit tipsy. Not to mention Ting, who never drank at all. She was a bit curious about what this alcohol would do to someone like him. The elevator stopped on the 3rd floor, the doors opened, and someone walked in. Ting stepped out of the elevator, still holding Yunjin's hand. Yunjin watched the elevator doors close behind them and lazily asked, "Where are you taking me?" "Home." He stopped, turning to look at her. "But this is the KTV on the 3rd floor of the left bank. The corridor in front of you, ISNTA Road. It's the hallway in front of the private rooms." Yunjin kindly reminded him. He grabbed her with his other hand, steady and serious, saying, "Yunjin, you've really drunk too much." "Really?" Yunjin looked at him and laughed. He nodded seriously. "As soon as you exit the elevator, there's a small hall where the KTV City's front desk is located. Not far away, in a long corridor, faint music flows out from various rooms, rising and falling, while the front desk girl in a purple chi-pao lowers her head, seemingly focused on something. Occasionally, a few waiters pass by, but no one pays them any attention. In this place, every night, countless gatherings and separations filled with intoxication and awareness of joy and sorrow have long ceased to be surprising. Yunjin leans against a wall, watching him with interest. His hands grip her left wrist, and with a slight pull, she leans him back, causing him to sway toward her. Fortunately, one of his hands supports the wall in time, and her breath sprays onto his face. Chapter 14. Take me there, too. This isn't good. He quickly realizes this and withdraws from her, standing firm, facing the person in front of him. Her face seems both distant and near, with only her eyes extraordinarily bright. "Although I'm drunk, you can still say what you want." For some reason, the corners of her beautiful lips tremble slightly. Ting lowers his head to look at her. Puzzled. "Yunjin, why are you doing that?" "Doing what?" He lowers his eyelids, trying hard to think. But all that fills his mind is the image of her dancing closely with that boy, and his resentment feels so close and clear. Why are you doing that? He has never been good with words, and at this moment, only this sentence repeats in his mind, a tormenting question. She understands, "You have no right to control me." "Of course I do," he retorts loudly, grabbing her hand and forcing it close to his chest, his breathing as chaotic as his heartbeat. "Huh." She laughs, ready to lecture him. "I hate your lectures the most. That's something that can't be helped." Yunjin defiantly tilts her face up, just as he approaches her too aggressively, causing her pain. The scent of alcohol quickly fills the space between their lips, entangled and refusing to let go. She unwillingly bites down on his encroaching tongue. Not enough to draw blood, but enough to cause him pain. They always make each other hurt. He shivers, continuing to let himself be intoxicated. "Yunjin, I feel dizzy." In that brief moment of separation, he whispers at her lips as if standing on a cloud, afraid of falling. She closes her eyes, tilting her face back and laughing. He kisses her softly along the way, until he reaches the base of her neck, burying his face in her neck, his hot skin pressed against her bare neck. Gradually, he stops moving, his body weight leaning heavily against Yunjin's side. Yunjin glances at the ceiling, having to reach out to support him, surprised by how heavy he is, despite his usually tall and slender appearance. She looks towards the front desk girl, who has been sneaking glances this way for a while, but is now pretending to seriously look at the bill, saying, "Please, you've looked enough. At least find a man to help out." The girl blushes, and after a moment, a male waiter rushes over. Yunjin and he help the barely conscious Ting to the sofa across the way. "A glass of water, please," she says. The waiter nods and is about to leave to get the water when Ting, who has been keeping his eyes closed, suddenly grabs the waiter's sleeve. "Yunjin, where are you going again?" The waiter is left in an awkward position, unable to leave or stay, feeling very embarrassed. Yunjin doesn't care, laughing uncontrollably beside them. Fortunately, drunk people have little control over their hands, and the waiter finally manages to free his sleeve from Ting's grip and pours a glass of cold water, as Yunjin instructed. Yunjin dampens her hand with water and slaps it on Ting's face. "Ting, you pig. Wake up." Ting struggles to open his eyes under her sporadic slaps, filled with confusion. Where is this? He slowly pushes himself up to sit, but feels a wave of nausea burning in his stomach, quickly covering his mouth and rushing to the side restroom. About 10 minutes later, he returns to his previous spot. The redness on his face having faded considerably, replaced by a pale weariness, with traces of water droplets on his face and hair. Seeing Ji and sitting on the sofa with an impatient expression, he feels his cheeks heat up again, but there's also an indescribable joy. You didn't leave? He dares not look at her unusually rosy lips. I wanted to leave, but I was afraid you'd harass the male waiter here again. I never would have guessed you had such a hobby. Don't talk nonsense. He sits beside her, seriously drinking the hot tea prepared by the waiter on the table. The warm liquid flows down his throat, easing the empty, burning sensation in his stomach, but his head still feels heavy, and his heart is restless. I'm leaving. Jian pats her knees and stands up. Leave? Where to? He is startled and tries to grab her hand, but she dodges, and he grabs her again. Wherever I want to go, that's my business. Don't come back. You make me feel very annoyed. There's a hint of hurt in his eyes, but he still refuses to let go, stubbornly looking at her. This silent standoff makes Ji inexplicably anxious. What exactly do you want to do? What I want to do? Jian, don't tell me you don't know. He states calmly, with a touch of sadness in his tone. It's precisely because you know everything that you can act so recklessly. You've never thought about stopping. So how would you know that there is no safe island? I don't want to know. It's meaningless. Chapter 14. Take me there, 3, but matters to me. Jian, you can't be like this. Just testing the waters when it's fun and leaving when it's not. I don't believe you don't need anyone. He feels a splitting headache. She looks away in silence, finally saying, You've had too much to drink. Come with me. Ting stands up, feeling a wave of dizziness, almost unable to think. But he doesn't need to think and will follow her. She leads him to a small alley behind the left bank's back door, hops onto her rather distinctive, dilapidated motorcycle, puts on a helmet, and tosses him the spare one, pointing with her chin towards the seat behind her. Where to? He asks as he takes the helmet. I'm taking you to sober up. If you won't go, then give me back the helmet. He doesn't respond, fastening the helmet and sitting behind her. Just as he settles in, she suddenly floors the accelerator and the motorcycle darts forward like a bullet. Ting instinctively leans back, but has to hold on to Jian's waist for safety. Her clothing is thin, and through it, he can feel her firm and slightly warm skin, making him somewhat uneasy, while she seems completely oblivious. Soon, his slight unease is thrown to the back of his mind as her speed is so fast that they almost fly out of the narrow alley and immediately merge onto the main road. By now, it's midnight, and the city's neon lights are still bright, with fewer vehicles and pedestrians flowing by, yet her speed still feels reckless. Slow down. Jian, this is too dangerous, he says, leaning close to her ear, but his voice is immediately drowned out by the wind rushing past. And it seems she hears nothing, focused solely on the road ahead. He sees the traffic light not far ahead and thinks that he must talk to her properly at the stop. Unexpectedly, the red light is right in front of them. She not only doesn't slow down, but instead accelerates through it. You are crazy. He couldn't care less at this point, giving her a push on her back. He shouted loudly, Are you trying to get yourself killed? Running a red light. This time she reacted, turning her head and smiling at him. All he could see was the curve of her lips rising high under the visor of her helmet, completely oblivious to the road ahead. As she turned around in response to Ting's exclamation and hurriedly swerved the car, they barely brushed past an oncoming Honda. The car shook slightly before she steadied it. The Honda's owner rolled down the window and yelled at her in the local dialect. Jian pushed up her visor with one hand and smiled, making a simple and comprehensible gesture towards the people in the car. The middle-aged man was stunned for a few seconds by Jian's smile and the equally shocking gesture. She ignored him and continued to accelerate away. Ting was drenched in cold sweat from the sudden scare. At that moment, when the black Honda was coming straight at them, he almost thought they would become victims of a car accident. He had always been cautious and rule-abiding, managing to take care of himself without needing anyone's constraints. He never ran a red light, even at deserted intersections. Jian's reckless and carefree attitude angered him. Thinking about the danger they just faced, he became anxious and furious, and seeing her accelerate again, he could no longer hold back. Gu Jian, do you want to die? Stop. Did you hear me? Stop. Ji Ting shouted in exasperation, but she remained indifferent, even maliciously swaying the steering wheel. The car swayed dangerously at high speed, and Ji Ting felt the earlier feeling of nausea return. Knowing he couldn't stop her, he gradually gave up resisting. The vehicles, shops, and streetlights around them whizzed by, transforming from individual points into a blurred plane, like a fast-forwarded movie, everything unclear and nothing to grasp. Only the wind and the person he held tightly. Once something is destined, all resistance becomes futile, and it's better to embrace it. What is meant to come will eventually come. As the intense nausea faded, a soaring sensation replaced the fear, a feeling so strong it made his blood boil. As if this was the sensation he had been yearning for all his life, wild, crazy, and carefree happiness. For a moment, he even hoped she wouldn't stop. If they could continue like this forever, blurring everything around them, breaking free from all constraints, heading towards a boundless place, it wouldn't be such a bad thing. He followed her car through countless intersections, gradually veering off the beaten path, seemingly heading towards a winding mountain road. As they drove further along the mountain road, the number of pedestrians dwindled. When Jian finally stopped the car, Ji Ting felt a momentary emptiness in his heart. Chapter 14. Take me away, 4. She balanced the car on one foot, removed her helmet, and looked back at him. So are you sober now? He forced a smile, surveying the surroundings. It seemed to be a flat area at the peak on the edge of the city, where one could overlook the countless lights below. He could even hear the long-lost sound of autumn insects, a familiar sound from when he first moved south with his parents at the age of 11. On that first night wandering around G University, the autumn insects' chirps echoed throughout his memory. This place is where Xin Yan brought me. Whenever I feel stuffy, I come here to catch some fresh air. From here, the city is always lit up. Ji Ting tried to avoid thoughts of Xin Yan and simply asked, Jian, have you been doing well these past 2 years? It doesn't matter if it's good or bad. I just have to live, she replied casually. Ji Ting knew she was downplaying it, but the journey they had taken together must have had its hardships. How does a girl like you manage to live? Jian smiled with her back to him. Ji Ting, I know what you want to say. You just want to know if I'm relying on some man to get by today, like Xin Yan. He didn't deny it. That day he really stayed at my place. What you saw was the truth. Why? He was aware the question was foolish, yet he still asked. He didn't expect her to answer. Xin Yan, he is very special to me, but you don't need to know all that. I don't need to know about his matters. I just want to know how you've been managing. He realized his tone held some displeasure, but didn't intend to hide it. Making money to support myself. No one is above the mundane. I've done everything, waiter, bartender, moving from place to place. It was until I got to the left bank that things became a bit more stable. He felt inexplicably sad. Although he knew she must have endured a lot, hearing her speak about it made it feel different. Have you thought about continuing your studies? This question perhaps shouldn't have been asked, but Jian once had such outstanding grades, and he felt regret for her. She shook her head. At first, I thought about settling down and then planning slowly. Later, it was Xin Yan who recommended me to his former mentor. I'm considered half a closed-door disciple. I used to think painting was just a hobby, but unexpectedly, it became a means of survival. He knew Xin Yan's mentor was a master in the domestic oil painting field. It was incredibly lucky for Ji and to be able to study under him. He just regretted that every time she needed a helping hand the most, he was never able to offer her any support. I'm sorry, Jian. He didn't know why he said that. Huh. She chuckled mockingly. Don't speak to me with that tone of pity, Ji Ting. I like this life. I don't think it's bad. In fact, I pity you. Then go ahead and pity me. Jian looked at the lights ahead, and for a long time, she didn't speak. There were no lights around, only distant neon lights and the dim moonlight in the city. The two of them remained in their seated positions in the car. From Ji Ting's viewpoint, Ji, in short hair, was tousled by the wind. This girl, so bold and wild, had such soft and delicate hair. He got a bit distracted, almost missing her sudden question. Is she doing well? He thought of that girl with a gentle disposition, recalled her empty yet serene eyes, always trusting him and saying, It's so good to have you, brother Ji Ting. She's doing well. Her eyesight is still gone, but everyone takes good care of her, and she is a strong and good girl. He looked at Jian from behind, not knowing what she was thinking. You shouldn't have come. This kind of desolation has never belonged to Gu Jian. Ji Ting smiled, his warm laughter as cool as the night. You can't arrange my life like that, Jian. She lowered her head and fumbled for a moment. And soon, the flame of a lighter flickered to life. He smelled the scent of burning tobacco as she took a puff and exhaled forcefully, leaning back lazily against him. Ji Ting was taken by surprise. Her back leaned perfectly against his chest, and he instinctively hugged her tightly from behind. The pale blue smoke lingered in front of him, and for the first time, he found the smell of tobacco sweet enough to be suffocating. Chapter 14. Take me away, 5. She didn't speak or pull away, just leaning against his chest, smoking freely. When she had smoked more than half a cigarette, Ji Ting finally reached out, taking the cigarette from her lips. She turned her head and looked at him with indifference, smiling. She thought he would extinguish the cigarette without hesitation, as usual, then spout a bunch of moral platitudes. Instead, he merely glanced at the cigarette in his hand, then lowered his head to place it against his lips, the tip still damp with the ambiguity of her kiss. His heart stirred, and, imitating her, he took a hard drag, unexpectedly choking on the smoke as it hit his lungs, leading to a fit of coughing. Jian laughed heartily, watching him as he half-clenched his fist against his lips, tilting his head to cough until he gradually calmed down, his fair face now flushed. He chuckled as well, shaking his head before taking the cigarette back between his lips. She turned to him, silently bringing her hand close, her slender fingers gently pinching the cigarette tip, pulling it away from his lips. You're not suited for this. Get it back. He frowned. She waved the cigarette in front of his eyes defiantly. Why not? It has your scent on it. He answered her question obediently, like a good child. Jian smiled slightly, her palm pressing against his face, replacing the cigarette he craved with her own lips. The small red glow flickered in the darkness, and at some point, it silently fell to the ground, splashing a few sparks before returning to ash. In the dimness, he breathed heavily, almost in a murmur. No, Jian, this isn't right. Let us go somewhere else. She laughed softly, continuing her actions, completely disregarding his insincere rationality. Feeling that the old car beneath them could no longer bear their movements, he got out and picked her up. Jian lay down on his thin coat, smelling the unique dampness of the midnight dew and grass. As his fingertips roamed over her, she arched her body and giggled, then met his dreamy, misty eyes. It tickles. Ji Ting was at a loss, biting his lower lip as he looked at her youthful and enchanting figure beneath him. What he had long desired was right before his eyes, and he wanted nothing more than to make her happy. She clung to him, whispering in his ear, Tell me, have you always thought about this? He nodded awkwardly, pressing against her. I feel uncomfortable. She pursed her lips, rolling over to crawl on top of him, and under the thin moonlight, they looked like entwined vines. She played wantonly on his bare body until he could no longer hold back and firmly grasped her waist to meet her. She supported herself on his chest, her neck arching back with force, her captivating face a mix of pain and pleasure that was hard to distinguish. No matter how dominant she was at this moment, she understood that men and women, hardness and softness, were so distinctly different. Her long legs tightly squeezed his body, a drop of sweat meandering down her tilted chin to her chest, then falling onto him like raindrops splashing on a lava, his gentle and handsome face twisted with desire. He trembled violently in the pleasure and unease that could consume him, the damp and cool grass beneath them burning like fire, and he felt the world was in chaos. In that dazed moment, he held her tightly. Jian, take me away. Chapter 15. The Pink Skull. 1. The next day at work. Ji Ting had a heavy nasal tone and was coughing lightly. His colleague, Mo Yuhua, casually asked, Caught a cold? He nodded. Maybe I caught a chill. She wondered, but the temperature outside has been no lower than 20 degrees these past few days. After saying that, she noticed that Ji Ting, usually calm and composed, was uncharacteristically turning his back to her to check the duty records from the previous night, the skin visible beneath his lab coat suspiciously red. Yiting focused intently, but the words in front of him transformed into the damp grass of last night, the long weeds brushing against bare skin, bringing a slight wet itch. For a moment, The distinctive smell of disinfectant in the hospital seemed mixed with a faint, earthy scent of grass, sweet and lascivious. This was the umpteenth time he had spaced out that morning, hurriedly gathering himself to return to work. The day's work was uneventful and smooth. When he first began seeing patients, he always felt a sense of compassion, but over time, after witnessing the cycle of life and death, he felt that everything was predetermined. Around 3 in the afternoon, the ward was usually the busiest. Dr. Wu entered with a smile. Ji-Ting, there's a girl looking for you. Just as Ji-Ting was surprised, Jian's figure appeared at the door of the consultation room. Ji-Ting, come out for a moment, she said, standing at the entrance. His heart stirred, and he quickly stood up to meet her. She led him to one side of the corridor. Can you come with me to a place? She didn't provide any further small talk. Where to? After everything that happened last night, facing her again made him feel a bit shy, and his ears began to heat up. However, she seemed completely oblivious to his subtle psychological changes. Looking straight at him, don't ask yet. You'll know when we get there. Since their reunion, he hadn't had a proper look at her during the day. At that moment, Jian's face lacked color, but the sunlight diluted her gloomy and enchanting aura considerably. She stood in front of him, looking at him like a thin and stubborn child. All right, wait for me. I'll go inform someone, he said, never knowing how to refuse her. Hurrying back to the consultation room, he found familiar colleagues in the corridor, peering with curiosity. He found Dr. Wu and explained he had to leave for a bit, to which Dr. Wu smiled and agreed. Ji-Ting hadn't expected that the place Jian wanted to take him didn't require exiting the hospital. They bypassed the outpatient building and headed straight to the inpatient department at the back. When they entered the elevator, Jian pressed the button for the 5th floor. Ji-Ting was familiar with this place. The 5th floor was the intensive care unit for the hepatobiliary specialty. He was somewhat surprised. Jian, why did you bring me here? Jian faced him sideways, seemingly focused on the elevator indicator light, and didn't answer. The elevator didn't stop midway and went straight up to the 5th floor. They walked through a long, dimly lit corridor, only the sound of their footsteps echoing in the silence. Although it was still a hospital, this floor felt more deathly still compared to others. Ji-Ting had been in the hospital long enough to know that the mortality rate for serious liver and biliary patients was typically high. Many patients on this floor were in the late stages of cancer, and patients died almost daily, only to be replaced by new ones. In a place that lacked vitality, an eerie atmosphere naturally emerged. He followed Jian forward, both confusion and unease troubling her, yet she said nothing, leading him onward. Finally, when she stopped in front of room 528, he felt her grip on his hand was unusually cold. Jian, for some reason, he sensed her apprehension. She looked down at her toes, as if in a final struggle, and then resolutely pushed the door open. The layout of the ward that appeared before Ji-Ting was no different from the familiar double-occupancy ward, except for a heavy screen set up between the two beds, completely obstructing the view from their position. The space where another bed should have been was replaced by a simple sofa. If all of this wasn't enough to surprise Ji-Ting, then the person sitting on the sofa truly astonished him. Xian paid no attention to Ji-Ting's shock. Upon seeing Jian, he slowly stood up from the sofa. You're here again? Jian bit her lip and nodded, pulling Ji-Ting to the side of the screen, asking Xian, is she awake? Xian silently nodded, then directed his voice towards the inner direction of the screen. Slightly raising his volume, Wang Ming, she's here. Ji-Ting glanced at Jian, but didn't speak, calmly waiting for a reaction from inside. After a long time, when there was no movement from within, Xian's face showed signs of anxiety before a voice said, Xian, go call the nurse for me. The voice was low, the speech slow, but every word was clear. Chapter 15. The Pink Skull, 2. Xian pressed the call button beside the sofa, and soon, a nurse in her 30s hurried in without saying a word, directly walking behind the screen. There was still no sound of conversation coming from inside, and it was several minutes later that a slight creaking noise was heard from the hospital bed. The nurse came out and said to Xian, you can go in, but given her current condition, it's best not to stay too long. Xian nodded and looked at Jian. Ji-Ting felt his hand being tightly squeezed by Jian, who unceremoniously pulled him into the screened area, while Xian did not follow them in. The facilities inside were quite simple, with only a hospital bed and a low cabinet at the head of the bed. The curtains were drawn open, and the afternoon sunlight cast upon a person who was half sitting, half leaning against the head of the bed. It was a face so emaciated that it was hard to imagine. At this moment, it wore a light layer of makeup, making it seem not too pale from a distance. She wore a rather unique hat, but upon closer inspection, it was evident that there wasn't much hair left beneath it. Jian walked forward, her hand still holding onto Ji Ting's, leaving him with no choice but to follow. The person on the bed was clearly very weak. Even the effort to sit up was a daunting task for her. She looked at Ji and in front of her, her breathing so shallow it was almost inaudible. For Ji Ting, illness and death were not surprising. From the moment he walked in, he already knew from those murky eyes that the woman on the hospital bed, known as Wang Ming, who he believed was likely Ji An's biological mother, had reached the end of her life. No matter how skillfully applied, the makeup could not conceal the deathly aura of someone on the brink of passing away. He had seen countless patients, including many on the verge of death, but he had never witnessed a scene like this before. The vivid red lips contrasting sharply with a withered face, creating a strikingly desperate visual disparity. This was the so-called rosy skeleton. However, what should have been a terrifying and eerie scene became intriguing due to the strange calmness and transparency of the face's owner, making one feel that even though this person was so weak she could hardly breathe, the pride within her still remained. The earlier effort to sit up and apply makeup seemed to have exhausted all her strength. At this moment, Wang Ming was merely leaning against the bed, staring motionlessly at Jian, suddenly pulling the corners of her mouth to smile. Jian seemed entranced, looking at that face until the person on the bed slightly parted her lips, her voice barely audible. "You are Jian." She did not ask, but rather stated a fact in a tone that was calm to the point of indifference. Jian did not respond, standing to the side, stubbornly close to being unfeeling. Ji Ting felt a slight pain in his hand. Her nails were almost digging into his flesh. Wang Ming was oblivious, looking at Jian as if lost in her own world. "You are my daughter, but I have never loved you." Ji Ting did not expect her to say such words, and he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his heart, for Jian's voice was a bit hoarse. "That's good. I never considered you to be anything to me either." Hearing this, Wang Ming smiled again, her already painted red lips appearing even more alluring. "No matter what, you really look too much like me." Her gaze began to shift away from Jian and turn towards Ji Ting, appearing somewhat dazed. Ji Ting felt awkward under her gaze, and then he heard Ji and suddenly say, "His surname is Ji." Wang Ming showed no reaction, her momentary daze dissipating, leaving only indifference. She did not speak again, her eyes gradually appearing half open and half closed, until even the rise and fall of her chest could no longer be seen. Jian looked at Ji Ting with a hint of fear, and Ji Ting stepped forward to check on Wang Ming's condition, then pulled Jian aside, whispering, "She's fine for now, just too weak, but I estimate it won't be long now." He spoke the last part cautiously, afraid to see her saddened expression. She merely lowered her head and said, "Let's go." Just as the two reached the edge of the screen, they heard a barely audible sound from the hospital bed. She said, "Thank you." Jian did not look back. Her footsteps paused for a few seconds, but ultimately continued to walk out with Ji Ting. Xie was still sitting on the sofa as they had found him, looking lost in thought, still as broodingly handsome as ever. "How is it?" he asked Jian. "What else could it be?" Jian replied expressionlessly, "I came, now I should leave." Xie sighed, got up, and walked them to the door, only to open it and encounter a large group of people. Ji Ting recognized that leading the group was the director of the hepatobiliary department, accompanied by the hospital's vice president Zhao, followed by 3 or 4 people who appeared to be attending physicians and head nurses, all crowding around a young man in his early 30s. The man wore glasses and a spotless white shirt, looking refined and elegant, and behind him was a middle-aged man in a suit, holding a large bouquet of lilies. Chapter 15. Rosy Skeleton 3. Ji Ting did not know this man, but it was easy to see from Vice President Zhao and the cautious, complimentary expressions of the hepatobiliary staff that this person was of considerable significance. The man encountered Ji and the others and unexpectedly smiled. "Miss Gu, you are here?" "And Professor Xie." It seems I have come at an opportune time. I hope I haven't interrupted your family talk. His smile was relaxed and composed, with every gesture revealing good upbringing and understated elegance. Cécile looked at the newcomer with an expressionless face, while Jian wore her habitual, mocking smile. What brings Mr. Liu here? The man referred to as Mr. Liu glanced at the flower bearer behind him and said, regardless, Ms. Wang is a dear friend of my father. Now that my father is gone and Ms. Wang is gravely ill, it is only right for me to pay her a visit. Cécile sneered. She won't live much longer. Why bother with the pretense? The man named Liu looked startled, his tone very sincere. I truly came today with genuine intentions to visit Ms. Wang. If it is indeed inconvenient, I will not impose further, but merely convey our family's goodwill. I trust Ms. Wang will not blame us, her juniors, for being impolite. After speaking, the man behind him knowingly handed the flowers to the accompanying nurse, who immediately rushed off to find a vase, inserting the bouquet of lilies into it to bring to the ward. As the nurse passed by Jiting, he stopped her. No need, she is ill, and the strong fragrance of flowers would only be an irritant to her. We appreciate your kindness, but please return. The nurse did not proceed, but turned back to look at the man's expression. The man did not get angry, only sighed. What a pity. I remember my father once mentioned that Ms. Wang had a particular fondness for calla lilies. How many suitors wished to fill her bedroom with these flowers? Yet now the flowers still bloom, but the person, Cécile frowned, but it seemed reason was reminding him to restrain himself. Seeing that he did not speak, the man continued, however, I admire Professor Xie. I heard that after Ms. Wang fell ill, she refused to see you, yet you remained steadfast outside her hospital room. That is truly commendable. To have a confidant like you, Ms. Wang can be said to have no regrets in this life. And it is certainly not in vain for her to have invested so much financial and emotional resources in nurturing you back in the day. He looked at Cécile, his eyes filled with meaning, and before Cécile could respond, he shifted the topic. Since I am here, I would like to mention a small matter. The man in a suit behind him stepped forward immediately upon hearing this, took out a stack of documents from his briefcase, and said, this is the situation. Mr. Liu, before his passing, gifted a gallery under his name to Ms. Wang Ming. However, after his death, we discovered a minor issue with the gifting procedures, meaning that the gallery should still belong to the Liu family. Given Ms. Wang's connection to the Liu family, we have not changed her management rights over the gallery, and all profits from a gallery have been attributed to Ms. Wang. However, now that Ms. Wang is critically ill, it is necessary for us to clarify that if, unfortunately, Ms. Wang passes away, the Liu family will reclaim all rights to the gallery. If Ms. Wang's descendants have any objections, they can come to my law firm, where I will provide a more detailed explanation. Cécile smiled in anger, saying, the Liu family is wealthy and powerful, so naturally, whatever you say goes. When a person dies, all is in vain. At this point, what is there to argue about? If we can reach a consensus on this matter, that would be great. However, I feel it's necessary to consult Miss Gu's opinion on this. The man said politely. Jian pulled Jiting forward, saying, you can do whatever you want. It has nothing to do with me. As she walked past the man, she suddenly broke into a brilliant smile and added, by the way, I almost forgot to mention, Liu Sheng, has anyone ever told you that you are a complete pervert? Her voice was neither too loud nor too soft, perfectly audible to those around them. Lawyer's son, standing behind the man, couldn't help but change his expression, saying, Miss Gu, you should consider the consequences of speaking like that. Jian appeared indifferent. A strange look flashed in Liu Sheng's eyes, but he still raised his head to stop Lawyer's son, smiling back at Jian. I never hold grudges against beautiful girls, especially those with personality. Miss Gu resembles your mother back in the day. I hope you are luckier than she was. Chapter 15. The Pink Skull 4. At this moment, Jiting was still wearing his white coat from work. He left with Ji, and amid the puzzled expressions of Deputy Director Zhao and others, feeling a bit awkward. Along the way, he thought he had a lot to say to Jian, but there were too many thoughts swirling in his mind and observing her cold demeanor. He felt it was not the right time to discuss their relationship. Jian walked him to the outpatient department's entrance and said, you should go back to work. I have some things to do. Where are you going? How will I find you? Jiting panicked, always fearing she would turn and leave him behind like before. It's easier for me to find you. She released the hand they had been holding. Ji Ting felt a bit disappointed, but knowing Ji An's temperament, he didn't press further, only saying, I'll wait for you to come find me. Ji An smiled, turned to leave, and after a few steps, looked back to find Ji Ting still standing there watching her. She frowned and said, "Why are you still here?" Ji Ting smiled. "I'm watching you leave. I just want to know if you'll look back at me." Ji An lowered her head, lost in thought. Ji Ting hesitated, wondering if he should move forward. She had already taken a few steps closer, wrapping her arms around his neck. He felt her lips press against his and kissed her back without hesitation. As their cheeks touched, he sensed the dampness near her eyes. When he returned to the consultation room, he couldn't help but notice the teasing glances from his colleagues. Even Professor Yuan joked with him. "You usually seem so gentle. I didn't expect you to be quite passionate. With such a beautiful girlfriend. It's no wonder none of the doctors and nurses in our hospital catch your eye." A few days later, Ji Ting began to realize how foolish he had been not to insist on getting Ji An's contact information. He had actually believed she would come looking for him. Yet, every day, he spent his time waiting and feeling empty. Sometimes, when he saw a tall, slender figure in the hospital that resembled hers, he would feel inexplicably happy, only to be met with long disappointment. He recalled that night on the mountaintop, his first experience of such extreme joy, sharing it with the person he had longed for. When he trembled and erupted inside her, he felt complete, and all the memories and waiting had come full circle. He finally possessed the most hidden secret shared between him and the one he loved. However, she never came looking for him. Even those on the left bank said she had taken an extended leave. A week after parting with her at the hospital entrance, he learned of the death of a patient in room 528 of the liver and gallbladder department. The nurse on duty mentioned that the entire process of death was quite peaceful, with no struggles before passing, nor any cries from relatives. Only a man who claimed to be her friend was there to see her off. However, throughout the process, the man did not even look at her body, fully entrusting the hospital and funeral home staff to handle it, only taking her ashes away in the end. Ji Ting knew who that man was. He didn't like Xie Xian. On the contrary, he cared about Xie Xian's position in Ji An's heart. Yet at that moment, he felt sympathy for the man. He remembered Ji and pointing at him and saying something to Wang Ming before her death, recalling the occasionally melancholic expression of her father, who had achieved remarkable success in academia. Some answers came to mind, but he was unwilling to delve deeper. A person had died, and all love and hate should turn to ashes with them. Of course, he did not intend to disclose this matter to anyone. There was no need to uncover old scars. He had no right to inquire about the previous generation's affairs. He only wanted to be with Ji An. Chapter 16. The Length of Happiness. 1. Thus, on the day he learned of Wang Ming's death, after work, he deliberately went to the address Lu had given him last time. He wandered outside the small courtyard for a long time. The doors were tightly shut, and it was silent. When night fell, he reluctantly returned to his place, feeling an uncontrollable fatigue. As he took out his key to unlock the door, he smelled a familiar scent of smoke and turned to see a faint red glow in the corridor. That glow moved closer to him, and he hung his hand holding the key in midair. "I have no place to stay," she said. When Ji Ting woke up, it was already midnight. He reached out to touch the clock on the bedside, which faintly glowed to show it was 2:15. After such intense entanglement, he thought he would sleep more soundly. On the narrow, single bed, the person beside him was still there, the disheveled sheets half wrapped around her. She curled up like a little shrimp, a girl so strong-willed and stubborn. Yet in her sleep, she looked so vulnerable. Ji Ting carefully picked up a few pieces of clothing scattered on the bedside and floor, afraid of waking her. After doing all this, he could no longer sleep, lying with his eyes open in the dark, quietly listening to her even breathing. It turned out that even she, who had been wild like a little beast during their passionate moments, could get tired. The ticking of the clock harmonized with her breath. He felt at that moment more peaceful than ever, his heart full, gently rippling with joy that threatened to overflow. The bed was still too narrow. She turned over, her leg pressing against his, the cool skin touching his gradually warming up. He remembered her body beneath the sheets, completely bare. Those legs that had once tightly entwined around his waist, taut and long, smooth skin glistening with fine beads of sweat, like bright satin. He couldn't help but bite his lip. She still hadn't woken up, slightly twisting her body as if seeking a more comfortable position in his arms. Her hand also rested on a place that made him uncomfortable. He frowned and had to gently remove her restless hand. But she pushed his hand away and suddenly grasped it. He inhaled sharply, "Don't." Then he heard her giggling under the quilt. "Don't what?" He should have known she was never a good child since she was young. "Don't do this," he said, biting her ear. "All right then." This time, she obediently let go, her voice tinged with regret. Yet he felt even more uncomfortable and had to grab her hand tightly. "Don't go." She seemed angry. "Don't do this." "Don't do that. What do you want?" He felt quite embarrassed and could only blush as he covered her mouth. Sooner or later, she would torment him to death. He forgot how many nights they had spent like this. As long as they were together, they were intertwined, as if they could merge into each other's souls through their passionate physical connection. During that time, he had noticeable dark circles under his eyes at work. Mo laughed at him, saying, "The kidneys are the root of life. Comrade G, take it easy." She lived in the same building as him. He had seen Jian before. Ting also felt embarrassed. Sometimes he thought, this can't go on like this. If it continues, they would both get hurt. They still had a lifetime ahead of them. Why rush? However, whenever he got close to her, that familiar desire would rise again. He thought, perhaps she really was a fairy, like the fox spirit that enters a scholar's dream on a rainy night, under a sparse moon and starry sky. He didn't want to wake up. After being together for a while, he gradually figured out Jian's routine. She had 3 fixed afternoons a week to learn painting from her teacher, and except for Tuesdays and Thursdays, she worked at Left Bank from 9 p.m. to 2 a.m., basically a night owl. Ting got used to waiting for her to come back in a half-asleep state, and then quietly leaving her side in the morning. Jian had a considerable smoking habit. Ting had advised her many times but couldn't persuade her, so he let her be. After each passionate encounter, she would lean against the headboard to smoke. Sometimes when he coughed a few times, she would stop, not even extinguishing the half-burned cigarette in the ashtray. In his dreams, there was always a faint tobacco scent, and that was fine. At least it proved she was still by his side. On Thursday afternoon, Ting had a day off. During this time, Jian was usually with her teacher. He returned to his place, opened the door, and immediately smelled the familiar scent of turpentine. Jian was surprisingly home, sleeping in his loose t-shirt on the bed in the sweltering heat. Next to the bed, an easel held a half-finished oil painting of a man. He looked at it. It was a portrait of a middle-aged man he hadn't seen before, with only the outlines of the features. The scattered art supplies around the easel suggested she had stopped painting for some reason and had simply fallen asleep. Chapter 16. The Length of Happiness, 2. Ting carefully put away the keys and sat on the edge of the bed. Her forehead was slightly damp with sweat, a few strands of hair sticking to her closed eyes, trembling with her breathing. He reached out and gently brushed aside the hair, quietly watching her. For some reason, he suddenly thought of his childhood, during a similarly sultry season when his mother, who taught classical Chinese at university, made him recite selected songs of the Song Dynasty word by word in the study. He loved Wei Zhuang's poems, though he didn't understand many parts. He found them gentle and beautiful. But his mother said, although Wei Zhuang's poems are sentimental, they ultimately lack flamboyance. Moreover, each ending has a decisive line. A boy who likes his poems will not end up fortunate. It's better to read more of Xian Jiaxuan's Drunkenly Lighting a Lamp to look at the sword. A man should be like that. But he was precisely drawn to that little bit of decisiveness. The one that left the deepest impression on him was Wei Zhuang's in Guanzi, last night at midnight. I distinctly dreamt too many words. Still the peach blossom face, frequently lowering willow leaf brows. Half shy, half delighted, wanting to leave but reluctant. Awoke to know it was a dream, unbearable sadness. He didn't know why, but that last line, awoke to know it was a dream, unbearable sadness, suddenly tightened his heart. The entire poem's tenderness and intimacy were encapsulated in that final poignant line, instantly feeling heart-wrenching. Sleeping Jian seemed to sense his inexplicable tremor, moved her body, opened her eyes, and saw him staring blankly at her, causing her to laugh. "Why are you staring at me?" Ting smiled, grasping her hand that was resting aside, saying, "When I came back just now and saw you sleeping, I thought if I could look at you like this every day after work, that would be wonderful. But I'm really afraid." "Afraid of what?" "You silly. She turned around, sitting up lazily and smiling at him. Afraid that the time we spend together is a predetermined length. Now that I can see you every day, it's too much happiness. Would it use up the length of a lifetime? Jian chuckled, then pretended to be serious and asked, so do you want to spread this time out little by little every day, or save it all up to use it once? He thought for a moment. I hope to stretch it endlessly. Jian shook her head as she got out of bed. One shouldn't be too greedy. What about you? He followed her to the easel, watching her pick up her art supplies, stubbornly asking. Me? Jian pretended to think, then smiled. I'm not as silly as you. It's not like squeezing toothpaste, where a little squeezed out means less. But then again, if you're worried about using it all up, then save some now. Why are you following me? I want to see what you're painting. He felt a bit silly and quickly changed the subject. Helping a wealthy and narcissistic person paint a self-portrait. She lowered her head to mix colors. Sometimes she would also take on specific creations from her teacher, treating it as practice while also increasing her income. Don't you need the other person to sit in front of you? Jiting asked as he looked at the painting. Sometimes yes, but there are also sudden inspirations. For example, this one, it would be better to take a half-length photo than to paint from life. It needs to be something abstract, special, resembling yet not resembling. Haha, quite interesting. I really don't like painting from life, especially with professional nude models. They just sit there stiffly after undressing. It's much better to look at a plaster statue, but they're priced high and hard to find, Jian said. Jiting watched the movements of her hands and casually said, I can be your model too. You can paint me. Jian looked at him strangely, suppressing a laugh. Nude models have to dedicate themselves to art. Can you do that? He indeed blushed and fell silent. She ignored him, and after a long time, almost forgetting what she had just said, he finally mumbled, if you paint alone, it's really not impossible. Jian paused for half a second, then began to laugh heartily. On a summer evening, the weather changed suddenly. After a few rumbles of thunder, the sky outside darkened, and the air became unusually stagnant and oppressive. A heavy rain was about to arrive. Jian turned on the light, and in the enclosed space, both the painter and the subject fell hot. Why are you always staring at me? Do you have a model like me? She clicked her tongue, expressing her dissatisfaction. Ji Ting smiled. She had always been like this. The more she wanted to focus but couldn't, the more inexplicably irritable she became. She was still wearing his white pullover t-shirt, which looked quite loose on her, covering her hips but not reaching her knees. She stood behind the easel, which concealed most of her body below the neck, leaving only her legs smooth and straight. He couldn't help but be a bit mesmerized. Unexpectedly hearing Ji and place her brush on the palette with a mix of impatience and sulkiness, I can't do it anymore. Chapter 16. The Length of Happiness 3. What's wrong? He rarely sees her so childish, and it brings him a shallow sense of joy. Don't move, don't move. How can I draw you like this? I didn't move, he said, a hint of grievance in his voice. Are you saying you didn't move? She raised her eyebrows. He understood, biting his lip and lowering his head to laugh. Jian, come here, okay? She scoffed. Why should I go over? He didn't answer, just looked at her with a gentle smile. Eventually, she came to his side, like a cat that occasionally obeys. Even when her sentences were vague, she asked him, aren't you afraid of prematurely squandering your happiness? He laughed heavily, hearing distant thunder in the sky as the heavy rain approached, making each breath feel stuck in his chest. So many unknown things rushed about, eager to find an exit. The words he was about to say were abruptly interrupted by the ringtone of his phone. She was sitting on him, but she quickly grabbed the phone from the bedside. Whose? Don't answer it, he said. She refused, tilting her head provocatively to look at him, seeing his anxiousness, and laughed as she pressed the answer button, holding the phone to her ear without speaking, just looking at him with a smile. Stop messing around, he silently said, reaching out to her. She laughed and turned away, avoiding his hand. They silently wrestled, half seriously, their sweat flowing more urgently. The places where their skin touched felt sticky. Finally, Jian feigned anger, placing her index finger on her lips to signal him to be quiet. He thought, fine, who cares who it is? She listened quietly for a few seconds, as if she had played enough, slowly handing the phone back to him. Just as he reached out to take it, a flash of light crossed, and thunder erupted suddenly, the sound like an explosion in his ear. Even Jian, who was usually fearless, dropped the phone from her hand and it fell beside them. He didn't have time to see her expression before the lights went out. It should have been dusk before nightfall, but the dark clouds brought by the impending storm obscured the daylight, and when the power went out, he realized the darkness was deeper than night. Reaching out, he couldn't see his fingers. They couldn't see each other, but fortunately, their bodies were still within reach. Ji-Ting seemed to feel Jian shiver slightly. "What's wrong?" She didn't speak, and he stopped asking, hesitating for a moment before silently hugging her tightly. It seemed that all desires had vanished after that thunder, and he held her for a long time. For the first time, she was in his arms, her face pressed against his chest, quiet as a baby. After more than half an hour, as if the power department had made a timely repair, the lights returned to normal. Their sweat had cooled in each other's embrace. Jian was the first to react, getting up from him, sitting beside him in a daze. Then she walked into the small bathroom alone. Ji-Ting then picked up the phone, looked at the recent call records, and couldn't help but chuckle. It turned out to be Lu Jilin. That guy had been doing quite well since graduation, but he still liked to call and bother him for no reason. He put the phone down and walked to the bathroom door, pushing open the slightly ajar door. Jian stood under the shower, drenched. He looked at her through the curtain of water, feeling that even the smile was floating in the water. "Are you scared?" "Who said I'm scared?" She was used to never showing weakness, so he asked, "Did Lu Jilin say anything?" "Lu Jilin? No, what could he say?" "He just called a few times and hung up." She turned around. "He is looking for you. He doesn't want to give you some unexpected surprise, does he?" After a few years, when she brought it up again, Ji-Ting still felt quite embarrassed, recalling how she had teased him back then, and he felt a mix of heartbeats and reluctance. "What are you thinking?" The droplets of water on her body splashed onto him. He simply walked to her side and said, "I was thinking, why did you bully me since we were kids?" She chuckled. "What do you think?" "Because I could never do anything about you." Friday was Mo.Yu's day off, and Ji-Ting hadn't stopped all morning. Approaching noon, his phone rang, and he looked at it, surprisingly seeing it was his mother Su Shuyan calling. Su Shuyan usually called her son once a week on Saturdays with her husband and rarely called during work hours unless there was something urgent. Ji-Ting, feeling puzzled, answered the phone. On the other end, Su Shuyan said that the department had sent her to a university in G-City for an academic conference and that she wanted to see her son. Coincidentally, Ji also wanted to see him, and after getting her parents' consent, she came along. Ji-Ting felt a surge of excitement in his heart and hurriedly asked his mother when their bus would arrive so he could pick them up. To his surprise, his mother said they were already calling from the G-City bus station and that he didn't need to come. They would take a taxi directly to where he lived. Ji-Ting hung up the phone, internally cursing as Jian was on the night shift and, according to her habit, she should still be sleeping at his place at this time. He had been thinking about how to properly bring up his relationship with Jian to his parents without causing any harm. In any case, regardless of their attitude, he was determined to be with Jian, but he still hoped to receive everyone's blessings without hurting anyone. If his mother and Ji suddenly encountered Jian without any preparation, not only would Ji have a hard time accepting it, but he was also afraid that his parents would have prejudices against Jian, which would complicate matters, a result he did not want to see. He didn't think too much, calculating that it would take at least 20 minutes for his mother and Ji to get from the station to his place. That was enough time for him to return and prepare with Jian. He hurriedly said goodbye to his colleagues and rushed to his residence. When he opened the door and entered the room, he was surprised to see Jian already up, focused on the unfinished painting from yesterday. Seeing him return, she was a bit surprised and smiled. "Come look." He breathed a sigh of relief. He had made it before his mother and she. He walked over, gently taking the paintbrush from Jian's hand. "Jian, my mom and Ji are coming over soon." Her expression didn't change much, as if she wasn't surprised, but the smile in her eyes slowly cooled. "Really?" She instinctively lowered her head to tidy up her unfinished work. "So what do you want to do?" "How about this? I have a female colleague named Mo who lives downstairs. You've met her. She is off today and should be home. Why don't you go sit with her for a while? I need to explain some things to my mom and Ji first." She had already begun to pack up her easel, her face showing no signs of emotional fluctuation. After hearing his words, she remained silent. He felt uneasy, pulling her hand tightly. "They have no psychological preparation for our relationship. I just don't want to mess things up. Wait for me. It will only take a moment." I'll explain everything to them and come find you right away. Jian. As if sensing his anxiety, Jian looked up at him, smiled brightly, and shrugged. No problem. She was someone used to living without a fixed home, unlike other girls who like to leave countless personal items in their partner's space. After living at his place for a while, besides the clothes she changed into, she hadn't left much behind. After packing her painting tools, Jiting took her and knocked on Mo Yuhua's door. Mo Yuhua's place was as simple and unadorned as she was. When she opened the door, she was still holding a professional book. After Jiting explained, she just nodded and didn't ask anything further. Jiting smiled gratefully at Mo Yuhua and kept looking at Jian. Her indifferent expression made him uneasy. Aren't you leaving? She smiled at him. Jian, don't go anywhere. Just wait for me here for a moment. Okay? TSK. She began to lose patience. How long are you going to take? Just go already. No. You have to promise to wait for me. He was like a stubborn child, seeking a comforting answer. She nodded hurriedly and pushed him out the door. Only then did he feel at ease. Although Jian's personality was difficult to fathom, she generally kept her promises. Chapter 17. A Faint Waiting. 1. After Jiting left, Mo Yuhua invited Jian to sit on the only chair in the room, poured her a glass of water, and returned to sit on the edge of the bed, burying himself in the book in his hands. After a while, Mo Yuhua heard the strikingly beautiful girl ask, "Do you mind if I smoke?" She thought for a moment and replied, "Feel free." The girl skillfully lit her cigarette, took a puff, and then loosely held it in her hand, letting it burn slowly. When the first cigarette had burned down completely, the girl stood up. Mo Yuhua glanced at her in mild surprise. She smiled as if she thought of something and sat back down, continuing to light another cigarette. When the third cigarette was lit, Mo Yuhua, sitting not far away, began to look at the girl intentionally and unintentionally. She was staring at her hands, not knowing what she was thinking. Perhaps it was because she had unconsciously begun to wait alongside the girl. But Mo Yuhua felt that the time of the third cigarette seemed much longer than the previous two. It wasn't until the cigarette burned down that the girl suddenly realized and released her hand, which had been burned. The cigarette but fell to the ground. The rain fell in bursts, and the weather never cleared up. Su Shuyun and Ji Yi arrived at Jiting's place before another heavy rain came. Jiting was already waiting downstairs, carefully leading Ji Yi up to his small room. As soon as his mother sat down, the first thing she said, looking at her son with concern, was, "Look at you, you've lost weight again." "Mom, you said the same thing last time I came back." Jiting smiled and turned to pour water for the two of them. "Just sit, I'll do it myself. Have you eaten lunch? I bought some fresh cooked dishes at the market downstairs. I'll go heat them up for you," Su Shuyun said as she walked into the small kitchen. Jiting let her go. In every mother's heart, her son who lives away from home always needs care. In fact, during his time alone, he had always taken good care of himself. He was quite casual about food. The hospital cafeteria could fully satisfy him. However, after Jian moved in, her daily routine often turned upside down. Sometimes when she came back late, he would go to the kitchen to make her a bowl of noodles. His cooking skills were mediocre, but Jian had never complained. As long as the portion was appropriate, she would basically finish it. He liked to watch Jian quietly eat. Just looking at her brought him an indescribable sense of satisfaction. He had to tell his mother about Jian. During the time he spent with her, he had countless times thought about calling his mom to tell her that he had found the person he loved the most, wishing to receive the blessing and recognition from someone who loved him. But what if it didn't happen? "Brother Jiting, can you come over to my side?" Ji Yi said shyly, holding the water cup he had just placed in her hands. Jiting walked over, took the cup from her, placed it on the side table, and half squatted beside her. "Your eyes are not convenient. Why bother coming all the way over here? I haven't seen you for so long. I wanted to hear your voice." Ji Yi smiled gently. Her face was slightly rounder than before, and her dark eyes appeared calm. "If you want to hear my voice, you can call me," he said. "It's different. I'm here. Although I can't see you, at least I can feel you. Annie just said you lost weight. Is that true?" Her hands were searching for his face. He lowered his head, ultimately avoiding her touch and only holding her wrist. "Ji, I have something to tell you." But Ji smiled and said, "I smell smoke." "Jiting, do you smoke too?" "Occasionally, but very rarely." He didn't lie to her. When Jian smoked heavily, he couldn't persuade her to stop, and sometimes out of spite, He would take her cigarette, take a few puffs, and then extinguish it harshly. He just never liked that acrid smell. When she saw him cough, she usually would stop smoking. Oh, he lowered her eyes. I never knew you smoked before. There are many things I didn't know about myself before, but now I do. She listened intently to him, and in her calm expression, there was a hint of sorrow that seemed to have been understood long ago. Are you finally going to tell me about her? He looked at her in surprise, thought for a moment, and self-deprecatingly said, yes, if you can smell the smoke, you can naturally smell the turpentine scent. No, not for that. She shook her head, her long black hair slightly swaying. Yesterday I called you. I asked Lu Jilin to bring me some fish food and trouble him to help me dial your number. Yes, I didn't say anything, but I could feel her. Maybe you also know we are not identical twins, but I was so close to her since childhood. I can really feel it. It must be her. Jian, is she by your side? Chapter 17. A faint waiting, too. He felt that saying anything to a girl like her was a cruel thing, but he still nodded, even though she couldn't see it. Yes. Ji's lips trembled slightly as she retracted her hand. I'm such a selfish person. Jian is my sister, but before this, I actually prayed in my heart for you not to tell me anything, hoping that even at that moment, you would say no. Ji Ting felt sad, but he knew he couldn't comfort her. I'm very sorry. Sorry for what? Sorry that the person you've been thinking about all your life is actually Jian? No one owes anyone anything. You feel for her as I do for you. We can't help it. As she spoke, her voice gradually lowered, struggling to suppress the desire to cry. She was right. He felt utterly helpless, even when seeing her so heartbroken. Love has always been selfish, exclusive, and without choices. Where's she? Ji, he looked up at him. Is she living well? I want to see her. It's been 3 years. I often dream of Jian like a bird, not knowing where to fly in the heavy rain, swaying precariously. I'm really scared. I desperately want to call her, but when I open my mouth, I can't make a sound. Ji Ting fell silent. Too many unhappy past events stood in the way. He didn't even know if Jian wanted to see Ji. Don't forget, after all, she is my biological sister, Ji Ting. You can't not let me see her. Maybe that's good. Perhaps things need to come to a conclusion. No matter how Jian thinks, if she can't let go of the past, she will never be happy. Come with me. He pulled Ji to stand up, but saw Su Shuyun, holding bowls and chopsticks, standing at the kitchen door, looking at them with worry, as if she wanted to say something but didn't. From his place to Mo Yuhua's room, it only took a few steps down the stairs. Ji's eyes were not convenient. He couldn't walk too fast, but for some reason, his heart was uncontrollably racing. The door to Mo Yuhua's room was open. Inside, besides her sitting on the bed reading, there was no one else. Next to the only chair were scattered ashes, the last half of a cigarette, and a faint wisp of smoke. Ji Ting released Ji Yi's hand. What kind of feeling was this? It was like a scene he feared most in a dream. Yet the feeling was familiar. In countless days together, whether awake or asleep, embracing her, he never felt anything but happiness. Knowing he was happy was actually quite sad because true, unreserved happiness should be unnoticeable, only in the corner of the eyes, only on the lips, smiling inadvertently. Feeling that everything was good, without needing to fight for a moment or a lifetime, as life was too long. But he was too aware of his happiness. Every day felt so precious, holding on to this second tightly, fearing that the next second would be lost, and this happiness felt bleak. She is gone, Mo Yuhua said, looking at him. She left? Did Jian leave? Ji Ting, you tell me. Let's go find her. You come with me to bring her back. Ji's eyes turned red, clearly right in front of her, but she missed it. Ji Ting remained indifferent. He just asked Mo Yuhua. What did she say? Mo Yuhua suddenly felt uneasy about his calmness, so she fell silent. Tell me, okay? Did she say anything? She sat here and smoked 3 cigarettes. And when she was about to leave, she asked me a very strange question. She asked, are there islands in the world that never sink? Upon hearing this, Ji Ting lowered his head for a long time. Ji asked, why don't you go find her? Ji Ting smiled at Ji. She asked if there are islands that never sink, but she never believed it. So how could there be? Ji Ting sent off his mother and Ji. And before they left, they both looked at him with worried eyes. He said, I'm fine, really I'm fine. It was like a dream. No matter how much you sigh after waking up, There's no way to continue the beautiful dream or rewrite the nightmare. You can only continue to live nonchalantly in reality. That night, after Ji returned home, she called him. "I think I made things worse. Maybe I shouldn't have gone in the first place. It's not your fault. Don't think too much." He wasn't comforting Ji. He and Jian were like being in a huge, colorful bubble, with light and shadow swirling around, sweet yet illusory, unable to withstand even the slightest poke. Even if Ji hadn't appeared, his dream would eventually shatter. He used his entire youth to hope for her, wait for her, search for her, but she only gave him the time of 3 cigarettes. Chapter 17. The Weak Flame of Waiting 3. A week later, despite the objections of the department head, Mo Yuhua insisted on taking leave to go to Shanghai. Before leaving, Ji Ting asked her, "Is it worth it?" Mo Yuhua said, "Maybe it's not worth it, but I didn't think about it." She returned to the hospital 3 months later. The internship was coming to an end, and the question of who would stay and who would leave was formally brought to the table. Based on Ji Ting's consistent performance and Mo Yuhua's long leave during a critical period, everyone already knew the answer. The hospital had officially contacted Ji Ting's alma mater about signing a contract. Everything was just waiting for Ji Ting to return to school to finalize his thesis defense and graduation procedures before signing the employment agreement. Professor Yuan also personally spoke with Mo Yuhua, and she said she was convinced by this outcome. However, an almost settled matter ended up surprising most people because of an unexpected decision made by Ji Ting. After he handled the procedures at school, he officially signed with a top-tier hospital in his hometown's provincial city. No one understood his decision, not even his parents. Although they felt comforted that he could return to their side, they still felt regret. Only he knew that he was clear-headed when making this decision, very clear-headed. "Jian, I am not you. I have no wings." In the days that followed, Ji Ting lived seriously, assessing his position, pursuing further studies, reading for a doctorate, writing academic papers, successfully completing several major surgeries, getting promoted, and his future was limitless. Even When, who initially did not support his choice to study medicine, began to recognize his son's decision. He was a good doctor in the eyes of patients, a good son in the eyes of his parents, and a good man in the eyes of female colleagues. Life treated him well. He had no major setbacks, and sometimes he felt he should be content. Perhaps he was indeed born to fit this stable and broad path, though he never understood whether he chose this path or it chose him. After turning 28, his family began to worry about his lifelong matters. In fact, with his conditions, it was quite easy to find a good girl. When and Su Shuyun also married late, and they were quite open-minded about their son's lifelong matters, so they shouldn't be anxious. However, a few years ago, some ambiguous and scattered hearsay left them worried about Ji Ting's love life. At this time, they vaguely guessed that their son's insistence on going to City Ji a few years ago and his sudden return were related to Jian. They didn't understand the specific reasons behind it, nor did they understand why their introverted and quiet son would be entangled with the flamboyant and restless Jian. Growing up, it was always Ji who was closer to him. She had also tried to ask a few times, but he remained silent. For so many days, he had never mentioned anything related to her. When and Su Shuyun were afraid of touching his pain, and secretly hoped he could slowly forget. Thus they avoided mentioning that person and anything about her, treating it as if nothing had ever existed. Fortunately, Ji Ting didn't sink into despair over a relationship, as they worried. He worked diligently, honored his parents, cared for his relatives and friends around him, and his personality became increasingly humble and calm. Aside from an increasing smoking addiction, he did not deviate from the path he should take because of a ridiculous relationship from his youth. In his 3rd year of work, Ji Ting bought a house near the hospital, planning to move out to live independently. Unfortunately, his parents strongly opposed it. At that time, Su Shuyun had already retired. Considering his parentage and loneliness, and being their only son, he had to give up that thought. Meanwhile, the university where his family lived had rebuilt the faculty dormitory. Scholars like his father received considerable privileges and moved into the newly built professor's building. The Gu family also received a new home. But the distance between the two families was no longer as close as before. Gu Weijin and Ji When still visited each other often. As people aged, Old friends became increasingly precious. However, Wang Fan visited much less frequently, and the days when the two families often dined together were gone forever. When Jiting had free time, he often returned to the small roads near his childhood home to walk. The Gu family's new home was still nearby, and he often ran into Ji. Sometimes they would chat together, and other times they would exchange a few pleasantries before parting ways. Ji still hadn't found a suitable partner. Their parents had hinted at them, but they had been close since childhood and had a good relationship now. Apart from Ji feeling a bit regretful that she couldn't see this, there was no better match than them. When asked, Ji's attitude remained the same. Let it be. However, everyone knew about her feelings for Ji Ting, which troubled Gu Weijin and Wang Fan. Unfortunately, Ji Ting remained silent on that front, and his silence made it difficult for Su Shuyun and Ji Peiwen to matchmake, even if they wanted to. After several deliberate arrangements by both families, Ji Ting became even more polite to Ji. When they met, he would greet her politely. Chapter 17. The Weak Flame of Waiting. 4. Lu Jilin often said to Ji Ting with deep disdain, "I finally understand what it means to be ungrateful. How can you be so oblivious to your own blessings?" Every time, Ji Ting just smiled and said, after saying it so many times, "Have you been looking forward to me being with Ji that much? You didn't seem so selfless and great before. Doesn't it hurt?" Lu Jilin then pulled him to drink, and Ji Ting didn't drink, just sat beside him, smoking one cigarette after another. Even Lu Jilin, a heavy smoker, said, "Aren't you afraid of smoking yourself to death?" Ji Ting didn't respond. After a few drinks, Lu Jilin patted Ji Ting's shoulder and with rare sighs said, "Being a person is really damn hard. Sometimes I think, should I give you a couple of punches, then you'd look like a man. But then I think about it. Aside from being indecisive, you don't seem to have done anything wrong. Not loving is just not loving. What can you do? However, in front of me, just say it plainly. Have you decided to be a monk for life, waiting for that girl, Gujian?" Ji Ting chuckled. "I never thought about waiting for anyone." Lu Jilin scoffed. "Stop pretending in front of me. I've seen through your little feelings for her a long time ago. You good kids actually like her vibe. But then again, it's no wonder you're smitten. Any man who sees those eyes and those legs." "All right, that's enough. You've had too much to drink." Ji Ting interrupted him lightly. "I understand better than you. Someone like Gu Jian, once someone falls for her, their life will be shortened by a few years." "Don't say that." Ji Ting pressed down on Lu Jilin's hand as he reached for his cup, trying to stop him from drinking more, but Lu Jilin ignored him. In the end, before getting completely drunk, he swayed and pointed at Ji Ting, saying, "It's really strange. You can wait. She can wait. Why can't I?" Ji Ting took Lu Jilin back home, and he didn't tell him to never take waiting lightly. Waiting is such a luxurious thing. In movies, all it takes is a scene switch and a few lines of subtitles saying 20 years later, then beauty turns to gray hair and everything has an ending. But in real life, 3 years, 5 years, which second doesn't require enduring? A lifetime is really long. He never thought about waiting. Gradually, he no longer resisted the various forms of blind dates arranged by his parents, relatives, and enthusiastic colleagues. There were peers, female civil servants, foreign enterprise white-collar workers, lawyers, reporters. Some clever, some gentle, some sweet, all charming in their own right. His other half-soul would often float in midair, watching his other half smile, nod, chat, say goodbye. Then ask, who are they? Later, even the hospital where he worked had ridiculous rumors that the young and flawless Dr. G might be gay, otherwise, nearing 30. There wouldn't be a single woman around him who got close. When others relayed this to him, he just found it amusing. He and T really thought about waiting for anyone. It was just that there wasn't anyone suitable, really, not a single one. Sometimes he would unintentionally pass by the old staff dormitory area, slowly circling to the corner where that small lawn still looked the same. Once, there were even other kids sketching there. Ji Ting lingered there for a long time before heading home. That night, Su Shuyun noticed her son had been in the study for a long time. When she walked over, she saw an old book from her bookshelf in front of him. She took a glance and saw it was just a Zhegu Tian. In dreams, one may not see the colors. Long separations in the world do not lead to sadness. Chapter 18. The Habit of Fish. 1. Ji was 26 years old, and she had been unable to see this world for 9 years. In contrast, she was more accustomed to that way of calculating time. Although she couldn't see, she could hear her parents' sighs. Recently, her aunt had introduced her to a male friend. She had not wanted to go, but didn't want to upset her parents. So she attended the dinner with Wang Fan. From start to finish, she spoke very little. After returning, she heard her aunt say that the man was quite satisfied with her. He was a high school teacher, a cultured person, 35 years old, divorced, with a 7-year-old daughter. Her aunt also said that he didn't mind that she was blind. He valued her gentle and pleasant demeanor. She was no longer young, and the options available to her were limited. This opportunity was rare. At that moment, she didn't say anything and felt that her usually doting mother was also silent. 3 days later, the man called their home, and Wang Fan answered the phone for her. After hanging up, Wang Fan said he wants to take you out for a walk. He lowered her head and didn't speak. Then she heard her mother say, "Go ahead. That man's mother has also kept an eye on you. He looks quite decent, and it's clear he has a good temperament. Most importantly, he thinks highly of you, so it should work out." She thought her mother would refuse for her. "Mom, I don't want to go," she said with difficulty. Wang Fan's voice also carried bitterness. "Silly child, how could your mother not know your thoughts? How long can you wait? If it weren't for that incident back then, everything would be fine but your eyes. Listen to your mom. I can't bear to see you like this. But you have to find someone you can rely on for life. I know this man has been married and has a child. That would be a compromise for you." "I'm not comfortable, Mom. I'll go rest in my room for a while. Please apologize to my aunt and thank her for me." She touched the armrest of the sofa, stood up slowly, and walked back to her room. Sitting at the table by the edge of her bed, she heard her mother let out a long sigh and unconsciously rubbed the fishbowl on the table, her fingertips accidentally touching the water, which was cold. She didn't know how long she sat there until her mother knocked on her door again, saying, "Hey, you have a friend here." She knew who it was. Sure enough, she soon heard the familiar voice. Look what I brought you. These tiger-headed goldfish were hard to get. I specifically asked for. Have you been crying?" "No, just bring them over." "How many are there? What colors?" Hearing Lu Jilin's voice made her feel relieved. He sat on a stool not far from her, excitedly telling her about the origins of the goldfish. When he got to a happy point, she could almost imagine his animated expression, and slowly, a smile appeared on her lips. She became familiar with Lu Jilin after an incident where he almost hit her with his car at school. That time, his sudden break had startled her, causing the glass bowl in her hand to shatter. She knew it wasn't his fault. She hadn't noticed the approaching car, but he kept apologizing and even compensated her with an expensive set of home fish-raising equipment a few days later. Because of Ji Ting, she had known Lu Jilin before. Initially, it was because of this connection that Lu Jilin took special care of her. Their personalities were very different, and at first, they had no deeper exchanges. But as they spent more time together, she found that this man, who occasionally swore and then felt guilty, was quite interesting, and he began to care for her more and more. At first, Wang Fan and Gu Weijin didn't approve of Ji Yi and Lu Jilin as friendship. In their eyes, Lu Jilin had been through various social circles. He knew all sorts of people. Although he had a bit of money, he was still somewhat of a Philistine, and Ji Yi was pure while he was complex. They worried he might have ulterior motives, fearing their daughter would suffer. However, year after year passed, and Ji Yi still had no plans to find a partner. They had to admit a harsh reality, no matter how precious they saw their daughter. To outsiders, she was merely a disabled girl from a family of teachers. They believed that suitable families would probably not accept her as a wife. They knew Ji Yi's concerns. In the first couple of years after Ji Ting returned, they thought she and he could be together. If that were the case, it would be the best outcome, although he had. But he was indeed someone Ji Yi liked and would treat her well. Little did they know, while the goddess had intentions, the prince had no dreams. Although Ji Ting had never explicitly rejected her, it was evident to anyone with eyes that he had no interest in Ji Yi. For this reason, Wang Fan felt a twinge of annoyance, but for young love, even the parents involved could do nothing. Thus, in these past couple of years, the couple realized that if Ji Yi could marry Lu Jilin, it could be considered a good outcome. Watching Lu Jilin treat Ji Yi properly over the years, it was clear he was sincere. What more could they ask for? They just hoped their daughter would be happy and worry-free in the second half of her life, so they quietly let out a sigh of relief. They never expected that Ji Yi, this earnest child, knowing Lu Jilin was unlikely to have feelings for her, would still pretend not to notice. Wang Fan had hinted to her not to miss the opportunity, and she surprisingly replied, "Mom, don't pressure me." Back and forth, they lost hope, which led to her aunt introducing her to a partner. Chapter 18. The Habit of Fish 2. She listened to Lu Jilin's endless jokes and felt quite happy inside. Sometimes she wondered, ever since she lost her sight. Although she appeared to adapt to life in darkness without any fuss, the first time she truly laughed was surprisingly because of Lu Jilin, who was often seen as a bad influence by her parents. She wasn't foolish. A man who could care for and accompany a woman day in and day out for years had feelings that were clear as day. Many times when they were alone together, he had explicitly told her, "If you're willing, I want to make you happy for the rest of your life." She was genuinely grateful to him. Being around him allowed her to relax completely and experience a carefree joy that she had never felt even when she was with Jiting. When she thought of Jiting, she felt like a blade of grass, ordinary and humble, but she was willing to lower herself to the mud to wait for him. He had never loved her. That fleeting moment of electric spark when she was 18 cost her not only her sight, but also the love she had longed for. The person he had always loved was Jian, the sister she adored so much. He did not hate Jian. She never had. She thought, if she were Jiting, she too would be infatuated with a girl like Jian. She truly felt for her only sister, as Jian was an unhappy girl, facing too many unfair things. But she couldn't help but love Jiting. He was the only thought from her colorful adolescence that remained in her memory. Sometimes she even didn't know if she truly loved him or if she had just grown accustomed to loving him. Habit was a terrifying thing. Just like how people need air and fish need water, she needed to love him. After talking for a long time, Ji finally remembered she needed to find a new fish tank to put the fish Lu Jilin had brought. She pulled out a suitable tank, and Lu Jilin volunteered to pour the fish from the bag into the tank. "Be careful," she reminded him, and before her words had even faded, she heard him exclaim, followed by the faint sound of fish flopping on the floor. She felt anxious. She had known all along he wasn't good at delicate tasks. Heartbroken over the fallen fish, she couldn't help but squat down to search for them. "Let me do it," she said, but he held down her aimless hands. "Hurry. If they're out of water too long, they won't survive." Her words carried a sense of urgency as he tried to catch the flopping goldfish. But it was slippery and hard to grip. He listened to the sound of the fish tail slapping, the hopeless struggle growing weaker with each passing moment. Lu Jilin was sweating. The more he rushed, the more chaotic it became. "Forget it." Suddenly, Ji's hand grasped his. He turned in confusion. Her hand felt terrifyingly cold. "Let go. Maybe this is for the best." For a moment, he was speechless, and they both silently listened as the struggling sounds gradually faded into silence. It no longer moved. Zhi, his usually cheerful voice, now carried worry. "I'm fine. I'm fine." She shook her head, still holding onto his arm, tried to soothe his concerns with a smile, but it unexpectedly turned into silent tears. Lu Jilin was at a loss, not knowing how to comfort her. This poor girl, he feared disturbing her parents and making it hard to explain. So he awkwardly patted her back, letting her cry. It wasn't until she finally calmed down that he helped her sit up, hesitating but still pulling on a magazine he had brought along. He couldn't see it, but he could see clearly. The cover featured a stunningly beautiful woman with a seemingly indifferent gaze that was nonetheless captivating. The magazine's corner read, "Gu Ji and's Visual Feast." Flipping to the inner pages, there were large pictures and detailed introductions about a recent solo exhibition of the emerging oil painter Gu Jian, with conventional text about her remarkable art, as well as sensational headlines like "She is the art of God" and gossip about mysterious wealthy suitors pursuing her relentlessly. He read each word aloud, and he listened quietly. Finally, she asked for the magazine. Following his directions, she touched Jian's photo with her fingers, the glossy, cool surface of the hardcover paper. "Ji, my sister. Does he know?" Lu Jilin paused for a moment before responding. "No, I haven't told him. He rarely reads such magazines." "Really?" Ji's hand didn't leave the magazine, and then, under Lu Jilin's gaze, she raised her hand and forcefully tore off the cover of the oversized magazine, slowly shredding it to pieces. That evening, Jiting returned home for dinner. When they had dinner alone, they usually adhered to a silence policy. Su Den Li, Su Shuin Sai. Ji Ting exchanged glances with his father, both surprised. He put down his bowl, Mom. What's wrong? Chapter 18. The Habit of Fish 3. This afternoon, I went out to buy something and ran into Aunt Wang at the school gate. I casually asked how Ji was doing lately. Her eyes turned red, and she said that a relative introduced a good match for Ji some time ago. The guy seemed quite satisfied with her. She even went to meet him once. Aunt Wang advised her not to miss out on fate, but she bluntly said she wouldn't marry anyone in her lifetime. What a good child, what a pity. Ji Ting remained silent and continued eating. After a while, he could no longer avoid his mother's worried gaze. Mom, what exactly do you want to say? Su Shuyun said, Son, I don't want to interfere in your affairs. It's just that Aunt Wang didn't say much. But we all know what is going on with Ji. You're not a child anymore. I just don't understand. You two have always gotten along so well since childhood. Why can't you end up together? Are you going to waste your life like this? Stop it. Mom. Ji Ting replied flatly, showing no emotion. Su Shuyun suddenly felt that she had never noticed before how indifferent her son seemed behind his usually gentle demeanor. Ji had the right to decide her own future. As for him, he could only say that matters of the heart aren't always black and white. Indeed, he and Ji had a good relationship, and because of that, he couldn't delay her. I'm old enough. I know what I'm doing. Don't worry. How can I not worry? You're my only son. Su Shuyun shook her head. Ji Peiwen patted his wife's hand. Let us eat. The children will have their own fortunes. I believe Ji Ting knows what he is doing. Su Shuyun finally relented. Ji Ting smiled as he served food to his mother. But when he lowered his head to eat, it tasted like chewing wax. What his mother mentioned, he had actually heard from Lu Jilin. He and told her that during this time, Ji had often come to find him, and the number of times she called had increased. Just a few days ago, after getting off work, he received her call. She said she wanted to go to a hair salon to wash her hair. But the road from her home to the salon was under construction, and she couldn't go alone since her parents were busy. She asked if he had time to take her. At first, Ji Ting felt a bit awkward, but thinking about her difficulty, he realized she indeed needed someone to help. And since she had called him, it would be inconvenient to refuse. So he accompanied her to the salon. He and expected that taking care of a girl's hair would take so long. Washing, applying nourishing oil, and finally cutting. He ended up waiting for over 2 hours. But fortunately, he had always been a patient person. After everything was done, he walked over to Ji and asked, Are you done? Ji, shall I take you home? Ji was still sitting in front of the mirror, turning her head slightly towards Ji Ting with a gentle smile. Does it look good? He was momentarily stunned before realizing she was referring to her hair. Ji's hair had always been beautiful, and she had always cherished it, never perming or dyeing it, allowing it to fall naturally, black and glossy, down her back, complementing her fair, clean, and delicate face, creating a captivating charm. It's quite nice, he said. Unexpectedly, he caught a glimpse of disappointment flash across her face in the mirror before him. He knew this was not the answer she wanted, and he felt a twinge of sadness in his heart, but he couldn't give her any false hope, even just a little, as that would only delay her further. Ji lowered her head, her hair falling down to partially cover her face, speaking in a voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz. You don't like it? No, I really think it's quite nice, but I'm an outsider and can't say much, he replied with a smile. Really? Only then did her gloomy expression fade, a smile appearing at the corners of her mouth. Do you think I look good if I cut my hair short? It should look good too, but this way is nice as well. Ji Ting could only give a vague answer. Ji, let's go back. She didn't say anything, obediently allowing him to escort her home. Similar incidents had occurred a few times afterward, but most of the time he would apologetically say there were matters at the hospital, then call Lu Jilin. Lu Jilin was also a person with a delicate heart, understanding the various nuances, but he chose to keep quiet about them. Ji Ting initially thought that as long as he handled things calmly and indifferently, Ji would gradually understand, and things would slowly pass. Unexpectedly, at the dinner table, his mother brought up the matter, and he sighed inwardly. The next evening, while on night duty, he passed by one of the rooms during rounds and found a patient with a gastroperforation who had been ringing the call bell for a long time without any attending nurse or doctor coming. After clarifying the situation, He returned to the duty room and saw two young nurses huddled with the on-duty Dr. Xiao Zhang, engrossed in something. It wasn't until he lightly knocked on the door that they finally reacted. Dr. Ji. Xiao Zhang had been at the hospital for just over a year, assigned to Ji Ting's department, and had performed well, but he held a bit of trepidation towards the usually gentle and calm attending physician Ji Ting. Ji Ting was not a harsh person. On the contrary, he was quite easy to talk to most of the time. He was highly skilled and never hesitated to guide young doctors just starting out, patiently correcting mistakes without being hurtful. However, everyone also knew that despite his gentle demeanor, there was a subtle distance behind his politeness, making it hard to get close to him, and he was quite rigorous and had high demands in his work. Therefore, when Ji Ting softly mentioned that they should check on bed 37, which had been ringing the call bell for so long, to see what was going on, Xiao Zhang and the two nurses all turned red with shame. One of the nurses hurriedly followed Xiao Zhang, while the other, holding a magazine, didn't know whether to put it down or hide it, standing awkwardly in place. Ji Ting walked over. "What interesting thing has made you forget your duties?" He smiled, but the young nurse was flustered, so he simply took the magazine from her hands, casually flipped through a few pages, then frowned slightly as he returned it to her. "It is quite interesting, but it's someone else's life on the magazine. Delaying your normal work and affecting your own life, for this isn't good." The young nurse nodded hurriedly. "I know. I'll pay attention next time." Ji Ting smiled and left the duty room. After finishing his night shift and driving home, the sky was already beginning to brighten. As he drove into the school, he casually glanced at the sky outside the car window. It was a light blue, washed by water, with a faint red hue on the eastern side. How many times had he returned home at this early hour without ever seriously looking at the sky above? This moment of dawn turned out to be so beautiful. He didn't drive straight home, but parked along the small path beside the courtyard, got out of the car, and walked a few steps absent-mindedly. The grass underfoot was damp, and he looked up at the sky for a long time, breathing deeply, feeling the vastness above. Occasionally, a shadow passed by, growing more distant, not knowing where it was flying to. At that moment, he suddenly wanted to know if the birds in the sky could see him looking up. He only drove back to his garage after the blue hue slowly faded and the afterglow grew stronger. He wasn't sure if it was due to recent fatigue or the sleepless night, but he felt a slight pain at his temples as he walked towards the staircase. As he glanced around, he unintentionally saw a familiar silhouette, and his whole body froze. The owner of that thin figure had slightly disheveled short hair, which fluttered in the wind, revealing a familiar facial profile. He didn't know whether to feel happy or sad. Did heaven finally notice his impending loneliness? Gee, ye. The person in front turned upon hearing the familiar footsteps, her fair and delicate face, her vacant eyes. Who else could it be but she? Only her shoulder-length hair was no longer there. Knowing she couldn't see him, Ji Ting still turned his face to the side. He didn't know if he could suppress the overwhelming flow of emotions in his eyes at that moment. He truly felt dazed. It was like a dying patient waiting for a miraculous drug that could turn everything around, feeling both ecstatic and terrified, not knowing what kind of good fortune had come his way, only to be told it was April Fool's Day. How absurd and cruel. "You're back," she smiled innocently, completely unaware that someone had just fallen from heaven beside her. She heard a murmur response. "You don't recognize me anymore?" She tilted her head and smiled at him, a smile that used to be so familiar. "Why, your hair." He tried to sound casual, but once the words were out, he realized how awkward they sounded. Ji caught on, her smile frozen on her face. "I thought you would like it. It's really useless." Ji Ting took a deep breath towards the sky, but his vision still blurred. He embraced the anxious girl in front of him, as if holding onto another version of himself. "Why can't you be a bit more awake?" She couldn't hear his words, only cautiously pressing her face against his chest. How long had it been since he last held her? He couldn't breathe. Even breathing could shatter this dream. She spun violently in the whirlpool of happiness, then heard a voice whispering in her ear. She's coming back. Finally, she fell into the whirlpool, realizing that the water temperature she thought she had gotten used to was actually so cold, truly cold. Chapter 19. The Jade Shatters 1. For many consecutive days, Ji Ting didn't rush home after work. Sometimes he would stay at the hospital late, Sometimes he would randomly drive to a place to be alone. And sometimes he would go to a pub he had visited a few times with Lu Jilin and stay until midnight, just like now. Because he knew his drinking capacity very well, he didn't tea-order any alcohol. He never indulged in front of strangers, even with the cover of the night. He just kept smoking one cigarette after another. In just 3 hours, the ashtray in front of him was filled with messy cigarette butts amidst the joyful chaos of the venue. It didn't matter. He just wanted to be alone. Of course, there were people who came over to chat, mostly women, but some men too, all invariably asking, "Want to have a drink together? Why are you alone?" He politely declined, then asked himself, "Why am I alone?" When Lu Jilin sat down beside him, he took the cigarette away from his lips and laughed softly. "What are you laughing at?" At that moment, Lu Jilin was not in the mood for jokes. "I was wondering who would come looking for you first, and sure enough, it's you." Lu Jilin snatched the cigarette from him and threw it harshly to the ground. "What the hell do you all want? You like this? And Ji is like this too. Are you trying to drive people crazy?" Ji Ting had heard that after Ji refused his offer to take her home that day, she quickly fell seriously ill. Her health had always been poor, and the accumulated stress made it difficult for her to eat or drink, leaving her even weaker. When she was taken to the hospital, she could only receive 4 fluids. And after being discharged, she returned home to recuperate, remaining bedridden for a long time. She told everyone that she had caught a chill while out for a morning walk. But Ji Ting knew that her illness was more a result of heartbreak. He rested his chin on one hand and looked seriously at Lu Jilin. "If you were me, what would you do? Damn, what is this?" Lu Jilin ran his fingers through his hair in frustration, not knowing what to say. Ji Ting's smile carried bitterness. No one should have to pay for another person's feelings, not even if that person was as close as Ji. She is like this, and you can't even pity her? Lu Jilin growled softly. "Who will pity me? Who will pity you?" Ji Ting looked at his longtime friend. Why were the people he loved always so humble? "I don't overthink like you all do. I just know that to love someone means to make her happy and to make myself happy too. But what about you? You're clearly waiting for Gu Ji, and why can't you even admit it? Just wait, and you will never get her. She is living a life that is so much better than yours right now. She is young and beautiful, famous and wealthy, surrounded by rich bosses and young heirs. If she had any lingering feelings for you, she wouldn't have canceled the art exhibition at her hometown at the last minute." Ji Ting pretended not to hear him, but the hand that hung by his side tightened and then relaxed helplessly. He knew that every word Lu Jilin said was true. During this time, he had been searching for every trace of her in magazines and on the internet. The more he learned, the further away his Gu Ji seemed. Ever since they were young, he could only watch her vibrant world from afar, and now she was soaring higher, her face becoming a blur. He had originally thought she would come back, but when the day of the exhibition approached, with most of the tickets sold, her agent unilaterally announced the cancellation of the exhibition in her hometown, without any reason or explanation, only stating that they were willing to bear all breach of contract costs. The last stop of the exhibition would be set in Ji City, the largest city in the south. Everything had changed, except for her inherent recklessness. After finally saying goodbye to Lu Jilin, Ji Ting returned home at 4 in the morning. He washed off the smell of smoke and alcohol, lay back in bed, and felt alarmingly awake. So, he got up and seriously organized his things, only to suddenly realize that the most important item was nowhere to be found. He paused for a moment, certain that he wouldn't have forgotten it in some place. He had always been a cautious person, especially with something so important. So, he had to bury himself in searching, turning over every possible place it could be. With a soft click, the lights in his room suddenly turned on, blinding him momentarily as he was used to the dark. In the glaring light, he saw his mother in her pajamas standing at the door, and then slowly walking over was Ji Peiwen. "What are you looking for so late?" Su Shuyun coughed twice in the coolness of the early morning, rubbing her forehead as she quietly asked her son, "Did I wake you up?" "Sorry, Dad, Mom. I have some important patient files that I can't find right now." "I'll be quieter. You can go back to sleep," he said, continuing his actions. After a few seconds, he noticed that his parents were still quietly standing at the door, showing no intention of returning to their room. Chapter 19. Shattered Jade 2. He lowered his head for a moment, and when he raised it again, he met the gaze of his parents at the door. No one spoke, It was a silence filled with mutual understanding but unwillingness to express it. Finally, it was Su Shuyun who broke the awkwardness. Ting, is this what you're looking for? She pulled a plane ticket from the large pocket of her pajamas, looking tired. Ting, who had been bending over searching through the drawers, slowly straightened up, looking at his parents at the door with a completely unfamiliar expression. After a moment, he smiled and took a few steps forward. So it was here. Mom, could you please give it to me? Su Shuyun looked at her son, slowly shaking her head. What do you want to do? Are you going to find her? Haven't you waited for her long enough? How many more foolish things do you want to do? This is too crazy, Ting. Wake up, okay? Why does everyone see that I'm waiting for her? I once thought my acting skills were quite good. Ting tilted his head slightly, trying to calm his breathing, and then said softly, I'm grown up now. I know what I should do. Dad, Mom, please don't interfere in my matters. Just give me back the plane ticket, okay? I want to give it back to you. I only have one son, and I don't want you to waste your life on her. What kind of person is Jian? She has been wild since she was young. Who can hold her down? You? She's just playing a joke with you, and afterward, she'll forget. To her, you are nothing at all. Don't be foolish. Son, listen to your mom. Turn back. Don't go looking for her anymore, and don't wait for her. Can't you just live a good life? Tears began to glisten in Su Shuyun's eyes. I just don't understand. Why does everyone like to make decisions for me? Everyone says it's for my good. Is there anyone who knows better than I do what I want? You know, you're so infatuated with her that you don't realize anything. Ji is such a good girl, and look at what she has gone through for you. You want to even look at her. Even if your dad and I live with you every day, we can't feel a bit of happiness from you. Is there really nothing else in this world besides Gu Ji and that you care about? I'm just too concerned about too many things. I used to hope that everyone would be happy. I didn't want to hurt anyone, but what happened? In the end, no one is happy, and everyone feels hurt. What about me? Who ever thought about me? What kind of life do I need? Who do I want to be with? I'm tired of this life that feels like a specimen. You all see it. I'm crazy. I just want Gu Ji, and no matter if she has me in her heart or not, I'm willing to do it. So what? I feel alive, so I'm willing. When and Su Shuyun were stunned by their son's outburst, and even Ting found it unbelievable. However, everything came out so naturally, as if this outpouring had been lingering in his heart for a long time, suppressed every single time. Now he finally said it out loud, and he felt that he had indeed gone mad. But maybe it was good. He had never felt as calm and relieved as he did at this moment. He looked at his mother, tears streaming down her face, feeling both sorrowful and calm inside. I'm sorry, Mom. I feel bad for making you like this. But every word I said is from my heart. I ask you once more, please give me back the plane ticket. He slowly extended his hand towards Su Shuyun. Su Shuyun shook her head again, tightly gripping her husband's hand behind her, as if drawing her last bit of support from him. No, you are our son. I can't let you make a mistake for that woman again. She doesn't love you at all. If you go, you will only get hurt. Then she released her husband's hand and, in front of Ting, tore the plane ticket into pieces. She thought he would panic, but he didn't. He watched her tear it apart and then crumple it into a ball. The excitement from earlier completely dissipated. He calmly said, actually, we all know that I want to leave. It's not something you can keep me from by hiding the ticket. Mom, I'm asking you to give me the ticket back to leave some space for us. I hope to love her while also loving you. After all, we are family. Why you have to force me into a corner with no way out? You think, what are you saying? Is this the attitude you should have when talking to your parents? When, who had been silent, finally erupted in anger. What is Gu Jian? What has she given you that makes you disregard your parents who gave you life and raised you? I never thought of disregarding you. You forced me to choose. So I had no choice but to choose. When laughed in anger. Is this my good son? You would give up everything for her. No matter how good Jian is, she's just a woman. In such a long life, what woman can't you have? Besides, she's not suitable for you. Where has your rationality gone? Ting also laughed bitterly. Rationality? Dad, I'm not you. You have the rationality you take pride in, allowing you to forget the ones you've loved and live a carefree life. You didn't even go to see her when she died alone in a foreign land. Perhaps, in the end, you weren't important to her either. I just want to ask, have you ever done what you want to do in your life? Love the person you wanted to love? Have you ever been happy? If rationality makes me live like you, what do I need it for? Ji Peiwen's face turned pale, and his whole body trembled violently, whether from anger or some other emotion. His trembling hand pointed towards the door, and after a long pause, he finally said, "Either forget her and live well, or if you must have her, then get lost. I will pretend I have no son. Out of sight, out of mind. What nonsense are you talking about?" Su Shuyun grabbed her husband's hand. "You don't want a son, but I still want him. He's my only child." Ji Peiwen ignored his wife's tears and continued to look at Ji Ting. "I never say my words twice." Ji Ting nodded, turned around, picked up the fine-mouthed June kiln vase from the antique shelf beside him, quietly examined it for a moment, and then ruthlessly threw it to the floor. The porcelain vase shattered suddenly. In the dead silence of the early morning, the crisp sound of shattering was enough to jolt anyone awake. After the loud crash, in the terrifying silence, he turned and picked up the luggage he had already packed. "I am sorry, Dad, Mom." Ji Ting's house had been rented out 2 years ago, and leaving his parents' home, he couldn't immediately terminate the lease with the tenant. So for the past few days, he had been staying in a hotel near the hospital. He must have broken his heart, for until he boarded the plane to City G, his parents had never called him. Everything that quiet night seemed to shatter beneath his feet, just like the June kiln vase he once cherished. He stepped on the shards and walked out, feeling the pain, but never thinking of looking back. The day after he arrived in City G was the last day of Jian's art exhibition. In the Central Art Museum, he saw many paintings and many people, but he did not see her. Perhaps she had come, briefly stopping amidst the crowd and the flashing lights. But his gaze could not catch her shadow. So he lingered in front of her paintings for a long time, gazing deeply at each one. He imagined how they were born in her hands, or how her fingers had caressed them, or how her gaze had rested on them. In this way, each painting came to life before him. Her portrait, like her, hid beauty behind coldness and unease. He tried to perceive every subtle emotion she felt at that time, from a young girl wandering alone in a foreign land to a rising star in the art world. How did she walk every step? Was she happy or still lonely? Had she found a true island to rest her heart? A trained exhibition staff member approached him, politely reminding him that the museum was closing. He turned around and realized that the once spacious and empty exhibition hall now held only him. He smiled apologetically at the staff member and walked toward the exit. The marble floor was so shiny it reflected him, and he could hear his footsteps echoing behind him. In the evening, Mo Yuhua welcomed him alone. After leaving G University's affiliated hospital for several years, she was the only old colleague he still kept in touch with. They didn't meet often. Usually, they just had a meal together when their work brought them to each other's cities. They occasionally called each other, mostly discussing professional matters, sometimes asking about each other's recent situations. So he knew that Mo Yuhua was still single. After sitting for a while, he looked at her and sighed. "I remember you were the same age as me. After all, you're a girl. It's time to think about yourself. Don't waste your life." Mo Yuhua just smiled. "The same applies to you." Ji Ting self-deprecatingly replied, "Yeah, I almost forgot that I'm not in a much better position than you. Who am I to say that to you?" Mo Yuhua shook her head. "No, you're different from me. At least you have memories. Let's not talk about this. Looking at you, it seems you must have returned disappointed today." Seeing Ji Ting silent, she lowered her head, rummaged through her bag, and silently pushed something toward him. He picked it up and opened it, realizing it was a beautifully designed auction invitation. It read Contemporary Oil Painting Auction at Rongbo Zai, scheduled for 3 days later. Prominently listed were the names of many renowned artists, including Jian's name among them. Attached to the invitation were a bidding card and detailed auction materials, bound into a thick booklet. Ji Ting looked at Mo Yuhua in surprise. She said, "Even if she didn't attend today's exhibition, you will definitely see her at the auction in 3 days. They say this is the largest oil painting auction of the year. She's really good, and you're lucky. Can you tell me where this invitation came from?" His confusion was not unfounded. Art pieces had always been toys for the wealthy, especially at such a high-profile oil painting auction where all bidders had to undergo strict registration and qualification review. Those who received invitations with bidding cards were bound to be either rich or noble, far from something ordinary people like them could obtain. Mo Yuhua smiled. "Don't worry. I got this from a good friend as husband. I hope it helps you." Mo Yuhua was not a pretentious person, and this might really be important to him. So Ji Ting didn't engage in any insincere pleasantries. He accepted it, and aside from saying thank you, he had no other words. Don't thank me. I dislike being in debt to others. This is good. We're finally even. Chapter 20. How about we make a bet? 1. The auction was set to take place in the grand banquet hall on the second floor of the famous Lijing Hotel in City G. When Ji Ting arrived, it was still some time before the official start at 8 in the morning, but many people were already seated in the auction hall. Among the guests streaming in, many were familiar faces from television. At first, Ji Ting thought such a star-studded auction would be a showy Vanity Fair, but unexpectedly, most of the invited guests were quite low-key. Even after sitting down, they only whispered to familiar faces about their preferred items. Obviously, after 3 days of previews, this auction successfully attracted these major buyers, many of whom came prepared. The auction house treated guests with invitations with great courtesy. Guided by the staff, Ji Ting chose a relatively central seat and waited. The wait was not too long. As the clock chimed, the auction officially began. The buzzing crowd quickly quieted down, and the auctioneer first briefly introduced the main artworks for the auction, while also introducing some well-known artists present. Ji Ting saw one reserved and aloof artist after another stand up and slightly bow, and he couldn't help but feel disappointed. Jian was not among them. The first half of the auction usually doesn't feature any outstanding works. It's just a formality and doesn't attract much attention. Ji Ting had little interest in the works of other artists, and the morning passed in anxious disappointment. There was only a 40-minute break for lunch, during which the auction house prepared simple but exquisite tea snacks for the guests. Ji Ting noticed that many people around him hurriedly ate something along with their mineral water. These prominent figures from various fields displayed a rare patience, like children waiting for their beloved toys. Jian had gained increasing fame in recent years, but ultimately, she was still relatively new to the scene and young. So Ji Ting knew she could never be the finale. Shortly after the afternoon auction began, he heard the auctioneer on stage addressing the audience. Ladies and gentlemen, next up are 3 works by the emerging young female oil painter, Miss Gu Ji, who has recently made waves in the domestic oil painting scene. Miss Gu's paintings were recently sold at a high price in the Hong Kong Sotheby's auction, and their style and artistic value have been widely reported by mainstream art media in the country. Today, these 3 oil paintings are among her favorites and selected by her, all of which can be considered excellent works. Before the bidding starts, allow me to share a little anecdote. I believe everyone will understand, as we are honored to have Miss Gu Ji and herself present at the auction today. Please welcome Miss Gu. Ji Ting heard the buzzing conversation around him rise again, but what did that have to do with him? He just wanted to see her. When she walked out from backstage, the voice echoing in his mind drowned out the suddenly louder conversations around him. He lowered his head and saw his knuckles turning white from gripping the armrest of his chair. She looked the same, casually standing on the stage under everyone's gaze, smiling slightly, as if she were in her own backyard. If there were any changes to speak of, the years had taken away the youthful naivety and rebelliousness in her eyes, leaving behind a wildness that was complemented by an air of composure. She stood there like a painting. It was no wonder the organizers had come up with such a method, as it indeed drew most people's attention. The entire auction was scheduled tightly, and the auctioneer did not waste much time. After a brief introduction, he looked at Ji and with a smile and said, Miss Gu, as an outstanding young oil painter in the country, what do you think is the key charm that makes your works so favored by both industry insiders and outsiders? Ji squinted at the auctioneer and smiled brightly. It's simple. Among the women painting in the country, those prettier than me can't paint as well as I do. And those who paint better than me aren't as pretty. That's all. Laughter erupted from the audience, and the young auctioneer couldn't help but chuckle. Miss Gu indeed had the personality as rumored. So what is your personal evaluation of the 3 works being auctioned today? She thought for a moment and replied, among these 3 works, there are some I consider technically mature, and some I personally like. Can you reveal which one you like the most? Ji casually shrugged. I think that question isn't important right now. All right, now we will first look at Miss Gu Ji's Cubist-style oil painting Spring Day, starting bid 80,000 RMB, with increments of 5,000 RMB. The bidding starts now. In Chapter 20, how about we make a bet, too? Ji Ting sat in the audience, quietly watching the bidding cards rise and fall around him, her smile always lingering at the corners of her mouth. He understood that Ji An's invitation was merely a gimmick created by the organizers, yet it was undoubtedly a clever arrangement. At this auction, there were many artists whose fame and work value far exceeded Ji An's, but among the buyers present, most were men. How many of them, under her seemingly playful gaze, would involuntarily raise their paddles? The first painting was finally sold for 340,000 RMB. In the collection world, contemporary oil paintings in the country were not favored. And for a newcomer like Ji An, even if she was in the spotlight, the price of her work was only around 10,000 RMB per square meter. Therefore, for a painting like Spring Day, with a size of approximately 3,000 millimeters by 1,800 mm, to fetch such a price was truly astonishing. The buyer of this painting was a young man who looked no older than 30, well-dressed and handsome. Clearly a wealthy heir or young talent who had simply bought a smile. The auctioneer congratulated him, and he looked at Ji An with a satisfied smile, while she remained lazily smiling, her gaze wandering, unreadable. The second portrait was purchased by a portly middle-aged man for 365 million renminbi, a price that surpassed that of the previous work by a mid-career male painter with some reputation in the oil painting field. When the third painting was presented, many in the audience were surprised to find that compared to the previous two works, the brushwork was noticeably more immature and the composition quite strange. Upon closer inspection, it depicted a sunset sky from a ground-level perspective with a color palette that could hardly be called sophisticated. Although the techniques of the previous two paintings were not perfect, they at least conveyed a sense of overflowing talent. In contrast, this painting, titled My Dawn, fell short significantly and left people puzzled, as anyone with a bit of common sense could see that, based on the positioning of the painting and the angle of the setting sun, it should absolutely represent sunset rather than dawn. Yes, no one understood it except for him. From the moment that painting was displayed, Ji Ting felt the blood rush through his body. He would never forget that sunset, when 17-year-old Ji Ting and 14-year-old Gu Ji and lay quietly side by side on the grass in a corner of the campus, watching the sun slowly sink in the west, the night wrapping around them silently and softly. That day, the old banyan tree nearby bore dark purple fruits, and an unknown bird returned slowly in the sunset glow, while the clouds were tinged with a faint purple edged with red. That day, Gu Ji first transformed into a real girl, running away in a flurry of shyness and anger under the boy's clumsy concern. 13 years later, she would say that it was her dawn. Everyone was discussing this strange painting. Who would care about a man with his head down in tears? When Ji Ting lifted his head with an indifferent expression, the bidding price for My Dawn had already risen to 280,000. He didn't hesitate and raised his bidding paddle for the first time. As the auctioneer called out the bids, the auction continued. When the bid exceeded 300,000, only three remained firm. At 320,000, the portly middle-aged man chuckled and shook his head, knowing that even if Gu Ji was enchanting, this immature work was not worth that price. Thus, only that man and Ji Ting were still determined to claim the painting. When the auctioneer first called out 350,000, the audience erupted in astonishment, and many began to look at the two men, one always smiling confidently, the other expressionless. Ji stood on stage, watching everything with a cold gaze since Ji Ting raised his paddle for the first time, as if it were a game unrelated to her. When the paddle fell and the auctioneer called out 340,000, Ji Ting no longer considered anything. He came from a scholarly family and had never worried about basic necessities. After starting work, he earned a considerable income. However, he knew he wasn't a wealthy man and would be laughed at compared to those present. Still, he understood that he had to get that painting. When the bid reached 375,000, the man turned his head curiously to glance at him. Just as he was about to raise his hand again, a staff member approached the man and whispered a few words in his ear. The man turned his head again, this time with a look of surprise in his eyes. He then sat back down, and there was no further movement. 375,000 once, 375,000 twice, 375. 000 three times. Congratulations to this gentleman for winning Miss Gu Jian's Painting My Dawn. When Ji Ting heard this, he slightly closed his eyes and let out a long breath. Chapter 20. How about we make a bet? 3. After he was led by the staff to the back to sign the auction confirmation, the brilliantly lit auction scene continued. But Jian had already disappeared. Sir, your procedures have been completed. Please transfer the payment and handling fee for the item to the designated account within 7 days. We will personally deliver the relevant receipts, and the item you won after the settlement is complete. Is there anything else I can assist you with? I would like to know, where is the artist Gu Jian now? Miss Gu? She left just a moment ago. As Ji Ting stepped out of the hotel door, he realized how heavily it was raining outside. It was clearly afternoon, but the torrential rain made the world seem desolate. He stood at the exit of the lobby, water droplets continuously splashing onto his face. A courteous waiter held an umbrella for him. Sir, are you going out? I can call a car for you. He was about to leave, but where should he go? Thank you. He smiled at the young waiter and then walked out. The waiter with the umbrella couldn't catch up with him, and he was almost instantly soaked through. A silver-gray sports car sped past him, splashing water all over him. He took a few steps forward and then stopped, watching the car grow smaller in his sight before it was completely swallowed by the rain. He stood in the rain, motionless, the raindrops blurring his vision so that he could ignore the strange looks from passing vehicles and pedestrians as if he were a madman. He was only waiting for a direction, even though there was nothing there except the rain connecting heaven and earth. When the silver-gray car slowly came back into focus and stopped beside him again, he began to believe it was an illusion. The window rolled down, and the person inside quietly looked at him through the rain. Since childhood, he had always been clean and polished, and even she had never seen him in such a disheveled state, soaked from head to toe, except for his eyes, which remained clear and pure. On the night before she left, those eyes had been looking down at her from such a close distance. She still remembered how those fan-like long eyelashes had brushed against her cheek, tickling her, carrying his breath's warmth. At that time, he said, the island has always been there. She had actually believed it. You've heard of Atlantis, right, Jian? The largest island in ancient times, mysteriously submerged in the depths of the Atlantic Ocean in just one day and night. It has been underwater for thousands of years. All civilizations can disappear, but it will never turn into seawater. That's meaningless. She took him to the hotel where he was staying and then went back to continue being a good child. By the way, give me your account number. I'll transfer the money for that painting to your account later. He didn't tell her that he couldn't go back. I will not return that painting to you, my Dawn. That memory is not just yours alone. Jian laughed mockingly. I used to think you didn't believe me. It turns out you don't believe in yourself at all. You don't believe you can be happy. Ji Ting was rarely sharp. Get out of the car. Ignoring the pouring rain outside, she leaned over and pushed the car door open. Ji Ting watched her in silence, remaining completely still. She inexplicably became angry and pushed him hard. I told you to get out of the car. He still sat there silently, allowing her to push him around. Then, when she was weak from her efforts, he hugged her tightly. He was still soaking wet, and through the thin fabric, the dampness quickly transferred to her. Just like all their memories, wet, sticky, and entangled. The phone in his pants pocket vibrated between the two of them. He fumbled to answer it, and, on the other end, Lu Jilin's voice was incredibly tired. Ji has been admitted to the hospital again. She hasn't been able to swallow anything for several days. Whatever is fed to her comes back up. You know I can't help her. No one can help her. He hung up the phone, unable to hide his sadness. Jian broke free from his embrace and leaned heavily against the back of the driver's seat. Is she okay? He nodded, not wanting to lie to her. Her health has always been poor, and now she's getting weaker. If she doesn't let herself go, no one can do anything. As his voice fell, he felt Jian's hand on his. She had never taken the initiative to hold his hand before. I know about Atlantis. No one has been able to prove its existence. Since it has sunk, it would be better to merge forever with the sea. He understood her meaning, slowly removed her hand, and sneered, no one has the right to dictate how I should live, not even you. Chapter 20. How about we make a bet? 4. She placed both hands on the steering wheel, focusing on the windshield wipers. After a long time, she heard the sound of him opening the car door. Before he left, she said, take me to see her. They returned to the hospital where Ji Yi was staying the next afternoon. This was also Ji Ting's workplace. When Jian opened the door to the ward, he noticed her trembling. After leaving home at 18, she had never returned to her hometown or seen Ji Yi and her family. He tried to hold her other hand, but she calmly pulled it away, aloof. This was the only expression she had shown him throughout the journey. "I want to be alone with her," Jian said. The room had no one but Ji Yi, who was receiving 4 fluids in bed. For some reason, Jian felt a sense of relief. She tiptoed over and sat beside Ji Yi, looking at the person in bed. She gasped. Even the Ji Yi she had said goodbye to 9 years ago did not look as shocking as she did at this moment. Her eyes were tightly closed. Her face was emaciated and yellowed, like a flower that should have bloomed but suddenly wilted. Jian inexplicably thought of another withered face on a sickbed. That indescribable fear made her feel like she was falling into an ice cellar. Why did everyone have to leave her like this? Even Ji Yi, who had once given her the only familial affection, could not escape. Her fingers lightly touched Ji Yi's bony hand, which was filled with tubes, and quickly withdrew, slowly gripping the white bedsheet beside her. No one spoke. The ward was left with Ji Yi's shallow and almost inaudible breaths. Ji Yi still woke up. They were not from the same mother, but for many years they had regarded each other as the closest people, as if that kind of connection was innate. "Who?" Ji Yi weakly asked. Jian did not answer. "Jian, is that you?" Ji Yi slightly opened her eyes, revealing a smile. "I dreamed of you again," you said. "How many years has it been since we last met?" Cold raindrops fell onto Ji Yi's hand. She closed her eyes, and after a moment, she opened them again. One hand instinctively groped, and with a slight movement, it touched another hand. Ji Yi suddenly grasped that hand tightly. Tears seeped from her exhausted eyes. The two were speechless. And finally, Ji Yi's silent sobbing turned into weeping. She seemed to hear Jian let out a barely audible sigh. "He still found you." Ji Yi tugged at the corners of her lips, seemingly wanting to break into a smile, but ultimately failed. After saying this, she noticed the hand she was holding was pulling back, and immediately reached out to grab it tightly. "Jian, don't go." After being ill for a while, Zi suddenly found a surge of strength. "Jian, no matter whether we are identical twins or not, you are my only sister. You've always been a lonely child. I never understood why, but I always hoped my care would make you a little happier. You left for so many years, and I've been worried about you for just as long. If I say I don't love you, I wouldn't believe it myself. Yet at that moment just now, I actually wished I was just dreaming of you. Am I being selfish? Don't worry, I just wanted to come back and see you. If you're okay, then I'll leave." This was Jian's first sentence in the hospital room. Zi gently shook her head on the pillow. "It's useless, Jian. Do you think that if you leave, he will stay? He won't. Besides, even if he stays, his heart will follow you. Just like in the days you weren't here, I never saw him smile happily. We are sisters, growing up together. You are more beautiful, smarter, and braver than I am. You're better at everything, and I don't care. When we were kids, you always wanted to compete with me. When Mom bought lollipops for me, you didn't want your own and insisted on having mine. When we started elementary school, Dad gave us each a backpack. Mine was red, and yours was blue. Even though you hated red, you insisted on swapping with me, and I gave in to you. I could give you anything, but yes, you gave in because you had everything, which is why you could say you don't compete. I got your backpack, snatched your lollipop, but I couldn't take the one thing I envy the most. I don't have a mother, and my father doesn't love me. Even if I'm better than you at everything, what does it matter? They don't love me." Jian didn't know why she was saying these things. After so many years, she thought she had stopped caring. She just wanted to come back to see Zi. Yet Zi's few words easily touched the most painful place she had hidden in her heart. "You have Jitting who loves you like this. The thing I desire most is easily within your grasp. Whenever you're unhappy, you can fly far away. What about me? Have you ever felt like you're forever in darkness, unable to see everything around you? Even the most beautiful things are colorless and cold. Have you ever experienced that kind of despair? No, right? Your world is too vast. You can live incredibly well. Not having him is just a regret for you. But for me, not having him means losing my last bit of hope. Why did you come back, Gu Jian? Do you know I wish you didn't exist in this world?" Chapter 20. Why don't we make a bet? 5. Zi cried out loud. She was a kind-hearted person, And these were words she had never thought she would say. However, day and night, this resentment had been suffocating her. And now, she finally shouted to her sister, "I wish you didn't exist in this world." Once she said it, her tears dried up, and she felt a strange sense of relief. She had never felt as light as she did at that moment. For a long time, Jian said nothing, as if she had merged with the silent air around her. "I never fought you for him." Jian finally pulled her hand free from Zi's palm, feeling more exhausted than ever. "As long as you both are willing, you can grow old together. But people aren't objects. I can't make decisions for him." "Jian, don't be so certain. What I want is not your giving in. You know, Jitting, even if you want to leave with him, he might not be able to abandon everything for you." Sensing Jian's fleeting sadness, Zi suddenly smiled. "Why don't we make a bet?" Footsteps and a chaotic, fragmented conversation were heard from outside the door. Moments later, Wang Fan and Gu Weijin pushed the door and walked in, with Jitting following behind. They only saw Zi with tear-stained cheeks and Jian with an inscrutable expression. "Jian, you're back. What happened to you all?" Seeing his long-lost daughter, Gu Weijin couldn't express his feelings. Perhaps there was joy, but it was mixed with too much awkwardness and surprise. Jian glanced at him, said nothing, and brushed past him. Wang Fan, who quickly walked to Zi's bedside, saw her in tears and, worried for her daughter, immediately stopped Jian, who had reached the door. "Gu Jian, what do you want to do to let them go?" Jian's hand gripped the doorknob, took a breath, then pulled her hand back. "You're right. Why should I let them go?" Wang Fan turned pale with anger. "You can hate us, but what has Zi done to you? You've already caused her to lose her sight. Since you left, why come back?" Jian looked at the silent Gu Weijin. Everything felt absurd. "I hate you, so what? You hate us? We raised you, after all. What about your biological mother? She wouldn't even look at you. You're young now, just relying on your looks, with men circling around you. But don't get too proud too soon. Wang Ming was just like you back then. In the end, she didn't even have anyone to see her off." Wang Fan held Zi and turned to Jitting. "You're being foolish. This person on a hospital bed is the one who promised to take care of you for a lifetime when you were young. It's one thing, but now you're willing to abandon your parents for a woman like her? Do you know your dad's blood pressure is acting up from anger? And your mom is crying at home every day? If you have the ability, go follow her and see what kind of ending you get." Jian pulled the door hard, forgetting to turn the doorknob for the first time. Facing the stunned Jitting, she said, "What she said makes sense. Fine. I'll give you two options. Either stop being foolish and stay to live your life well, or you can leave everything behind and come with me, never to return. Let us see what kind of ending you'll have." Without waiting for his answer, she hurriedly ran downstairs. When she walked out of the hospital gate, Jian looked up at the sky, afraid she would cry. The sun was about to set. Another dusk was upon them, and behind the dusk was a long night. The person she was waiting for might catch up, or maybe not. Jian stopped, closed her eyes, as if she had returned to that day many years ago, when the sunset was just as round. The girl, awakened from a nap, squatted alone in her secret corner, crying as she watched the night slowly approach. Then she heard a voice say, "I'm here with you. You don't need to be afraid." She suddenly realized that she had rushed so much before because she was afraid to look back, afraid that if she turned around suddenly, she would no longer find that boy from back then. Epilogue. He asked me many times, why did I make him choose that day? Why? I have asked myself that question too. Z said too many whys, just like how we sisters came to this point today. I don't know why. Just for such a man, is it worth it? Jian, when I hated you the most, when I closed my eyes at night, I only remembered you were my sister. Just take a gamble for yourself, a chance for him. Aren't you brave enough for that? I have never seen Z so determined. And you? What are you betting on? I asked at that time. I'm betting on my heart. Chapter 20. Why don't we make a bet? 6. I don't know in the end who won and who lost. Are there really islands in this world that never sink? He said, yes, as long as you believe. Chapter 16. Many times I hate him, more often I love him, let's break up. Yunjin. Yunjin woke up from her dream, and in the large room, she was the only one left. The voice in her dream seemed to echo in the empty room. She turned over, glanced at the alarm clock on the bedside table. It was already 5 in the morning, and thus she lost her desire to sleep. She poured herself a large cup of water and slowly sat in front of the vanity. What should a 27-year-old woman be like? Like a rose? Blooming at its peak moment, Every petal stretched to the limit, and the next moment it wilts. Su Yunjin gently caressed her face. It had been more than 3 years. To be precise, 41 months since she last thought of that person, that voice. She opened the drawer and found the remaining aquamarine earring, holding it in her hand. Cold and slightly painful. The words he said when he put the earring on her still echoed in her ears. But on the day he left, it was too hasty. And she ultimately lost the other one. She and Cheng Zheng had lost each other. Cheng Zheng. Someone who was once as intimate as her own flesh and blood could also become untraceable in the sea of people. She barely remembered the details of their separation that night. Memories tend to protect themselves. She only knew she walked out of his apartment, and from then on, they never met again. How big can a city be to drown 2 people? Heaven can arrange for 2 lovers to reunite at the ends of the earth. Yet in the long 4 years, it never arranged for them to meet in the same city again, which must be a punishment for not loving deeply enough. What constitutes deep love? In the first 2 months after their breakup, his shadow was everywhere. Su Yunjin always felt like she saw his familiar figure at every street corner, every turn, and he appeared in both her sweet dreams and nightmares every night. But gradually it faded. Time is truly a terrifying thing. It can smooth everything over, scraping away the good or bad traces in the heart, leaving only a blurred scar. Later, she thought of him less and less, until she could no longer dream of him. Perhaps Cheng Zheng was right. She was an unfeeling person, which should be a blessing because it also meant less pain. But once, Mo Yuhua casually said to her, from a medical perspective, the loss of pain sensation is actually a pathological condition and quite dangerous because if a person doesn't know what pain is, they won't understand how serious their illness is. Sometimes Su Yunjin envied the protagonists in TV dramas. When their feelings were hurt, they could walk away decisively, wandering the world, and years later return to their old haunts, finding it a whole new world. But she wasn't a heroine from a TV show. In reality, wandering the world also required capital. Most people, ordinary like her, faced setbacks, rolled in the mud, picked themselves up, wiped their faces, and still had to move forward despite dragging a leg. Since she wasn't dead, she had to live well. She had to eat, pay for her house, and support her family. She didn't have the luxury of sinking into sadness. In those years, more people in the company gradually got to know Su Yunjin from the marketing department. She seemed like a delicate woman, speaking little, never willing to say a word about things that didn't concern her. Yet, when a task was handed to her, anyone could rest assured because she always completed it meticulously. For the same case, give her half a month, and she could do it finally. But give her half a day, and she would work desperately to finish on time, which would still look good enough at first glance. At the drinking table, there were always unpleasant clients who liked to tease such a seemingly pitiful young woman. A glass of strong liquor was placed in front of her, waiting for her to act cute and surrender. However, she never acted recklessly. She would quietly stand up and drink it all, and even if she got drunk, she would grit her teeth and hold on until she got home, throwing up until the world turned upside down, but no one would see. There were very few women like her, hiding a stubborn fierceness beneath her calm and fragile exterior. With her focus and this fierceness, her position had risen steadily over the past 3 or 4 years, from a small employee in the marketing planning department to a project leader, deputy section chief of the planning department, assistant manager of the marketing department, and deputy director of the marketing department, firmly holding a place in the company's middle management. Though young and unmarried, no one could doubt her achievements and efforts. At 25, she finally bought her own house in this city with expensive housing prices. At 27, she had her own Toyota. Her uncle had long since left the clothing factory and, with the sum of money provided by Su Yunjin, opened a small restaurant in the county, working hard from dawn to dusk, enough to make ends meet, living somewhat stably with her mother. Her younger sister had also been admitted to university, with Su Yunjin providing strong support. Everything had gone as she wished. The ordinary little person struggled to reach this day, and she should have felt content. Su Yunjin was not a greedy person. She cherished everything she had now. However, there was a piece missing in her heart that she hadn't noticed. Only knowing that even in her happiest moments, she felt loneliness. Waking up in the middle of the night with a hollow feeling. She could no longer become whole again. Chapter 16. Many times I hate him, but more often. The next morning, back at work, there was enough work on her desk that she had no energy to lament about things that wouldn't help. More than 30 minutes into work, the new data clerk, Lulu, rushed into the marketing department's large office like her, but was on fire. Just in time to bump into Yunjin, who had stepped out to get water. Yunjin glanced at her without speaking, and Lulu felt a wave of guilt, quickly bending down and hurrying to her own desk. Yunjin returned to her office, looking at Lulu through the floor-to-ceiling window. The young girl, who had just graduated from university less than a year ago, probably had stayed out too late the night before or overslept that morning. This was already the second time she was late this month. Yunjin was not a strict boss. She rarely scolded or interfered with her subordinates. Most of the time, she remained silent, but she watched and remembered who was diligent and who slacked off, with her own judgment on rewards and punishments. However, for Lulu, this quirky new generation, she instinctively gave a bit more leeway. As long as there were no major blunders, she would turn a blind eye to occasional minor mistakes. Because she envied Lulu's carefree youth. She had once been that age, but what was Yunjin like back then? Sensitive, obscure, and reclusive. She couldn't understand why she was so awkward back then, and even that love couldn't change her insecurity, so she lost it. Is it that as one ages, unnecessary lamentations increase? Yunjin rubbed her temples with her fingertips. Perhaps it was that long-lost dream that made her more sensitive. She collected her emotions, concentrated, and buried herself in work. Shortly after getting off work in the afternoon and having just hung up the phone with her supervisor, sales director Cheng Zheng, Lulu knocked on her office door, poked her head in excitedly, and said, "Leader, our department's colleagues have planned to go out for an activity night. I'm here to invite you to join us." "No, you all have fun." Yunjin smiled and lowered her head again. After a while, she felt something was off, and when she looked up, she found Lulu standing in front of her desk with a serious expression, which made Yunjin feel a bit amused. "Is there something else?" Lulu asked earnestly. "Sister Su, are you working overtime tonight? Do you have a date? Not feeling well? If none of that is true, why stay alone? Don't you know the enemy of a lonely woman? If there are flowers to be picked, pick them while you can, don't wait." "Stop." Yunjin interrupted her irrelevant rhetoric. "Just tell me the location." She pretended not to see Lulu giving a victory sign to her colleagues waiting outside. Perhaps she really needed some moderate relaxation. "At Left Bank. We're eating on the second floor, singing K on the third, and hanging out on the fourth. Wait for me. Sister Su, I'll ride with you." Lulu bounced out. Not noticing Yunjin hesitated for a moment. Left Bank was a place that Yunjin was not unfamiliar with. Over the years, she gradually became less isolated than when she was with Cheng Zheng, occasionally lingering in various entertainment venues in the city with some old classmates and friends after work. Left Bank was a relatively trendy comprehensive entertainment club that had emerged in the past year or two, designed with style, moderately priced, catering to the tastes of the new white-collar elite, and most importantly, it was an enterprise under Zhang Yu's name. After breaking up with Cheng Zheng, Yunjin and Zhang Yu basically lost contact, but Cheng Zheng was still her friend. Yunjin knew very well that someone like Cheng Zheng could easily lead to heartbreak, but maintaining a moderate distance while interacting with him made him the perfect confidant. For a long time, Cheng Zheng had never mentioned anything about Cheng Zheng after their breakup in front of her, and Yunjin rarely inquired about his ups and downs with Zhang Yu. After dinner, the group sang for a while in the KTV. Although Yunjin believed it was fine to be more relaxed after work, it was still inappropriate to let loose too much in front of subordinates, so she mostly played the role of an audience. However, Lulu wouldn't let her off easily, insisting on dragging her to the pub on the fourth floor, claiming they should have some fun together. The girl had only had a few drinks, her face flushed crimson, and her eyes sparkled brighter than at any time during work, scanning the crowd of red and green in the pub like a radar for handsome guys. She excitedly shook Yunjin, saying, "Sister Su, look over there, there's a gem." Yunjin glanced in the direction she pointed, where chaos reigned, making it hard to distinguish gems from trash, and uninterestedly replied, "It wouldn't be another one of your F4, would it?" Lulu, upon looking back, probably couldn't find the person either, and frustratedly said, he was really a handsome guy, stylish and charismatic. Where did he go? Yunjin secretly found it amusing that from such a distance, she could still see the guy had charm. Chapter 16. Many times I hate him, but more often. Lulu noticed Yunjin's disinterest and said defiantly, Sister Su, you're only 27 and you're not interested in handsome guys? That is quite scary. A woman can't live without the nourishment of love. Look at you, with those dark circles under your eyes. You must be out of balance. Nonsense. I didn't sleep well last night, Yunjin replied with a laugh. Lulu grinned and said, didn't sleep well? Is it because you thought of someone? As soon as these words were out, she keenly noticed Yunjin's expression suddenly stiffen. It was an unintentional remark, and since Yunjin had always treated her kindly, she felt emboldened to speak so freely. Realizing her boss didn't like discussing personal matters, she regretted her words, secretly stuck out her tongue, and tried to change the subject. What surprised her even more was that Yunjin was silent for a moment and actually nodded. Lulu was taken aback, feeling she might have stumbled upon something juicy. She quickly tugged at Yunjin's sleeve and asked excitedly, Sister Su, who did you think of? Tell me. My ex-boyfriend. Yunjin said. Lulu was even more excited. So you had an ex-boyfriend? I knew it. How could someone as beautiful as you not have any romantic experiences? Does that mean you two have broken up? Why did you break up? It must be because he wasn't good enough for you, right? No, he wasn't bad at all. On the contrary, he is the most outstanding boy I've ever met, at least in my heart. I think no one can love me like he did. It's my misfortune that I lost him. Yunjin was also surprised at herself for saying this to a young girl. Perhaps it was the scene from last night that jolted her awake from a dream, stirring up buried memories, making her vulnerable and in need of a listener. You must miss him a lot. Lulu listened intently and asked sympathetically. Yunjin shook her head. Actually, I rarely think of him over the years. This city isn't that big, but I've never run into him. The S&G city too? Lulu's eyes widened. Sister Su, if you run into your ex-boyfriend again, what would you do? Would you cry? Or would you pretend to be indifferent and greet him? If I run into him again, my only wish is that I hope he isn't happy. At least not happier than I am. Isn't that quite malicious? Yunjin shook her drink. Lulu, having never heard such things, asked in a daze why. Yunjin lowered her eyes. Because I haven't let go yet. Many times, I hate him, but more often I love him. Sister Su, I don't understand. If you can't let go of someone, why not go back and find him? No matter how cut off the communication. Two people who have loved each other in the same city should be able to find each other. Lulu asked in confusion. Yunjin's words carried a hint of melancholy. In the first year or two, I didn't want to find him because I couldn't forget the initial hurt. I thought, even if we got back together, what would it change? No one ever forced us to break up. It was us who didn't know how to love each other. Breaking up with him wasn't a misunderstanding or coincidence. It was just a matter of time. Later, I gradually came to understand some things, but I no longer dared to find him, fearing he might have someone else by his side and afraid that he found happiness after leaving me. A person who was once as close as a part of my body is now outside my life, and even thinking about it is enough to break my heart. It's better not to meet. At least I can deceive myself. I've gotten used to it. I can still live well without him, and I will have my own life. But I always think that people in love should overcome all difficulties to be together. The young girl, who had never been in love, insisted. Maybe so. I'm a counterexample, and shouldn't affect your yearning for love, Yunjin said self-deprecatingly. Just as they were talking, a colleague named Xiao Mo, who had been singing on the third floor, pushed through the crowd and came over. Manager Su. So you're here? It was hard to find you. Someone is looking for you. Yunjin was a bit confused, as following Xiao Mo was a young woman she had never met before. Excuse me, which of you is Miss Su? The young woman approached and asked Yunjin and Lulu. Up close, she seemed to be in her 30s, but her makeup was exquisite, her attire refined, and her voice carried a soft accent. I am. May I ask who you are? Yunjin hadn't finished speaking when Lulu's half-full glass of Jack Daniels on the bar splashed all over her face. Lulu let out a scream, and the nearby revelers looked over. Su Yunjin gently wiped away the alcohol splashed near her eyes, looking at the hand holding the glass painted with red nail polish, already guessing the identity and intention of the woman. My husband's surname is Su. You can call me Mrs. Su. Nice to meet you, Miss Su. The woman spoke in a refined tone, as if chatting casually. At this point, Lu and Xiao Mo finally reacted and hurriedly handed Su Yunjin some tissues. Su Yunjin took them, slowly wiping the alcohol from her hair and face, gradually recovering from the sudden incident. This scene felt so familiar. It was a glass of cold water she had once splashed on Cheng Zheng's face, now returning to her own. Mrs. Su's way of greeting was indeed unique. The woman who called herself Mrs. Su smiled and looked Su Yunjin up and down, her tone sharp. Not bad-looking, doesn't he seem like a lowly woman? Su Zhiheng's taste has improved. I've always wondered why you mainland women who have a bit of beauty are all eager to be mistresses. Su Yunjin had already dried the alcohol on her face, brushed aside a wet strand of hair sticking to her forehead, and smiled back. I've always been puzzled too. Why do women from your island become discarded wives once they get a bit older? Too much. Mrs. Su could no longer maintain her smile, and with her beautiful hands, she slapped at Su Yunjin. Su Yunjin grabbed Mrs. Su and said, I was at fault first, and I accept the glass of wine you threw at me. However, I'm sorry, I still find it hard to accept being slapped in public. If I were you, I wouldn't have done that, because you would find that while it might release your anger, your situation would only get worse. Mrs. Su weakly dropped her hand and gritted her teeth. For me, there's nothing worse than my husband having another woman outside. You should vent your anger on Su Zhiheng and cut ties with him, because he is the one who cheated. If you want to win back your husband, you should spend more time understanding what he is thinking, instead of ignoring him for a whole year. Even if it weren't me, it would be someone else. I don't know about others. I only know that you, Su Yunjin, should leave him. When a woman reaches her most desperate and helpless moment, all the fatigue and aging cannot be concealed by even the most exquisite makeup. Su Yunjin's heart tightened involuntarily. She had thought about this day. Ending this wrong relationship was only a matter of time. She just didn't expect it to happen in this way. But what difference did it make? It was time to say goodbye. I promise you, if he is willing to leave, I will not cling to him. Mrs. Su was taken aback. She had planned to fight hard, but she didn't expect the other party to back down so quickly. She was not a fierce woman to begin with, and after a moment of stunned silence, she said, Fine, you better remember what you said. Before her tears fell, she left in a huff. Hey, you woman, after throwing a tantrum, you want to leave? It's not that easy, Lu said, feeling unconvinced, wanting to call her back. Su Yunjin pulled Lu back and said, After all, she is Mr. Su's wife. Offending her won't do you any good. Let's go. Don't you think there aren't enough spectators already? She took Lu away, pretending not to see the onlookers, and hurriedly left. Once they got into the car, Lu asked her, Sister Su, are you just going to let that woman slander you like that? She didn't slander me. I should be thankful that what she threw in my face wasn't sulfuric acid. Su Yunjin gripped the steering wheel as if she were talking about someone else. Lu was stunned and took a moment to digest her words. Are you saying that your relationship with Mr. Su is real? Su Yunjin fell silent. Lu finally understood. She had been in the company for almost a year and had heard the rumors about sales director Su Zhiheng and marketing deputy manager Su Yunjin. However, in the company, Mr. Su and Sister Su had always conducted themselves professionally and had never shown any unusual intimacy in front of others. She couldn't believe that such a mature and charming Mr. Su, whom she had always respected, would have such a hidden relationship. But Sister Su, you clearly said you still can't let go of that previous person. Do you also love Mr. Su? She felt the fairy tale of love in her heart was crumbling. Not being able to let go of the previous person doesn't mean I want to be with him. As for Su Zhiheng, I needed him once, and he happened to need me. It's that simple. Su Yunjin's expression was emotionless. But there's no but. Don't ask anymore. Knowing too much won't do you any good. We're your place. Be careful when you go up. Su Yunjin parked the car, let Lu out, and then turned the car around to head to her own residence. Chapter 17, 4 years. The cold and warmth are known. 1. I don't know if it's just my overthinking, but ever since she left the left bank, Su Yunjin felt a strange silver-gray Volvo with an unfamiliar license plate following her. Even after she turned out of Lu Street, that car still followed her at a distance. Yunjin tried to speed up but couldn't shake it off. Finally, after managing to drive back to her community and passing the security guard, she could no longer see that car in the rearview mirror, and her anxiety gradually dissipated, making her doubt whether she was being overly paranoid. The short walk from the parking lot to the elevator, although not far and well lit, made her heart race as she listened to her footsteps echoing in the empty underground parking lot. She couldn't help but quicken her pace. Just as she was nearing the elevator, a shadow suddenly emerged from the side and blocked her. Startled, she let out a scream. Yunjin, what's wrong? Hearing the familiar voice, she regained her composure and let out a long sigh. Zheng, what are you doing here? You scared me. Zheng stood at the elevator entrance in the parking lot and said, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Is your phone dead? Did she come looking for you? Yunjin opened her handbag to check her phone, and sure enough, it was dead. I am sorry, Yunjin. She and I had a fight, and I don't know where she got your department's number. After I called, someone said you went to the left bank and even provided your department's phone number. Did she hurt you? Zheng gently tucked a strand of her hair behind her ear. Yunjin coldly brushed his hand away. She can't hurt me. Zheng, we hurt her. Zheng's well-defined face showed signs of distress as he said, Yunjin, don't look at me like that. Do you remember I said that as long as you speak up, I will leave her? You don't need to do that. I'm very grateful for the time you spent with me. I remember the comfort and happiness you gave me. But now your wife is here, and she still loves you. You don't need to give up your marriage. But have you ever asked me whom I love? The usually calm and decisive Zheng showed a conflicted expression. Weren't we supposed to part amicably? Yunjin said softly. What if I say no? He seemed to revert to his hard-nosed business persona. I can only say it's a pity. If necessary, I wouldn't mind resigning. Zheng stared at her for a long time, then sighed and smiled bitterly in surrender. You win. You really are the Yunjin I love and hate. Don't worry, I still have this bit of grace, but I'm still very disappointed. You really don't love me. Yunjin's expression suddenly changed. You ultimately don't love me, so you can remain so calm. Let us break up, Yunjin. It's been over 3 years. The past that she tried hard not to think about seemed to resurface, and that voice haunted her, refusing to let go. You ultimately don't love me. On what basis do you say I don't love you? On what basis? Yunjin felt as if she could hear her heart crying. Yunjin? She was suddenly pulled back to reality by Zheng's voice. What on earth was happening today? He was Zheng, not that person. No one could make her heart break like that again. I'm sorry, I drank a bit too much tonight. Go back. She's waiting for you at home. Are you sure about your choice? Zheng held on to the last glimmer of hope. Yunjin's smile was gentle yet firm. He sighed and opened his arms to her. Then when we meet next time, we'll just be pure colleagues. Let us treat this as a farewell. Yunjin threw herself into his embrace, tightly holding this man who had given her countless help and warmth, not without feeling bittersweet. Zheng, believe me, you don't love me either. If you give up the person at home, you will regret it. We will still be the best partners at work. She was very clear about her heart. Some mistakes, she had already made enough. In the misty bathroom, Yunjin walked to the mirror, her hair wet, and wiped away the fog. She and T looked at her bare self like this for a long time, without any cover or defenses. Yunjin was still a fragile woman. Her hand traveled down her neck and stopped at her flat abdomen. Lulu's gaze before getting off the bus was something she remembered clearly. She wasn't surprised that Lulu, a perfectionist in love, would be so disappointed in her. In fact, even her longtime friend Mo Yuhua had once disapproved of her choices. Proud and dignified, Yunjin found it ironic that she had become the third party in someone else's marriage. Nothing could be more ironic than this. Chapter 17. For years. Knowing the cold and warm, too. But if time could turn back, would she still make the same choice? Perhaps she would. In the initial period after leaving Cheng Zheng, she tried to stay awake, clutching her phone tightly, subconsciously believing that no matter how painful their relationship was, he would come back to her. Just like after countless arguments in the past, when he always found her again, and then she could finally tell him the words she never had the chance to say. But he didn't. The moment Yunjin let go of the phone that Cheng Zheng had given her and let it sink into the Pearl River, she finally woke up to the reality that she and Cheng Zheng had truly separated. He had given up on her and would no longer have any contact with her. She had thought about the suffocation that would come from staying together, but his letting go felt like a severing of her flesh, a pain that was beyond description. He said she didn't love him. He actually said she didn't love him. What followed was a nightmarish 3 months that were hard to look back on. She lay in despair on the hospital bed, even having the most unbearable thoughts. Waking up in the middle of the night, her throat felt dry and painful. And when she pressed the call light, the night nurse was distracted, so she had to struggle to reach a cup of water on the bedside table. The first time she couldn't reach it, the second time she gritted her teeth and leaned out a bit, and by the third time, the pain in her wound burst forth. But she finally reached the cup and drank the water as if it were nectar, temporarily forgetting the pain of her injury. At that time, Mo Yuhua had gone to Shanghai to do something she would regret for the rest of her life. Cheng Zheng followed Jianyu to France. Yunjin hadn't anticipated the severity of the consequences and initially didn't even dare to tell her mother. Alone in the hospital, she sensed that her colleagues were bringing news of a major personnel shakeup in the company. She had a premonition that she would lose something, but she was no longer afraid of anything. At this point, President Su came to see her alone, and she was flattered. Although he was the one who had recruited her into the company, it was still surprising for a high-ranking executive to visit such an unknown employee. President Su took care of her hospital matters and reserved a position for her amid the company's upheaval, visiting her occasionally after work. Yunjin was not a fool. Who in this world would unconditionally support another person? From President Su's gaze, she gradually understood some things, and for a long time, she remained unusually silent. Later, her mother found out about her illness and rushed over from their hometown. She didn't see Cheng Zheng, but encountered Su Zhiheng, which surprised her mother, though she said nothing about it. Of course, Su Yunjin didn't tell her that Su Zhiheng had been married in Taiwan and was later transferred to the mainland by headquarters. His wife was unwilling to come, and they had gradually become estranged. After being discharged from the hospital, thinking back on the past felt like a lifetime ago, and she knew that some things were lost to her forever. To be honest, Su Zhiheng had never forced her. Everything was her own decision. After going through the brink of life and death, she realized how ridiculous her stubbornness and pitiful pride were. When one reaches a dead end, with nothing to lose, pride is worthless. She had no right to be high and mighty because she still had to live and live better. She had already lost love and could not afford to lose the ability to seek happiness again. Su Zhiheng was someone who appeared at just the right moment. He pulled her back from the edge of the abyss, a lifeline before she drowned, and she had nothing else to repay him with. Thus, she became a third party in someone else's eyes. Setting aside other matters, there was no real transaction between her and Su Zhiheng. He was mature, handsome, successful in his career, knowledgeable, and most importantly, he had the tolerance and open-mindedness of a mature man. If they had met earlier, she might have fallen in love with him. In her eyes, he was not a successful married man, but a lonely person in a foreign land. Su Yunjin was not living in a vacuum. She was a living, breathing woman, and after nearly 4 years, she understood the cold and warm realities of life. Aside from her time in the hospital, Su Yunjin did not accept any form of gifts from Su Zhiheng. She needed money, but not in that way. In her work, she did not feel dependent on her ambiguous relationship with Su Zhiheng. She did not want accomplishments that lacked legitimacy, so she had to work even harder without any slack. Su Zhiheng was also a principled person and rarely brought personal feelings into work. However, it was undeniable that, whether directly or indirectly, his contributions had played a part in her career success over the years. Some things are very realistic. Without Su Zhiheng, Su Yunjin would not have been able to keep her position after lying in the hospital for 3 months and facing a major personnel reshuffle in the company. She would not have been able to regain the training opportunity she had rejected before her hospitalization. No matter how well her planning proposals were done, as a young person without qualifications, it would have been difficult to implement them without her superior's recognition. At critical moments for personnel assessments and promotions, facing competitors with equal qualifications, he had reason to choose someone else instead of her. She was fully aware of this, and all she could do was grit her teeth and work harder, proving to everyone that she deserved everything she had now. She was still successful. Over the years, there had been rumors about her and Su Zhiheng in the company, but openly and secretly, no one dared to say that Su Yunjin was in her current position without merit. Chapter 17. For years. Knowing the cold and warm. 3. Long before his wife found her, Yunjin had sensed that her relationship with Su Zhiheng was nearing its end. He didn't say anything, but she knew he was starting to feel conflicted. After all, he and his wife had loved each other. They were college alumni who had been in love for many years before entering marriage, and their feelings had been strong, but distance had caused them to drift apart. It was normal for Su Zhiheng to not let go of Su Yunjin. They had given each other the most realistic warmth. But Su Yunjin understood that she had to make a decision. Whether one called it ungratefulness or burning bridges, in the face of strong winds and heavy rain. She had walked alongside Su Zhiheng, but when the rain stopped and the sky brightened, they would inevitably part ways. Not loving someone has its benefits. After parting, despite the regret, it was just that, regret. Returning to work at the company, she and Su Zhiheng were just a superior and a subordinate, and much of their past was buried. At first, it was a bit awkward, but fortunately, Su Zhiheng was very gracious. Although their personal relationship was gone, his appreciation for her and work remained unchanged. However, the marketing department was on the 6th floor, and the sales director's office was on the 11th floor. So aside from regular meetings and reports, their opportunities to meet gradually decreased. It was Lulu who, after that night, when she encountered Su Zhiheng's wife and learned about Su Yunjin and Su Zhiheng's relationship, had been frowning for several days. Su Yunjin couldn't stand her worrying and called her into her office one day before leaving work. "What's going on lately?" Su Yunjin asked, looking at her from her seat. Unexpectedly, she hesitated for a moment before saying, "I just realized how difficult it is to carry such a big secret that I can't speak of." Su Yunjin was both amused and exasperated. "I think it's more distressing that you got the materials I wanted wrong twice." Thus, she seriously warned her, ordering her to concentrate on her work and not bring it up again. Shortly after the Mid-Autumn Festival was Su Yunjin's 20th birthday. On that day, her mother called her, merely sighing about how she was getting older without any romantic prospects, while the daughter of a neighbor back home, who was the same age, already had a son in kindergarten. In recent years, Su Yunjin's mother has been increasingly unwell with various ailments. Su Yunjin tries to accommodate her in everything, and this time is no different. Over the phone, she solemnly promises that she will never miss a good partner if she meets one. Lulu, with good intentions, initiated a plan where the colleagues from the marketing department sent Su Yunjin a large bouquet of extravagant roses. No woman would refuse roses. After work, Su Yunjin placed the flowers in the passenger seat and inhaled the faint fragrance in the car, making her not feel so dreadful about turning another year older. A few days ago, Mo Yuhua had arranged to have dinner with her in celebration of her birthday. So after work, Su Yunjin drove home to change clothes. When she reached downstairs, she saw that familiar Volvo again. In fact, she had seen this car in the underground parking lot a week ago, and was startled when she recognized the license plate number as the same one that had followed her that night. She immediately reported it to the security responsible for the parking lot, only to be told that the owner of this car was also a resident of their community. Su Yunjin felt something was off, but could also be explained as a coincidence since the owner lived in the same community, which could clarify her misunderstanding that someone was following her that night. As she was about to pass by the car, Su Yunjin slowed down, rolled down the window, hoping that she might catch a glimpse of the car owner. However, there was clearly no one inside. The property management in the community had rules against private cars lingering in public pathways outside of parking lots. So the owner of the Volvo likely wouldn't be far away. Driven by a strange curiosity, Su Yunjin pulled the car over to the side and quietly waited. Within 2 minutes, a couple walked out of the elevator, embracing each other. If the circumstances were different, Yunjin would find this couple a delightful sight. The man tall and handsome, the woman delicate and dependent, both clearly in love. At that moment, during twilight, Su Yunjin sat in the car as the sky gradually darkened, the encroaching darkness swallowing the world and her whole, turning everything to ashes, leaving only the couple in front of her, laughing at each other, oblivious to anyone else. She had thought about the possibility of crossing paths one day. She believed she could smile and let bygones be bygones, and even if it was unbearable, she could pretend to walk away calmly. But it turned out to be impossible. Instinctively, she wanted to step on the gas and drive away, but every inch of her body felt like it didn't belong to her, forcing her to stay in the car, watching him and her get in and leave. The two cars passed each other, and he did not look at her. Yunjin remained motionless, watching his car drive away in the rearview mirror. She didn't know how long she sat there. All she felt was a chilling numbness in her hands and feet, a bitter, sour taste rising from her stomach. She hurriedly opened the car door and stumbled to the side, using a palm tree for support, bending over and retching repeatedly. A patrolling security guard approached, recognized her, and asked with concern, "Miss Su, are you okay?" Yunjin gratefully waved him off and returned to the car, only to realize her face beneath the remnants of her makeup was ghostly pale, cold sweat forming on her forehead. Without bothering to change her clothes, she turned the car around and drove towards the appointed destination. Chapter 17. 4 years. The warmth and coldness are known. 4. When she arrived at the restaurant, Mo Yuhua was already there. Seeing Yunjin come in with a cold face, looking lost, she was taken aback. Yunjin sat down and silently drank most of a glass of water before slowly recounting the earlier scene to Mo Yuhua. After a while, Mo Yuhua responded, "What do you think Cheng Zheng means by doing this? It can't just be a coincidence." Yunjin shook her head in confusion. "I don't know. Regardless of what he means, or if it's a coincidence, he actually moved to the same building as me and followed. It's too frightening. Montag Yuhua Zeit. It's been so long, and everyone has their own lives now. Why does he have to do this? Yuhua, do you think he might still hold a grudge and deliberately brought someone to annoy me?" Yunjin looked at her friend with a hint of hope, as if expecting to hear the answer she wanted. Mo Yuhua hesitated, wanting to say something but holding back. Finally, she steeled herself and said, "Actually, I haven't told you, but Cheng Zheng does have a girlfriend. I heard it from Zhou. It's been a thing for the past 2 years. She is said to be quite petite and delicate, from the same school and department, seems to be a few years younger than us. Based on your description, it's likely her." Yunjin lowered her head, listening intently. After a long pause, she looked up and smiled, the last spark in her eyes extinguished. "Is that so?" Seeing her like this, Mo Yuhua felt a pang of sympathy. "Yunjin, you're a sensible person. You should know better than I do that you've been apart for 4 years. Given the situation, it's inevitable. Why can't you let go and make yourself so miserable? You're right. I know better than anyone. Why should he be expected to remain chaste for me? I never thought he would have someone else, but out of sight, out of mind. Why does he have to come into my view?" She chuckled softly, infinitely sorrowful. "Yuhua, am I ridiculous? Before today, I thought I was doing quite well. Even if I saw him again, I could at least pretend to laugh it off. It turns out it was all a joke. The moment they appeared in front of me, I realized how heart-wrenching it was. No matter what his intentions are, he must have succeeded. Who knows what debt you two owe each other in your past lives." Mo Yuhua shook her head. "But you need to have a plan. I don't think Cheng Zheng moving into the same building is just to annoy you. He brought a beautiful girl with him. What plan can I have? It's just about dealing with whatever comes. Why don't you come stay with me for a while?" Yuhua suggested. After graduation, she was assigned to the affiliated hospital of the medical university and had a place there. Yunjin shook her head. "Given the current situation, how would it be convenient for me to move over? You can hide for a moment, but not for a lifetime. Seeing all this today is also good. I'll be sad for a bit, and then I can completely let go, saving myself the last bit of imagination. You're right, no matter what he wants. It's been 4 years. Everyone has their own lives now. I owe him nothing. Are you really okay?" Mo Yuhua remembered how lost she looked when she first arrived. "Don't worry. I'm not that fool who used to hold everything inside and cry secretly anymore." During their conversation, the waiter had already brought out the dishes Mo Yuhua had ordered. Mo Yuhua raised her glass to wish her a happy birthday. After clinking glasses, Yunjin downed her drink in one go. 28. A whole decade had passed. So much had happened that one couldn't deny that she was gradually aging. Montag Yuhua chuckled. "By the way, I don't know if you've heard, but Meng Shui had a baby, a boy." "Really?" Yunjin felt a twinge of joy. 2 years ago, Meng Shui married her high school classmate Song Ming and moved to G City with her husband. It was strange. She had been so fixated on Cheng Zheng for so many years, and upon awakening, she found her true love. When she got married, she asked someone to send an invitation to Yunjin, but Yunjin only asked Mo Yuhua to bring a red envelope and did not attend the wedding. Later, Meng Shui called Su Yunjin to ask if she still resented her for causing her breakup with Cheng Zheng. Su Yunjin explained to Meng Shui that her rupture with Cheng Zheng had nothing to do with anyone else. Meng Shui's incident was merely a trigger. Even without that night, the breakup was inevitable. She had never held a grudge against Meng Shui. The reason she didn't attend the wedding was simply that she didn't have the courage to face Cheng Zheng. She spoke candidly to Meng Shui about these matters. And the years of emotional knots were untied, leaving both feeling relieved. How many old classmates have walked the same path together? After Meng Shui got married, their relationship was even better than when they were in school. Although they were not very close friends, the bond of friendship remained. Chapter 17. For years. The warmth and coldness are known. 5. That's great. I envy her for having a husband who loves her, a child, and, as a woman, that is what makes life complete. Mo Yuhua said with a hint of envy, and after the words left her mouth, she felt she had misspoken. She glanced at Su Yunjin and saw her expression was neutral, which made her feel relieved. Su Yunjin nodded. Yes, this is also a blessing. My mom has been urging me frequently. She's 10 times more anxious than I am. Your mom's anxiety is not without reason. You should indeed consider this issue. Before, with Su Zhihing around, it was fine, but now that you have finally broken up, you should have a proper relationship. When I say I will consider it, I'm not just brushing off my mom's words. If there's someone good, do you think I wouldn't want to seize the opportunity? Su Yunjin smiled. Mo Yua also laughed. We do have a few unmarried male doctors at our hospital. How about it? If you're interested, I don't mind introducing you. Even if it pains me. What is there to be pained about? Good things are meant to be shared. But just to be clear, the last surgical, knife-wielding killer you introduced is not under consideration. No way. I promise you'll be satisfied. By the way, have you completed the paperwork for your transfer? Su Yunjin asked Mo Yuhua. Mo Yuhua's hospital has a cooperative clinic in Dublin, and this year her transfer application was approved. By right, the paperwork should be nearly done, but Su Yunjin hadn't heard her mention anything about leaving. Mo Yuhua hesitated for a moment and said to Su Yunjin, I don't want to leave for now. She didn't say more, but Su Yunjin understood the reason. For him? Sigh. You need to think it through. Su Yunjin sighed. Whatever she could think of, Mo Yuhua must understand too. Chapter 18. Love and then become ashes. 1. After breaking up with Mo Yuhua and getting into their respective cars, Su Yunjin's smile gradually faded as she composed herself and drove home. When she parked, Cheng Zheng's car was already there. Seeing his car gave Su Yunjin a strange feeling. People often say that things change, and now he had changed cars and companions. He was no longer the one holding her and saying, Don't leave me. Thinking of this, Su Yunjin quickly warned herself that in the coming period they would likely see each other frequently, and she shouldn't indulge in meaningless memories that would make her look foolish in front of him. As she waited for the elevator, Su Yunjin lowered her head to search for her keys, holding a large bouquet of roses in her arms, which felt like a burden at that moment. Ding! The elevator door opened, and as she looked up, a person walked out, and they both froze in place. It was unclear who reacted first, but he seemed surprised, as if they were meeting after many years. Yunjin, what are you doing here? Su Yunjin looked straight at him, silently mocking herself. But her face managed to display a surprised smile. I live here. And you? What a coincidence. I just moved in last week. Isn't it unexpected that we became neighbors? I wonder if you think this is fate? He wore a familiar half-smile, but she felt he was so distant now. How could I mind? Maybe our fate really is to be neighbors, she replied, following his lead. The roses are beautiful, he said, hands in his pockets, seemingly relaxed. Seeing such a big bouquet makes me feel asking how are you seems redundant. So, are you here alone? Didn't your protector bring you back? Yes, busy today. Su Yunjin replied ambiguously. Oh. He feigned an expression of realization. It's been a long time. How have you been these years? Su Yunjin smiled. Thanks for asking. I'm doing well. That's good. So, as I said, people's understanding of happiness is diverse, Cheng Zheng said casually. Indeed, people often understand happiness only after experiencing unhappiness, just like knowing who the right person is only after meeting the wrong ones. Sorry, I think you might have something urgent to attend to. Perhaps we can talk another day, Su Yunjin said firmly, pretending not to notice his inscrutable expression. She was eager to end this absurd conversation, where both wore false expressions of concern and the dialogue felt so forced. Of course, no problem. We live so close. There is plenty of time in the future, he said, curling his lips into a smile. Yunjin slightly leaned forward, bypassing him to enter the elevator, right? We'll meet another day. She hoped the elevator doors would close quickly, so she could drop this smile. Just as the doors were about to close, he suddenly reached out a hand to force them open, startling Yunjin, who instinctively took a small step back. Cheng Zheng, however, calmly looked at her and smiled. I think we should at least exchange phone numbers since we're neighbors now. Give me your number, and I'll call you. He tried to sound as natural as possible, but his tone left no room for refusal. Yunjin looked at him for a moment, and then recited a string of numbers. Cheng Zheng saved it in his phone and then called her, happily hearing the ringtone from her bag, which made his smile grow even wider. You should remember my number too. You never know when you might need me. Yunjin smiled, but didn't respond. Goodbye. Cheng Zheng smiled as he turned to leave. If it were their first meeting, Yunjin might have found that smile charming. But now it only felt like a thorn in her throat. The moment he turned away, she suddenly felt an overwhelming fatigue wash over her. If they had to interact like this in the future, it would be too exhausting. It would be better to tear everything apart sooner rather than later. She raised her hand to press the elevator button and called out to his back, Cheng Zheng. He stopped but didn't turn around, facing her in silence. Stop playing. It's been 4 years, and you still can't learn a lie. Don't you think what we just did was hilarious? Just say it. What do you really want? He slowly spoke without turning to face her. I think you misunderstood. I don't want anything. The reason I moved in here is that my girlfriend likes the community environment. There is no other meaning. You know, I've always been particularly accommodating in this regard. Just like when you liked that tiny apartment. I lived there for 2 years, didn't I? Yes, I saw you yesterday, but since she was around, it was hard to explain our past relationship, so I didn't greet you immediately. It's that simple. Yunjin, we don't have to be friends. But I've mostly forgotten the past, so you don't have to be so guarded around me. Chapter 18. Love and then become ashes too. I hope it's as you said. Let us wish for a friendly neighborly relationship. Good night. As the elevator ascended, Yunjin's heart sank. That night, Yunjin lay in bed tossing and turning, unable to find a comfortable position to sleep. Perhaps she should get a bed more suited for sleep, or maybe she needed an arm to lean on. But that arm was hard to come by. In the end, getting a new bed seemed more realistic. She never expected this day would come when he would live in the same building as her, running into each other at the elevator and exchanging nonsensical words. Although he was no longer her Cheng Zheng, it was the first time in 4 years he was so close to her. He had changed, even though his features remained familiar. The impulsive and straightforward sunny boy had become a caring boyfriend beside another woman, with only some habitual gestures and expressions faintly recalling the past. He was so close. Every cell in her body awakened, clamoring to miss him, to desire him. She felt ashamed of herself. How could she be so weak? Unable to withstand any of his teasing? Was it due to loneliness or just for him? He didn't tell the truth when he lied. He never dared to look at her. Clearly, they had not been in touch for so many years, living peacefully apart. Why bother to provoke her again? Yunjin couldn't figure out what Cheng Zheng wanted, nor could she understand what she herself wanted, so she could only take one step at a time, responding to changes with constancy. In the days that followed, Yunjin tried to avoid running into him directly. Although they were neighbors, they didn't actually live door to door. She was on the 12th floor, while he lived on the 18th. If she wanted to avoid him, there weren't many opportunities for them to bump into each other. His schedule was fairly regular. Sometimes, after she had returned home, she would hear the sound of wheels below and instinctively look down through the curtains. Occasionally, he would be with that girl from last time, but more often he was alone. There were a few unavoidable encounters in public places, and he always greeted her politely. On one occasion, Yunjin was late getting off work and ran into him with his girlfriend in the parking lot. He even went so far as to introduce them, of course downplaying their relationship by saying she was just a high school classmate. Since he showed such a demeanor, if Yunjin continued to be guarded and distant, it would seem too deliberate, so she went along with it, pretending he was just an acquaintance she hadn't kept in touch with. As long as she maintained a certain safe distance, what could he do to her? One morning, just like countless other workdays. Su Yunjin backed her car out of the parking lot and saw Cheng Zheng standing by the driveway, waving at her. Su Yunjin stopped the car, rolled down the window, and asked him, "Good morning, is there something you need? Isn't your company over in Tianhe? I happen to be going over there for something, but my car broke down. Would it be convenient for you to give me a ride?" Cheng Zheng said. Su Yunjin sized him up, seemingly judging the truthfulness of his words. "Forget it. If it's not convenient, I'll just catch a cab at the entrance," he said when she remained silent. "It's fine, get in the car." During rush hour, it wasn't easy to get a taxi, and Su Yunjin didn't want to appear so ungracious. Cheng Zheng opened the car door and sat next to her. She caught a whiff of the familiar scent of aftershave. "When did your design institute move to the Tianhe area?" she asked. Cheng Zheng glanced at her, chuckled self-deprecatingly. "It seems you really haven't thought about wanting to know my news these past few years. I've been away from the design institute for 2 years now. I'm out here partnering with Z and another friend, looking for some projects to work on. There happens to be a construction site over by your place, so I came to check it out today." Su Yunjin didn't find it strange. As long as there were wealthy clients and sufficient funds, what couldn't be done? She remembered there were indeed several large developments under construction near her office building, but didn't pursue the topic further. "Have you had breakfast yet? There's still time before work. Want to join me?" Cheng Zheng suggested. "Oh, no thanks. I had breakfast at home. I prefer to arrive at the office a bit earlier." "Then forget it," Cheng Zheng shrugged. "I still remember how you used to rush to get to the company before being late." Su Yunjin focused intently on the road ahead and casually replied, "That's because you like to sleep in. And I had to prepare breakfast for both of us and wait for your car." Cheng Zheng laughed. "It seems you've been doing better since leaving me, haven't you?" Cheng Zheng stared out at the rapidly passing buildings for a long time before saying, "Yunjin, you've really changed." Chapter 18. Love, and then Turn to Ashes 3. He couldn't see that Su Yunjin's grip on the steering wheel tightened suddenly, yet her tone remained calm. After such a long time, who could remain unchanged? People must look forward. You're right, change is good. The old Su Yunjin was a fool. Who could have imagined that the person who once valued pride and self-esteem above all else would now be smart enough to cozy up to her boss, advancing her career, and even be able to easily dismiss the real wife when she came knocking? Suddenly, a van sped past, and Su Yunjin had to jerk the steering wheel, causing both of them to lean sharply to one side. She hadn't guessed wrong. He had indeed been at the left bank that night. "I think this is none of your business." She suppressed her